In a secluded town embraced by towering mountains, silence envelopes the place like a tomb. Coldly regarding the unfamiliar visitors, 5 men and 2 women congregate at the desolate bus station. Their faces etched with fatigue, anxiety, and bewilderment. Just moments ago, they were scattered across various corners of different cities. Then, a bizarre occurrence transpired. Each of them witnessed a fearsome bronze demon mask appearing out of thin air, instantly drawing them into its crimson gaze. After a dizzying whirl, they found themselves peculiarly transported to this strange town, enveloped in a blood-red glow. However, not all 7 were encountering such eerie circumstances for the first time. A young woman with a bob cut exhibited a calmness that set her apart from the others. She informed them that they were all chosen entrants, drawn into this realm rife with malevolent entities by mysterious force. The nature of this uncanny world remains an enigma thus far. It has not been deciphered. Each entrant was absorbed through the eyes of a colossal bronze mask, and seasoned veterans of this otherworldly experience referred to it as the Bronze Enigma. Soon, blood-red characters would appear before them, and they needed to scrutinize them carefully. Only by fulfilling the tasks dictated by these characters could they hope to return to their original world. Help her companions comprehend their current predicament. The woman named Jia likened their so-called tasks to a terrifying supernatural game. The sole distinction was that in this deadly endeavor, failure would exact the ultimate price, death. She was entering the Bronze Enigma for the second time. Although they were presently in the lowest tier of the Enigma, the challenges would not be overly daunting, yet the mortality rate remained substantial due to the influx of novices that in her previous experience. Out of 8 individuals, only half returned alive. Jia elucidated their plight. The expressions of her companions darkened further, each cell in their bodies rebelling against her every word. Yet they could not deny the grim reality. Before this, they had attempted various methods of self-fresco calling for help, only to find their phones devoid of signal, fleeing, only to find themselves returning to the same spot moments later seeking assistance, only to discover the town utterly deserted. After much turmoil, they were forced to accept that they had indeed arrived in a realm beyond rational explanation. A young man clad in a black suit could no longer bear the terrifying reality, his pallor suggesting imminent collapse. Chinyu, standing beside him, steadied him and pointed skyward. The blood characters have appeared. The others hastily followed his gesture. Before them materialized several rows of glaring, blood-red characters. Task: complete a 5-day, 4-night tour of Wansong Town. Please note 1. You are visitors to Wansong Town, and your accommodation is at Dayuan Homestay. 2. You must stay at Dayuan for 4 nights. That on the 5th day at 11 o'clock in the morning. Gather at the bus station entrance to depart on time. Latecomers will be left behind. The blood characters lingered only briefly. As they absorbed the information, it vanished without a sound. Is the task really this simple? The nearly collapsed man in the suit was suddenly revitalized. The others exhaled in relief, casting skeptical glances at Yujia. After her ominous warnings, they had anticipated tasks akin to being pursued by a vengeful spirit as in The Ring, or facing hordes of zombies like in The Walking Dead. They had not expected merely a tour. Perhaps Yujia had intended to frighten them, but not everyone felt reassured. Chinyu, the first to notice the appearance of the blood characters, remained alert. He could see that Yujia's anxiety was genuine. She was not merely fabricating horror. The so-called tourism might not be as innocuous as it seemed. Observing the group's easing tension, Yujia hastily emphasized, "I'm not deceiving you. This is far from simple. You will soon understand." Noting the lingering skepticism in their eyes, she recognized that further explanations would be futile. Her initial experience had mirrored their doubts. Only through first-hand encounters with true terror would they grasp the gravity of their situation. Nevertheless, she endeavored to caution her companions. In any case, remember the crucial points outlined in the task. Firstly, we are mandated to stay at Dayuan Homestay and cannot lodge elsewhere. Secondly, we must complete 4 nights there without leaving early. Finally, on the 5th day at 11 o'clock, we must reach the bus station promptly. Failure to do so will ensure we cannot return. Besides these points, we must also remain vigilant regarding the behavior and words of every NPC we encounter, discerning what is permissible and what is not. I am not trying to frighten you in this world. A moment's carelessness can lead to a most gruesome demise. The man in the suit, having absorbed her warnings, could not suppress his outburst. NPC? We're the NPCs. This is a ghost town, devoid of life. Before he could finish, he fell silent that it was not just him aside from Yujia. The remaining 5 newcomers gaped in astonishment like a magic trick. The once desolate town now brimmed with people. Travelers with various bags bustled in and out of the bus station. Pedestrians and vehicles traversed the streets. Shop owners appeared in formerly vacant storefronts, and customers browsed or haggled over goods. The once lifeless town had mysteriously come to life before their eyes. Yu Jia appeared unfazed. Once a task is issued, we can perceive the true nature of the location. This is the power of the bronze enigma. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Their last flicker of hope that this was merely an elaborate reality shattered to pieces. Suddenly, a silver van sped toward them. Screeching to a halt, a balding driver in his 40s leaned from the window, warmly greeting them. "Ah, esteemed guests, you have all arrived. I apologize for the wait. I am Tian Guangliang, the owner of Daiyuan Homestay. You may call me Old Tian. Hop in, and it'll take you to Daiyuan." This was the NPC Yu Jia had mentioned, the homestay owner Tian Guangliang. "Let's go." Night is approaching, Yu Jia urged, grasping the hand of a terrified female colleague. In lower-tier enigmas, certain entities prefer to manifest at night. Wandering outside after dark can be perilous. The group understood her implication after nightfall. Terrifying creatures could emerge to prey on them. Having witnessed the town's uncanny transformation, those who had initially doubted Yu Jia's warnings began to feel trepidation once more. Thus, they hastily boarded the vehicle. The van wove through streets, turning into a sparsely populated lane, ultimately halting before an antiquated mansion with black tiles and white walls. Old Tian welcomed them with pride. "Here we are, everyone. This is Daiyuan Homestay." This grand residence was once the estate of a landlord. Boasting excellent feng shui. To the west lies the main street for dining and shopping, and behind us are the mountains, offering splendid vistas. As Old Tian spoke, he led them through the dark red gate into the courtyard. Inside, they were greeted by a circular courtyard paved with bluish stones, encircled by houses with white walls and black tiles. The corridors connecting the buildings were adorned with crimson lanterns, exuding an antique charm. In that moment, the newcomers found themselves momentarily entranced. A genuine illusion of traveling to this quaint inn emerged. Old Tian pointed to the houses surrounding the courtyard. "Your guest rooms are on the east side, while the dining hall is located in the south wing. All of you have booked 3 meals a day. Once you register for your accommodations, you may proceed to dinner. To the west lies the lobby and front desk. Along with our family's residence, the remainder consists of storage and utility rooms." Suddenly, he emphasized his words. "By the way, the innermost storage area on the west side has a damaged roof and is currently under repair. Please refrain from entering to avoid any accidents. Moreover, the town is nestled against the mountains, and the fog can be particularly dense at night, which is detrimental to your health. It is advisable that you all remain indoors after dark." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu quietly inquired of Yu Jia, "Is this the reminder from the NPC we must adhere to avoid the western storage area and refrain from venturing out after nightfall?" "Yes," Yu Jia acknowledged with a glance of approval. "It's akin to playing a game, particularly in lower-level scenarios. NPCs often provide us with certain hints or clues. They guide us to avoid risks and discover a means to survive and escape this realm." She noticed that this young man, Qin Yu, was distinctly different from the other novices. After the initial shock subsided, he exhibited remarkable composure and attention to detail. Subsequently, Yu Jia, feeling a sense of responsibility, reminded the others. "Did everyone hear clearly? Do not venture out at night, and refrain from going to the western storage area." Her intentions were not born of a misguided sense of altruism. She was the only one among them with prior experience, while the others were complete novices. Based on the wisdom shared by seasoned entrants she knew, the survival probability in the least challenging scenarios remained relatively high, as long as one refrained from reckless actions that could provoke the malevolent forces lurking within. However, should these newcomers dismiss her warnings and act rashly, provoking the deadly rules of the supernatural, it could jeopardize her own life as well. Next, Old Tian escorted them to the western lobby, where he registered their information on the front desk computer. Afterward, he led them to the eastern wing to assign their rooms. 7 individuals were allocated 7 separate rooms. However, Yu Jia suggested they share accommodations, with 2 or 3 individuals in one room. This way, should danger arise, they could assist one another. Yet, she advised against clustering too closely to avoid total annihilation in the face of significant peril. Just as Yu Jia finished her suggestion, a dissenting voice broke through. Are you joking? These cramped guest rooms are already insufficient. Why should I share with others? Who do you think you are? From the very start, you've been bossing us around. Why should I heed your commands? The speaker was a woman with a permed hairstyle, in her 30s, with a robust physique, dressed in an expensive red wool coat paired with black leather pants, exuding an air of ostentation. She pointed her chubby hand, adorned with 4 distinct gemstone rings, at Yu Jia's nose, speaking arrogantly. Little girl, do you comprehend? My husband owns 5 companies, 5. When I travel, I reside exclusively in luxurious 5-star hotel suites. Now, being forced to stay in this dismal inn is one thing, but sharing a room with strangers, I might as well let the ghosts take me. As her words fell, a middle-aged man resembling a businessman chimed in. I have trouble sleeping and am not accustomed to sharing accommodations. That why Yu Jia strove to suppress her emotions. I merely offer my advice based on experience. As for whether you choose to heed it, that is entirely up to you. The ostentatious woman, Sun Tsilian, scoffed, promptly claiming the most spacious room, peony residence. The middle-aged businessman, Lu Feng, took the adjacent bamboo residence. The remaining 5 individuals, Yu Jia and the office worker Tang Xiaolin, shared plum blossom residence. Qin Yu, the suited man Lin Buichao, and university student Qian Duo squeezed into pine of longevity residence. After they each settled into their respective rooms for a brief respite, Old Tian returned to summon them to the southern dining hall for dinner. Boss Tian, it's remarkably quiet here. Why haven't we seen any other staff or guests? While en route to the dining hall, Yu Jia engaged Old Tian in casual conversation to glean insights about the inn. The task released by this scenario mandated their stay at Daiyuan Inn, indicating that this establishment and its inhabitants held significant importance in the current mission. Old Tian, appearing to be a kind-hearted individual, wore a perpetually warm smile on his gaunt face. Oh, we operate a small business. It's just my wife, son, and me here. There are no other employees. Currently, it's the off-peak tourist season, so we have only a few guests, just you folks. Is there truly no one else here? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu pointed toward the west, puzzled. Who is the elderly lady standing over there? Old Tian glanced in the direction Qin Yu indicated, and in an instant, his expression shifted dramatically, stammering. Wait, are you joking, young man? The others also turned to see the direction Qin Yu was pointing, their expressions growing increasingly bewildered. That Yu Jia could not help but interject. Qin Yu, what are you talking about? There's no one over there. Chapter 2. The inn's chill inspector. He has been targeted by a ghost. Qin Yu was not jesting, nor was he suffering from hallucinations. He genuinely beheld an elderly woman with flowing white hair, hunched over, quietly standing at the entrance of the innermost room on the west side. However, according to Lao Tian and Yu Jia, there was no one there. Did you all not see her? Qin Yu's heart tightened as he urgently sought confirmation from the others. They all shook their heads. Bro, you must be seeing things. Seriously, there's no old lady. Don't scare me. Qin Yu frowned in disbelief. The fact that the other newcomers could not see the old woman did not seem like a ruse. Yet he was certain that Lao Tian had seen her too, as his complexion had drastically changed. But why would Lao Tian deny it? Wait. Qin Yu suddenly realized something. In shock coursed through him, the room the old lady leaned against must be the west warehouse that Lao Tian had warned them to avoid. A sense of foreboding washed over him. At that moment, the old lady underwent a terrifying transformation. Her wrinkled face turned a ghastly shade of blue and purple. Her eyes bulging, and suddenly, a long, serpentine tongue, black and purple, slithered out of her mouth, dangling down to her abdomen. This was no living human. She was clearly a vengeful spirit. Qin Yu gasped in horror, his face paling. In an instant, the old lady vanished. Lao Tian forced a smile. It's just us 3 here. There's no old lady. You must have misseen, dear guest. He hastily ushered everyone toward the dining hall in the south, seemingly eager to evade something. The dining area was neither too large nor too small, adorned in a retro style. After everyone settled down, Lao Tian retreated to the kitchen to fetch dishes. As soon as he left, Lu Feng, the middle-aged owner, anxiously interrogated Qin Yu. Young man, you just saw a ghost, right? An old lady ghost, correct? Qin Yu hesitated to respond immediately, but the expressions of the others revealed their suspicions. Lin Buqiao, seated beside him, leaped up in panic, distancing himself. It's still not fully dark, and you saw a ghost already. According to Miss Yu, you must be targeted by it. You can't stay in the same room as us tonight. You should take another room to avoid putting everyone at risk. Before Lao Tian called them for dinner, Yu Jia had gathered a few people to discuss the rules of the Copper Realm she knew. During the conversation, she had mentioned that individuals targeted by ghosts often exhibited unusual behaviors compared to others. At this moment, Qin Yu was indeed unlike the rest. Out of the 7, he was the only one who had seen the ghost. There was no doubt he had been marked by it. The wealthy woman, Sun Xiaolian, looked at Qin Yu as though he were a deadly plague. Horror movies always portrayed the first character to encounter a ghost as the one who perished the quickest. The others cast inquiring glances at Yu Jia. She remained silent, her eyes filled with sympathy and regret as she regarded Qin Yu. Given his earlier demeanor, she had harbored high hopes for him, especially since the other newcomers appeared unreliable. She had hoped to collaborate with him to enhance their chances of survival. To her utter dismay, this promising young man had the worst luck imaginable, being the first to encounter a ghost. In her heart, Yu Jia silently categorized him among the doomed. Simultaneously, she sensed that, despite being a first-level eerie realm, this one seemed far more perilous than her previous experience. Last time, on their first day of entry, they had remained unscathed until the second night when the ghosts emerged. But this time, before they had even settled in, the specter had already made its appearance. The question lingered, when had Qin Yu triggered the death rules to attract the vengeful spirit's gaze? Yu Jia had no clue. Her sympathetic gaze made the others realize that Lin Buqiao and Sun Xiaolian were correct. Qin Yu was doomed. Several individuals mimicked Lin Buqiao, dragging their chairs away to distance themselves from him. In an instant, Qin Yu found himself isolated, until a timid voice broke the tension. Qin Yu might not necessarily be targeted by a ghost, right? Perhaps he simply misidentified something? This old house is rather eerie, and with the impending darkness, it's easy to conjure illusions. Everyone, including Qin Yu, turned to the speaker. It was Qian Duo, a third-year university student, whose round eyes sparkled with a naive brilliance as he raised his hand while speaking. Under the intense scrutiny of the group, he grew visibly nervous. Retracting his raised hand and awkwardly touching his nose, he appeared to be a foolish child. Lu Feng regarded Qian Duo with the condescending eyes reserved for those with intellectual disabilities. This was precisely why he was reluctant to share a room with such individuals. They were either foolish or malevolent, or simply unfortunate souls marked by ghosts. His own experiences had taught Lu Feng a crucial lesson in this world. The least trustworthy beings were humans. Many would kill or commit heinous acts for mere trifles, especially now, when their lives were at stake. Look at Lin Buqiao. Just a moment ago, he had scoffed at the idea of sharing a room with others, acting as if he were so virtuous. But now, the moment Qin Yu faced trouble, Lin was the first to jump up, eager to cast him out of their shared room. It was utterly hypocritical. Lin Buqiao sensed Lu Feng's disdainful gaze and was about to defend himself when Lao Tian and his wife, Huang Mei, emerged with dishes. Thus, he had no choice but to silence himself. The couple swiftly set the table, presenting a lavish spread that filled the air with delightful aromas. However, everyone present barely touched their food. Their spirits were heavy, leaving them without appetite, and fears of the food being tainted loomed large. Had they not needed to endure 5 days in this haunted place, they would have starved rather than risk consuming the meals here. The group hastily finished their dinner, and by then, the night had completely enveloped them. The fact that Qin Yu had encountered a ghost lay starkly before them, without Yu Jia needing to remind them. Everyone instinctively dashed back to their rooms, locking the doors behind them. Qin Gu, how about I stay with you? Qian Duo, unable to bear the thought of Qin Yu being cast aside, tugged at his sleeve. Thanks, but I'll be fine alone. Qin Yu declined the offer, choosing an empty room to occupy. Lin Buqiao sneered at his retreating figure. At least he knows to be sensible. Just moments ago, he had worried that Qin Yu might refuse to leave and insist on staying with them. If that had been the case, he wouldn't have hesitated to show his true colors. After Qin Yu entered his room and locked the door, he glanced out at the western warehouse shrouded in night. There was no doubt, he had indeed seen the old lady's ghost. According to Yu Jia's experience, the specter would soon come to claim his life. He should have felt fear, anxiety, or even despair and collapse. Yet, as the initial shock of encountering the ghost subsided, he found himself unnervingly calm to the point of surprise. Before dinner, Yu Jia had gathered them once more. They briefly introduced their identities and professions from their original worlds. Qin Yu was no exception, revealing that he was an illustrator, creating simple illustrations for online sale. However, he concealed a crucial detail. He had recently suffered amnesia due to a car accident. Just before being drawn into the copper realm, he had returned to his solitary residence after being discharged from the hospital. Thus, he felt strangely unfamiliar with himself at that moment. It seemed he possessed a remarkable level of courage. After washing his face in the room's modest bathroom, Qin Yu looked up at the stranger reflected in the mirror, offering himself a self-deprecating smile. Meanwhile, at the cooling residence, where on earth is my phone? Lu Feng, after a frantic search of his person, suddenly leapt to his feet. Cursed be it. He had left his mobile phone on the dining table in the cafeteria. In a moment of desperation, he struck himself across the face and, without a second thought, flung open the door, intent on racing to the cafeteria. Outside, the chill of the night air enveloped him like a shroud. Abruptly, he halted, jolted into awareness. Yu Jia had cautioned him that the nights in this accursed place were exceedingly perilous. NPC Lao Tian had also warned them not to venture outside after dark. What to do? Panic surged, and cold sweat beaded on Lu Feng's forehead. That phone contained his chat history with his childhood friend. Should the contents be divulged, he would find himself utterly doomed. Last week, Lu Feng's wife had drowned in a secluded river within a park. It appeared to be an unfortunate accident. Yet, it was anything but. In truth, Lu Feng had paid his childhood friend a sum of money to hold his wife beneath the water. Desperation had driven him. He had suffered a catastrophic investment failure and was buried under a mountain of debt. The merciless creditors threatened to extract his kidneys as payment. If he could secure the life insurance payout from his wife's accidental death, it would alleviate his financial crisis. He had believed that this murder, meticulously plotted, would be foolproof. However, today, as he awaited the arrival of the insurance company personnel, he received a WeChat message from his childhood friend, warning that someone had witnessed his crime and had sent a blackmail letter. Lu Feng was struck with dread. Before he could collect himself, he was abruptly transported to this ghastly realm by a looming bronze mask. Since his arrival, he had been in a frenzy, forgetting to erase the WeChat messages from his friend. At this moment, his phone was nowhere to be found. Lu Feng had set a lock screen password, making it unlikely for anyone who found the phone to unlock it. Yet, his guilt gnawed at him, and he mentally berated his friend for his foolishness. How could he trust that dimwit to handle such matters? Not only had the murder been witnessed, but he also dared to message Lu Feng about it, fearing that the police might not catch them in the act. What should he do? Was it worth the risk to retrieve his phone? Then, an idea struck him. He slapped his forehead in excitement. Yu Jia had mentioned that, barring a few unfortunate souls, novices generally commenced their trials in the least challenging level of the eerie realm. This level posed minimal difficulty. It was rare for a ghost to claim multiple victims in a single night. The lad named Qin had already attracted the ghost's attention, which meant that the specter would be preoccupied with him tonight and would not seek to harm anyone else. Thus, Lu Feng reasoned, whatever he undertook this night, he would surely be safe. After this analysis, the tension in his body began to dissipate, and a smile of relief graced his face. No longer hesitating, he stepped across the threshold and dashed into the enveloping darkness of the night. Chapter 3, The Inn's Dismemberment Demon. The first victim, Lu Feng, left his lodgings and plunged into the night, hastening towards the dining hall. After only a few strides, a chilling gust of wind swept through, as if someone had exhaled sharply from the shadows. The large red lanterns suspended in the corridor extinguished silently. Startled, Lu Feng murmured, "What on earth? How could the bulbs within those lanterns be blown out by the wind?" However, he quickly dismissed the thought, suspecting old Tian was simply frugal with the electricity, turning off the lights to save costs. He even began to wonder if Tian's warning against venturing out at night was not due to actual danger, but rather an effort to conserve energy by extinguishing the courtyard lights early. Deprived of illumination, the vast courtyard was engulfed by an inky darkness. Fortunately, a few windows in the surrounding houses still glimmered with light, providing some visibility. The temperature in this mountain town plummeted significantly after sunset, and the biting wind made him shiver uncontrollably. "I'm freezing." Lu Feng tightened his coat and quickened his pace. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely as he suddenly halted. How long had he been running since leaving his room? Surely more than 10 minutes had passed. Exhausted, he was panting, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Yet, the warm glow of the dining hall remained tantalizingly out of reach, flickering like a will-o'-the-wisp in the distance. Something felt off. Sweat beaded on Lu Feng's brow. Earlier, it had taken them no more than 4 minutes to walk to the dining hall. Now, despite his frantic running, he had yet to arrive. Gulp. A wave of anxiety surged within him. Suddenly, the unsettling sound of footsteps echoed from the darkness ahead, shattering the night stillness. Accompanying it was a jarring scraping noise, as if a heavy metallic object was being dragged across the courtyard stone floor. "Who is there?" Lu Feng called out, his voice trembling as he turned towards the source of the sound. From the shadows emerged a ragged figure, its head grotesquely sunken, and beneath disheveled white hair, a face marred by blood and decaying flesh. The figure brandished a long-handled axe, its sharp blade scraping against the stone as it advanced, producing a bone-chilling sound. A ghost. Lu Feng's heart raced, and he turned to flee. "Stop. Don't run." The axe-wielding specter growled in a chilling rasp, pursuing him with relentless intent. "Help. Someone. Please." Lu Feng's terror overwhelmed him, his legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. The white-haired demon closed in. "No, please don't kill me. You're looking for that Qin Yu, aren't you?" "Yes, in that room. Please, let me go." In his sheer panic, Lu Feng realized that this specter did not resemble the elderly female ghost described by Qin Yu. Rather, it appeared male. Yet, his mind, clouded with fear, rendered him incoherent. Tears streaming down his face as he pointed desperately towards Qin Yu's room, pleading for the specter to spare him and seek out Qin Yu instead. The white-haired ghost paid no heed to his cries, raising the axe high and bringing it down with a savage swing. Moments later, a spine-chilling scream pierced the night, soon cut short, replaced by the sound of dull thuds, akin to a butcher chopping meat. In Meihua residence, Tang Xiaolan's face drained of color as she covered her ears, trembling in her bed. What was that sound? Was Qin Yu killed by the ghost? Yu Jia, huddled by the window facing the courtyard, held her breath and cautiously peered through a crack in the curtains. The previous cries had morphed into a haunting wail, and she could not discern if it was indeed Qin Yu. Outside, the courtyard lay shrouded in darkness. On ordinary nights, even without light, one could adapt to the darkness enough to discern their surroundings. But now, the darkness felt like a solid, impenetrable slab of ink. Yu Jia could see nothing and drew the curtains closer. It must be Qin Yu in trouble. Who else could it be? None of the others have seen the old woman's ghost. Let us try to sleep. At least we're safe for tonight. We'll figure things out in the morning. Returning to her bed, an ominous premonition washed over Yu Jia. This mission was proving far more perilous than her previous experience. It was only the first night, and already a ghost was on the prowl, claiming lives. How could anyone possibly sleep? Tang Xiaolan sobbed in fear. Had she been able to maintain her composure after hearing Yu Jia's earlier descriptions of the place? The chilling cries and the sounds reminiscent of flesh being cleaved sent her spiraling into panic. Yu Jia, too, felt a growing unease but forced herself to remain calm. "We must try to rest, even if sleep eludes us. We have to endure 5 days here. If we do not gather our strength, how can we navigate this perilous situation and survive the ghost's wrath?" Despite her resolve, Yu Jia, a novice on her second venture, tossed and turned, unable to find solace that night, much like Tang Xiaolan. After what felt like an eternity, night finally yielded to dawn, and Yu Jia, with dark circles under her eyes, rose and opened the door, determined to investigate, hoping to find clues among Qin Yu's remains that might aid her escape. Those drawn into the bronze enigma appeared unchanged from their former selves, yet their corporeal forms within the enigma were illusory. Upon death, their souls would be consumed by the realm, and the ethereal body would vanish after some time. The true body left in the original world would also perish in various ways upon the soul's demise. With Qin Yu gone, his soul had been devoured, and soon, his illusory form would dissipate as well. If she delayed, she would miss her chance to see him. As she stepped out of her room, she collided with another figure. Looking up, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Every hair stood on end. "Are you human or ghost?" Qin Yu instinctively touched his face. The bed here is too hard. I didn't sleep well last night, so I must look worse than a ghost." Seeing his chest rise and fall, indicating he was indeed alive, Yu Jia was taken aback. "You're not dead? Then who was screaming last night?" Other guests, alerted by the commotion, opened their doors, peering out. They too had spent a night fraught with fear, their faces pale and drawn. Upon seeing Qin Yu standing there unscathed, their astonishment rivaled Yu Jia's. "Qin Gu, you're safe. This is wonderful." Qian Duo, with wide, innocent eyes, rushed forward, joyfully patting his shoulder. Yu Jia quickly scanned the group, realizing one person was missing, Lu Feng, who had insisted on a room to himself, just like Sun Xiaoyan. She hastened towards the direction of the earlier sounds, the others following closely behind. as they rounded the foam mountain in the courtyard. A pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses. The group halted, horrified at the gruesome sight before them. Oh no, there's a corpse. In the clearing behind the false mountain, Lu Feng, once lively just a day before, lay dismembered, his body reduced to scattered chunks. His head was nearly severed. The remaining portion lying in a pool of blood, eyes wide open in a final expression of despair, as if reproaching the others for not coming to his aid the previous night. A cacophony of retching and screams filled the air, as a few individuals succumbed to their nausea. Struggling to maintain her composure, Yu Jia cast an odd glance at Qin Yu, who remained eerily silent. Aren't you afraid? Qin Yu replied. I am terrified. Yu Jia retorted, but you don't seem flustered. Qin Yu confessed. I suppose I am just in shock. Yu Jia pressed further. What did you do in your former world? Were you truly just an illustrator? She had sensed from the outset that he was no ordinary person. Last night, upon witnessing a ghost, she believed he was doomed, feeling a tinge of sorrow for him. To her astonishment, he emerged unscathed, displaying an unsettling calm in the face of Lu Feng's gruesome remains. I am merely an artist, Qin Yu stated, withholding the truth of his amnesia. As they were still strangers, Yu Jia nodded, though her expression betrayed her skepticism. In the treacherous realm of bronze, it was common for individuals to harbor suspicion towards unfamiliar faces, concealing their true identities and professions. To her, Qin Yu was undoubtedly concealing something. Time was of the essence. Yu Jia momentarily suppressed her curiosity about him, and, forcing down her discomfort, approached the mangled remains of Lu Feng. She bent down to scrutinize the scene. Yet, after a prolonged examination, she could ascertain only that he had been butchered by an axe or cleaver, yielding no further insights. At that moment, Sun Xiaolian, nearly emptying her stomach, suddenly sprang to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Yu, exclaiming with fervor, Hey, Lu Feng was actually killed by you, wasn't he? Chapter 4. The In's Corpse Fragmentation Demon. Internal strife. Confronted by Sun Xiaolian's sudden accusations, Qin Yu could not help but raise an eyebrow. What nonsense are you spouting? How is that nonsense? Sun Xiaolian's hands were firmly placed on her hips, her demeanor fierce. You were targeted by a ghost last night. It was clearly your fault. Then why did Lu Feng end up dead? There is but one answer. You, in a bid for self-preservation, schemed to make him your scapegoat. Lin Buochao chimed in with fervor. Sister Sun is right. How else can we explain Lu Feng's demise? He then sees Qin Duo, boasting. I warned you to steer clear of this guy, but you refused to listen. What now? If I hadn't decisively chased him out last night, it would be me, and you lying here. Qin Duo blinked innocently. No, that can't be true. Qin Gu wouldn't. What do you know, you fool? Sun Xiaolian interrupted him. I've sensed he is not a good person. Everyone, listen to me. We must restrain him and prevent him from wreaking further havoc. If we do so, the ghost will surely turn its attention to him, and we will be safe. Absolutely right. Lin Buochao exclaimed, waving his arms excitedly. Let us all go together and capture him. Then, he glanced at Sun Xiaolian, and she returned the look, both silently urging one another to act. Noticing that both were merely shouting slogans without taking action, they each cursed the other as a coward in their minds and turned their hopeful gazes toward the others. Tang Xiaolan, feeling queasy, leaned against the artificial hill with her eyes closed, hoping for no assistance. Qin Duo, with a naive expression, remarked, I don't think Qin Gu is a bad person. Yu Jia quickly interjected, calm down. Everyone. Disunity is the greatest taboo in a ghostly realm. I've heard from seasoned travelers that several teams of entrants have perished due to mutual suspicion, leading to self-inflicted massacres. Sun Xiaolian and Lin Buochao were all talk and no action. However, Qin Yu was not inclined to indulge them. With swift strides, he approached, and like a chick, lifted Lin Buochao off the ground. What are you doing? The frail Lin Buochao struggled desperately, but his weak strength was no match for Qin Yu, who hoisted him into the air. With a thud, Qin Yu slammed him against the artificial hill, gripping his neck. You, this pathetic piece of trash, dare to dream of subduing me? Who gave you the audacity? Last night, Lin Buochao had chased him out of the room for self-preservation, which Qin Yu could comprehend. After all, they were merely strangers, and no one owed anyone anything. However, at this moment, as Lin Buochao and Sun Xiaolian clamored to capture him, it was something Qin Yu could not tolerate. He was acutely aware that if not for his imposing stature, Lin Buochao and Sun Xiaolian would have surely acted on their threats. If they succeeded, what hope would remain for him? Therefore, he tightened his grip on Lin Buochao's neck. Devoid of any psychological burden, Lin Buochao, staring into Qin Yu's amber-hued eyes, felt a tremor of fear reminiscent of the yellow-eyed demons in the American dramas he had once watched. Overwhelmed by terror, he whimpered, "I was wrong. Please let me go. I want to speak out again." Cheney released him, disdainfully wiping his hands on Lin Wuchao's suit before turning his cold gaze towards Sun Xiaolian's flabby visage. "Consider yourself fortunate. I generally do not strike women. But should you dare to utter another word, your luck will cease." Sun Xiaolian trembled under his icy stare, finally realizing that this Cheney was not to be trifled with. He was not like her husband's employees, who would cower under her reprimands. Nor was he among the impoverished individuals she had often looked down upon, whom she could easily silence with money. If she truly provoked this Cheney, he would undoubtedly make her regret it. For the first time, Sun Xiaolian experienced the frustration of being wealthy yet powerless, her cheeks quivering with anger. But she dared not utter another word. The corpse, the corpse. After regaining her composure, Tang Xiaolan gazed at Lu Feng's scattered remains, the blood vanishing without a trace, nearly causing her to faint again. Yu Jia quickly supported her. "There's nothing strange about this. I mentioned before that those who die in the Bronze Ghost Realm have their phantom bodies dissipate. Dear guests, you're all up quite early. Breakfast is ready. You may proceed to dine." At that moment, old Tian emerged from the west, still adorned with his usual cheerful demeanor. He pulled out a mobile phone from his pocket and asked, "Which guest left their phone in the dining hall last night?" The few present instinctively checked their pockets. "Not mine. My phone is here." "Neither is it mine." Among the six, no one had lost their phone. Yu Jia glanced at the area where Lu Feng had fallen. Suddenly enlightened, "I see now." Qian Duo hurriedly asked, "What do you mean, I see now?" "Let us eat first. I'll explain later." With old Tian present, Yu Jia found it inappropriate to elaborate. Once everyone entered the dining hall and old Tian retreated to the kitchen, she whispered, "No wonder Lu Feng encountered trouble. He must have left his phone in the dining hall and only realized it after returning to his room. By that time, it was already dark. Ignoring my warning, he ventured out to retrieve his phone and met the ghost." Indeed, Yu Jia had warned them multiple times that it was dangerous at night and to stay indoors. Especially old Tian, the NPC they interacted with the most, had cautioned them against going out after dark. Yet, Lu Feng, stubborn as he was, refused to heed the warnings. For a mere phone, he had sacrificed his life. Having unraveled the reason behind Lu Feng's misfortune, Qian Duo murmured, "I told you. Uncle Lu's incident has nothing to do with Qin Ge. It was his own folly. How can it be unrelated?" Lin Wuchao mused, realizing that Lu Feng, much like himself, might have thought that with Qin Yu around, they were all safe, emboldening him to venture out after dark. While it was true that Qin Yu did not directly cause Lu Feng's death, he was nonetheless entangled in the circumstances. The ghost, originally intent on targeting Qin Yu, had instead encountered Lu Feng along the way. The fool had walked right into danger, and the ghost, uninterested in chasing further, simply dispatched Lu Feng instead. Yu Jia had mentioned that in lower-tier ghost realms, typically, a ghost would not kill multiple victims within the same time frame. Thus, Qin Yu had fortuitously escaped a calamity. Not only Lin Wuchao, but the remaining 5 also shared similar thoughts, though they dared not voice them, intimidated by Qin Yu's menacing aura. Yu Jia broke the silence first. "Let us eat. We need our strength to find a way out. The killer has already made an appearance, and we must act swiftly to uncover a solution. Can't we just stay holed up in our rooms for the next 3 nights?" Tang Xiaolan asked, her face drawn with despair. If only it were that simple. Yu Jia sighed, explaining, "In some ghost realms, it is only by violating certain rules that the specters will strike. In others, you can do nothing. And the ghosts might still come for you for various reasons. In this realm, the known rules to avoid are, do not go out at night, and do not enter the West Warehouse. But is it truly that simple? I cannot guarantee it. Regardless, it is far better to actively seek a way out than to wait idly for our demise. Moreover, let us not forget, according to the blood-written task, we are tourists. What kind of tourist hides away in their room all day? Who knows if staying hidden will lead to the judgment of not completing the tourist task, resulting in a death sentence." Upon hearing Yu Jia's words, Tang Xiaolan began to sob in despair. Yu Jia comforted her. "The difficulty of this ghost realm should not be insurmountable. If we unite, our chances of finding a way out remain substantial." Lu Feng's misfortune was a consequence of his recklessness. Under her comforting words, Tang Xiaolan's emotions finally stabilized somewhat. Having just witnessed Lu Feng's tragic state, the group found their appetites severely diminished. Yu Jia urged everyone to consume at least a little to sustain their strength, asserting that in the event of unforeseen circumstances, they would at least possess the vigor to resist. Reluctantly, the group picked up their chopsticks. The breakfast prepared by old Tion was quite lavish, featuring congee, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and pan-fried dumplings. Each person selected their preferred dishes, but as they began to eat, their expressions changed dramatically and in unison. They expelled the food they had just put into their mouths. Chapter 5. The Inn's Fragmented Corpse. The Disobedient Sun Boss. Tion, what is wrong with this breakfast? It's both spicy and salty. Ugh, it's burning me. Water, water. 6 individuals, having narrowly escaped the clutches of a ghost, found themselves nearly dispatched by what appeared to be a sumptuous breakfast. Hearing the commotion, old Tion hurried from the kitchen, puzzled. He scooped a bowl of plain congee, took a sip, and immediately spat it out with a loud expression of disgust, flailing his arms. Water, cough, water. Eventually, it was Chin Yu who poured him a glass of water. Old Tion tilted his head back and drank it in one go, finally regaining his composure. What happened? What is going on? Asked Huang Mei, the proprietress, as she rushed over. Fuming, old Tion waved his hand at his wife. It's all your precious son's doing. How did he prepare this breakfast? Huang Mei anxiously wrung her hands. He must not have done it on purpose. It was surely an accident with the seasonings. You're still covering for him. I see he has become this way because you indulge him. What is wrong with being a chef at our own inn? He keeps dreaming of leaving, and when I don't let him, he causes trouble every few days. Does he think it's easy out there? With his lazy disposition, he'll starve if he leaves this place. Old Tion, usually mild-mannered, was now in a fit of rage, clearly unable to tolerate his son any longer. Huang Mei opened her mouth, wanting to defend their son, but seeing her husband's agitation, she ultimately remained silent and began tidying up the breakfast table. My son is thoughtless and has caused trouble for everyone. After venting his anger at his wife, old Tion put on a congenial smile and apologized to the guests. No one spoke up, except for Sun Salian, who aggressively poked old Tion's chest, her demeanor imposing. How do you run a business? Creating such spicy dishes. Do you want to harm people? I told you, this shabby inn is uninhabitable. The terrifying demise of Lu Feng left her in a state of dread. And now she had found a target to vent her frustrations. Yu Jia quickly intervened. Old Tion was the owner of the inn, and their mission revolved around this establishment, indicating that the Tion family was a crucial NPC in their task. Offending him would not be wise. At Yu Jia's reminder, Sun Salian realized this was not their original world, nor was it her husband's company where she could act at will. However, seeing old Tion remain calm and still apologize to her, her anxiety began to dissipate. Are you overreacting? After old Tion and his wife left, Sun Salian disdainfully glanced at Yu Jia. I think this world, aside from being haunted, is not much different from our previous one. Running such a dilapidated inn is no different than working at the bottom. There is no need to treat them with kindness. Yu Jia could only shake her head in silence. Sun Salian was hopeless. She didn't want to waste more time on a complete fool. Next, Yu Jia began delegating tasks. She and Tang Xiaolan would stay at the inn to extract information from the Tian family. The others would pair off and head into town to gather intelligence. In summary, they needed to understand the murderer and the circumstances surrounding the inn to find a way out. Just as she finished assigning tasks, Sun Salian was the first to object. Why must we all listen to you? It said that in this haunted place, if we inadvertently offend a taboo, we'll attract the ghosts? If we run around as you suggest, what if we accidentally breach some unknown taboo? Wouldn't that hasten our demise? Anyone who wants to go can go. I refuse to court death. Lu Feng had met his misfortune at night, so she planned to hide in her room to ensure her safety. I think Sister Sun has a point. I also want to go. Lin Buchao shook his head repeatedly. He was terrified by Lu Feng's tragic fate and, like Sun Salian, wanted nothing more than to hide under the blankets. Yu Jia patiently explained. If hiding were enough to survive, then many wouldn't have perished in my last eerie experience. I admit that seeking clues carries certain risks, but it is the only path to finding a way out. Furthermore, it is daytime, and ghosts want to appear. This is the most suitable time to search for an escape. Sun Salian retorted. Only you know the true circumstances of the last eerie experience. Don't think that just because you've been through one more eerie situation than us, you have the right to act as the leader and dictate to us. Who knows what your true intentions are? Are you trying to lead us to provoke the ghosts and then ensure your own safety? Yu Jia trembled with anger. An experienced hand had once told her that in such eerie realms, unity is the greatest advantage because strength lies in numbers. 3 heads are better than 1. Working together is surely more effective than going solo and breaking through dilemmas and finding a way out. However, the elder had also sighed, saying that while it is easy to say, it is much harder to do. At this moment, Yu Jia deeply felt the elder's earlier helplessness. I'm skipping breakfast. I'll go stroll around town. Qin Yu stood up from his seat. Qin Gu, I'm coming with you. Qian Duo followed suit. Yu Jia cast them a grateful glance. Good, try not to act alone, as it will allow you to assist one another if anything happens. We'll reconvene at 11:30. Qin Yu nodded, grabbed his coat from the back of the chair, and left. Hey, Qin Gu, wait for me. Qian Duo hurried after him. Yu Jia took Tang Xiaolan to find the Tian family. Sun Xiaolian, however, scoffed disdainfully, having just witnessed Lu Feng's pitiful state. She had lost her appetite and decided to skip breakfast altogether, retreating back to her room. Lin Buchao followed suit. Suddenly, a fierce argument erupted from the kitchen. You little rascal, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Always slacking off, just hanging out with your unruly friends. Where do you think you're going? Come back. Come back. Old Tian yelled and scolded, his voice brimming with hysteria as he berated his son. Huang Mei stood by, trying to mediate, but to no avail. In a fit of rage, Old Tian lashed out at her too. Old Tian's son said something that only fueled his father's fury further. The sounds indicated that he had grabbed something to strike his son. Huang Mei screamed, desperately trying to intervene. Bang! The side door of the kitchen burst open, and a boy of 18 or 19 burst out, his golden hair billowing like a dyed dandelion in the wind. A colorful array of earrings dangled from his left ear, embodying a typical non-mainstream style. It was undoubtedly Old Tian's son, Tian Chao. After he stormed out, Old Tian followed closely, his face dark as thunder, brandishing a rolling pin and attempting to continue the chase. Huang Mei clung to him tightly. Dear, the guests are watching. This remark finally had an effect. Old Tian hesitated, slowly lowering the raised rolling pin. Seizing the moment, Tian Chao swiftly darted out of the inn entrance, disappearing from sight. I apologize for the spectacle, esteemed guests. Old Tian handed the rolling pin to his wife, rubbing his hands in frustration. Such misfortune at home, such misfortune. My disobedient son has never been a source of peace. Punishment does no good. Sigh. Chapter 6. The Inn of Fragmented Corpses. The inhabitants here are all wary of Dai Yuan. Yu Jia tugged at Tang Xiaolan and approached, seizing the opportunity to engage in conversation with Old Tian. Please do not be upset, Boss Tian. The child simply lacks understanding. Gentle guidance is all that is needed. We must never resort to striking a child. If they become damaged, what then? Huang Mei nodded in agreement, indeed. A Chao is not a bad child. He used to be quite well behaved. It's just that he has recently befriended some unsavory companions, which has led to this behavior. I have urged Old Tian to speak with him, but with his temperament. Old Tian waved his hand, interrupting her. Haven't I spoken with him? Has it made any difference? Just look at the company he keeps lately. What good deeds has he accomplished? If I do not discipline him sternly, the police will eventually come knocking at our door. Old Tian, please refrain from speaking so harshly in front of our guests. Huang Mei tugged at her husband's sleeve with urgency. Old Tian sighed in resignation, forcing a faint smile. My apologies, dear guests. The little rascal has run off, and breakfast will take a while to prepare. If you wish, I can step out to procure some food. It's quite all right, Yu Jia interjected. Pointing to Qin Yu and Qian Duo, they have decided not to eat and plan to explore the area instead, so they will find something for themselves. Xiaolan and I are not hungry. We can manage with whatever you have on hand. Oh, is that so? Then that works, Old Tian replied, visibly relieved. Qin Yu took the opportunity to ask, Boss, could you recommend any interesting places in this town? Yu Jia suggested that he and Qian Duo venture outside to gather information. However, this town is not small. They cannot simply wander aimlessly like headless flies. Given that Old Tian's family plays a pivotal role in this peculiar scenario, Qin Yu decided to solicit their insights to uncover relevant clues. Our town's finest attraction is undoubtedly the mountainous scenery, Old Tian declared with enthusiasm. Huang Mei interjected suddenly. There are many mountains here, so be cautious not to stray. The northern mountain is off limits. It is a graveyard, and further in lies an old mass burial site quite terrifying. Old Tian shot her a glare. They are looking to have fun, and you mentioned graveyards and burial sites? How ominous. Huang Mei pouted. I'm merely concerned for their safety, lest they wander astray. Oh, young man, our town lacks the larger stores that cities boast. If you seek food or daily necessities, head to Ifu Supermarket at the end of West Street. It is the largest and finest market we have. This time, Old Tian refrained from scolding his wife. Instead, wearing a genuinely warm smile, nodding eagerly, yes, Ifu Supermarket. The owner is my friend. They have everything and prices are fair. You must go there for your purchases. Old Tian enthusiastically promoted his friend's business. Ifu Supermarket, noted. Thank you. Qin Yu replied with a smile, and after speaking, he beckoned Qian Duo to head outside. Guests, do not linger outside too late. Remember to return before dark. Old Tian cautioned earnestly. Understood. Qin Yu gestured an okay sign in response. Meanwhile, Yu Jia and Tang Xiaolan remained, engaging in conversation with Old Tian and his wife. Yu Jia's eloquence and understanding left a favorable impression on them, and the couple's demeanor towards her grew noticeably warmer as they began to lament their wayward son. As Qin Yu and Qian Duo exited the gates of Daiyuan, they surveyed their surroundings. The previous day, they had been engulfed in the shock of being drawn into the Bronze Realm, leaving them little time to observe the vicinity of Daiyuan closely. Today, they noted that the entrance featured a quaint stone-paved path and a nursery, exuding an unusual tranquility. Across the path lay a small river, and only at a considerable distance were shops and pedestrians visible. Why is it so quiet around Daiyuan? Their ISNTA soul in sight? Qian Duo scratched the back of his head. By the way, Qin Ge, where shall we go to gather information? Qin Yu pointed toward the distant shops. Let us procure some food first and take the opportunity to inquire with the merchants about the happenings at Daiyuan. With a murderous specter residing there, I find it hard to believe that the locals are oblivious to its existence. It is precisely because of this that they keep their distance from the place. The pair traversed the street, circumventing the river to arrive at a more bustling area, which was the West Street mentioned by Old Tian and his wife. Qin Yu selected a breakfast shop and pulled Qian Duo inside. Yu Jia had mentioned that their wealth from the original world, even mobile payments, could still be utilized in the strange realm. Qin Yu casually ordered some food, and the breakfast shop offered a diverse array of choices. He noticed other patrons had ordered tofu pudding. Ugh! Qian Duo, upon seeing the steaming bowl of tofu pudding, was involuntarily reminded of Lu Feng's severed head, causing him to gag. Grimacing, he swallowed back the bile rising in his throat and waved his hand at Qin Yu. Forget it, Qin Ge, I'll pass. I'll head over to the nearby convenience store for drinks and gather some information instead. Qin Yu nodded in agreement, and after Qian Duo turned to leave, he turned back to the busy shopkeeper. Boss, I'd like 4 pan-fried buns, 2 vegetable dumplings, and 2 tea eggs to go. Coming right up. The shopkeeper quickly packed the requested items and handed them over, totaling 12 yuan. Qin Yu accepted the food and paid via mobile scan. While the mobile device could not connect to the familiar world's network, it functioned as Yu Jia had described, allowing for strange yet normal transactions. Moreover, although they had been 7 individuals, now only 6 remained, they were still able to communicate through calls and messages seamlessly. At this moment, the breakfast shop was not crowded, allowing Qin Yu to engage in casual conversation with the owner to inquire about Daiyuan. However, upon hearing the name, the once amiable shopkeeper's demeanor shifted dramatically. He shook his head vigorously, claiming ignorance about that place, then pretended to be busy, ignoring Qin Yu entirely. Not only the owner, but several patrons seated at tables also frowned at the mention of Daiyuan. When Qin Yu cast a glance in their direction, they either buried their heads in their meals or hastily pulled out their phones, striving to avoid any eye contact. Realizing this, Qin Yu understood that he would not glean any information from these individuals. He discreetly left the shop with his breakfast, moving on to another establishment, only to receive the same cold reception. Everywhere he went, as soon as he identified himself as a guest of Daiyuan, the atmosphere shifted, and people distanced themselves from him. After more than 10 minutes, Qian Duo returned with a bag of drinks and fruits, his face marked with confusion. Qin Ge, something feels off. I asked the convenience store owner about Daiyuan, and he practically kicked me out. The same happened at the fruit shop. Qin Ge, this is strange. Qian Duo, despite his simplicity, sensed the anomaly. It seems everyone here is genuinely afraid of Daiyuan. Chapter 7. What transpired at the B&B with the dismembered corpses? There is certainly something amiss at the B&B. The locals must know the secrets lurking within, yet whether it is fear or some other reason, they are reluctant to divulge the truth to us. Upon concluding his statement, Qin Yu handed a tea egg and a vegetable bun to Qian Duo, urging him to eat something. Yu Jia was indeed correct. Even in perilous surroundings, they must replenish their energy regularly to maintain strength and a clear mind, enabling them to confront any imminent danger. Qian Duo understood that Qin Yu's intentions were for his well-being. He first offered Qin Yu a bottle of drink, and they sat together on the edge of a flower bed, struggling to consume the tea egg and bun along with the beverage. He nearly choked, rolling his eyes and pounding his chest before grimacingly asking Qin Yu, "Brother Qin, what shall we do next?" These individuals refuse to speak the truth. We cannot force them to divulge their secrets, can we? Why are we so unfortunate? Throughout my life, I have never engaged in any unscrupulous deeds. And yet here I find myself in this dreadful place. The more Qian Duo pondered, the more despondent he became, on the verge of tears. We should visit the Yifu supermarket on West Street, suggested Qin Yu. Yu Jia had mentioned that the process of completing tasks within a mysterious realm resembled the deduction games, or murder mysteries, they typically enjoyed, ensuring one would not be left entirely in the dark. Conversely, these enigmatic realms, especially the lower-tier ones, often arranged for certain NPCs to reveal clues, allowing those who enter to seek the truth and a path to survival. Previously, Qin Yu had deliberately extracted information from the pivotal NPCs, the old Tian couple. Huang Mei had mentioned 2 locations that piqued his interest, one being Beishan. Huang Wan cautioned them, stating it was a burial ground, a mass grave, and they should avoid it at all costs. Yu Jia had emphasized that within a mysterious realm, one should steer clear of perilous locations unless absolutely necessary, such as the room at the highest point in the west that old Tian had previously warned them about, or places inherently prone to hauntings like cemeteries and crematoriums. The cemetery at Beishan, specifically mentioned by Huang Mei, might harbor some clues. However, Qin Yu was unwilling to take risks and court death without certainty. The other location Huang Wan mentioned was the Yifu supermarket. Old Tian was friends with the owner of this supermarket, and perhaps this acquaintance would play a significant role in the bizarre game. The ominous cemetery should not be approached lightly. Yet venturing to the supermarket during daylight hours would likely pose no significant threat. Having consumed the last of his soup dumpling, Qin Yu called for Qian Duo, and they proceeded to Yifu supermarket. The supermarket was not difficult to locate, with a few inquiries. They found it situated at the end of West Street, near a small square. In comparison to the large supermarkets in the city, this store, lauded by the old Tian couple, was rather modest in size, yet it was considerable for this relatively small town. At that moment, just past 8:30 in the morning, customers were already entering and exiting the supermarket. Qin Yu and Qian Duo entered, taking a leisurely stroll inside, but discovered no peculiarities or clues. Thus, they pretended to shop, splitting up to engage with the supermarket staff to inquire about their employer. Remember, do not mention that we are guests of the BB, lest we face exclusion again, Qin Yu wisely advised Qian Duo. Nodding, Qian Duo made his way to the food section, while Qin Yu wandered into the toiletries aisle. The differences between the bronze mysterious realm and his original world in terms of hauntings were vast, yet many similarities persisted. At that moment, as Qin Yu merely glanced at the bottles of shower gel on the shelf, a woman in her 40s emerged from behind the racks, enthusiastically promoting her products. Hey there, handsome. Interested in shower gel? What brand do you prefer? The Jia brand is excellent and reasonably priced. You should buy a bottle to try. You'll see how great it is. All right, I'll grab a bottle to test. Qin Yu casually selected a bottle of shower gel and placed it in his shopping basket. What shampoo do you recommend? He inquired of the saleswoman. Of course, the shampoo is over here, the saleswoman beamed, guiding him to another shelf where she recommended a shampoo that promised to eliminate dandruff effectively. Qin Yu picked up the shampoo and casually asked, "Business seems to be thriving here. I heard the owner's surname is Lu." "Oh no, you've got that wrong," she promptly corrected him. "Our boss's surname is Zhou. However, what is it?" Qin Yu feigned curiosity. The saleswoman, charmed by his purchases, continued. After the supermarket expanded, Boss Zhou became wealthy. Men, you know how it is, money can lead them astray. Did Boss Zhou cheat? Qin Yu inquired tentatively. Indeed. We once hired a beautiful cashier named Fong Fong. The boss took a liking to her, embezzled funds from his family, abandoned his wife and son, and ran away with her. Qin Yu, seeking clues to survival, found himself bemused by the revelation of the Yifu owner's scandalous affair. The hour was still early, and the supermarket had few customers purchasing toiletries. Bored, the saleswoman continued to speak. It's truly unfortunate for the boss's wife. She endured hardship when they were broke. Just as they finally found some wealth, he turned his back and left for another woman. Thankfully, he has completely forsaken her. At least she retains the supermarket, which continues to generate income. Yes, the supermarket does seem to be doing well, Qin Yu concurred. When the owner fled, we were quite concerned. The owner's wife was merely a homemaker, unaccustomed to managing a business. Some townsfolk, seeing Yifu's success, entertained thoughts of stealing the business. Yet, the owner's wife proved capable and swiftly dealt with those competitors. Now, everyone respects her. Her assistant has mentioned several times that while the owner's wife may appear gentle, her management style mirrors that of the owner. At times, her tone even resembles his. It can feel as though she is the owner in a different guise. Naturally, the assistant's remarks were likely exaggerated. Yet it was undeniable that the owner's wife was quite competent, likely having learned by observing her husband. Well, they say you can't have two distinct personalities in the same bed, he mused. By the way, her son is doing well, studying at a prestigious university in the city. Though her husband has strayed, at least she and her son are managing to live comfortably. Just as they were speaking of her, the owner's wife arrived. Like her husband, she would tour the supermarket daily to oversee operations, following the direction indicated by the saleswoman. Chinyu observed a petite woman in her 40s being accompanied by employees as she surveyed the aisles. Contrary to Chinyu's expectation of a stern businesswoman, the owner's wife wore a gentle expression and smiled. However, her piercing gaze and the respectful demeanor of the accompanying staff suggested that her kindness was merely a facade. It was unclear whether the strain from her husband's betrayal or the burdens of business had taken a toll on her, for she appeared drastically emaciated, with high cheekbones and hollow cheeks. Her complexion was poor, and despite a thick layer of makeup, it could not conceal the darkness emanating from within. Chinyu scrutinized the proprietress carefully. Aside from noticing her considerable signs of age and weariness, he discerned nothing remarkable. After contemplating his choice of words, he inquired of the saleswoman, "Excuse me, madam, while strolling across the river, I happened upon a rather large old mansion. Might you tell me what that place is? The house appears quite antiquated." Chinyu, having learned from past experiences, concealed his identity as a resident of the Dai courtyard and subtly sought information about this location from the saleswoman. Upon mentioning the old mansion, a flicker of terror crossed the saleswoman's face. "You don't happen to reside there, do you?" she queried, her tone suggesting disbelief. "It seems you're not from around here. A local would surely be aware of the tales surrounding that house." "Not at all," Chinyu hastily refuted. "I merely passed by." "Is that so?" The saleswoman's skepticism was palpable as she returned to her earlier reticence, feigning busyness. "I have other matters to attend to. If you have no other purchases, the cash register is to your right." Such a response again, Chinyu mused. Whenever the Dai courtyard is mentioned, locals exhibit this fearful, taboo reaction, avoiding the subject entirely. What could have transpired in the Dai courtyard that instilled such profound terror in the townsfolk? If one could uncover its past, perhaps the truth behind the murderous fiend who revels in dismemberment might finally be revealed. Chapter 8. The Inn's Dismemberment Demon. There are certainly secrets among them. After failing to extract more information from the salesperson, Chinyu departed with a shopping basket, reuniting with Qianduo. Qianduo wore a frown, his expression one of distress. It turned out that he, like Chinyu, had learned of the scandalous affairs of the wealthy business owner. However, any mention of Dai Yuan caused a drastic change in the locals' demeanor. They ceased to acknowledge him altogether. Qianduo felt both fear and frustration. What had transpired at Dai Yuan must be far more dreadful than they could imagine, to elicit such terror from the people here. Sister Yujia had instructed them to gather information and seek clues about a living route. Yet, these individuals were as tight-lipped as clams, refusing to divulge anything. What were they to do? Were they truly to wait idly, as if playing a lottery game with ghosts, where whoever was drawn would meet their demise? The thought of Lu Feng's grim fate from that morning made Qianduo shudder. Chinyu was equally at a loss. They had gleaned nothing from the supermarket. Was it truly necessary to risk venturing to another place mentioned by Huang Mei, the North Mountain Cemetery? As Chinyu pondered, a commotion suddenly erupted ahead. "Hey, what is wrong with you? Why are you stealing my son's toy?" shouted a mother. "What do you mean, your son's toy? This is merchandise from the supermarket," retorted a yellow-haired youth, flanked by several similarly styled companions. "I'm Joe Boss's godson. I can take whatever I want from here. It's none of your business." The yellow-haired boy snatched a remote-controlled car from a 7- or 8-year-old boy. The boy's mother attempted to intervene, but was met with ridicule instead. The companions joined in the taunting. Seeing their numbers and their apparent mischief, the boy's mother hesitated to confront them directly and instead seized a passing supermarket employee, angrily demanding, "What is going on here? Is he really your boss's godson? How can he steal from customers? How do you conduct business? Chingu, isn't that old Tian's son? How shameless to steal from a child." Qianduo recognized the leader of the group as Tian Chao. Indeed, Chinyu nodded. It seemed that old Tian's son was no ordinary troublemaker. The supermarket employee, who had been caught in the mother's grasp, glanced at Tian Chao with a troubled expression. But soon, inspiration struck her, and she pointed to a nearby area. Our boss lady is over there. You might want to speak to her about this situation. Just then, the boss lady, who was inspecting the store, approached upon hearing the ruckus. The boy's mother seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations to her. The boss lady listened quietly to the customer's complaint, displaying an apologetic smile while offering reassurance. Not only did she promise to gift the boy an electric toy car, but she also had an employee hand the mother a discount coupon. Seeing this, the boy's mother refrained from saying more and took her child to select another toy car. Tian Chao stood nearby, watching the boss lady resolve the trouble he had caused with a sidelong glance, showing no sign of embarrassment, even appearing to revel in the chaos. Once the situation was settled, he seemed slightly annoyed and called out to his companions, "Brothers, take whatever you fancy. Joe Boss is my godfather. This supermarket is practically my home. No need to be polite." With that, he cast a taunting glance at the boss lady. His companions, taking his cue, rudely rummaged through the shelves, leaving a mess behind, clearly seasoned in such behavior. Subsequently, Tian Chao strode away, surrounded by his companions, not even bothering to acknowledge the boss lady. An employee, unable to tolerate the scene, complained to the boss lady, "Li Zong. This Tian kid comes here with his rowdy friends every few days, causing more trouble each time. Just because his father saved Zhou Zong's life, doesn't he mean he can act with such impunity?" The others chimed in agreement. However, the boss lady, with a gentle smile, replied, "As the saying goes, a drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of water. Old Tian saved old Shou's life. We must repay that kindness. Tian Chao is still young, and doesn't he understand? He will mature with time." The employees exchanged bewildered glances, but ultimately fell silent. Qian Duo nudged Qin Yu. "Qin Go. This boss lady is truly kind. Even after her husband ran off with another woman, she continues to repay debts and endures Tian Chao's mischief. Indeed. She is quite a good person," Qin Yu remarked thoughtfully. Her goodness almost seemed surreal. Observant as ever, Qin Yu noted that while the boss lady appeared amiable, her fingers trembled uncontrollably at her side, revealing her true feelings. Just moments earlier, Qin Yu had felt disheartened by their fruitless trip to the Yifu supermarket. Yet, in an instant, a lead had emerged. If he was not mistaken, the boss lady was far from the unconditionally benevolent figure she seemed. Rather, she was likely enduring Tian Chao's arrogance due to some compelling reason. A secret must exist between her and Tian Chao, one that forced her to compromise. "Let us go." Qin Yu suddenly seized Qian Duo, pulling him toward the direction Tian Chao had departed. Qian Duo, caught off guard, stumbled along. "Hey, Qin Gu, where are we rushing off to?" Ignoring him, Qin Yu hastily led him out of the supermarket, finally catching up with Tian Chao and his group in the small plaza adjacent to the store. This band of nonconformist youths sat on the lawn of the plaza, indulging in a feast of snacks and drinks they had taken from the supermarket. "Hey, handsome." Qin Yu feigned a chance encounter, greeting Tian Chao enthusiastically. Tian Chao, twisting open a bottle of cola, turned to see Qin Yu and Qian Duo, recognizing them as guests from Dai Yuan, his gaze flickering momentarily. "Oh, it's you guys. Out for a stroll?" "Yes, just buying a few things," Qin Yu replied with a smile. "We spotted you in the supermarket earlier. The boss lady was quite nice to you, treating you almost like a son." "Nice? Huh. Spare me," Tian Chao scoffed. Indeed, Qin Yu thought. The relationship between this boy and the boss lady was anything but straightforward. He pretended to misunderstand, intentionally stating, "Isn't that so?" "I saw the boss lady smiling and being kind-hearted." Tian Chao raised an eyebrow, his face a mask of mockery. He opened his mouth, seemingly ready to retort, but ultimately just waved his hand in irritation. "What do you, an outsider, know? I can't be bothered to explain." Despite his efforts to conceal it, Qin Yu, ever perceptive, detected a flicker of an unusual emotion in Tian Chao's evasive eyes. Fear. Tian Chao feared the boss lady? How could that be? Hadn't he just been brash in her presence? Qin Yu wanted to pry further, but Tian Chao seemed to sense his intentions from that point onward. He met every inquiry with impatience, eventually resorting to curses. "Why do you keep asking? Damn annoying. Just because you stay at Dai Yuan doesn't mean I have to cater to you. If you don't like it, pack up and leave Dai Yuan." Qian Duo, who had been mostly silent, could only smile bitterly at this. They too wished to leave, to return to their original world intact. But this cursed place wouldn't allow it. Time slipped away, and they had yet to uncover any clues about a living route. Who knew what terrifying events awaited them at the old house that night? "Hey, Tian Gu, are they guests at your family's inn?" One of Tian Chao's companions, sporting small braids, inquired curiously. Tian Chao huffed in annoyance. After receiving confirmation, the boy with the braids turned to Qin Yu and Qian Duo, asking, I've heard that Dai Yuan is haunted. Have you encountered anything? Chapter 9. The Inn of Shattered Corpses. The murderous demon suddenly, Tian Chao, a companion with a small braid, posed an unexpected question to Qin Yu and Qian Duo, inquiring whether they had encountered any ghosts at the Dai courtyard. This caught both of them entirely off guard. Earlier that morning, they had learned about Ifu's supermarket on West Street, and everyone they spoke to steered clear of the Dai courtyard. Now, someone was openly discussing its hauntings, leaving them momentarily speechless. What kind of ghost stories are being told about Dai courtyard? Do elaborate. In his excitement, Qian Duo hastily pressed the braided youth for more information. Lo Wei, you better not be courting death. Tian Chao snapped, urgently admonishing the young man. The others, too, shook their heads in fear at Lo Wei's remarks. Yet, Lo Wei remained unfazed. What is there to fear? Everyone in this town is overly anxious about Dai courtyard. I have never believed in ghosts. And I certainly won't start now. Tian Chao tugged at Lo Wei's shirt, attempting to silence him, but Lo Wei shrugged him off. Addressing Qin Yu and Qian Duo, you must be visitors staying at Dai courtyard, right? Tough luck for you. As you probably have no idea you're dwelling in a haunted house. Tian Chao and his parents certainly wouldn't inform you. This town is full of superstitious cowards. I doubt anyone would dare to tell you the truth. Years ago, a lunatic named Dai lived in Dai courtyard. This man was born peculiar, with a head of white hair from a young age and a troubled mind, constantly acting foolishly. He was the original owner of Dai courtyard, a descendant of a wealthy landlord named Dai, who happened to be Tian Chao's father's cousin. Dai's father passed away early, leaving his mother to raise him alone. However, 5 years ago, he completely lost his mind and attacked several people wandering alone in the wilderness or walking at night. This madman was brutal, often dismembering his victims with an axe. Eventually, it was the carpenter who had taught him his trade who inadvertently discovered his crimes and reported him to the authorities. However, the families of the victims received word before the police did and stormed into Dai courtyard. They stumbled upon Dai in a room, brutally murdering his latest victim, who happened to be the carpenter's daughter. In the ensuing chaos, Dai fled to the North Mountain graveyard and accidentally fell off a cliff, meeting his demise. His mother, unable to bear the loss, hanged herself in their home. Although the madman was dead, the horrors persisted. In the following months, the town witnessed a series of murders committed in the same manner. Victims' bodies were found hacked apart with an axe, discarded in desolate areas. Some even claimed to have seen Dai's spirit roaming the town at night, searching for his next target. The tales surrounding Dai became increasingly absurd, culminating in the belief that anyone who dared to mention his name would invoke his ghost, leading to their own demise by his axe. It is no wonder the townsfolk avoid discussing Dai. Qin Yu finally grasped the sequence of events. Indeed, Lo Wei shrugged. Not only is Dai feared, but the very Dai courtyard, where these tragedies occurred, has become a place that no one dares to approach. Only you outsiders, unaware of the truth, would have the audacity to stay there. Lo Wei, enough. Tian Chao pushed his friend forcefully. Can't you just shut up for once? Lo Wei feigned innocence. Tian Chao, I'm merely trying to help you. Don't you want to leave that haunted house and pursue your dreams in the city? If I spread the word about the hauntings, business at Dai courtyard will dwindle, and you won't be forced to work for your father there. Tian Chao, exasperated, shook his head. You know nothing. Please, stop being a hindrance. He then turned and quickly scanned the surroundings, as if searching for something, fear unmistakably flooding his eyes. Ultimately resting on the entrance of the supermarket. Qin Yu observed this with curiosity. Initially, he assumed Tian Chao feared the spirit of Dai. However, if that were the case, why did his gaze linger on the supermarket? Remembering the terror in Tian Chao's eyes when he mentioned the owner of Ifu, Qin Yu felt a stir of realization. Could it be that the owner of Ifu had a connection to the hauntings at the inn? Qian Duo was left dumbfounded by Lo Wei's tale. Upon noticing this, Lo Wei chuckled. Come on, big brother, do you really believe in such ghost stories? While it's true that Dai may have killed while alive, I refuse to accept that his spirit continues to murder after death. The notion that speaking his name summons his ghost to kill is utterly ludicrous, merely the fabrications of timid souls. Enough, Lo Wei. One of the companions interjected. Unable to contain themselves, if all of this is a fabrication, how do you explain the murders that occurred after the madman's death? Lo Wei shrugged. Perhaps it's a case of copycat killings. Haven't you seen it on television? When a place has a serial killer, some cunning individual mimics the killer's methods to eliminate someone they wish to harm, shifting the blame onto the original killer. You've watched too much television. A companion countered, shaking their head. But what about those who claim to have seen Dai's ghost? Surely, they can't all be mistaken? Perhaps they misinterpreted what they saw, or are simply lying, Lo Wei replied uncertainly. Tian Chao's complexion turned pale, and he seemed to lose the bravado he had displayed earlier in the supermarket. Seeing Qin Yu scrutinizing him, he angrily waved his arms and shouted, "What are you looking at? It's all your fault for causing trouble, you outsiders." Determined not to retreat at the slightest provocation, especially with the crucial lead they had discovered, Qin Yu remained unfazed by the outburst. When Tian Chao saw that Qin Yu was unresponsive, he had no choice but to turn and flee. Several companions quickly gathered their food and pursued him, leaving only Lo Wei behind, who said to Qin Yu, "You need not fear. All this talk of malevolent spirits is nonsense. Death is final, there are no ghosts." Qin Yu and Qian Duo exchanged glances, ultimately deciding against revealing to this skeptic that one of their companions had been brutally slain by a malevolent spirit the previous night at Dai Courtyard. Initially, they had believed the perpetrator to be the hanged old woman, but it now seemed more plausible that the murderer was Dai himself. The hanged woman was likely Dai's mother. Both had transformed into vengeful spirits, haunting the Dai Courtyard. Lo Wei appeared to be a chatterbox, continuing to ramble. Interestingly, Tian Chao and Dai were quite close. Tian Chao's father was the nephew of Dai's mother, and they lived in poverty, without even a proper house to their name, borrowing space in Dai Courtyard. Dai took care of Tian Chao as he grew up, often treating him to delicious food. After the incident, Tian Chao forbade anyone from discussing Dai, fearing it would attract his ghost. I believe it's more about his fondness for Dai, not wanting anyone to speak ill of him. Noticing that Lo Wei was tiring, Qin Yu quickly bought him some milk tea and snacks from a nearby tea shop, then continued to probe for more details about Dai. As Lo Wei sipped his drink and munched on the treats, he became increasingly forthcoming with information. He revealed that before his murderous rampage, Dai, having been somewhat simple-minded, struggled to engage in normal work. However, he was physically strong and robust. Thus, Dai's mother leveraged connections to secure him an apprenticeship with a local carpenter named Zhu. While Dai struggled in many aspects, he displayed a remarkable talent for woodworking. Within a short time under Zhu's guidance, he was able to craft ordinary furniture, tables, chairs, and cabinets with impressive skill. Zhu was highly satisfied, believing that with time, Dai would hone his craft and be capable of supporting himself through his trade. Dai's mother was overjoyed at this prospect. As she grew older, her sole means of survival relied on renting out the ancestral residence, which barely sufficed for her daily needs. However, the house, aged and dilapidated, required repairs she could not afford, resulting in an ever-decreasing number of tenants. The elderly matriarch worried that one day, should she no longer be present, her son would struggle to fend for himself and endure hardship. Fortunately, her son had finally learned the craft of carpentry, equipping him with a valuable skill for the future, which brought her some comfort. Alas, fate had other plans. The poor old lady's fleeting joy was shattered when the madman, Dai, became embroiled in a grave incident. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu could not restrain his curiosity. How old was Dai when he committed murder? Lo Wei pondered for a moment, probably just under 30. Qin Yu found it puzzling. He had been fine for the past 2 or 3 decades. Even if he was a bit simple-minded, he could still learn a trade. What could have driven him to suddenly go mad and kill? You've hit the nail on the head. Lo Wei commended him with a thumbs up. The madman's violent outburst was indeed provoked by a traumatic incident. His master, Zhu the carpenter, had a daughter named Zhu Zhuyu. No, it was Zhu Ling. The madman had developed feelings for her. Yet, how could such a beautiful and well-mannered young woman possibly be attracted to a fool with a head full of white hair? The rejection was unequivocal, and unable to cope with it, the madman erupted in a fit of rage, resulting in murder. Chapter 10. The In's Dismemberment Demon. A disappearance according to Lo Wei. After being rejected by Zhu Ling, the madman, Dai, was consumed by rage. However, he initially refrained from targeting Zhu Ling and instead unleashed his fury upon other innocents. After slaughtering 5 or 6 individuals, his thirst for vengeance remained unquenched, ultimately leading him to commit murder against Zhu Ling. Qin Yu inquired of Lo Wei how the carpenter, Zhu, discovered that Dai was the perpetrator. It appeared that he inadvertently stumbled upon the victim's belongings within Dai's toolbox, including a women's handbag and identification documents, all stained with blood. Understanding the situation, Qin Yu nodded and then asked, "By the way, is Dai familiar with Boss Zhou and his wife of Yifu?" Lo Wei seemed puzzled. They should not be acquainted. I have not heard Tang Xiao mention them. However, Tang Xiao's father has a good relationship with Boss Zhou. When Zhou went to Beishan to pay his respects to his ancestors, he accidentally broke his leg, and it was Tane Xiao's father who discovered him and carried him down the mountain. The Zhou family, grateful for the assistance, allowed Tane Xiao to act freely in Yifu, which in turn benefited us. Why do you ask? Luo Wei queried. Just curiosity, Qin Yu replied, concealing his true intentions. The trip to the supermarket had been fruitful, as he had finally gleaned the origins of the malevolent spirit responsible for the murders at Daiyuan. He also discerned Tane Xiao's conflicting attitude towards the mistress of Yifu. Although he appeared arrogant towards her, he inadvertently revealed a sense of fear. Similarly, the mistress of Yifu seemed to indulge Tane Xiao, yet her internal rage was barely contained. The dynamics between them were perplexing, leading Qin Yu to suspect that Tane Xiao held some dark secret regarding the mistress. This secret could grant him the audacity to act recklessly before her, while simultaneously instilling a profound fear of her. Moreover, when Luo Wei recounted Dai's murders, Tane Xiao was observed fearfully staring at the supermarket. This odd behavior aroused Qin Yu's suspicions that Tane Xiao's secret with the mistress might indeed intertwine with the ongoing investigation into the malevolent spirit's killing spree. It was clear that the Tane family was a significant NPC in this mission, deserving of newfound respect. Residing in a haunted house while being related to a murderer was no small matter. Just yesterday, old Tane had undoubtedly seen the ghost of Dai's mother. Thus, he was well aware of the haunting yet still operated a guest house, allowing unsuspecting outsiders to stay and fall victim to the spirits. Of course, Yujia had mentioned that in the Bronze Mystery, many occurrences and NPC behaviors were influenced by the powers of the mystery, and thus should not be viewed through a normal lens. Unable to extract more information from Luo Wei, Qin Yu and Qian Duo expressed their gratitude before preparing to return to Daiyuan. As they retraced their steps along West Street, they stumbled upon a commotion. A sizable crowd of local merchants and passers-by had gathered to witness the spectacle. Qian Duo, ever eager for entertainment, tiptoed and craned his neck to peer over the crowd. Reluctantly, Qin Yu halted his advance. He had little interest in such street disputes, but after overhearing a few exchanges, he became acutely alert. An elderly couple was arguing with the owner of a clothing store. Their daughter had been employed at the store, and after finishing work the previous night, she had gone missing. Upon searching her residence to no avail, they had come to the store. The couple recounted that their daughter had visited them for lunch the day before and had complained that her boss intended to send her on a delivery to a remote location that was difficult to find. She had ridden her electric bike there, and by the time she reached her destination, it was nearly dark. The parents were concerned that their child might have encountered an accident during the delivery, prompting them to inquire with the store owner about their daughter's whereabouts. To their dismay, the owner immediately began to blame the girl, asserting that she had not gone on the delivery at all. He claimed that just moments ago, he had received a call from an irate customer who had berated the girl for her lack of reliability, in stark contrast to the worried parents. The store owner displayed no urgency, insinuating that the girl had been dishonest while working at the store, implying that she might have absconded with valuable merchandise. The girl's parents vehemently defended her character, leading to an escalating argument. A defenseless young woman alone in a secluded area at night. Qin Yu could not suppress his mutterings. Qian Duo shot him a puzzled glance. Qin Gu, what are you murmuring about? Do you remember what Luo Wei said earlier? The victims of the madman, Dai, were all individuals who had gone missing in secluded areas or while walking alone at night. Qian Duo paused, surprised. Are you suggesting that the girl from the clothing store fell victim to the spirit of Dai? But the incident with Lu Feng occurred shortly after dark. The girl must have disappeared shortly thereafter. So how could Dai be in two places at once? Or perhaps, as a vengeful spirit, he has acquired the ability to split himself? Prompted by Qian Duo's remarks, Qin Yu felt uncertain. Perhaps I am overthinking. The moment I heard of someone missing, I linked it to Dai. Among the onlookers, a stout middle-aged man intervened, offering words of comfort to the distressed couple. In a fit of rage, the clothing store owner suddenly turned his ire on the man, exclaiming, Fang Daping, mind your own business. That girl, Lin Yu, is nothing but lazy and greedy. Who knows? She might have run off with some wealthy old man, just like your daughter. Upon closer inspection, Qin Yu recognized Fang Daping as the owner of the breakfast shop he had visited that morning. Fang Daping's expression darkened as he pointed at the clothing store owner, unleashing a torrent of curses. You're talking nonsense. My daughter, Fang Fang, has eloped with boss Zhou of Yifu? That is common knowledge in the town. How dare you bring such disgrace upon my daughter? In an instant, the two men were embroiled in a fierce struggle. The crowd, sensing the escalating confrontation, rushed to intervene, transforming the scene into utter chaos. Qian Duo remarked. This town is truly small. Just overheard some gossip about Boss Zhou, and now I'm face to face with the protagonist of that scandal. Afterward, they returned to Daiyuan, where Yu Jia and Tang Xiaolan were already waiting for their arrival. The four convened to exchange the intelligence they had gathered. Yulan spoke first. Old Tane is quite astute. Xiaolan and I tried to coax information from him, but he skillfully evaded our questions, revealing little. Huang Mei is more talkative, she continued. However, Old Tane has sensed our intentions and has remained with her. We were unable to extract any valuable information. Yet, judging by Old Tane's anxious demeanor, I suspect their family knows more about the haunting than they let on. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Yujia's conclusion corroborated their findings. She added, however, we altered our approach and decided to discreetly follow the couple. We discovered that they also visited Ifu's supermarket. They went to Ifu as well? We didn't cross paths with them. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. That is to be expected, Yu Jia explained. You must have entered and exited through the front entrance of the supermarket, while Old Tane and his wife went through the back warehouse. Two individuals transported a fully loaded tricycle filled with provisions and daily necessities from the warehouse. It appears that the supplies for Daiyuan were procured from Ifu. Procured? Not purchased? Qin Yu keenly seized upon the choice of words. Indeed, Yu Jia affirmed. I inquired with the supermarket warehouse manager and discovered that Old Tian owes a life debt to the owner of Ifu. Thus, the provisions and daily necessities for Daiyuan are, in fact, taken from Ifu without cost. Qin Yu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. It seems that the secrets held by the owner of Ifu are not solely known to Tian Chao, but also to their entire family of three. Moreover, this secret is not trivial in nature. The couple, Old Tian and his wife, can operate without restraint, treating Ifu as their personal storage. Consequently, his curiosity regarding the secret of the owner of Ifu has only intensified. Chapter 11. The In's Dismemberment Demon. Only a fool would venture outside. Qin Yu began to harbor suspicions regarding the relationship between the wealthy innkeeper's wife and the Lao Tian family. However, based solely on the clues they had gathered thus far, it remained unclear what unspeakable secrets Lao Tian and his family held about the innkeeper's wife. He and Qian Duo shared their findings with Yu Jia and Tang Xiaolan. Yu Jia remained relatively composed, while Tang Xiaolan trembled in fear, exclaiming, So? The one who killed Lu Feng is the malevolent spirit transformed from the madman Dai, who still haunts the place he once resided. What are we to do? Despite knowing the identity of the murderer, they had yet to unearth any clues that could lead to a path of survival. Rising, Qin Yu approached the window and gazed towards the west. It was midday, and the door to the innermost room on the west side was tightly shut, concealing the hanged old woman from the previous day. He speculated, could the west warehouse, which Lao Tian forbids us to approach, be the very place where Dai's mother hanged herself? Is that why her spirit appears at the doorway? Do you think there might be crucial clues to unravel this incident hidden inside? Noticing his curiosity fixated on the west warehouse, Yu Jia quickly dissuaded him. What you suggest is not impossible, but there exists another possibility. The spirits of both Dai and his mother may be concealed within that warehouse. If we recklessly enter, it would be tantamount to courting death. Qin Yu acknowledged her point, without absolute certainty. Trespassing into a forbidden area warned against by significant NPCs was akin to gambling with one's life. If fortune favored them, a path to survival might open up. But if misfortune struck, it could lead to an unmarked grave. Disliking reckless endeavors, he resolved not to venture into that room for the time being. By now, it was noon. Lao Tian, punctual as a clock, appeared at the door, knocking and inviting the guests to the dining hall for a meal. After Tian Chao rushed out, he did not return. Lao Tian assured everyone that he had personally prepared lunch, promising that it would not replicate the morning's unfortunate incident, encouraging them to eat with peace of mind. At that moment, Sun Xiaoyan poked her head out of her room, bossily demanding, Hey, bring my meal to my room. I am eating in here and going nowhere. It's too dangerous outside. Only a fool would venture out. While speaking, she deliberately cast a scornful glance at Yu Jia, Qin Yu, and the others, clearly insinuating that they were the fools she referred to. Lao Tian, ever patient, attempted to reason with Sun Xiaoyan. Madam, I have prepared a variety of dishes today to make amends for this morning. It would be quite a challenge to serve each dish individually to you. I kindly ask you to join us in the dining hall. However, Sun Xiaoyan was unyielding, her face contorting with anger as she berated Lao Tian. What are you babbling about? You in the service industry exist to cater to your guests. I am your god. You shall do as I command. Stop your incessant chatter. It's utterly annoying. Do you understand? Even Lao Tian, with his typically amiable demeanor, found his smile falter in the face of Sun Salian's unreasonable tirade. Nonetheless, he refrained from engaging in an argument and instead prepared her meal, delivering it to her room. Like a victorious rooster, Sun Salian, upon receiving her food, promptly slammed the door shut behind him with a loud bang. Meanwhile, Lin Buochao, who had also been hiding in his room, joined the others in the dining hall, engaging in lively conversation. It soon became apparent to the others that he was attempting to glean information about the clues Yu Jia's and Qin Yu's groups had uncovered throughout the morning without contributing anything himself. However, his inquiries proved futile. Whether it was Yu Jia, Tang Xiaolan, or Qin Yu, they all skillfully deflected his questions, occasionally remarking on the pleasant weather or the delectable dishes, refusing to divulge any information. Particularly Qin Yu, having been targeted by Lin Buochao since witnessing Dai's mother's ghost, had no intention of reciprocating kindness by revealing any information. Lin Buochao gradually sensed the group's evasiveness and, in a fit of frustration, slammed his chopsticks onto the table, exclaiming, "You all have such narrow minds. Sharing even a bit of what you know would cost you nothing and could potentially be beneficial. Why won't you tell me?" Typically, he was not one to display such agitation. However, the shock of Lu Feng's death that morning had unsettled him deeply. Although he had listened to Sun Salian and remained confined to his room, attempting to evade the ensuing chaos, Yu Jia consistently emphasized that in such a haunted place, no one could survive by merely hiding. One must actively seek a path to safety. Otherwise, even if they managed to stay hidden until departure day, they could still encounter danger on the way to the station. Consequently, he was eager to obtain any clues regarding a means of escape from the others. He feared that they might have already discovered a way out and were deliberately withholding that information from him and Sun Salian, allowing them to perish. Yet Qin Yu had no intention of indulging him. With a decisive motion, he slammed his chopsticks down even harder than Lin Buochao had, declaring, "We are risking our lives to seek clues outside. If you choose to stay behind, you have no right to berate us. Who do you think you are?" Lin Buochao had previously targeted Qin Yu repeatedly, believing him to be an easy target due to his scholarly demeanor. However, the outcome was a forceful grip on his neck that nearly snapped it. At that moment, feeling the weight of Qin Yu's chopsticks, Lin Buochao's heart raced in fear. Realizing that this young man was far more terrifying than any ghost, he feared that if he provoked him further, he might be subjected to another violent assault. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly silenced himself, hastily shoveling some food into his mouth before retreating to his room. After the meal, Qin Yu and the others convened in Yu Jia's room to continue analyzing the situation. In addition to the details they had already unearthed regarding the madman's murderous actions and the peculiar connection between Lao Tian's family and the innkeeper's wife, Qin Yu specifically mentioned a location, North Mountain. Earlier that morning, Huang Mei had explicitly warned them to avoid North Mountain. Furthermore, Tian Chao's friend, Luo Wei, informed them that the madman had met his end at a mass grave on North Mountain while fleeing, having fallen off a cliff. Additionally, it was said that the innkeeper Zhou Heguang had encountered trouble while paying respects to his ancestors on North Mountain and had been saved by Lao Tian, thus incurring a debt of gratitude. These three pieces of information all centered around North Mountain, indicating the location's significant role in their current predicament. "You make a valid point." Yu Jia nodded in agreement. However, considering that North Mountain contains both a cemetery and a mass grave, and that the madman died there, might our venture there pose a danger? After all, Huang Mei warned us against it, which could be considered a taboo. Qin Yu found himself unable to counter Yu Jia's perspective, for he too felt that North Mountain, much like the west warehouse of Dai's residence, surely harbored clues, yet also concealed unknown dangers. To venture into either place would be tantamount to gambling with their lives. After much deliberation among the four, they ultimately decided against visiting North Mountain and instead opted to continue their search for information elsewhere in the town. However, this time their efforts bore no fruit, and they returned empty-handed. Time passed swiftly, and dusk soon enveloped them. Sun Salian insisted that Lao Tian bring her dinner to her room. Lin Buochao, realizing he could not obtain information for free, followed suit and requested that Lao Tian deliver his meal as well. The remaining guests dined in the communal hall. Just before entering the dining hall, Qin Yu once again beheld the spectral figure of Dai's mother materializing at the entrance of the western warehouse. This time, rather than being taken aback as he had been the previous day, he surveyed her calmly. He was also somewhat puzzled as to why, among the 7 newcomers, only he could perceive this vengeful spirit. If he were indeed marked by a ghost, it was Lu Feng who ultimately faced calamity. Moreover, it was the madman Dai who committed the murder, not this elderly lady. Upon noticing Chinyu's gaze, the apparition abruptly gestured towards him, her long, purple lips twitching in an indistinct murmur. Was she beckoning him to approach? Chinyu discerned her intent. The issue, however, was that she was unequivocally a malevolent spirit. It would be sheer folly to approach her. Seeing his indifference, the old woman expressed her disappointment with a heavy sigh before vanishing into thin air. Not long after dinner concluded, darkness enveloped the surroundings completely. The group hastily retreated to their respective rooms, ensuring their doors were locked. This time, Qian Duo opted not to share a room with Lin Buochao, but instead moved into Qian Yu's quarters. He had no desire to cohabitate with a self-serving coward. Qian Duo took it upon himself to sleep on the floor, while Qian Yu remained in bed. As the night deepened, the temperature continued to drop. Qian Duo wrapped himself tightly in his blanket, resembling a rice dumpling, with only his head protruding. Uneasily, he inquired of Qian Yu, "Brother Qian, do you think Dai the madman will emerge to claim a life tonight?" "Uncertain," Qian Yu replied. According to Yu Jia, within higher-tiered eerie realms, fatalities are assured each day. In realms of even greater intensity, it's likely that more than one soul perishes daily. However, in this lowest tier of eerie realms, death is not guaranteed every day. Alas, may we all pass through this night unscathed, Qian Duo fervently wished. Yet, his prayers did not bear fruit. Chapter 12. The In's Dismemberment Demon. The second victim. As the night deepened, Sun Xiaolian tossed and turned in bed, cursing under her breath. What a terrible mattress. It's as hard as a rock, and the pillow is just as stiff. This place is far inferior to the luxurious hotels I've stayed in. This is no place for a human to reside. How unfortunate I must be to end up in this wretched place. No, I must survive and return home. With so many companies, properties, and wealth waiting for me, I cannot leave it all to some vixen. Let her sleep with my man, torment my child, and squander my money? Absolutely not. What a dream. The more she pondered, the more restless she became. Parched, she rose from bed and walked to the table to pour herself some water. The old house was eerily quiet, as silent as a graveyard, with not a sound to be heard. The large red lanterns in the courtyard emitted a strange crimson glow, casting a blood-like shadow on the floor through the gaps in the curtains. Sun Xiaolian gulped down half a glass of water, contemplating a trip to the restroom when, without warning, the light filtering through the curtain vanished. What happened to the lanterns outside? She muttered. Yet, she dismissed it, assuming old Tion had turned them off to save electricity. However, as she set down her glass and turned to head to the restroom, the bedside lamp crackled ominously, flickering erratically before suddenly extinguishing. Darkness enveloped the entire room in an instant. A shiver ran down Sun Xiaolian's spine. This place was haunted, and ghosts could kill. Fearful of the dark, she dared not turn off the light, leaving the bedside lamp on throughout the night. What a dreadful place. Even the quality of the lights is appalling. She cursed, groping towards the bedside table. The wall beside the table had a row of light switches. Thank goodness this room was limited to just one lamp. If the bedside lamp was broken, she could still turn on another light. Why is it so dark? She wondered aloud as she felt her way forward. The room was absurdly dim, though her eyesight was good, no matter how she squinted. She could see nothing but a thick curtain of darkness. This is not right. A sense of unease crept over her. Logically speaking, in any dimly lit space, one could eventually discern shapes after their eyes adjusted. Yet, why could she see nothing? Moreover, this room was so small. She had been feeling her way for quite some time, yet she had yet to encounter the bed. Why was there still nothing but emptiness before her? Gulp. Sun Xiaolian swallowed nervously, feeling disoriented. Just then, thud, 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 a muffled sound of footsteps echoed in the room, accompanied by a harsh scraping noise. As if something was dragging across the floor. Someone was in the room. Terrified, Sun Xiaolian stumbled backward and collided with something. In a panic, she reached out and unexpectedly grasped a hand that was as cold as a corpse. Ah! She screamed hysterically, flailing about like a headless fly. Perhaps fortune was on her side, as amidst the endless darkness, she suddenly caught sight of a glimmer. It was the door. The door was ajar. Ecstatic. Sun Xiaolian dashed toward the door without a second thought. But in the next moment, she halted in sheer terror, letting out a blood-curdling scream. At the threshold stood a towering ghostly figure, disheveled white hair, a face smeared with blood, and flesh hanging loosely, a truly horrific sight. In its hand, it wielded a long-handled axe, and upon seeing Sun Xiaolian, the white-haired specter raised the axe high and swung it toward her. Ah, a ghost. Help me. Save me. Tears streaming down her face, Sun Xiaolian scrambled in the opposite direction. Yet, moments later, she let out one last, piercing scream. Shortly thereafter, The chilling sound of flesh being chopped resumed. The other 5 had already been awakened by the commotion she caused. However, none of them ventured to assist her. They had no confidence in saving her and feared they might endanger their own lives in the process. Moreover, Sun Salian was not a friend worth risking their lives for. The next day, dawn finally broke. Qian Duo endured a sleepless night, 2 dark circles under his youthful eyes, looking utterly haggard. He gazed incredulously at Qin Yu, who appeared quite refreshed. "Brother Qin, you slept soundly last night. Weren't you afraid?" "Of course I was," Qin Yu replied candidly. "But my body fell asleep on its own. There was nothing I could do." Qian Duo was rendered speechless. Qin Yu was not exaggerating. Last night, Sun Salian's heart-wrenching screams had informed him that the malevolent spirit was conducting its slaughter alarmingly close. It was far nearer than when Lu Feng was killed. He did not wish to perish in this place, naturally filled with trepidation. However, once the sounds of meat being chopped in Sun Salian's room ceased and silence enveloped the surroundings, exhaustion overtook his fear, and he succumbed to deep slumber. It was as if his body instinctively sensed that the danger had passed, allowing him to relax and recuperate. The remaining 5 individuals left their rooms and gathered at Sun Salian's door to assess the situation. Despite having prepared themselves mentally, they were still shaken upon witnessing the horrific scene within. Just yesterday, Sun Salian had been vibrant and full of life, yet now, like Lu Feng, she lay in disarray. Chunks of flesh, severed limbs, and blood were strewn across the small room. Ugh! Tang Xiaolan and Lin Buqiao retched. Yu Jia and Qian Duo both turned pale, desperately swallowing the bile rising in their throats. Only Qin Yu remained composed. After a thorough inspection, he remarked, like Lu Feng, "She must have been killed by a sharp axe." Bloodstains from the axe still remained on the floor and furniture. But, Qian Duo stammered, raising a trembling hand to speak. It's understandable that Lu Feng met his end since he left his room after dark. Yet, Sister Sun remained in her room, never stepping outside. Why would she fall victim as well? Qian Duo had struck the crux of the matter. Lin Buqiao, who had initially considered emulating Sun Salian by staying inside, trembled and collapsed to the floor in fright. The gruesome reality proved Yu Jia right. Sun Salian's tactic of hiding in her room was utterly futile. The malevolent spirit had directly entered her chamber and butchered her mercilessly. What should we do now? Lin Buqiao was on the brink of collapse. Yu Jia furrowed her brows in concern. Sun Salian must have triggered some unknown condition for the killing to occur within her room. Qian Duo, still bewildered, interjected, "We ran outside yesterday without a hitch. How could she, confined to her room all day, have triggered a killing? Or did she do something unbeknownst to us while we were gone, inviting her own demise?" Qin Yu deemed Qian Duo's final theory unlikely. Sun Salian, though appearing arrogant and domineering, was quite shrewd and adept at self-preservation. He doubted she would have taken any risks in their absence. "Dear guests, waking up so early." Suddenly, old Tian's enthusiastic voice rang out behind them. No sooner had he spoken than the remnants of Sun Salian's dismembered body and the bloodstains vanished without a trace. Sun Salian had become the second victim consumed by the sinister realm. Chapter 13. The In's Dismemberment Horror. He has discovered a path to survival. Old Tian approached with a beaming smile, inviting everyone to the dining hall for breakfast. Previously, when Lu Feng had vanished, Old Tian seemed to have forgotten about him entirely, showing no reaction whatsoever. Today, with Sun Salian also missing, he remained equally indifferent. Yu Jia had previously explained that this was a consequence of the influence of the Bronze Enigma, where, in most instances, the indigenous inhabitants of the Enigma are unperturbed by the disappearance of outsiders like them. However, Qin Yu noticed that when Old Tian greeted them, his gaze instinctively flickered towards Sun Salian's room. Upon finding it empty, a subtle smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Yu was taken aback. Old Tian was evidently monitoring Sun Salian's situation and couldn't suppress a sense of schadenfreude upon discovering her absence. Having just witnessed Sun Salian's tragic fate, the group found their appetites diminished. Yet, in order to maintain their strength for the days ahead, they forced themselves to consume some food. After breakfast, they reconvened in the room shared by Yu Jia and Tang Xiaolan to deliberate on their strategy. Yu Jia was the first to voice her thoughts. While eating, I contemplated whether Sun Salian's demise was triggered by her being alone. In the Enigma, being solitary inherently signifies danger. If one is isolated, it invites the wrath of malevolent spirits. Yet, how did she end up in such peril? Qian Duo pointed towards Lin Buqiao, who was cowering in the corner. This individual had also spent the night in solitude. Lin Buqiao's complexion was ashen. Realizing that hiding in his room was futile, he promptly altered his strategy. shamelessly sticking close to the others, making it impossible to shake him off. This way, even if he were to encounter a ghost wielding an axe, at least there would be others to shield him. In lower-tier enigmas, it is uncommon for spirits to claim multiple victims in a single day. Lin Buochao's survival could merely be attributed to a stroke of luck compared to Sun Xiaoyan's fate, Yu Jia stated. However, I suspect that Sun Xiaoyan may not have been killed solely due to her isolation, Qin Yu suddenly countered. Oh, why do you think so? Yu Jia inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Her previous instinct had not been mistaken. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary, exhibiting an unusual calmness and a keen ability to observe and analyze. It was he who had unearthed the truth about the madman's mother, leading Qian Duo to the discovery. Moreover, his luck seemed to be quite exceptional. He was the only one among the 7 who had witnessed the ghost of the madman's mother and yet remained unharmed. Qin Yu continued. Let us carefully recollect Sun Xiaoyan's actions yesterday. Apart from hiding in her room, did she engage in any activities that the others did not? Inspired by his words, Yu Jia and Qian Duo pondered briefly before almost simultaneously exclaiming. She shouted at old Tian. Her demeanor towards old Tian was indeed abrasive. Qin Yu affirmed. When old Tian came to summon us for breakfast, I noticed him covertly glancing towards Sun Xiaoyan's room. Upon finding it empty, he couldn't help but smile. Are you suggesting that provoking old Tian was one of the triggers for her demise? Yu Jia asked. What Qin Yu posits is not implausible, Qian Duo exclaimed, slapping his thigh as he analyzed the situation. Qin Yu and I learned yesterday that old Tian and the madman are cousins and supposedly maintain a good relationship. Old Tian's family was once impoverished, lacking even a home, and it was the madman and his mother who took them in. Many in this town are aware that after the madman's death, his spirit lingered, continuing to kill. Consequently, no one dares to approach the madman's residence. Aside from a few skeptics, hardly anyone even speaks his name. Yet, old Tian's family resides here unabashedly. What does this imply? It indicates that old Tian is not afraid of the madman. He knows that the madman would not harm him or his family. Perhaps he has even found a way to communicate with the madman's ghost. When Sun Xiaoyan angered him yesterday, he might have commanded the madman to take her life. This aligns closely with Qin Yu's interpretation. Yu Jia contemplated for a moment and nodded. She too found merit in Qin Yu and Qian Duo's deductions. Simultaneously, her expression grew more solemn. If this hypothesis holds, then we are in grave trouble. Why? A tense Tang Xiaolan finally spoke up, her voice laced with anxiety. Yu Jia replied uneasily, if this hypothesis is valid, it signifies that old Tian's family is not merely guiding us through this task, but is directly involved in it. Compared to typical NPCs, the Enigma has undoubtedly granted them greater authority, potentially allowing them to determine our fates. Tang Xiaolan was now thoroughly panicked. Sobbing in despair, if old Tian possesses such extensive authority, can he not choose to have the mad and kill any of us at will? Or, in a fit of displeasure, he could wipe us all out. Do we still have a chance of escaping alive? Yu Jia patted her shoulder, offering comfort. There is no need to be overly frightened. I believe the Enigma would not thrust us into a situation devoid of any hope for survival. Old Tian's ability to control the spirits must also be limited. It cannot be exercised at will. Otherwise, what is the point of our mission? We could simply lie down and await death. The Enigma does not engage in such meaningless tasks. Yesterday, Sun Xiaoyan must have truly provoked him for him to exercise this capacity. From now on, let us be cautious and avoid inciting his ire. It should not pose a significant problem. What we should be most concerned about is the day we are to leave. If, by chance, all 5 of us are fortunate enough to still be alive, the Enigma might consider the mortality rate of this task too low and lift the restrictions on old Tian's authority, allowing him to command spirits to pursue us, hindering our timely arrival at the station. That would be the gravest danger. Of course, this was merely her conjecture regarding the worst-case scenario. The actual circumstances might not be as dire. After all, this was a low-tier Enigma, and the difficulty should not be excessively high. Yet, her final words lacked conviction. With deaths occurring for 2 consecutive days, they remained utterly clueless about a path to survival. Numerous signs had already made her acutely aware that this Enigma was quite peculiar. Its challenges far exceeding what a first-tier Enigma should entail. Yu Jia's reassurances did little to alleviate Tang Xiaolan's distress. The mere thought of potentially facing another onslaught from malevolent spirits, even if she were to survive to the 5th day, left her pallid, and she covered her mouth, breaking into tears. Weeping would not resolve their predicament. The most pressing issue was to uncover a solution, the path to survival that Yu Jia had mentioned. Qin Yu spoke calmly. Indeed, Yu Jian nodded vigorously. The enigma will not exhibit one-sided inclinations, since it has granted old Tian such substantial authority. It must have concurrently established avenues conducive to our survival. Isn't that obvious? Lin Buochao muttered under his breath. Who doesn't he know we need to find a way out? The real problem is how to find it. It's possible that we might not even grasp the edges of this path before we're completely obliterated. He spoke softly, but given the room's small size, everyone heard him clearly. If you believe our discussions and analyses are futile, you may leave at any time. Qin pointed towards the door. Indeed, no one is forcing you to stay and listen to our ramblings. Yu Jia echoed, feeling increasingly annoyed with Lin Buochao. In the enigma, it is instinctual for unfamiliar entrants to seek to avoid danger while seeking advantage, and there is nothing to condemn in that. After all, none among them were saints. Initially, when Lin Buochao refused to share a room with Qin Yu, she understood his perspective. At that time, everyone believed Qin Yu had become a target for the spirits. There was no need to risk the lives of others for a stranger destined for demise. Yet now, as the four of them endeavored to seek a way out, even the timid Tang Xiaolan was making an effort to cooperate. What about Lin Buochao? Without putting in effort or offering constructive criticism, they merely cast cold water on the situation, making sarcastic remarks. Not only Qin Yu, who had long harbored a grudge against this individual, but even Yu Jia could no longer tolerate it. If you want to leave, then leave. Do you really think I wish to remain here listening to your nonsense? Unexpectedly, Lin Buochao, who had just been as timid as a turtle, suddenly rose with newfound bravado, flinging the door open and striding out without a backward glance. Had this fellow suddenly become courageous? Qian Duo scratched the back of his head in confusion. Who knows? I can't be bothered with him. Yu Jia shook her head. Listening to the discussions behind him, Lin Buochao smirked with satisfaction, thinking to himself, a bunch of fools. Wasn't he leaving out of anger or impulse? The truth was, an epiphany had struck him, and he had suddenly discovered the path to survival. Yet, he would never divulge this to those imbeciles. Let them toil in vain. It would be best if they all triggered the conditions for demise through their recklessness and were slain by malevolent spirits. Meanwhile, he would remain in a position of calm, ultimately emerging as the sole victor. Chapter 14. The Inn's Fragmented Corpse Demon. Unbeknownst to the four individuals in the room, Lin Buochao harbored his own thoughts while they continued to deliberate their next course of action. Yu Jia informed the others that seasoned veterans she knew had analyzed and summarized various methods to deal with murderous ghosts in low-level eerie realms. If faced with a vengeful spirit, one must endeavor to uncover its resentments or obsessions and resolve them. In the case of indiscriminate killers, one could either discern their behavioral patterns and hide in a location undetectable to them, or identify their weaknesses to subdue them. Moreover, more adept intruders might even execute a counterattack against such malevolent forces. The current task's murderer, the madman Dai, descended into madness after being rejected by his beloved, leading him to indiscriminately butcher others. Thus, the madman Dai fell into the second category identified by the veterans. Their sole option was to discover his vulnerabilities, control him, or even eliminate him. Tang Xiaolan shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. The madman Dai is simply a deranged individual who slashes at anyone without reason. He even killed his lover, and his mother committed suicide by hanging. What weakness could he possibly have? In truth, Yu Jia had already formulated an answer, confidently stating, Xiaolan, have you forgotten? According to the investigations conducted by Qin Yu and Qian Duo, there is another individual closely associated with the madman Dai who should still be alive. This person undoubtedly possesses an in-depth understanding of Dai's circumstances and might even know his weaknesses. Are you referring to Zhu Mujiang, the master who taught Dai his craft? Qin Yu interjected. Yes, precisely. Yu Jia affirmed with a nod. Tang Xiaolan suddenly had a revelation, her once vacant eyes now gleaming. Of course. How could I have overlooked that? The madman Dai was ultimately exposed when Zhu Mujiang discovered the bloodied belongings of the victims in his toolbox. It can be said that Zhu Mujiang was the one who halted the living madman Dai spree. Then he might be able to assist us in preventing the madman Dai's ghost from wreaking havoc. With a flicker of hope, Tang Xiaolan felt rejuvenated. Yu Jia rose from her seat. We have little time left. Let us seek out Zhu Mujiang immediately. After some contemplation, Qin Yu suggested, how about we split up? You two can search for Zhu Mujiang while Qian Duo and I investigate Boss Zhou and his wife from Yifu. Particularly the wife. Her boundless tolerance towards the Lao Tian family is rather peculiar. Since Lao Tian is a pivotal figure in controlling the murderer for this mission, I believe we should not overlook anyone or any leads associated with him. Yu Jia pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I initially thought that subduing the madman Dai spirit would suffice to cut off Lao Tian's power. Even if he could control the ghost, he would be powerless in such a scenario. You are indeed more thorough in your considerations. Zhu Muzheng is indeed a vital lead. But we must not place all our hopes solely on him. Instead, we should pursue multiple avenues of investigation, for each additional direction brings us closer to success. Qin Yu added. Moreover, I don't know if you've noticed, but Lao Tian saved Boss Zhou in the northern mountains. Huang Mei specifically warned us against going to the northern mountains. Interestingly, the place where the madman Dai fell off the cliff is also in the northern mountains. All three incidents revolve around that area, further emphasizing its critical role in this mission. Yu Jia concurred with this perspective but noted Huang Mei's explicit warning against venturing into the northern mountains, since there were alternative leads available for investigation. They had no intention of taking that risk. The four reached a consensus and decided to follow Qin Yu's suggestion to split up. However, as they stepped out of the room, the sound of Lao Tian's agitated shouts echoed from the kitchen, evidently berating Tian Chao. Lao Tian was originally responsible for the daily meals at the Dai courtyard, but after Tian Chao ran off to play the day before, he had not returned. Lao Tian was furious, cursing incessantly. Simultaneously, a male and female voice could be heard trying to calm him down. The woman was undoubtedly Huang Mei, while the man. Why is Lin Buchao over there with Lao Tian? Qian Duo exclaimed in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had heard that Lao Tian could control ghosts and kill. Wasn't he terrified? Indeed, listen, Lin Buchao is not only desperately urging Lao Tian to calm down but also offering to help him cook. Tang Xiaolan was equally bewildered. She felt an overwhelming urge to distance herself from Lao Tian, fearful that a single misstep could provoke his wrath, leading to a fate akin to Sun Silence. Lin Buchao, clearly unwell, was voluntarily approaching Lao Tian. Qin Yu pondered briefly and quickly grasped the fellow's intentions. Unable to suppress an eye roll, Lin Buchao probably believes that as long as he flatters Lao Tian, he will be spared from the madman Dai's wrath. Even if he accidentally triggers the conditions for death and summons the madman Dai, Lao Tian would likely intervene to save him. In this way, he could survive until the day of departure. Oh dear. Yu Jia could not help but face bomb. Incredulous at the notion of relying on flattery to navigate life and death situations. This Lin Buchao was truly a talent. As for Yifu, it was the most renowned shopping establishment in the town, known to virtually everyone. Consequently, finding out the residence of Yifu's owner posed no difficulty. Qin Yu and Qian Duo swiftly located the luxurious villa nestled in a tranquil area. It was said that Zhou Heguang, the owner of Yifu, was once a poor lad like his friend Lao Tian. However, he possessed a keen business acumen and had risen to wealth in recent years through his ventures. After achieving prosperity, Zhou Heguang acquired a piece of land in a picturesque part of town and constructed a villa with a spacious courtyard, living a life of considerable comfort. Qin Yu and Qian Duo learned that Zhou Heguang's parents had passed away early, leaving him with no relatives except for his wife and children. Following his affair, the villa was left solely in the care of his original wife, Li Huifan, and her mother. Before approaching the Zhou family's villa, Qin Yu and Qian Duo cautiously confirmed that the mistress, Li Huifan, was at the supermarket conducting her routine inspection, unless unexpected circumstances arose. The only occupant of the Zhou villa would be her blind mother. Upon locating the villa, Qin Yu and Qian Duo noted that the neighboring houses were quite distant, creating an unusually serene atmosphere with lush greenery surrounding the area. This was highly advantageous for them, as the risk of being mistaken for thieves by neighbors, leading to their apprehension and confinement in a detention center, was significantly reduced. Indeed, Qin Yu, accompanied by Qian Duo, intended to stealthily infiltrate Li Huifan's residence. After all, as outsiders, the information they could gather from locals was inherently limited. Thus, Qin Yu deduced that a feasible approach would be to delve into the heart of the matter, infiltrating the Zhou household to unearth the secrets of this couple. He donned the black hat and mask he had purchased on the way, signaling for Qian Duo to do the same. Utilizing the greenery as cover, he began surveying the villa. Eventually, he confirmed that the large tree outside the backyard wall had not been pruned in a timely manner, its dense foliage obscuring the surveillance cameras and creating a blind spot. Entering from this point seemed most prudent. Qian Duo blinked, observing Qin Yu, who resembled a masked bandit, executing the reconnaissance with seamless finesse, identifying the surveillance blind spot, and could not help but express his internal conflict. Qin Gu, were you really just an artist in your previous world? Chapter 15, The Disassembled Corpse of the Inn. There is someone in the wardrobe. Of course, I am an artist. What else could I be? Chinyu replied to Qian Duo's inquiry with a calm demeanor, though a hint of unease flickered within him. After the accident, his memory of painting was utterly blank. Yet, certain bizarre skills, ingrained as muscle memory, inexplicably revived at this moment, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled by his own proficiency. At this moment, he resembled a master thief more than an artist. However, this was not the time for such musings. Taking a deep breath, Chinyu prepared to scale the wall. Qian Duo, filled with apprehension, grasped his arm. Brother Qin, if Li Huifeng is truly involved in this incident, wouldn't it be perilous for us to intrude into her home? It was broad daylight, and this place was neither the ominous North Mountain nor the strictly forbidden West Warehouse of Daiyuan. Thus, it should be relatively safe. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering its lair. Time is pressing. If we continue to hesitate, fearing both wolves and tigers, we may end up perishing here. Qin Yu's words were sound, particularly the last statement, which ignited Qian Duo's courage to take a risk. Consequently, he ceased his protests, supporting Qin Yu with his shoulder as he climbed over the wall. Once atop, Qin Yu extended his arm and pulled him up. The two stealthily entered the villa, evading the surveillance in the yard, and made their way to the rear window. Fortune smiled upon them. The back window of the first-floor bathroom was ajar for ventilation. They effortlessly slipped inside. Upon entering, they did not rush out but instead pressed themselves against the back of the bathroom door to listen for a moment. The house was eerily quiet. The only sounds were the low murmur of chanting and the sporadic tapping of a wooden fish. Cautiously, Qin Yu opened the door a crack to peer outside. Beyond lay a spacious living room, lavishly decorated, devoid of any human presence. They exhaled in relief and tiptoed into the living room, following the sound of chanting until they reached the door of a small room on the west side. The door was slightly ajar. Through the crack, they glimpsed a frail elderly woman seated at a round table, one hand clutching a prayer bead, the other striking the wooden fish, continuously reciting scriptures before an altar adorned with a Buddha statue. The elderly lady was clad in a fine brown tang suit, her eye sockets unnaturally sunken. Presumably, this was Li Huifeng's blind mother. Absorbed in her prayers, her thin lips moved rapidly, spitting droplets of saliva, but fortunately, she could not see them. As long as Qin Yu and Qian Duo were careful to control their noise, they should be safe. They quietly exited the Buddha hall and began to search the first floor. Finding nothing, they ascended to the second floor. The second floor featured 3 rooms, which appeared to be a guest room, the master bedroom of Zhou Heguang and Li Huifeng, and a room belonging to their son studying at a distant university. Naturally, the couple's bedroom became their primary target. Upon entering the marital chamber, Qin Yu and Qian Duo immediately spotted a large, vintage wedding photo hanging on the wall. Wow, I didn't expect Li Huifeng to be so beautiful in her youth. Qian Duo whispered, gazing at the photograph. Yesterday, they had seen Li Huifeng looking gaunt and haggard, her complexion dull even with makeup, a far cry from beauty. Yet in the wedding photo, she was radiant, her eyes bright, her smile sweet, and her fair skin made her appear like a different person. Zhou Heguang, by her side, fell short of her grace. With a broad forehead, a prominent nose, small eyes, a wide mouth, and a conspicuous black mole on one side of his chin, he had a slight overbite when he smiled. Qin Yu had learned that Zhou Heguang was a poor youth when he married Li Huifeng, and her family had vehemently opposed the union. Nevertheless, Li Huifeng insisted that he was a good man who treated her well, declaring that she would marry no one else. Her family, unable to sway her, ultimately relented. Years later, circumstances had changed drastically. The Zhou Heguang, whom Li Huifeng believed to be good and kind, had become prosperous and turned his back on her, instead embracing a younger, more beautiful woman. The true feelings of Li Huifeng, who always maintained a calm exterior in the face of her husband's betrayal, were likely known only to her. Li's mother was downstairs. It was said that when a person loses their sight, their hearing becomes extraordinarily acute. The two men dared not make a sound and proceeded cautiously to search for clues in the master bedroom. As wealthy individuals, Li Huifeng and her husband's bedroom was spacious and filled with furnishings. After searching the bed, nightstand, writing desk, dresser, and vanity without success, they simultaneously turned their attention to the large wardrobe against the wall. This was the only item left to investigate. Just as they were about to approach, a slow and heavy footfall echoed from the direction of the stairs. Could it be that Li Huifeng had returned? Qin Yu and Qian Duo exchanged startled glances, intending to flee the door and hide. However, it was too late. The person ascended the stairs and headed straight for the master bedroom. Panic surged through them. Qin Yu and Qian Duo quickly exchanged glances once more. Qian Duo, like a nimble eel, swiftly crouched down and slipped under the bed. Chinyu, on the other hand, opened the wardrobe door and concealed himself within. Just as they settled into their hiding spots, the heavy footsteps entered the master bedroom. Chinyu had yet to exhale in relief when he sensed something amiss. His neck on the right side felt an odd tickling sensation, as if something were blowing air onto it. Instinctively, he turned his head, only to meet a pair of glimmering eyes in the darkness. His heart raced with alarm. The owner of those eyes hastily covered his mouth with one hand while the other made a shushing gesture. The wardrobe was not entirely enclosed. It had hollowed-out carvings. Through the light filtering in from the carved openings, Chinyu barely discerned the identity of the individual, and his astonishment deepened. The figure who had hidden before him was none other than Fong Dapeng, the owner of the breakfast shop he had visited yesterday. Just the day before, Chinyu had witnessed this man embroiled in a conflict with the owner of a clothing store on the same street. The clothing store owner was arguing with the parents of a missing employee, and Fong Dapeng had intervened only to be scorned by the fiery shop owner, who accused his daughter, Fong, of eloping with Zhou Heguang. Why was Fong Dapeng hiding in the wardrobe of Zhou Heguang and Li Huifan? Amidst his shock, curiosity began to rise within Chinyu. The slow and heavy footsteps continued to echo throughout the room. The intruder had entered the bedroom. It was evident that Fong Dapeng meant no harm, so Chinyu gestured for him to release his grip. Fong Dapeng complied. Then, both men leaned closer to the wardrobe's hollowed-out opening to observe the situation outside. A small figure moved slowly about the room. It turned out that it was not Li Huifan who had returned, but her mother, the elderly lady who had been chanting downstairs. What was she doing in her daughter's room? Chinyu and Fong Dapeng held their breath, intently watching Li's mother's every movement. As if already familiar with the house, Li's mother, without a cane, clutched several yellow papers in her hand and felt her way to the bed, slowly kneeling down. Chinyu's heart raced. Poor Qian Duo was hiding beneath the bed. Could he be discovered? Chapter 16. The Inn's Disquieting Secrets. Behind the painted door, Chinyu's heart raced like a drum. Could it be that Li's mother had heard their rummaging and had come upstairs to investigate, only to discover someone beneath the bed? However, the subsequent events unfolded in stark contrast to his assumptions. After kneeling beside the bed, Li's mother strained to reach beneath and inserted yellow paper, presumably affixing it to the underside of the bedboard. After completing this task, she anxiously reinforced it with several firm pats of her palm, ensuring its stability. Once she finished, she laboriously rose, standing upright with her hands clasped, murmuring softly, "May the Buddha bless us, grant our family peace, and dispel evil." She repeated this several times before letting out a deep sigh and slowly exiting the room. The two individuals hidden in the wardrobe leaned against the cabinet, exhaling a collective sigh of relief. Chinyu was the first to emerge from the wardrobe, followed by Qian Duo, who crawled out from beneath the bed like a large crab. "Brother Qin, you scared me to death," he exclaimed, patting his chest, still shaken. "Why did that old lady suddenly come up? Luckily, I was hiding deeper inside. Otherwise, I would have been doomed." Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his trembling finger pointed towards the wardrobe. Chinyu reacted swiftly, covering his mouth before he could scream. "Hello, nice to meet you." Fong Dapeng emerged from the wardrobe, awkwardly rubbing his hands and greeting Qian Duo in a hushed voice. Once it was clear that Qian Duo would not scream again, Chinyu released his grip. A minute later, the three faced each other, quietly exchanging the reasons for their presence in this house. "You sneaked in here to find your daughter?" Qian Duo questioned, puzzled by Fong Dapeng's explanation. "But your daughter went out of town with Zhou Heguang, didn't she? What can you possibly find here?" Chinyu had already surmised Fong Dapeng's purpose upon seeing him in the wardrobe. Before he could speak, he interjected, "Boss Fong, you must have lost contact with your daughter. And that's why you're trying to find clues from Zhou Heguang's place to reach her?" Fong Dapeng nodded vigorously. "This young man is truly astute. You are absolutely correct. Given your accents, you are not locals, are you? You must have heard the townsfolk gossiping about my daughter eloping with someone named Zhou in Wansong Town. Even the tiniest matter gets exaggerated, and soon everyone knows about it. I scoff at those who spread such nonsense. My daughter has always been well-behaved. She would never elope with a married man." Zhou Heguang merely recognized her intelligence and took her to meet a few clients, intending to promote her as an assistant. And those supermarket folks twisted it into outrageous rumors. "But your daughter has indeed gone missing, if it has nothing to do with Zhou Heguang. Where could she have possibly gone?" Chinyu countered. Fong Dapeng paused, scratching his head in frustration. "Yes, where could Ah Fong have gone? Why has she contacted us?" Anxiety and worry reddened his eyes, creating deep furrows on his brow. The employees at Yifu claimed that Ah Fong disappeared the same day as Zhou Heguang. "I reported it to the police, and they reached the same conclusion. I had no choice but to sneak into Zhou Heguang's house today in hopes of uncovering some clues. Ah Fang has always been obedient. She would never leave home without reason. I suspect Zhou Heguang may have had ulterior motives and forcibly taken her away. In other words, Fang Daping suspected that Zhou Heguang had kidnapped his daughter. After speaking, he wiped his reddened eyes and looked towards Qin Yu and Qian Duo. And you too? What brings you here? We? Qin Yu maintained his composure, responding candidly, to be frank, we are from a debt collection agency. Zhou Heguang owes money and has vanished without a trace. Our client has tasked us with locating him. Like you, we attempted formal channels, but to no avail. Even his wife and son insisted they had no idea where he had gone. We had no choice but to come here and try our luck. Fang Daping's eyes brightened, as if he had found kindred spirits. So, we share a common goal, to uncover Zhou Heguang's whereabouts. I seek my daughter, you seek to collect a debt. Exactly. Qin Yu replied earnestly, shaking his hand in agreement. Let us collaborate moving forward. All right, collaboration it is. Fang Daping grasped his hand firmly. Qian Duo felt somewhat dazed. His once clear yet naive gaze now bore a hint of confusion. Initially, he had trusted Qin Yu due to his seemingly righteous appearance, but now, this man, who appeared so virtuous, was acting like a thief, trespassing and spinning tales with no hint of moral burden. Qian Duo couldn't help but question his life choices. However, at Qin Yu's urging, he quickly regained his focus. Now was not the time to dwell on trivial details. He promptly joined Qin Yu and Fang Daping, forming a newly forged trio to search for clues within the room. Qin Yu crawled beneath the bed. Earlier, Li's mother had affixed several sheets of yellow paper to the bedboard. He was intensely curious about their contents. Lying on his back, he illuminated the space with his phone and finally discerned the truth. The papers were inscribed with a lengthy passage from Buddhist scripture. From her earlier recitation, it seemed these verses were intended to dispel evil and ensure peace. Clearly, the elderly woman was devout, resorting to such measures to safeguard her home. The three rummaged through the master bedroom thoroughly, but they found nothing of significance. They proceeded to the guest room, where their search yielded no results. Finally, they entered Zhou Heguang's son, Zhou Yang's room. As a fellow university student, Qian Duo was immediately captivated by the collection of gaming memorabilia and limited edition basketball shoes lining the shelves, nearly colliding with an object behind him. Be careful not to touch anything. Qin Yu quickly pulled him back. Turning around, Qian Duo saw he had almost bumped into a wind chime hanging above Zhou Yang's bed. If the chime rang, it would spell trouble. Heart racing, he patted his chest and frowned, whispering, "This wind chime is eerie." The wind chime dangled from 6 or 7 strings, each adorned with a bell, and at the end of each string was a doll, varying in gender and appearance. Yet all sharing a commonality, the strings were tightly wrapped around their necks. Their expressions were uniformly agonized, resembling the visages of the hanged. What on earth is this? Qin Yu also found the wind chime unsettling. Zhou Yang, who would have such peculiar taste, had an unusually heavy preference. The trio continued their search but uncovered no leads. After approximately 2 hours of fruitless searching, fatigue set in, and they felt disheartened. Brother Qin, it appears this approach is futile. Qian Duo wiped the sweat from his brow. His spirits low. We should leave. If the Huifan returns, it would be a big problem. Qin Yu shared his frustration. He had been overly confident, believing he would discover something in Zhou's home, but after all their efforts, they had come up empty-handed. The three could only retreat cautiously down the stairs. Li's mother remained in the Buddhist hall, reciting her prayers. As Qin Yu prepared to retrace his steps, intending to exit through the bathroom window, something caught his eye, causing him to pause. He abruptly gestured for Qian Duo and Fang Daping to follow him, then stealthily approached the wall diagonally across from the bathroom. Although they did not comprehend his intentions, they followed suit, intrigued by his sudden change in demeanor. Qin Yu stood before the wall. Prior to ascending the stairs, he and Qian Duo had already examined the situation on the first floor, including this very wall. A large ink wash landscape painting hung prominently, unframed, cascading down to cover a significant portion of the wall. At the time, he had detected no irregularities. However, just moments ago, upon viewing it from a different angle, illuminated by the light, he discerned a subtle anomaly. The paper on the right edge of the painting exhibited a slight unevenness. Qin Yu gestured to Fang Daping and Qian Duo, indicating the irregular area, and then cautiously began to lift the scroll from the right edge. "There's a door," Fang Daping exclaimed softly, observing the crack revealed by the lifted painting, which matched the color of the wall. Qin Yu ran his fingers along the seam of the door, feeling a chilling breeze emanating from within. Consequently, the area where the painting concealed the door seam had become damp, resulting in the slight irregularity of the paper. This was an invisible door devoid of a handle, yet it bore a keyhole. Fong Daping pushed against the door and shook his head. It's locked. We can't get in. Qin Yu signaled for him and Qian Duo to assist in holding the painting, while he retrieved a slender iron wire from his pocket, an object of unknown origin, and inserted it into the lock, beginning to manipulate it. Within mere seconds, a faint click echoed, and the lock sprang open. Qian Duo's pupils widened in astonishment, silently questioning Qin Yu about his unusual skill. Qin Yu mused to himself, if you ask me, who should I inquire? He too could not recall why he possessed such knowledge prior to his amnesia. He merely executed the motions instinctively, guided by the muscle memory of his body. Chapter 17. The horror of the inn's basement. The concealed door creaked open, releasing a chilling gust that sent shivers through the three companions. As they gazed into the dark abyss and the descending steps behind the door, the realization struck them that they had stumbled upon the entrance to the basement. A frigid air enveloped them, mingled with a pungent aroma of alcohol. Could this be a cellar for wine storage? Fong Daping pondered aloud as he followed closely behind Qin Yu. Soon, they descended the last step and entered the basement. The space was surprisingly vast. Qian Duo illuminated the area with his phone's flashlight and confirmed Fong Daping's hypothesis. The basement was indeed cluttered with an array of wine jars, white, yellow, and red wines filled the room, the intoxicating scent overwhelming their senses. Against the inner wall stood a large, low cabinet covered with a blanket, likely another storage for wine. Disappointment washed over Fong Daping. What a letdown. It's just a wine cellar after all. Qin Yu remained silent, maneuvering around the scattered jars to approach the cabinet draped in a thick blanket. In the otherwise transparent cellar, the sight of this cabinet concealed beneath a heavy covering ignited a thought in Qin Yu's mind. What is concealed is often meant to be revealed. With utmost caution, he lifted the blanket, uncovering the hidden object within. To his astonishment, it was not a mere cabinet but a large freezer. The lid was secured with a lock. The trio exchanged glances, an indescribable unease creeping over them. Who would lock a freezer hidden in a clandestine basement? It was Qin Yu's moment to shine. With a thin wire, he deftly bypassed the lock in a matter of moments. Taking a deep breath, Qian Duo and Fong Daping joined forces to lift the heavy lid. Ah, what the hell? Oh my god! They exclaimed in unison, stumbling backward, nearly tripping over the wine jars. Fortunately, they had closed the basement door before descending. The noise would likely remain unheard by those above. However, their present predicament was hardly any better. A pair of hollow eyes, glazed over with a thin layer of ice, stared vacantly back at them from within the freezer. A pale mouth hung slightly ajar, as if silently recounting the terror and despair of its final moments. Curled unnaturally within the freezer was a man clad in black thermal underwear. Just a short while ago, Qin Yu had seen this very face in a wedding photograph displayed in the master bedroom upstairs, where Zhou Heguang appeared youthful and vibrant beside his bride. Gulping hard, Fong Daping struggled to swallow his fear. Zhou Heguang never left town. He is dead. But what about my daughter? Where is she? The basement was confined, offering no other space to conceal a body. Cautiously, the three men examined the walls and floor tiles, probing for hidden chambers or passages, but found none. Qin Yu snapped a few photographs of Zhou Heguang's corpse and turned to his companions. This situation is more dire than we imagined. We must leave this place at once. Agreed. Let us go, quickly. The urgency of fear compelled them to flee from the sinister location. They hastily ascended the steps, finally escaping the cold, dark tomb of the basement. Just as they restored the wall art to its original position, a sudden noise from the front door caught their attention. Someone had entered, calling out, "Mom, I'm home." Panic surged through the trio. It was Li Huifan. If they were to venture into the restroom now, they would undoubtedly encounter her. They swiftly took refuge in a nearby storage room. Upon entering, Li Huifan seemed oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere in the house, carrying a bag of groceries as she walked directly to the altar, announcing, "Mom, I'm back. You're still reciting your prayers. I brought your favorite osmanthus cake. Get out. You are not my daughter. I have no daughter like you. You are a demon, a murderous demon." The sharp, accusatory voice of the old woman echoed from the altar. The three men exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that Zhou Heguang was murdered by Li Huifan? Li Huifan stood with her back to the storage room, through the narrow crack of the door. The men could not discern her expression, but her rigid shoulders and trembling fingers betrayed her struggle to contain her emotions. "Mom, you're confused again, thinking irrationally. I am your own daughter. How could I be a demon? Please, come out and eat something. Staying cooped up here reciting prayers day and night is not good for your health." What have you done? You know best what you are. Get away from me. Get out. Now. With that, Li Huifan violently slammed the door to the altar shut. In response, Li Huifan's frustration boiled over. Overwhelmed by emotion, she began to cough violently, hurling the cake to the floor and spitting in disgust. Without a backward glance, she ascended the stairs in a fit of intermittent coughs. Qin Yu frowned. Indeed. Li Huifan was far from the calm and kind demeanor she exhibited in public. As she vanished at the top of the stairs, the three men seized their opportunity to slip out of the villa. Once outside, they dared not linger in the vicinity, particularly Qian Duo and Fang Daping, who fled as if pursued by phantoms, racing far down the street. Qin Yu struggled to keep pace with them. Only when they reached a bustling area did they finally halt. Breathless and shaken, Qian Duo exclaimed, "So, Zhou Heguang's escape was a ruse. He was truly killed by his wife." Qin Yu shook his head in disbelief. This woman is truly formidable. The false rumor of Zhou Heguang eloping with Lao Fang's daughter was surely spread by her, a ploy to fabricate the illusion of her husband's survival while concealing the truth of the murder. Qian Duo speculated. Perhaps she killed him out of jealousy over an affair he was having, intending to run away with his mistress? Fang Daping vehemently disagreed. No, young man, you are mistaken. My daughter had no connection with Zhou Heguang. Li Huifan likely believed the gossip from the supermarket employees, thinking her husband was unfaithful, which led her to commit murder. His anxiety deepened as he turned pale. Oh heavens! If Zhou Heguang is dead, what about my daughter? Li Huifan must not misunderstand that Zhou Heguang and my daughter had anything going on. After killing him, will she target my daughter next? Then spread rumors of their supposed elopement? She has hidden her husband's corpse in the basement. What has she done with my daughter? I must call the police. Perhaps my daughter is still alive, just injured and unable to return home. I need to report this to save her. Qin Yu placed a sympathetic hand on the father's shoulder, instinctively sensing that Fang's fate was grim. Old Fang, when you report this to the police, could you refrain from mentioning us? We were merely assisting in debt collection and wished to avoid further complications, Qin Yu implored. Without hesitation, Fang Daping nodded in understanding. I get it. You're just trying to make a living. Don't worry, I won't disclose anything. I'll say I entered Zhou's house out of desperation to find my daughter and discovered the body in the basement. Grateful for Qin Yu's keen insight, he realized he would not betray them. Without Qin Yu's sharp attention to detail, he would never have uncovered such a horrifying secret lurking within Zhou's villa. Initially intending to call the police, Fang Daping reconsidered, opting instead to head directly to the police station. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Qian Duo prepared to return to Daiyuan. The moment the three men parted ways at the intersection, a chill ran down Qin Yu's spine, raising goosebumps along his skin. It felt as though someone or something was watching them intently from behind with a sinister gaze. He hastily turned to look over his shoulder. A chill breeze swept past, causing the greenery in the distance to sway gently, while pedestrians continued to traverse the path. There appeared to be nothing amiss. Could it be that he was merely being overly cautious? Chapter 18. The choice of Tang Xiaolan while Qin Yu and his companions ventured into the Zhou family villa. Yu Jia and Tang Xiaolan scoured the town for information regarding the carpenter's Zhu. Wansong Town is a small place where everyone knows each other. Moreover, Zhu is somewhat of a local celebrity. He is not only the master of the notorious axe-wielding murderer, Dai Fengzi, but also the father of Zhu Ling, one of Dai Fengzi's victims. Although Zhu Ling herself was a victim in this tragic event, many townsfolk, especially the families of other victims, stubbornly believe she was the catalyst for Dai Fengzi's murderous spree. They assert that her rejection of him ignited his violent rage. Even if the residents know deep down that Zhu Ling was not at fault, they have nevertheless redirected their animosity and resentment towards her and her father. Following Dai Fengzi's demise, the town was plagued by further tragedies, sending the residents into a state of panic and exacerbating their disdain for the Zhu family. Consequently, Zhu was forced to leave his neighborhood and relocate to his parents' old home at the foot of the northern mountain. Zhu resides at the northern mountain? How peculiar. Upon discovering Zhu's whereabouts, Yu Jia felt a stirring in her heart. As Qin Yu had suggested, all clues seemed to converge upon the northern mountain. Tang Xiaolan, gripped by fear, tugged at Yu Jia's sleeve. Are we truly going to seek out Zhu at the northern mountain? Huang Mei warned us against going there. If we disregard her warning and venture to the northern mountain, might we trigger conditions for slaughter, attracting Dai Fengzi? She had initially harbored great hopes for the lead regarding Zhu, but the realization that he resided in such a perilous area shattered her fleeting courage and confidence. Yu Jia found herself in a predicament. Would heading to the northern mountain genuinely lead them to safety, or would it mean stepping into a deadly trap? As someone who had only experienced one eerie encounter, she was at a loss. Just as she was wrestling with her thoughts, Tang Xiaolan suddenly suggested, "Perhaps we should return and inform Qin Yu and Qian Duo about Zhu's residence at the foot of the northern mountain. Their perspectives might prove valuable. After all, they are men and likely more courageous than us women. They might react quicker in the face of danger. Perhaps they would be willing to explore the northern mountain." Noticing Yu Jia's gaze fixed on her, Tang Xiaolan's voice dwindled to a whisper. Yu Jia bluntly articulated her underlying implication. "Are you suggesting that Qin Yu and Qian Duo take the risk? If they find a way to safety, we reap the benefits. If they stumble into danger, they meet their end? Do you genuinely believe they would be so foolish? Perhaps Qian Duo might. But I am certain that Qin Yu would not." Tang Xiaolan quickly countered, "That is not my intention. My point is, they are men and we are women. Men ought to protect women, should they not? When the Titanic sank, did they not prioritize women and children boarding the lifeboats? As men, it is only right that Qin Yu and his companions shoulder more risk and look after us." "Xiaolan, do not be naive." Yu Jia shook her head. "The Bronze Eyrie domain is not our former world. You may cling to certain moral expectations from our old lives, but you cannot impose those expectations onto others. In this Eyrie realm, we are strangers to one another. Mutual assistance is a kindness, but not assisting is equally justifiable. As long as one does not wish harm upon another, who can say whose life is not valuable? No one has the right to demand another's sacrifice." This was also why, on the first night when she suspected Qin Yu was being targeted by a ghost, she refrained from offering help. In this terrifying place, self-preservation was her paramount concern. Only when she had the capacity to assist others would she do so. To expect her to sacrifice herself for another's misstep was beyond her moral compass, and she believed few could genuinely embody such selflessness. "Nothing works, so what do you suggest? Perhaps you should venture to the northern mountain alone to find Zhu? I certainly refuse to meet my demise." Tang Xiaolan, now agitated, spoke harshly. As time slipped away and darkness threatened to descend once more, her fear escalated, robbing her of composure. 2 lives had already been lost. Who would be next? She was not ready to die. She was still so young. Yu Jia recognized that Tang Xiaolan's fear had clouded her judgment, and although she was not angry, she sought to calm her. "Do not rush. After all, this is a novice Eyrie realm. It does not necessarily imply that someone will perish each night." "You speak so lightly." Tang Xiaolan interrupted, her agitation palpable. "You have merely experienced one more eerie encounter than us and now consider yourself a leader? If you could truly guide us to survive, that would be one thing. But it appears you are as lost as we are. You dare criticize me for suggesting that Qin Yu should go to the northern mountain, yet you are too altruistic to take the risk yourself? If you are so selfless, why not go sacrifice yourself tonight?" "Tang Xiaolan, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yu Jia exclaimed, her patience waning. However, after 2 days of witnessing the horrific fates of Lu Feng and Sun Xiaolian, Tang Xiaolan's mental defenses were teetering on the brink. She had only managed to hold on due to the thread of hope represented by Zhu. Now that this lead seemed fraught with peril, and Yu Jia's reproaches weighed heavily upon her, her final shred of reason crumbled, and she burst into tears, fleeing the scene. Yu Jia, feeling helpless, chased after her. When Qin Yu and Qian Duo returned to the Dai residence, they found Yu Jia standing in the courtyard with a troubled expression. "Where is Sister Xiaolan and Yu Jia?" Qian Duo inquired, puzzled. "They are in there, with Lin Buqiao," Yu Jia replied, a wry smile tugging at her lips as she pointed towards the dining hall. Qin Yu and Qian Duo exchanged surprised glances as they looked in that direction. Inside the dining hall, Tang Xiaolan was eagerly assisting Huang Mei in setting the table, while Lin Buqiao was ingratiating himself with old Tian, bringing the prepared lunch to the table. "What is she doing?" Qian Duo asked, utterly baffled. "Do I even need to ask?" Qin Yu chuckled in disbelief. "She has adopted Lin Buqiao's approach, attempting to curry favor with the Tian family to ensure they do not send Dai Fengzi after her. Xiaolan must be utterly terrified and desperate to have fallen for Lin Buqiao's fanciful scheme," Yu Jia commented with a hint of resignation. She then recounted the information she had gathered about Zhu residing at the foot of the northern mountain to Qin Yu and Qian Duo. Another mention of the northern mountain. Qin Yu frowned, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Qian Duo shared their startling discovery regarding Zhou Higuang's demise with Yu Jia. The wealthy boss was killed by his wife? Yu Jia exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Qin Yu affirmed. This likely explains why Li Huifan, the wealthy boss's wife, was coerced by the Tian family. She must have been discovered for killing Zhou Higuang, and to ensure their silence, she permitted them to act with impunity in the supermarket. Additionally, she may have offered them a hush money. Upon hearing this, Yu Jia shook her head in disappointment. The lead regarding the Zhou couple can be abandoned. We need not waste more time on them. Their personal vendetta holds no relevance to resolving the matter of Dai Fengzi. The only hope left for us lies with Zhu. It seems we have no choice but to venture to the northern mountain. Initially, she had harbored hope for Qin Yu and his investigation. However, it appeared that seeking out Zhu at the northern mountain was their only option. Chapter 19. The Inn's Dismemberment Demon. Does Zhu the Carpenter have a solution? Qin Yu concurred with Yu Jia's final assertion. Zhu the Carpenter is undoubtedly a pivotal figure in this mission. Many crucial elements revolve around the area of Beishan. Currently, Zhu resides there, further underscoring his significance. A journey to Beishan is imperative. They have no alternative. However, regarding Yu Jia's earlier point about the grievances between the couple Zhou and Guang, Qin Yu harbored reservations, sensing that matters were more intricate than they appeared. Yet, the scant clues available left him unable to untangle the web of events. Fang Dapeng, motivated by his daughter, had already reported to the police. Qin Yu decided to wait and observe how the local authorities would handle the case of Li Huifan killing her husband, hoping it might shed light on the entanglements of the Zhou couple in relation to the madman Dai. After some deliberation, the trio resolved to head to Beishan post-lunch. With no other options, they understood that risks must be taken. However, their meal was tinged with melancholy. Lim Buicha believed that winning over the old Tian couple granted him a sort of immunity, and in his self-satisfaction, he did not hesitate to mock Qin Yu and his companions. This provoked Qian Duo to the brink of violence, only to be restrained by Yu Jia, who deemed it unnecessary to argue with such a fool, as it would only diminish their own intelligence. Having hastily finished their meal, the three departed with urgency. They needed to return to the Dai estate before sunset, for to linger in the encroaching darkness would surely invite peril. Fortunately, Beishan was not far from the Dai residence. They hailed a taxi, and after more than half an hour, arrived at their destination. However, the driver refused to take them closer than 200 or 300 meters from the mountain's base, insisting it was too dangerous. Young folks, you can walk the rest of the way. That place is ominous even in broad daylight. I wouldn't dare venture further. I advise you not to go up. It could spell disaster. With that, the driver accelerated and sped away. The trio proceeded on foot toward the foot of Beishan, soon spotting a few scattered old houses. They had inquired about the area from the driver earlier. Originally, there were several households at the foot of Beishan, but most had since vacated, leaving only the fearless Zhu the Carpenter behind. Locating his residence was not difficult. The lack of inhabitants meant that the few houses still standing were tightly shut, devoid of life. Only one solitary courtyard welcomed them, its gate ajar and laundry hanging out to dry. Behind the house, the mountains loomed, where graves peppered the landscape, casting an eerie shadow over the air. Unease gripped their hearts as they quickened their pace to the open courtyard, knocking on the door. Is anyone there? Hello? Is anyone home? After calling out for a while with no response, they cautiously stepped through the gate. Before them stood a modest single-story house with black tiles and stone walls, ivy crawling up its exterior. In the northern room, a flicker of light danced through the window. What is going on? Is there a fire? Qian Duo expressed his concern. Qin Yu inhaled the air laden with a fragrant scent and shook his head. It's not a fire, it's incense. The other two strained to discern the same, realizing the flickering light was likely from burning candles. Why would Zhu the Carpenter light candles in broad daylight? Qian Duo wondered. Could it be a memorial for his daughter? Zhuling, Yu Jia speculated. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air, startling them. Who are you? Turning, they beheld a man in his 60s clad in black, who had appeared seemingly out of thin air, clutching a basket of vegetables in one hand and a hoe in the other, eyeing them with suspicion. This must be Zhu the Carpenter. He appeared to have just returned from harvesting vegetables. Are you Master Zhu? Qin Yu ventured, employing the prearranged introduction. We are from the city, researching the infamous axe murder case that occurred in Wansong Town years ago, and we'd like to inquire about it. Get lost. Zhu the Carpenter interrupted, throwing down his basket in agitation and brandishing the hoe at them. Who told you to write about such things? Get out. Get out. His emotions flared, a reaction that Qin Yu and his companions had anticipated. Master Zhu, please calm down and hear us out. Yu Jia stepped forward, raising her hands in a gesture of peace. Suddenly, a pair of anxious-looking individuals burst into the courtyard, supporting each other. Who are you? What do you want at my home? Zhu the Carpenter's attention shifted to the newcomers. Qian Duo tugged at Qin Yu's sleeve, whispering, Hey, Qin. Isn't that the couple who clashed with the dress shop owner while searching for their daughter? Qin Yu recognized them as well. The previous day, while returning from Ifu supermarket, He had witnessed their altercation with the shopkeeper. Their daughter worked there and had vanished while making a delivery to a remote location. The shop owner dismissed any responsibility, even insinuating that the girl had run away with stolen goods, leading to the confrontation. Fang Dapeng had even intervened, only to be insulted by the shopkeeper, who accused his daughter, Fang, of being disreputable and eloping with a married man. What puzzled Qin Yu was why this desperate couple sought Zhu the carpenter instead of the police. However, the reason soon became clear. Master Zhu. My daughter Lin Yu went missing while delivering goods in the suburbs 2 nights ago. Lin Yu's father exclaimed, his voice laced with desperation. Lin Yu's mother, overwhelmed with emotion, cried, Master Zhu, we suspect that Xiao Yu has been taken by the ghost of the madman Dai Wu. At this, Zhu the carpenter's complexion visibly paled. Clang. He dropped the hoe and staggered into his home, heading straight for the candlelit room. It dawned on Qin Yu that the parents of the missing shop assistant had arrived at the same conclusion he had. Previously, he had speculated whether the madman Dai was responsible for their daughter's disappearance. Yet, Qian Duo had mentioned that when the girl vanished, Dai was presumably at the Dai estate, killing Lu Feng. Could it be that Dai possessed the ability to be in 2 places at once? The situation was perplexing. Thus, Qin Yu inquired of Lin Yu's parents, why, if your child is missing, did you not go to the police but instead seek Zhu the carpenter? The father scrutinized them, his attention divided as he peered into the house, responding absently, you must be from out of town. You have no idea what has transpired here. This town is haunted. There is no point in involving the police in my daughter's case. Only Master Zhu can solve it. Are you referring to the ghost of the madman Dai? Qin Yu asked. We are aware of this matter and have come specifically to gather information from Master Zhu. Lin Yu's father finally focused on Qin Yu, who spoke earnestly. If this town is haunted and people continue to perish, avoiding the issue is not a solution. We must find a way to subdue the murderer once and for all. That is the only viable path. That young man speaks truth. Lin's mother sobbed, expressing that everyone should have taken action sooner, seeking a formidable sorcerer to vanquish the madman. Otherwise, our dear Xiao Yu would not have faced such calamity, wailing. Lin's father shook his head and sighed. Finding a powerful sorcerer is not so simple. In the past, our townsfolk have sought the aid of sorcerers, spending considerable sums. Yet most yielded no results. There was, however, one sorcerer who possessed some skill. It is said that this sorcerer left a method with Master Zhu. While it may not eradicate the madman, it seems to have the potential to restrain his malevolent deeds. Hence, you have come to seek Master Zhu's assistance for your daughter? Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Qian Duo and Yu Jia also displayed expressions of excitement. Wonderful. They resolved to visit the carpenter Zhu in Beishan. And it seemed their gamble had paid off. Indeed, the carpenter possessed a means to counter the madman. Chapter 20. The In's Dismemberment Demon. The bloody tablet Zhu the carpenter indeed possesses a means to restrain the madman Dai. Qin Yu and his companions were elated by this revelation when, suddenly, a frantic scream erupted from Zhu, startling those outside. In their desperate quest for their daughter, Lin's parents disregarded their surroundings and rushed into the room, followed cautiously by Qin Yu and his companions. They entered a dimly lit chamber, approximately 10 square meters in size, and were taken aback by the sight before them. At the center stood an altar, surrounded by white cloth inscribed with crimson incantations. Encircling the altar were 3 rings of candle holders, each adorned with a white candle, crackling as it burned. The altar itself was adorned with incense and a tablet bearing a prominent name, Daichang Jin. The tablet, originally black with white lettering, now oozed a vivid crimson. Droplets of liquid falling steadily, filling the air with a heavy, metallic scent, as if the tablet had come alive, feasting on blood. Zhu the carpenter's face drained of color as he fixated on the bloodied tablet, a portrait of despair. What was happening? Yu Jia felt both anxious and bewildered. She had assumed the candles were lit in commemoration of his daughter, only to discover the name inscribed was not Zhu Ling's. Who was Daichang Jin? Could it be the madman's true name? Lin's father, a local, had a deeper understanding of the situation. After suspecting that their daughter had been abducted by the madman, the couple had gone to great lengths and used various connections to uncover a grim secret. Dai, after his death, had not rested, his spirit haunting the town. Numerous families of victims had sought out various practitioners and shamans to exorcise the spirit, but most were charlatans. Only one mage possessed genuine skill, who approached Zhu the carpenter, claiming he could set up an altar to suppress the madman's spirit and prevent him from causing further harm. This endeavor was arduous, requiring constant vigilance to ensure the altar's candles remained perpetually lit. Most would have balked at such a daunting task, yet Zhu resolved to guard the altar, determined to keep the candles burning. This poor man had lost his only daughter to the madman, and in the wake of her death, his wife had succumbed to despair. His hatred for the apprentice he once cherished as a son consumed him. With his daughter gone, he had lost his very reason for living. Protecting the altar to contain the madman had become his sole purpose. After Lin's father recounted this tale, Zhu did not refute it, confirming the veracity of his words. The candlelit altar was indeed intended to suppress the madman. Dai Chongjin was, without a doubt, the madman's true name. Yet, a cloud of unease enveloped Qinyu and the others. Why was there blood on the madman's tablet? The pallor of Zhu's face suggested dire implications. Just as Qinyu was about to inquire about the blood, Lin's father's phone rang. He answered hastily, and after a few seconds, his expression morphed into one of horror. What did you say? A severed hand of Xiaoyu was found in the wilderness. Just a hand? Could it be a mistake? What? The hand bears the same tattoo as Xiaoyu. Are you certain? With each word, Lin's father's voice trembled increasingly, until he could no longer restrain his sobs. Lin's mother swayed, nearly collapsing, and Yu Jia rushed to support her. After a moment, Lin's mother steadied herself only to suddenly lunge at Zhu, shouting frantically, "Is it your negligence that allowed the madman to strike again, causing harm to my daughter? I heard that you saved Dai when he nearly drowned as a child. You saved this murderer. If only you had let him perish, he would not have killed." Lin's father, attempting to maintain composure, quickly interjected, "Let us not act in haste. We should investigate before jumping to conclusions. It might not even be Xiaoyu." But even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at him. The tattoo on the severed hand was almost certainly their child's, and it was common knowledge that the madman's victims were often left in disarray. The remains of the others might simply have yet to be discovered. With tearful hearts, Lin's parents rushed to identify the corpse, leaving Zhu the carpenter behind, enveloped in anguish and despair. Qinyu, sensing something profound in the man's demeanor, cautiously asked, "Master Zhu, have the altar's candles extinguished in the past 2 nights?" The previous night, Lu Feng, an outsider, and Linyu, a local, had met with misfortune. Last night, Sun Xiaolian had been murdered. Zhu, no longer the fiery figure he once was, appeared utterly fatigued. Perhaps years of solitude in this remote place had taken their toll, and he finally began to speak. "Yes, the candles did extinguish on those 2 nights. Despite my best efforts to maintain the altar, I must eat, sleep, and tend to nature's call. On a few occasions, I failed to watch over them, and the candles went out, resulting in another murder, followed by blood appearing on the tablet." Qinyu felt a chill run down his spine. "Are you implying that each time the candles extinguish, the madman's spirit, Dai Chongjin, emerges to kill, and each murder results in blood appearing on the tablet?" Zhu nodded, his expression vacant. After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly leapt up, crossing the candle array, seizing the tablet bearing Dai Chongjin's name, and hurled it to the ground with a resounding crash. "Beast! Scoundrel! I should never have saved you, nor taken you as my apprentice. You should have drowned in that river," Zhu shouted in a frenzied rage, his eyes bulging, voice hoarse from emotion. As he raged, the tablet slipped from his grasp, and he clutched his chest in agony before collapsing to the ground. Qinyu and Qian Duo rushed to support him, bringing him to a nearby chair while applying pressure to his acupoint. Yu Jia hurried to the kitchen and retrieved a glass of water. Moments later, Zhu stirred back to consciousness, sipping the water Yu Jia offered. The pallor of death on his face slightly easing, he surveyed the 3 young souls surrounding him, a flicker of gratitude crossing his weary eyes. Despite having lost his daughter, he had endured the scorn and indifference of the entire town due to his connection to Dai Chongjin, living in isolation at the foot of the mountain for years, devoid of kindness from others. Finally, lowering his defenses, he sighed, "Young ones, you expressed a desire to learn about Dai Chongjin. Please, ask whatever you wish. The townsfolk fear to speak of him, but I do not. They believe that discussing him will summon his spirit, yet such fears are mere superstition. As long as the candle array remains intact, Dai Chongjin's spirit will be confined to that tablet, incapable of inflicting harm. Once, I believed that as long as I devoted myself to guarding the altar, I could contain him. But the harsh truth has proven otherwise, a moment's inattention, and the candles extinguish, leading to yet another tragedy. These 3 young people are likely journalists from the city, seeking to report on Dai Chongjin. Let them report. Perhaps it will draw skilled individuals to our town who can help vanquish this evil spirit." Chapter 21. The Inn's Dismemberment Demon. Qinyu was waiting for this very moment from Zhu the carpenter, and he immediately inquired, "Master Zhu, who devised this array? Is it truly only capable of suppressing Dai Chongjin, unable to eliminate him entirely?" Zhu the carpenter replied, "This array was set up by a foreign mage named Qinghe. Indeed, it can only restrain Dai Chongjin, but cannot eradicate him. Qian Duo gazed at Zhu the carpenter with admiration. How long have you been here? Day and night. I have guarded this array, essentially safeguarding the peace of the town. It has been over 5 years since the incident with Dai Changjian. I have been here for nearly 5 years, Zhu the carpenter said wearily, waving his hand dismissively. I am not so noble. My actions are not solely for others, but primarily for myself. My wife and I were quite advanced in age when we had Linger, and she is like my precious gem. But Dai Changjian, my wife could not bear the burden of this tragedy and jumped into the river. The very river where I once saved Dai Changjian. At this point, Zhu the carpenter's voice faltered, his eyes bloodshot. Having wept countless times, his aged and parched eyes could no longer shed tears, but were filled with an endless torrent of hatred for Dai Changjian, and even more so for himself. Qin Yu felt a pang of sympathy for this innocent and kind-hearted elder. Yet, in his quest to find a way out, he suppressed his emotions and continued to question. Master Zhu, do you have any means to contact this Master Qing He? Are you seeking him? Zhu the carpenter asked. Indeed. Qin Yu nodded. It is highly probable that this Master Qing He holds the key to our mission's salvation. We wish to inquire if there is another way to completely eliminate Dai Changjian. After all, 5 years have passed. Perhaps Master Qing He has honed his skills and can find a way to eradicate this calamity. Qian Duo and Yu Jia also gazed at Zhu the carpenter, filled with hope. Faced with the eager looks of the three, Zhu the carpenter swallowed hard. I do not know how to reach him. He merely passed through Wansong town, and upon witnessing the malevolent spirit, offered his assistance. Zhu the carpenter's words fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the hopes of the three. Is there no one else in town who knows Master Qing He? Qin Yu persisted. Zhu the carpenter shook his head. Master Qing He claimed to wander the world, without a fixed abode. I once asked him for his contact information, but he did not provide it. Later, after the candles extinguished several times, I sought him again, hoping he might think of a way to eliminate this scourge. However, I inquired throughout the entire town, and no one knew his whereabouts. Zhu the carpenter's words left the three deeply disheartened, their spirits plummeting like a roller coaster. Having regained his composure, Zhu the carpenter sighed heavily, trembling as he returned to the partition, picked up the fallen tablet, and cleaned the bloodstains from its surface before returning it to the altar. The flickering candlelight of the array cast shifting shadows on the weathered face of this unfortunate elder, rendering him even more forlorn. Master Zhu, I heard that Dai Changjian fell off the cliff at Beishan. Was his body ever recovered? With no leads on Qing He, Qin Yu began to probe about Dai's other circumstances, hoping to find an alternative means to resolve the predicament. Zhu the carpenter slowly emerged from the partition. Gesturing towards a towering peak behind the house, he fell from the cliff at Chongsong Ridge. By the time the body was retrieved, it was already mangled. During the days the body was laid in Dai's courtyard, the families of the victims nearly tore it apart in their fury. One must pity his mother. She worried for him while he was alive, and after his death, she endured scorn and could no longer bear it, ultimately ending her own life. It is better this way, at least she no longer has to suffer. As Qin Yu gazed at the mountain where Dai had fallen, the place was filled with graves and a chilling atmosphere, devoid of any discernible significance. Why has it grown dark? Zhu the carpenter mused aloud. Is it about to rain? Yu Jiao paused, then gasped, this is bad. We must hurry back. Without her needing to explain, Qin Yu and Qian Duo immediately reacted, both startled. It was truly uncanny. The sky, which had been bright mere moments ago, was now enveloped in thick clouds, shrouded in darkness. It was still not even 4 in the afternoon. Could it be that the sudden overcast was the reason for the early onset of night? The three dared not linger any longer. After exchanging contact information with Zhu the carpenter, they hurried back. If they did not return to Dai's courtyard before complete darkness fell, the terrifying consequences awaiting them were all too clear. As fate would have it, Zhu the carpenter's residence was in a remote area, rendering it impossible to summon a vehicle. The town was too small for any ride-hailing services. The three could only sprint frantically along the path they had come. Finally, upon reaching a more populated area, they managed to hail a taxi. They urged the driver to hurry, and just before darkness engulfed the sky, they arrived at Dai's courtyard. Tumbling out of the car, Yu Jia dashed forward to push the courtyard gate. To her dismay, the sturdy gate did not budge. Why is the door locked? Yu Jia exclaimed, her voice trembling. Qian Duo rushed to assist, only to meet the same fate. The door would not yield. Who locked the door? Could it be old Tian? Qin Yu exclaimed urgently. Yu Jia shook her head. Surely not. We are not Sun Xiaoyan. We haven't wronged him. Qin Yu's expression darkened. If it isn't old Tian's family, then the only ones who could have locked the door are those two, or one of them. Qian Duo stared in disbelief. Brother Qin, are you suggesting that either Sister Xiaolan or Lin Buqiao locked the door? No, it can't be. Why would they want to harm us? Why? Of course. It is to ensure their own survival, Qin Yu sneered. Seeing Qian Duo's bewildered expression, Yu Jia grimly explained, we have been here for 2 nights. Each night, someone dies. Now that it is dark again, will another person perish tonight? Who will it be? What can we do to ensure that the one who dies is not us? The answer lies in digging a pit, causing others to violate the rules and trigger the conditions for death. The seasoned ones have long cautioned that in a perilous realm, the dangers do not solely arise from malevolent spirits but also from fellow entrants. Many, unable to confront the specters, have turned their weapons on their companions in a bid for survival. It is akin to a popular internet meme. When 2 individuals encounter a bear in the woods, one does not need to outrun the bear, merely the other person to survive. Qin Yu was almost certain that it was Lin Buqiao who had locked the door. Qian Duo and Yu Jiao pounded on the door frantically. Old Tian, open the door. We have returned. Please, open the door. Despite their efforts, there was no response from within the courtyard. Qin Yu clenched his teeth in frustration. If Lin Buqiao had the audacity to lock the door, he must have devised a means to prevent old Tian from letting us in. Qian Duo was in a state of panic, sweating profusely, pounding and cursing at the courtyard door. Damn it. Lin Buqiao, open the door. Otherwise, I swear I will haunt you even in death. Yu Jia, equally desperate, shouted hoarsely. Xiaolan, can you hear me? Please, let us in. We have never wronged you since entering this perilous realm. You cannot treat us this way. Their cries echoed through the night. Within a guest room on the eastern side of the courtyard, Tang Xiaolan curled up against the wall on the bed, hugging her knees, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she implored Lin Buqiao, who sat opposite her. Isn't what you are doing too excessive? Yu Jia has always taken care of me. Your actions could endanger her life. Lin Buqiao lounged in his chair, crossing one leg over the other, and sneered at Tang Xiaolan. You think I'm being excessive? Then go ahead and open the door for them. Tang Xiaolan found herself momentarily speechless. Outside, the night had completely enveloped the world in darkness. If she ventured out to open the door, she might very well encounter the murderer. Noticing her silence, Lin Buqiao scoffed derisively. Tang Xiaolan, what are you pretending to be, a good person? Those 3 are doomed, and you think you can escape the monster's rampage tonight? I'm the one bearing the dirty work, yet you enjoy the benefits while feigning innocence. Pathetic. Chapter 22. The End's Dismembering Demon, an unexpected twist indeed. It was Lin Buqiao who had locked the gate of the courtyard. Upon realizing that night fell faster than usual and that Qin Yu and the others had yet to return, a brilliant idea took shape in his mind. After dark, malevolent spirits would likely emerge to claim lives. If he could contrive a way for Qin Yu and his companions to violate the rules and be unable to enter after nightfall, they would be the first targets of the vengeful spirits. In this scenario, Lin Buqiao could ensure his own safety. Eliminating Qin Yu and his companions would leave only Tang Xiaolan, a weeping inept, to contend with. He could then employ the same trick to make her a target for the spirits, allowing him to survive the night and emerge as the sole victor. Pleased with his ingenious scheme, Lin Buqiao set his plan into motion. Old Tian's son had gone out and failed to return home, leaving only the elderly couple. Lin Buqiao had already ingratiated himself with them. As the night descended, Old Tian hastened dinner preparations. Lin Buqiao invited the couple to dine with him, taking the opportunity to intoxicate them before locking the courtyard gate. Everything unfolded seamlessly. Sitting comfortably in the warm room, sipping on beverages he had pilfered from the kitchen, Lin Buqiao wore a victorious smile, eagerly anticipating the morrow's grim spectacle of the 3. Don't waste your strength. No one will come to open the door for us. Outside the gate, Qin Yu halted Qian Duo and Yu Jia from battering the door, gesturing upward, suggesting they attempt to scale the wall. Strangely, despite the wall's seemingly modest height, the trio could not manage to ascend, no matter how they jumped and strained. This is futile, Yu Jia remarked, her face pale, sensing the eerie change that enveloped the place after dusk. It's akin to a ghostly wall. It appears low, yet we cannot reach the top. Qian Duo cradled his head in despair. What do we do now? Are we truly destined to perish here tonight? That damned Lin Buqiao. He has been nothing but trouble since the beginning. If I die, I shall return as a vengeful spirit, gnawing at his flesh piece by piece. Yu Jia doused his fiery lament with cold reality. That is impossible. Upon death, whether body or soul, you would be consumed by the spectral realm, becoming part of its power. Only if Lin Buqiao himself were to kill you would the realm grant you the chance for vengeance. Otherwise, you cannot seek him out. Really? This is utterly unfair. Qian Duo lamented, despair engulfing him. Shoo! Qin Yu interjected, tugging at him. Listen, their essay sound. Qian Duo promptly fell silent. Suddenly, a heavy footfall echoed from within the courtyard, shattering the night's stillness, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal scraping against the ground. What on earth is that noise? Who is walking? Qian Duo queried, uncertainty lacing his voice. Could it be old Tian coming to let us in? Just as he spoke, the previously sealed gate creaked open. Someone is indeed here to open the door, Qian Duo exclaimed, stepping forward in anticipation. However, Qin Yu suddenly sensed a chilling realization. No, Qian Duo. Don't go over there. He rushed forward, yanking Qian Duo back by his jacket just as a figure exuding an icy aura materialized at the entrance. My God! Upon seeing the ghastly apparition, Qian Duo let out a blood-curdling scream, his legs threatening to give way had Qin Yu not held him upright. Yu Jia was equally terrified. Despite having endured a previous encounter within the spectral realm, the sight of the malevolent spirit before her shattered her composure. A tangled mass of pallid hair emerged from the shadows, a half-crushed skull, a visage marred by rotting flesh, blood streaming from its body, ragged clothing clinging to its form, and an axe gripped tightly in its hand, hollow eyes fixed on the trio. Surely, it was the infamous Mad Dai. Run! Quickly! Despite his own fear. Qin Yu remained the most composed, fiercely dragging his paralyzed companions as they turned to flee. Stop! Don't run! The Mad Dai's terrifying roar pierced their ears as he brandished his axe and pursued them. Glancing back at the encroaching malevolent figure sent them into a frenzy. Each of them sprinting with all their might towards the distant West Street, a place etched into their memories. Yet, as Yu Jia had warned, the area around the Dai courtyard had transformed drastically after dark, becoming unrecognizable. They ran for what felt like an eternity, breathless and on the verge of collapse. A glance backward revealed the Mad Dai still trailing them, less than 100 meters away. Ahead, the darkness loomed, and West Street, a place where people dwelled, seemed a distant, unreachable dream. It's over. We're trapped in a ghostly wall. We can't escape. Yu Jia sobbed in despair. Qian Duo, feeling hopeless, stumbled and fell, gasping as he struggled to rise. I can't go on. It's too painful. I'd rather let Mad Dai kill me. Let it be. He had always struggled with physical endurance, failing every long-distance running test at school. The thought of running for his life was more torturous than death itself. Qin Yu, though not fatigued and brimming with stamina, knew that against the ghostly wall, even sprinting until his legs broke would be futile. The Mad Dai closed in, raising his axe high above the fallen Qian Duo. Qin Yu, who had been leading the charge, considered rescuing Qian Duo, but it was too late. Yu Jia shut her eyes in fear. Yet, unexpectedly, the axe remained suspended. The Mad Dai frozen in place, as if awaiting something. Qian Duo, shaken from his terror, scrambled away, using all limbs to escape. The Mad Dai stood still, his axe raised as if spellbound. Time seemed to stretch as the terrifying figure inexplicably vanished. The door is open. Let us go. Qin Yu seized Qian Duo and beckoned Yu Jia. The two, as if awakening from a nightmare, hastened to follow him toward the open gate. The trio launched into a frantic sprint, each one alert and scanning their surroundings, terrified that the Mad Dai might leap from the shadows to ambush them. Fortunately, their fears proved unfounded. Until they reached their lodging, the Mad Dai did not reappear. In a stroke of fortune amidst calamity, Lin Buqiao had presumably assumed they would be unable to enter, neglecting to lock the door to their room. The three successfully entered and secured the door. Qian Duo collapsed onto the floor, Yu Jia slumped into a chair, and Qin Yu leaned against the door. In unison, they exhaled a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped disaster. Once they regained their composure, Yu Jia wiped the cold sweat from her brow and reflected. Although we were deceived, we were quite fortunate. Thankfully, this is a low-difficulty spectral realm. Given that there have been deaths for 2 consecutive nights, the realm likely imposed restrictions on the Mad Dai to prevent an excessively high mortality rate. Hence, he merely sought to frighten us without truly striking. Is it really so? Qin Yu pondered, a frown creasing his brow. For some reason, he sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Chapter 23, The In's Dismemberment Demon, Fang Daping is dead. The following morning, as Lin Buqiao entered the dining hall, he was utterly dismayed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was hallucinating. Yet, despite nearly bruising his own eyeball, it was to no avail. Qin Yu, Qian Duo, and Yu Jia were all present, unharmed, gathered around the table, enjoying their breakfast. Tang Xiaolan, trailing behind Lin Buqiao, wore a similarly horrified expression. Upon noticing their entrance, the three put down their chopsticks in unison. We're full. Let us go? As the trio stood up and approached him, Lin Buochao longed to inquire how they had survived the previous night. However, he hesitated to voice his question, for it would reveal that he had locked the gate himself. Yet, curiosity gnawed him. How had they evaded disaster? Had they found another escape route? Lin Buochao. Qingyu came over and amiably patted his shoulder. What do you wish to say? Lin Buochao struggled to articulate his thoughts, hoping to extract some valuable information from him. The next moment, a sudden and forceful punch landed squarely on his face. Why are you hitting me? Lin Buochao cried out, staggering backward, one eye visibly swollen and bruised. How dare you ask? Qingyu swiftly followed up with another punch. Now both of Lin Buochao's eyes were blackened, achieving a dismal symmetry. You deserve it. You almost got us killed. This is but a light punishment. Qian Duo scolded. Yu Jia cast a cold glare at Tang Xiaolan, who shrank back, guilt-ridden. Disappointment filled Yu Jia's heart. Even if Tang Xiaolan had directly participated in locking the door, she certainly knew of Lin Buochao's actions and failed to intervene. Since arriving at this place, Yu Jia had taken it upon herself to look out for Tang Xiaolan as one of the two women present. The outcome of her kindness was this betrayal. Those seasoned individuals had warned her repeatedly to unite with anyone she could within this treacherous environment, for the strength in numbers could enhance their chances of survival. She now deeply understood the gravity of the last piece of advice. One must remain wary of the unpredictability of human nature. After Qingyu had finished with Lin Buochao, the three departed the dining hall without a backward glance. Qian Duo, still rattled by last night's ordeal, patted his chest and exclaimed, "Thank goodness. If we can just survive one more night, we can return home." Noticing Qingyu lost in thought, Qian Duo curiously asked, "Brother Qin, what are you pondering?" "I'm considering why the madman spared us last night," Qingyu replied. "Was it merely because of the low level of this bizarre realm, and he was constrained by its powers, unable to harm us? Or is there another reason? What else could it be? Surely he didn't suddenly develop a conscience and decide to show mercy." Qian Duo countered. "I'm uncertain," Qingyu admitted. A persistent, nebulous feeling lingered within him, suggesting that matters were far more complex than they appeared. After several days of relentless searching, they still had no leads on a potential escape. Even Yu Jia, typically composed, now exhibited signs of despondency. "Alas, we must endure another night. I wonder if we will be as fortunate as we were last night. How are we to find a way out?" Qian Duo lamented, scratching the back of his head. "In such a short span, we cannot possibly locate Qing and the mage. Wait," he suddenly recalled. "After we discovered Zhou and Guang's bodies yesterday, Fang Daping mentioned he would report to the police. I wonder how that turned out. Did he find his daughter?" Qian Duo's kind-heartedness shone through. Despite his own dire predicament, he still thought of Fang Daping and his daughter. Fang Daping reported to the police? Report what? A voice unexpectedly interjected, startling Qian Duo. Turning to look, he saw Tian Chao, who had run out following an argument with Lao Tian, finally returning and unable to restrain himself from chiming in. "Do you know Fang Daping?" Qingyu inquired. "The owner of the breakfast shop on West Street. My friends and I often dine there. How could I not know him?" Tian Chao's expression was grim, his voice tremulous. Noticing his distress, Qingyu asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Tian Chao swallowed hard, his voice quaking as he spoke. "You all may not know yet. Fang Daping is dead. At dawn, a shepherd discovered him, dismembered and discarded in the wild grass." The trio was taken aback. Qian Duo stammered in shock. "No, it can't be. Wasn't he fine just yesterday?" Qinyu's expression hardened. "Dismembered? This is the hallmark of the madman's method." Tian Chao, agitated, kicked a fallen leaf on the ground. "The whole town is buzzing with rumors that the madman has resumed his rampage, first killing a clothing store clerk named Lin, and now Fang Daping." "But," Tian Chao hesitated, troubled. Qingyu felt a shift in his thoughts. It was now apparent that Lao Tian, a direct participant in the current ordeal, likely held knowledge about the madman's haunting. However, this individual, though seemingly amiable, was cunning and sly. Extracting any clues from him would be akin to scaling a mountain. While Huang Mei might be more vocal, she had been inseparable from Lao Tian these past few days. Tian Chao, however, was in a rebellious phase, unwilling to heed his father, making him seemingly easier to engage. He was likely informed about the madman's activities, and judging by his current demeanor, he probably knew far more than he let on. Seizing the opportunity, Qingyu pressed on. "But what? Are the townsfolk mistaken?" "Nothing," Tian Chao replied, rubbing his nose and evading the topic. Refusing to relent, Qingyu attempted to press further. Yet, Tian Chao abruptly turned and fled. Watching his hasty retreat, Qingyu fell into deep contemplation. Qian Duo remained in shock, unable to recover from the devastating news about Fong Daping. His shared experience with Fong Daping at Zhou's villa had fostered a sense of camaraderie, and the sudden news of his demise was too much to bear. He cried out, "Why would the madman target Fong Daping? How many innocents must he slay to quench his thirst for blood? Indeed, why has Fong Daping suddenly become the madman's target?" Qinyu, lost in thought, abruptly recalled the unsettling feeling of being watched when parting ways with Fong Daping yesterday. Initially, he had dismissed it as mere paranoia. But what if it wasn't he? Could it be that Fong Daping had already been marked by the madman at that time? Yet, upon reflection, Qinyu found this possibility unlikely. Thus far, the madman had only appeared after dark, and it had been broad daylight then. If it wasn't the madman, who could it be? The gaunt, weary visage of a middle-aged woman suddenly loomed in Qinyu's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. This was a grave oversight. At Zhou's villa, it was quite possible that Li Huifan had discovered their presence. This woman was astute, feigning indifference as she ascended the stairs. After they departed, she had quietly trailed them, eavesdropping until she learned they had uncovered the bodies in the basement and that Fong Daping intended to report to the police. Qinyu was certain that before Fong Daping could reach the police station, he had been ambushed by this woman. Otherwise, the news circulating the town today would not only involve his murder but also the sensational revelation of the wealthy businesswoman murdering her husband and concealing the body. If Fong Daping had indeed been attacked by Li Huifan, how then did his fate culminate in dismemberment? Could it be, as Tian Xiao's friend Luo Wei suggested, that Li Huifan deliberately imitated the methods of the madman Dai, dismembering Fong Daping and framing the latter for it, thereby exonerating herself? This would explain why Tian Xiao hesitated to speak earlier. He understands that Fong Daping did not perish at the hands of Dai, but rather that someone has maliciously exploited his name to commit murder. Wait, Qinyu was suddenly struck by a thought. If Fong Daping's demise was indeed a scheme orchestrated by Li Huifan to implicate Dai, what of the other victims? Could it be that, as Luo Wei posited, they too were victims of imitation? The dismemberment terror that plagues this town may not be solely attributed to Dai. Yet, this is not the most dreadful aspect. The truly terrifying revelation is that those who intruded upon the villa yesterday, uncovering Li Huifan's murderous secret, were not limited to Fong Daping alone, but also included him and Qian Duo. A simple inquiry by Li Huifan would reveal their status as residents of Dai's institution. She would undoubtedly seek information from Old Tian regarding their circumstances and subsequently discover that Yu Jia has been associating with them in recent days. Thus, Yu Jia too is privy to her husband's murder and concealment. Yesterday, Fong Daping was in a hurry to report to the authorities, which prompted Li Huifan to eliminate him first. Therefore, could it be that the next targets for her silencing are the three of them? Chapter 24. The inn's disemboweling demon. The candles have extinguished once more. Qinyu realized that tonight, they were faced with an unprecedented peril. Were he in Li Huifan's position, with the urgency of eliminating Fong Daping looming, he would have no choice but to take matters into his own hands. As for dealing with the three targets residing at Dai Yuan, he would undoubtedly seek the assistance of Old Tian. Once her act of murder was exposed, the entire Tian family would suffer for harboring her. If they could collectively safeguard the secret, they might continue to reap the benefits she provided. Hence, Old Tian would have no grounds for refusal. Moreover, should Old Tian desire to eliminate the three of them, he need not get his hands dirty. He could simply enlist the deranged Dai to do the job, just as he had with Sun Salian. Compounding this, tonight marked the last night for these intruders in Wansong Town. Would the eerie domain relax its restrictions on Old Tian and the madman Dai, allowing them to unleash a massacre? The more Qinyu contemplated this, the more dread seeped through him, and beads of cold sweat formed on his back. Qian Duo and Yu Jia were evidently still oblivious to this layer of danger. Especially Qian Duo, who remained mired in sorrow over Fong Daping's demise, could not help but lament. "Where is Master Qinghe? I beseech you to reveal yourself and vanquish that madman Dai, so he may no longer harm anyone. You know nothing and speak nonsense." The previously fleeing Tian Xiao suddenly reappeared, irate as he shouted at Qian Duo. "What? Did I say something incorrect?" Qian Duo retorted, perplexed. Fong Daping was killed. Was it not by that madman Dai? In this place, apart from him, could there possibly be other fiends who delight in dismembering people? At this, Tian Xiao abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Qian Duo felt a chill run down his spine as he asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? It's quite frightening." Tian Xiao, agitated, waved his hand dismissively, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "What do you know? Uncle Changjian was a good and honest man before he went mad. But afterward, "Brat," old Tian's voice cut through unexpectedly from behind. "You dare return? Come here." He berated as he stormed over, seizing his son's arm and forcibly dragging him away. Qin Yu fixed his gaze on the departing father and son. If his previous suspicions regarding imitative crimes were merely vague, Tian Chao's demeanor had now corroborated that notion to a considerable extent. Just moments ago, Qian Duo had remarked, "In this place, apart from Dai, could there possibly be other fiends who delight in dismembering people?" Tian Chao's panic had betrayed his inner thoughts. Qian Duo's unintentional words had struck at the heart of his deeply concealed secret. Qin Yu yearned to approach Tian Chao for further inquiries. He sensed that the key to unraveling their perilous task lay not with the elusive Master Qinghe, but rather with Tian Chao. However, old Tian had already caught on to Qin Yu's intentions, vigilantly keeping his son at a distance, leaving no chance for him to draw closer. Time raced by, and they remained at an impasse. To prepare Qian Duo and Yu Jia for the impending danger of the night, he felt compelled to disclose to them the possibility that Li Huifan might enlist old Tian to eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo was utterly distraught. Clutching his head and crying out in despair, "What shall we do? Who will save us? I am still young, yet to experience love. I truly do not wish to perish in this cursed place." Yu Jia, too, was thrown into disarray, her face a mask of terror and regret. She fell into a deep self-doubt, questioning whether Sun Caolian had been right, that her arrogance in dragging Qin Yu and the others into peril had brought about this calamity. Had she known, she ought to have learned from Lin Buqiao and Tang Xiaolan, doing nothing and maintaining good relations with the Tian family. Perhaps her chances of survival would have been greater. "Yu Jia, calm down." Qin Yu observed her nearing the brink of collapse and quickly shook her shoulder. "This is not the time to lose your composure. That would truly seal our fate." Yu Jia looked up, her gaze meeting his clear eyes, and felt a jolt. How strange. This person, despite being a novice in the eerie domain, exhibited a composure that surpassed even those seasoned veterans who had faced death countless times. In truth, Qin Yu was somewhat astonished himself. He found that the closer he drew to death, the more composed he became, as if he had grown accustomed to such life and death moments. This did not align with his identity as an artist, but now was not the time for such musings. The paramount concern was how to navigate the impending crisis of the night. Qian Duo suddenly slapped his forehead, a solution springing to mind. "I've got it. Let's quickly contact Zhu Mujiang. He is responsible for overseeing the formations that suppress the madman Dai. Every time Dai kills, several candles are extinguished. If Zhu can keep watch over the candles tonight, we may remain safe." Yu Jia's eyes glimmered with hope at his words. However, Qin Yu swiftly dismissed the suggestion. "I find this plan unreliable. I have a nagging suspicion that there is something amiss with the formations at Zhu's home." In fact, he had harbored doubts since leaving Zhu Mujiang's abode, and the more he pondered, the more he felt something was off. The formations, along with the mysterious Master Qinghe, bore an inexplicable peculiarity. The sudden appearance of Qinghe in this small town, voluntarily setting up the formations, seemed to offer hope to Zhu Mujiang and the townsfolk. Yet, in reality, it repeatedly plunged them into realms of anguish, regret, or terror. The candles, ever at risk of extinguishing, heralded death with each snuffing out. Regardless of whether these individuals truly fell victim to the madman Dai or were merely imitating his crimes, Qin Yu could scarcely fathom the burden and pressure that poor Zhu Mujiang must endure. It was akin to Lin Yu's incident, although it was not his fault. Her mother still blamed him, as if his failure to guard the candles rendered him the true culprit. Were these candles truly meant to suppress a killer? No. To Qin Yu, they appeared more like shackles designed to bind and torment Zhu Mujiang. Upon hearing Qin Yu's doubts about the formations in Qinghe, Qian Duo was momentarily stunned, grappling with the implications. Yet he remained undeterred. Even if grasping at straws, he still dialed Zhu Mujiang, imploring him to ensure the candles remained lit tonight. However, Zhu Mujiang's response nearly caused Qian Duo to drop his phone in shock. The poor old man, his voice quivering with a hint of tears, informed him that just moments ago, several candles had inexplicably extinguished. Yu Jia, upon hearing this, became even more frantic, devising a desperate plan. "We have no other choice. We must capture old Tian to prevent him from controlling Dai. No, not just him. We must also seize his wife and son. They are a family. Perhaps they hold the power to manipulate the madman Dai." Qin Yu deemed this plan unfeasible. No. From old Tian's recent behavior, he already harbors significant suspicion toward us. The moment we act, he may summon Dai directly and have us butchered. Yu Jia, uncertain of her own hasty suggestion, struggled to articulate a response. Nearly on the verge of tears. "Then, what do you propose we do?" Qin Yu turned and fixed his gaze on the western warehouse in the distance. Qian Duo felt a sudden chill run through him. Qin Gu, what are you planning? You can't possibly mean to go to that building, can you? Qin Yu displayed a conflicted expression. He had originally placed his hopes of finding a path to survival in Tianchao, but with old Tian guarding him so closely, that avenue appeared futile. He had no choice but to shift his thinking and seek another route. Upon catching sight of the western warehouse, Qin Yu was struck by a fresh notion. It became evident that old Tian was far from virtuous. The stringent prohibition imposed on the entrance from approaching the western warehouse on the very first day, could it conceal a secret he wished to keep hidden? Qin Yu recalled the spectral presence of Dai Mu's mother that had appeared at the warehouse's entrance. During her second apparition, she gestured for him to approach, fervently moving her lips as if attempting to convey something of great significance. Was the secret she yearned to share, perhaps, the very hidden truth of old Tian? Chapter 25. The end's gruesome fate. Qin Yu stared at the western warehouse, hesitating for a few moments before striding towards it. Their current situation had become precarious. Rather than waiting idly for doom, it was better to take a gamble. Observing this, Qian Duo hesitantly followed, fearing that if danger truly loomed, he could assist Qin Yu. Yu Jia stood frozen, lacking the courage to approach the forbidden room. However, as Qin Yu reached the eaves of the western warehouse, a ghostly figure suddenly emerged, blocking his path. Guest, I have already informed you that the western warehouse is under maintenance and entry is prohibited. Should any mishap occur, I shall not be held responsible. Lao Tian glared at Qin Yu and Qian Duo with a menacing demeanor, completely shedding his previous amiable facade, his tone laden with threats. The more he obstructed them, the more certain Qin Yu became that his suspicions were correct. Just as he contemplated forcefully pushing past Lao Tian, a chilling black mist rose from nowhere, swiftly enveloping the area. Guests, this town is surrounded by mountains, leading to frequent fog. Staying here poses no benefit to you. Return to your rooms promptly. With that, Lao Tian turned and vanished into the black mist. The appearance of this eerie fog was undeniably unnatural, reminiscent of the ghostly wall they had encountered the previous night. As expected, once Lao Tian departed, Qin Yu once again made his way towards the western warehouse. Yet, no matter how he advanced, the warehouse remained tantalizingly close yet utterly inaccessible. In his bewilderment, Yu Jia's scream pierced the air behind him. Not good, Qin Yu. The sky has darkened. Startled, Qin Yu looked up to find that the sky had indeed turned ominously dark. He initially attributed the dimming to the black mist, never anticipating that it was still just past noon when the atmosphere had inexplicably shifted to gloom. Yu Jia, in a state of panic, exclaimed, I heard from the veterans that in high-level eerie realms, if many living entrants remain, the eerie realm accelerates the passage of time to increase task difficulty. Qin Yu quickly checked his phone, which displayed the time as 5 o'clock p.m. Qian Duo, glancing at his own device, confirmed the same evening hour. So it was true. Yu Jia's face turned ashen. The previous day had indeed shown signs. At 4 in the afternoon, the sky had darkened prematurely. At the time, she had thought little of it, assuming it was merely overcast weather. After all, this was only a level 1 eerie realm. How could there be signs of accelerated time passage characteristic of a higher level realm? Yu Jia suddenly broke down in tears. Our luck is truly abysmal. We are faced with a terrifying task that bears no resemblance to its supposed difficulty and level. With just us inexperienced novices, any struggle will be futile. We should quickly retreat to our room and hide. Whether we survive next depends solely on our luck. As she spoke, her expression was vacant, akin to a startled bird. This state of distress bore a striking resemblance to Tang Xiaolan's demeanor just days prior. Qin Yu sighed, pondering whether they had truly reached a dead end, awaiting their demise. No. Yu Jia had mentioned that even the most arduous tasks still offer a glimmer of hope for survival. There must be alternative methods to break free. They simply had yet to discover them. Suddenly, a melodious tune resonated. It was an incoming call on Qin Yu's phone. He picked it up to see Luo Wei flashing on the screen. Luo Wei was a friend of Tian Chao, known for his braided hair. It was through this individual that Qin Yu and his companions learned of the madman's situation. When they parted ways, Qin Yu had deliberately exchanged contact information with him in case they needed to reach out for further insights. Unexpectedly, before Qin Yu could seek out Luo Wei, the latter had called first. Hello, Luo Wei? Qin Yu hastily answered. Hey, Qin Gu, can you hear me? It's Luo Wei, Tian Chao's friend. The voice on the other end was unmistakably Luo Wei's. I can hear you. A premonition stirred within Qin Yu. Luo Wei would not call without reason. He likely had some crucial clue to share. It's like this, Qin Gu. The other day about the madman, it wasn't my own initiative to bring it up. It was Tian Chao who prompted me to mention it. Do you understand my meaning? Qin Yu was taken aback. What did Luo Wei mean? Qian Duo and Yu Jia exchanged bewildered glances as they eavesdropped on the call. Well, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Just as Qin Yu intended to probe further, Luo Wei abruptly ended the call. When he attempted to return the call, the phone was switched off. Qian Duo was left in confusion. What on earth does Luo Wei mean? He abruptly says something cryptic and then hangs up. Is he toying with us? Qin Yu mulled over Luo Wei's words, suddenly realizing something, his voice tinged with excitement. I understand now. What he meant was that day, it wasn't merely his chatter. Tian Chao deliberately instructed him to disclose the madman-esque situation to us. Huh. Qian Duo appeared perplexed. Why would Tian Chao want him to do that? Need you even ask? Clearly, it's to assist us. Qin Yu replied. His intuition had proven correct. Their potential escape from this task lay with Tian Chao. This seemingly rebellious youth, who appeared anything but a good person, was discreetly aiding them through various means. Compared to his parents, he still possessed a conscience, unable to bear witness to the continuous demise of innocent lives. Yet, he could not directly reveal the truth, after all. His father was one of the orchestrators behind the entire incident. Once the full truth surfaced, it was likely that his entire family would face dire consequences. Thus, Tian Chao must have felt immense internal conflict, resorting to indirect methods to warn them. But what good does it do if Tian Chao wants to help us? Yujia's anxious voice interrupted. He is currently under Lao Tian's control. We have no opportunity to communicate with him. I suspect he isn't genuinely trying to assist us. Perhaps he is merely playing along with his father, deliberately leading us astray, so that we waste time pursuing the wrong direction. Qin Yu, don't let him manipulate you. Tian Chao truly wishes to aid us. It's precisely because he is under Lao Tian's control that he had Luo Wei make that call. It's just that Luo Wei's words. Seeing that Qin Yu was about to continue, Yu Jia, growing impatient, interrupted. Enough. Can you cease your rambling? Look up. The sky has completely darkened. If we don't return to our room now, we will truly be left with no way out. Though her tone and demeanor were unpalatable, her final warning rang true. Thus, Qin Yu did not dwell on her attitude. The three quickly retreated to the room shared by Qin Yu and Qian Duo, locking the door behind them. Once inside, Yu Jia curled up on the bed, tightly wrapping herself in the blanket, murmuring fervently. Listening closely, Qin Yu realized she was desperately praying to various deities, beseeching for safety through the night and a return to life. Faced with the impending danger, Yu Jia was overwhelmed with fear, her mental state utterly unraveling. Chapter 26. The murderous ghost of the inn has arrived. Qin Yu disregarded Yu Jia and continued to contemplate the thoughts that had just been interrupted. Tian Chao would not have called Luo Wei without reason. He surely intended to convey something through him. Qin Yu repeatedly recalled his conversation with Luo Wei near the supermarket. Although the car accident had robbed him of his previous memories, it did not diminish his sensitivity to new developments. In truth, he vividly remembered every word Luo Wei had uttered. The most striking impression was the way this uniquely styled youth emphatically asserted his disbelief that the madman could still kill after death. He posited that it was far more plausible that others were imitating the madman and framing him for the crimes. Initially, Qin Yu found this individual to possess a certain originality in thought. However, at this moment, he realized that he was merely echoing Tian Chao's words. A sudden shock coursed through Qin Yu. Could it be that Tian Chao was subtly hinting at the truth through Luo Wei? Was it possible that the madman-esque ghostly killings were a fabrication and that the true perpetrator was someone else? Following this line of reasoning, Qin Yu soon recognized a point he had previously overlooked. The madman's real name was Dai Chongjian. His notorious nickname stemmed not only from his later murderous rampage but also from his intellectual deficiencies since childhood. Dai's mother had once worried about his future due to this. One must wonder, how could a mentally impaired individual manage to evade detection and select solitary victims? How could he kill so many without alerting those around him? At that time, Zhu the carpenter had indeed reported the incident, yet he had not disclosed to the families of other victims that Dai was the murderer. How then did those families learn of it and rush into Dai's residence ahead of the police? Originally, the police could have apprehended Dai and interrogated him directly. However, the premature arrival of the victims' families caused chaos, allowing Dai to escape and subsequently perish in Beishan, leaving many details of the case ambiguous and unresolved. As Qin Yu delved deeper into this matter, he discovered an increasing number of discrepancies. He swiftly picked up his phone and dialed Zhu the carpenter. Master Zhu, may I trouble you to confirm something? When the victim's family stormed into Dai's residence and discovered that Dai was the murderer, Were you present at the scene? Without hesitation, Zhu the carpenter replied, I was there as well. Initially, I had gone to wait for the police outside Dai's residence. However, instead of the police, a large group of family members arrived, some of whom I recognized. What is it? Did you, along with those family members, witness Dai Changjin kill your daughter? Fearing that this question might evoke painful memories and incite resentment in Zhu, Qin Yu quickly added, I understand this question may cause you distress. However, I must be candid. We are investigating the details of the Dai Changjin case. This question is crucial, and I implore you to answer me, please. As Qin Yu anticipated. The moment Zhu the carpenter heard the question, he instinctively recoiled from the painful recollections of that day. Yet perhaps Qin Yu's earnest appeal struck a chord. Or perhaps Zhu had suppressed certain doubts that now resurfaced under Qin Yu's probing. He took a deep breath, striving to contain his overwhelming sorrow, and transported his memory back to that unforgettable dark night. After a brief moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and firmly stated into the phone, No, that day, none of us saw Dai Changjin commit murder. Zhu the carpenter distinctly recalled that when the agitated families initially attempted to rush into Dai's residence, he had tried to dissuade them. Despite having called the police, he harbored deep-seated doubts about Dai being the true murderer. Having known the boy for many years, he believed he understood him well. While Dai was somewhat simple-minded, he was not malevolent. Rather, he was quite kind-hearted. He lived a humble life with his widowed mother. Often, he would accompany Dai to work as a carpenter in others' homes, and whenever he received treats, Dai would save them to share with his mother. Whenever he encountered stray cats and dogs, he would feed them. If he saw them sick or dying, he would weep and carefully bury the poor creatures. Dai was also deeply respectful and obedient to his master, never talking back and diligently assisting with chores. Hence, on that fateful day, he stood at the entrance of Dai's residence, fervently urging the families not to act rashly, insisting that Dai was not that kind of person, and that there must have been some misunderstanding. However, before he could finish his words, a woman's piercing scream erupted from within one of the rooms. The sound was so familiar, echoing that of his only daughter. He was jolted into awareness, realizing he hadn't seen her for some time. Upon discovering a bloody object in Dai's toolbox, he instinctively sought out his daughter, only to find no trace of her. He thought little of it, assuming she had gone to visit a neighbor. Hearing the alarming cries, he could no longer restrain the families and hurried toward the source of the noise. As he pushed open the ajar door, he was met with a horrifying scene, blood and body parts strewn across the floor, and his daughter's lifeless eyes staring blankly. Alongside Dai, wielding a bloodied axe, shouting, I killed you. I killed you. In that instant, a wave of blood rushed to his brain, obliterating all rational thought. What transpired next was a blur. By the time he regained his senses, Dai Changjin was already dead, and the tale of his murderous spree had spread throughout the streets. Listening to Zhu the carpenter recount these memories, Qin Yu reaffirmed, Master Zhu, so you're saying that when you entered, Miss Zhu had already been killed? Everyone only saw Dai Changjin standing there with the bloodied axe, but no one actually witnessed him committing the act. Correct. Don't you find that somewhat peculiar? Qin Yu could not help but retort. From the moment you heard your daughter's scream to when you rushed in, it could not have been more than a few minutes, right? Is it truly feasible for Dai Changjin to dismember a living person capable of screaming in such a brief span? Qin Yu's words struck a chord within Zhu the carpenter, awakening a dormant doubt that transformed from vague uncertainty into piercing clarity. No. I too have harbored suspicions akin to yours. Yet, the chaos of that day was overwhelming. Those families were far more agitated than I, and they failed to notice the timing discrepancy. When I raised my concerns, they insisted that the fool possessed great strength, asserting that he had ample time to kill and dismember. Some even accused me of trying to shield Dai. Ultimately, the police believed their words. Detecting a hint of concealed emotion in Zhu's tone, Qin Yu paused and asked earnestly, Master Zhu, can you tell me the truth? Setting aside the fact that Dai Changjin was found at the scene of Miss Zhu's murder with an axe, would you believe he was a murderer? I do not believe it. Zhu the carpenter responded without hesitation. And all those rumors claiming he went mad after being rejected by Ling Er are unfounded. Ling Er has always been kind to him, treating him like a brother. He would be the first to defend her if anyone attempted to bully her. If he truly harbored such feelings for Ling Er, how could I, who spent every day with him, not have noticed? If anyone truly wished ill upon Ling Er, it would only be Dai's cousin. However, as he spoke, Zhu's tone shifted, becoming uncertain, but perhaps these are merely my wishful thoughts. Everyone in town insists that Dai is the murderer. Later, the police found more belongings of the victims in his room, so perhaps my instincts were all misguided. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. I once believed I understood Chan Jin, yet in truth, I did not. It was my unwillingness to confront the fact that I had rescued a murderous demon and had even taken him under my wing, ultimately resulting in the death of others and the tragic demise of my own daughter. I clung to the naive hope that he was not the true culprit. The carpenter's tone was sorrowful. On the other end of the phone, Qin Yu became agitated. Perhaps your thoughts are not entirely misguided. After all, you are the one who knows Dai Changjian best. Before the carpenter could respond, he quickly inquired, by the way, you mentioned that Dai Changjian's cousin had ill intentions towards Miss Xu. Could that be referring to the current owner of Dai Courtyard, Old Tian? Bah. The carpenter spat vehemently. What does he even count as the owner of Dai Courtyard? That place will forever bear the Dai surname. He merely stumbled upon good fortune. With Changjian and his mother gone and no other relatives to inherit the estate, it fell into his hands. It was clear that the carpenter held a very negative view of Old Tian. Before Qin Yu could reply, he continued, in fact, I had long suspected that the Tian fellow was not a good person and had warned Changjian's mother more than once to be wary of him. If necessary, they should move the whole family out of Dai Courtyard. Yet, unexpectedly, it was Changjian and his mother who met with misfortune, allowing the Tian family to reap the benefits. The carpenter's words prompted Qin Yu to recall a certain matter he had previously suspected. By the way, Master Zhu, do you truly not know the origins of that Qinghe master? Aside from you, has he had dealings with anyone else in town? Dealing with others? I should think not. The carpenter replied, pausing momentarily before adding, wait, your inquiry has sparked a memory. Qinghe and that Zhou fellow are associated. He is the owner of the largest supermarket in town, Yifu Supermarket. I have met him. Are you referring to Zhou Heguang? Qin Yu's voice rose involuntarily, as though he had finally unearthed a clue that had been submerged beneath the surface. Yes, that is him. Do you know him as well? He is somewhat of a celebrity in our town, but alas, he is not blessed with good fortune. Qin Yu was perplexed. He is a successful businessman, quite wealthy. How could he lack fortune? The carpenter replied, I heard it from Qinghe Master in passing. It may not be entirely accurate. At that time, Qinghe Master was still at my home, assisting in arranging the ritual. I happened to see Zhou Heguang visit him. Out of curiosity, I asked a few questions. Initially, the master was reluctant to divulge anything, but one evening, after a few drinks, he let something slip. I learned that Zhou Heguang seems to be suffering from lung cancer, coughing severely, even coughing up blood. It appears the hospital was unable to treat him effectively, and he sought Qinghe Master's help, hoping there might be some remedy for his ailment. That was his personal matter, so I did not pry further. However, I later heard that Zhou Heguang had run off with a young girl to enjoy life elsewhere, so it seems he must have recovered. Either the hospital misdiagnosed him, or Qinghe Master was merely speaking inebriated nonsense. Perhaps he did not have a terminal illness, but rather a common lung ailment. Sigh, I seem to have digressed. No, you have not digressed. What you have said is of utmost importance. Hearing the excitement in Qin Yu's voice, the carpenter grew somewhat puzzled. Young man, what is the matter? Hello? Hello? Why did the call drop? The carpenter assumed that something had come up on Qin Yu's end, causing the disconnection. Little did he know that at that moment in Dai Courtyard, Qin Yu's phone signal had inexplicably been interrupted. Moments later, with a sudden click, the previously locked door swung open without warning. Ah! Yu Jia shrieked in terror. Qian Duo reacted swiftly. It seems someone has unlocked our door from the outside. Qin Yu's heart raced as he instantly deduced who had opened the door. Old Tian possessed the keys to all the rooms here. On the night Sun Xiaoyan was murdered, that scoundrel must have opened her door in the same manner, allowing the killer to enter. He attempted to rush over to close the door, but it was too late. A chilling gust of wind swept in, slamming the door against the wall with a resounding thud. As the door swung open, the oppressive darkness of the night crept into the room, followed by the flickering of lanterns in the courtyard and the lights within their room, which sputtered and then extinguished completely. It's over. Old Tian intends to send Dai the madman to kill us. Yu Jia screamed hysterically, scrambling out of bed and darting into the bathroom, quickly locking the door behind her. Go find them. Don't come looking for me. Go find them. Don't come looking for me. Terrified, she curled up next to the toilet, clutching her head and fervently praying. Faced with the imminent danger of death, she was no longer the rational leader who sought to unite the newcomers. Her mind blanked, consumed by the primal instinct to survive. The heavy footfalls echoed in the darkness of the guest room, accompanied by the ominous sound of metal scraping. If nothing else, it was the killer dragging an axe towards them. Qin Yu and Qin Duo were tense, their hearts pounding. Suddenly, the footsteps and the metal scraping ceased. Silence enveloped the room. The The two exchanged bewildered glances. Had the ghost departed? In the bathroom, Yujia cautiously opened her tightly shut eyes upon hearing the unsettling stillness outside. In the next moment, a pair of bloodshot eyes locked onto hers from the darkness. A decayed face emerged, hanging upside down from the bathroom ceiling. Its mouth stretching into a horrifying grin, producing a chilling voice. Found you. At last. Found you. Dai the madman, wielding a long axe. Had disheveled white hair resembling straw, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Yujia below. Help. Help me. Yujia screamed in a frenzy, tumbling out of the bathroom and bursting into the darkness outside. Don't. Run. Dai the madman, with axe in tow, pursued her with a savage expression. My God. Qianduo's voice cracked in fear as he too fled from the room. Qinyu hesitated for a moment before hastily following Qianduo. In the adjacent guest room, Lin Buqiao reveled in the screams and cries for help emanating from outside, gleefully slapping his thigh. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Those fools are finally being targeted by the evil spirit. How stupid I am. I found the path to survival long ago. As long as I maintain a good relationship with old Tion's family, they won't let Dai the madman harm us. What do you think, Tang Xiaolan? Now you finally understand how clever and formidable I am, don't you? Tang Xiaolan, curled up on the bed, nodded repeatedly in relief. Yes, Brother Lin. You are the most formidable. I am fortunate to have followed you. Had I remained with you, Jia, I wouldn't even know how I would die. Previously, Tang Xiaolan had felt a twinge of guilt for abandoning Yu Jia, but now she simply wished to commend her own cleverness. Yu Jia merely encountered one more eerie circumstance, but was not truly superior in any regard. The Qin Yu accompanying her, though appearing intelligent, was, in reality, ignorant and fearless. Now, they were careening towards their doom, finally triggering the rules of slaughter. Meanwhile, she had cut her losses just in time by aligning herself with Lin Buqiao. This night, as Dai the madman eliminated those individuals, she and Lin Buqiao would be safe. Tomorrow, they would leave this cursed place, head for the station, and return home unscathed. With these thoughts, a smile finally graced Tang Xiaolan's pale face. In the courtyard, Qin Yu and the others were still fleeing for their lives. Dai the madman relentlessly pursued them with his axe. The fog had rolled in during the night, obscuring their sense of direction. The previously limited space, under the influence of the malevolent forces, had morphed into an infinite expanse. The three individuals ensnared in a labyrinth of despair darted about like headless flies. Yet they remained unable to extricate themselves from their predicament. No, I cannot continue, one lamented, breathless from exertion. Qianduo was the first to collapse onto the ground in exhaustion. Qinyu also halted his advance, not due to fatigue like Qianduo, but rather because he sensed an ominous sound lurking in the distance. Only Yu Jia persisted in her reckless dash forward, while the madman, dragging a long axe, inexorably advanced towards the two who had ceased their flight. Chapter 27, The Inn's Dismemberment Demon, an astonishing twist 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. The madman Dai approached step by step, wielding a deadly axe. The underperforming student Qianduo lay resignedly on the ground, weakly calling out to Qin Yu, Brother Qin. You must leave. Don't worry about me. Shoo. Qin Yu gestured for him to be silent. Did you hear that? Someone is coughing, and there's another sound, like what? Qianduo looked up in surprise. Cough, 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 cough. Ahead lay a thick, swirling fog, obscuring everything in darkness. From within the fog, a faint coughing sound echoed ominously. Shoo, shoo. Alongside the coughs came an unsettling sound of metal scraping against the ground. Upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to the sound of the axe grinding against the earth in the madman's grip. Qianduo's eyes widened in confusion. Is someone coming this way? Who could it be? At the front, Yu Jia also heard it, her face lighting up with wild joy as she waved her arms and shouted, Is anyone there? Help! Please save us. She ran towards the source of the coughing sound. Qin Yu fixed his gaze on the fog ahead, the intermittent, peculiar coughing noise triggering memories of something Carpenter Zhu had said not long ago. His thoughts drifted further back, leading him to recollections from his time in the Zhou family villa. In a flash, fragments of the past swirled in his mind, guided by a sudden spark of inspiration, aligning perfectly to reveal a complete picture. Yu Jia, Qin Yu suddenly realized, summoning all his strength to shout forward, Come back. Don't go there. Those aren't rescuers. That is the true killer. What? Yu Jia halted in panic, glancing back in confusion. Dai Changjin is not the real killer. He has been framed. The real murderer is right in front of you, run. Yu Jia, stunned, could not discern the truth in Qin Yu's words. Cough, 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 cough. In mere seconds, the coughing sound, now mingled with the metallic scraping, drew perilously close. The chilling aura of death followed closely behind. A pale, gaunt face emerged from the fog, eyes bulging with bloodshot intensity, mouth agape, revealing a terrifying array of sharp white teeth. Clutching a long-handled axe, its blade stained with dried brown blood, she was unmistakably Li Huifeng. Li Huifeng. Yu Jia's body shivered violently, though she had never seen the wealthy lady in person. Qin Yu had shown her a picture, and recognition struck her instantly. Yet, the woman before her bore no semblance of normalcy. She resembled a demon risen from the depths of hell. Seeing Yu Jia frozen in place, Qin Yu urged her urgently, "She is the true murderer. Run." In the final moment, Yu Jia had hidden herself in the bathroom, locking the door behind her and leaving him and Qian Duo outside. Yet, in this dire moment, Qin Yu still hoped to pull her back. She was not like Lin Wuchao, at least in the past few days. She had tirelessly acquainted them with the rules of the Bronze Ghost Realm. Without her, Qin Yu would not have adapted so swiftly to this place. Overwhelmed by terror, Yu Jia's mind went blank, her body stiff. It was only after Qin Yu's repeated warnings that she snapped out of her stupor. Scrambling back in the direction she had come. "You can't escape." Li Huifeng's voice was eerily low, yet it emerged as a coarse male voice. She advanced rapidly, her movements unnaturally swift, seizing Yu Jia by the hair. "Ah!" Yu Jia screamed as chunks of hair were torn from her scalp, falling backward in agony. In the next instant, all her cries were silenced by sheer terror. Her eyes widened in horror, reflecting the gleaming axe slicing through the air, hurtling towards her. "Ah!" In utter panic, she instinctively raised her arms to shield herself. The axe severed her arm with brutal force, crashing down upon her chest. Blood gushed forth. A sight too horrific to behold. Yu Jia, Qian Duo, witnessing the scene, felt his soul shatter. "There's no time to save her. Run." Qin Yu made a swift decision, yanking Qian Duo and fleeing. After only a few steps, they spotted the madman Dai, dragging his axe towards them. Faced with the grotesque visage of Dai, whose face was marred with decay, Qian Duo was paralyzed with fear. His mind racing with a singular thought. Caught between a wolf in front and a tiger behind, they were doomed. In this moment of crisis, Qin Yu remained surprisingly composed. Dragging Qian Duo swiftly towards Dai, the distance between them closed rapidly. As they brushed past, Dai did not raise his axe against them. Instead, he lunged forward with a roar, positioning his broken body protectively in front of them. This was undeniably a gesture of protection. Qian Duo stared in disbelief. Yet, Qin Yu was unfazed, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Meanwhile, Li Huifeng effortlessly dismantled Yu Jia, blood splattering across her face, transforming her into a ghoul that feasted on flesh and blood. With her axe in hand, she approached Qin Yu and Qian Duo with a malevolent expression, declaring, "Not one of you will escape. Go, quickly." Dai Changjin, his wounded hand raised, urged Qin Yu and Qian Duo with urgency. Then turned to Li Huifeng, roaring, "I will kill you. I want to kill you." After shouting this, he raised his axe and, despite his injuries, charged towards Li Huifeng. "Get lost. Fool. Idiot." Li Huifeng scoffed contemptuously, her voice still rough and male. She swung her axe violently at Dai. Dai Changjin hastily raised his own axe to defend himself, but he was no match for her. The axe struck his shoulder with devastating force, emitting a plume of smoke as his face contorted in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Li Huifeng swung again, this time targeting his right leg. He fell to the ground in pain, still attempting to fend her off while shouting to Qin Yu and Qian Duo, "Run. Get away." Qin Yu quickly pulled Qian Duo as they sprinted, yet they could not escape the fog that ensnared them. They could only retreat to their original room, locking the door behind them. Outside, Li Huifeng's triumphant laughter echoed chillingly. "They can't escape. Dai Changjin, you're nothing but a useless fool, a simpleton. Thinking you can stop me. You can't save Juling. You can't save these two. No, you can't save anyone. Ha ha ha. Brother Qin, what's happening?" Qian Duo gasped, pressed against the window, watching the struggle between Dai Changjin and Li Huifeng, bewildered as he asked Qin Yu, "Why does Li Huifeng sound like a man?" Qin Yu had uncovered the truth hidden in the fog. That was not Li Huifeng at all. She had been dead for some time. It was Zhou Heguang. Huh? But Zhou Heguang is dead, right? We saw his body. Qian Duo was utterly shocked and confused. Qin Yu explained, Zhou Heguang is indeed dead. He likely succumbed to an incurable lung ailment. However, his spirit did not rest, and it has taken possession of his wife's body. This is what we call possession. That is why, when we were at the Zhou family villa, Li Huifeng's mother treated her with such contempt, accusing her of being a murderous demon. We all assumed too readily that the old lady was blaming her daughter for killing her husband. In truth, the elderly lady's ire was directed at the malevolent spirit of Zhou Guang that clung to her daughter. This was the very reason she stealthily ventured into the bedroom of Zhou Guang and his wife, affixing Buddhist scriptures beneath their bed, hoping to exorcise the evil spirit that tormented her daughter. Yet, it seemed that this strategy bore little fruit. Qian Duo felt his mind was faltering. Could such an absurdity truly exist? No wonder Li Huifin's voice was so peculiar. It was as though a man had taken residence within her. Nonetheless, in a world rampant with specters and demons, such phenomena did not seem entirely implausible. Qin remarked that after Zhou Guang possessed Li Huifin, he continued many of his earthly habits, manifesting not only in his tone and demeanor, but also in the occasional cough. When Zhu the carpenter informed him over the phone of Zhou Guang's pulmonary ailment and persistent coughing, it immediately reminded him of Li Huifin's severe cough and her behavior, which was as crude as a man's. This was merely an echo of Zhou Guang's former self. Hence, it was perplexing that a housewife like Li Huifin could adeptly navigate business challenges following her husband's abrupt elopement. The supermarket staff noted her striking resemblance in mannerisms to Zhou Guang. In fact, Li Huifin's assistant had inadvertently divulged the truth during casual conversation, suggesting that at times, it felt as though Li Huifin was Zhou Guang himself, merely in a different guise. After Qin Yu's elucidation, Qian Duo began to grasp this astonishing reality. He glanced back at Dai Chongjin, who was struggling against Li Huifin, or rather, Zhou Guang, and tremulously inquired, "Brother Qin, is Dai Chongjin truly attempting to save us? He must be wronged, right? The real murderer is Zhou Guang." Indeed, Qin Yu's gaze fell upon Dai Chongqing, whose spirit was visibly shaken by Zhou Guang's assault. Filled with concern and sympathy, he was wronged. He had never harmed anyone, neither in life nor in death. The true perpetrator of murder and dismemberment was Zhou Guang. This individual was undoubtedly deranged. In life, he reveled in violence. In death, he persisted, possessing his wife to continue his malevolence. Lao Tian was his accomplice. How foolish he had been to believe that Lao Tian had accepted Li Huifin's bribes to cover up her husband's murder. The reality was precisely the opposite. It was Zhou Guang, transformed into a ghost, who usurped Li Huifin's body, with Lao Tian continually aiding him. No, their collusion must have begun long before Zhou Guang's demise. The plot to frame Dai Chongjin undoubtedly involved Lao Tian. After all, he could freely access Dai Yuan to execute various schemes and manipulate Dai Chongjin's toolbox without raising suspicion. Tian Chao had previously asserted in their presence that Dai Chongjin was a good person, even insinuating through Luowei that someone was using Dai Chongjin's name to perpetrate harm, which was an implicit suggestion that Dai Chongjin was indeed wronged. Upon realizing this, Qin Yu contacted Zhu the carpenter to confirm details, and the responses he received aligned perfectly with his conjectures. 5 years prior, when Master Zhu and the family rushed into Dai Yuan, they only saw Dai Chongjin wielding an axe but did not witness him committing murder against Zhu Ling. If his deductions were correct, the actual truth was that Zhou Guang likely recognized he had killed too many, fearing exposure, and chose the simple-minded Dai Chongjin as a scapegoat. The remains of the victims found in Dai Chongjin's toolbox were placed there by Zhou Guang. Zhu Ling had also been kidnapped by Zhou Guang and, with Lao Tian's assistance, brought into Dai Yuan where she was murdered. The families of the victims being notified and surrounding Dai Yuan before the police arrived was also a scheme devised by Zhou Guang and Lao Tian. The cries for help from Zhu Ling that Master Zhu and others heard were likely recordings of her final moments. The intent was to lure people into Dai Yuan, positioning Dai Chongjin as a witness to the supposed murder. Dai Chongjin must have entered the room where Zhu Ling's dismembered body lay at that precise moment under Lao Tian's orchestration. The poor, simple man, suddenly witnessing the death of Zhu Ling, whom he regarded as a sister, was overwhelmed with shock, instinctively picking up the axe that had fallen to the ground, shouting in a fit of rage. His intention was not to harm anyone, but to avenge the one who had wronged Zhu Ling. Unfortunately, his mental deficiencies rendered him incapable of defending himself amidst the chaos, culminating in the tragic outcome. After listening to Qin Yu's analysis, Qian Duo looked at Dai Chongjin in the distance, tears of anger and sympathy glistening in his eyes. How could Zhou Guang and Lao Tian sink to such depths? Especially Lao Tian. Dai Chongjin was his cousin. When their family was left homeless, it was Dai Chongjin and his mother who took them in. How could he be so ungrateful as to turn against them? Had his conscience been devoured by a beast? Qin Yu coldly replied, "Not everyone in this world possesses a conscience or deserves to be called human. The wickedness of Zhou Guang and Lao Tian extends far beyond this. Master Zhu personally witnessed Zhou Higuang's interactions with the Master Qing He. He thought the man named Zhou was seeking treatment, but I sense it was far more insidious. The so-called array in Master Zhu's home may very well be a deceptive plot. What do you mean by that, Brother Qin? Qian Duo exclaimed, his eyes widening in confusion. Ah! At that moment, Dai Changjin emitted a harrowing cry of anguish. Qin Yu and Qian Duo quickly turned to see a dire situation unfolding. Dai Changjin was no match for Zhou Higuang, who struck him relentlessly, causing him to emit plumes of white smoke, his form growing increasingly translucent, as though he were on the verge of disintegration. In his excruciating suffering and weakness, his already fearsome visage became even more grotesque and terrifying. Yet, at that moment, Qin Yu gazed upon him not with fear, but with a burgeoning sense of warmth and empathy. Those of them who had intruded into this realm only perceived Dai Changjin's frightening exterior, which had led them to misconstrue the facts from the very beginning. This unfortunate soul, still wielding the axe in death, was not a harbinger of harm, but rather a beacon of salvation. He understood that Zhou Higuang continued his spree of violence. They, the residents of Dai Yuan, were mere prey to this malevolent entity. Thus, Dai Changjin appeared in the darkness, wielding his axe, striving with all his might to protect them. Regrettably, whether it was Lu Feng or Sun Xiaolian, including the recently slain Yu Jia, and even Qian Duo and himself, their initial reaction had been to view him as a butcher and flee in terror. Dai Changjin's pursuit, his cries of "Stop! Don't run!" were earnest attempts to alert them that the real murderer lurked elsewhere, waiting within the dense fog to ensnare them. Alas, his mental impairments rendered him incapable of articulating his intent, and they, the intruders, were so panicked and disoriented that they failed to perceive the truth obscured by the deceptive facade, ultimately missing the narrow escape that lay within reach. This, perhaps, was the most profound and astonishing trap the current mission had set for them. Lin Buochao, with his scheming ways, had locked him, Qian Duo, and Yu Jia outside the gates of Dai Yuan that night. Dai Changjin had indeed appeared, but had not harmed anyone, subtly revealing the truth, that it was not as Yu Jia had claimed, a result of the low-level ghost realm where spirits did not kill every time they manifested. The reality was that night, the true murderer was not present in Dai Yuan. As Yu Jia noted, spirits were restricted in their actions during the day. Zhou Higuang was an anomaly. He possessed the living, unlike ordinary spirits that shunned sunlight, allowing him to roam freely by day. Yet, he lacked the capability to unleash his carnage in broad daylight. Only under the cover of night did he reign supreme. On that fateful afternoon, when Fang Daping contemplated reporting to the authorities, Zhou Higuang could only resort to an unexpected ambush, capturing him and confining him in a clandestine location. As night descended, he busied himself with the grim task of disposing of bodies, leaving him no time to continue his malevolent deeds at Dai Yuan. It was precisely for this reason that Dai Changjin, brandishing a long axe, prepared himself for a desperate battle against Zhou Higuang, who could emerge at any moment, determined to protect the three of them. However, after an extended wait, Zhou Higuang never materialized. It was only then that he realized this murderer would not make an appearance that night, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief and vanish into the shadows. Chapter 28. The inn's corpse fragmenting demon. Forbidden grounds outside in the courtyard, the fierce struggle was nearing its conclusion. Dai Changjin's spirit, battered and bruised, knelt upon the ground, unable to wield his axe any longer. Zhou Higuang, with a sinister grin, suddenly turned his gaze towards Qin Yu in the room where Qian Duo was situated, his chilling eyes piercing through the darkness. "Qin, brother Qin, Zhou Higuang is coming. What do we do?" Qian Duo's voice trembled, panic evident as he stammered. "Can this door hold him back?" Cold sweat trickled down Qin Yu's forehead, a sense of foreboding roiling in his chest. Despite Yu Jia's repeated assurances that the first-level Eerie realm would not pose a significant challenge, the current predicament contradicted her claims. The traps were exceedingly concealed, and even though they had uncovered the truth, their only protector, Dai Changjin, was no match for Zhou Higuang. Moreover, the days had grown darker much too quickly, suggesting that the Eerie realm was increasing their difficulty in navigating through it, gradually loosening the restraints on Zhou Higuang and Lao Tian's abilities. Could they truly, like in the earlier days, rely on this flimsy door to stave off the murderous specter? Qin Yu felt no confidence in that notion. What should we do? Discovering that Dai Changjin was wronged and seeking his protection, couldn't that be a means of survival? But what on earth does that survival entail? Frustration surged within him. "Dai Changjin!" Qian Duo exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the window in dread. To their astonishment, Dai Changjin, despite having collapsed, clung desperately to Zhou Higuang's leg. refusing to let him approach their room. "Let go of me, you fool! You idiot!" Zhou Heguang bellowed in rage, swinging his axe down mercilessly at Dai Changjin. Qian Duo, filled with concern and urgency, grasped Qin Yu's arm tightly, trembling as he asked, "What do we do, Brother Qin? Dai Changjin can't hold on much longer. If this continues, will he truly perish?" Qin Yu yearned to assist, yet in this bizarre world, an unarmed intruder was no match for the malevolent spirits. Rushing in recklessly would only lead to death, resolving nothing. He couldn't help but strike the air in frustration, a sense of overwhelming defeat swelling within him. Having unearthed the truth, was it possible that this night, he, Qian Duo, and Dai Changjin would still succumb to the despicable Zhou Heguang? Dai Changjin outside was nearing his limit. In a moment of desperation, a flash of insight struck Qin Yu on the day they arrived at Dai's residence. Lao Tian had warned them not to venture to that place, the West Warehouse. Previously, he had suspected that the West Warehouse might conceal clues. But fearing Lao Tian's warning and the potential presence of the murderer within, he had refrained from approaching. However, now that they understood Dai Changjin was innocent, Qin Yu recalled that the spirit of Dai's mother had appeared at the entrance of the West Warehouse, beckoning him to come closer, attempting to convey something. He realized that the old woman was not a malevolent spirit. She sought to reveal the truth to them. "Let us go. Qian Duo to the West Warehouse." Qin Yu seized Qian Duo's hand and burst through the door. Yet, cold sweat soon broke out on his back. The surroundings were engulfed in impenetrable black mist. In this ghostly maze, they could not discern where the West Warehouse lay. What to do? Just as he felt lost, a flicker of ethereal light caught his eye in the distance. He focused, seeing a hunched figure in the shadows, waving at him. The figure was elderly, with white hair. A face twisted and bruised, eyes bulging, and a long tongue dragging down to the abdomen. It was the spirit of Dai's mother. This time, Qian Duo, too, beheld her and gasped in shock. Qin Yu's heart soared with joy. Without hesitation, he grabbed Qian Duo and dashed towards Dai's mother. "Hurry. Behind her must be the West Warehouse. She, like Dai Changjin, has been guiding us." They raced to her side, but as they approached, the old woman's spirit turned and dissipated. The thick black mist remained. Qin Yu groped in the direction she had vanished, and indeed, he felt a door. "This is it." He lifted his foot and kicked it with all his might. Bang! The locked wooden door swung open. A waft of incense filled the air, and the flickering candlelight dispelled the surrounding fog. Qin Yu and Qian Duo finally glimpsed the scene before them. Within the open doorway of the West Warehouse stood a screen, from behind which the candlelight emanated. They rushed inside, circled behind the screen, and gasped in astonishment. On the ground lay 3 circles of burning candles surrounding an altar adorned with 2 iron tablets. Upon closer inspection, the tablets bore the names Dai Changjin and Dai He. Dai He must be Dai's mother. How is this altar identical to that in the carpenter Zhu's home? Qian Duo marveled. It's different. In mere moments, Qin Yu pieced together many details. The altar at Zhu's home was merely a diversion. It served only to torment Zhu and frame Dai Changjin, devoid of any true purpose. This, before them, was the genuine formation that ensnared Dai Changjin. If Qin Yu's deductions were correct, each time Zhou Heguang planned a massacre, Lao Tian would stealthily slip to Zhu's house, extinguishing the candles while the carpenter was unguarded. Consequently, those aware of the situation would presume it was Zhu's failure to maintain the formation that allowed Dai Changjin's spirit to wreak havoc once more. Zhu suffered anguish and guilt, while townsfolk blamed him, and the real murderer, Zhou Heguang, operated under the guise of Dai Changjin, continuing his reign of terror. With the past finally unraveled, Qin Yu conceived a strategy. Pointing to the candles encircling the altar, he exclaimed to Qian Duo, "Quick! Extinguish all these candles. It is this cursed formation that binds Dai Changjin and his mother. Once the candles are snuffed out, they shall be free." "All right." Qian Duo trusted Qin Yu's judgment, hastily shedding his outer garment and fanning the nearest candles. Puff, puff. As the closest candles extinguished, outside, Dai Changjin's once fading figure became vivid once more. "Do not harm them." He reached for the axe that had fallen to the ground, lifting his battered form to strike at Zhou Heguang. "Fantastic. Brother Qin, snuffing out the candles is working," Qian Duo exclaimed, elated, unaware of the shadow that had silently crept up behind him. Qin Yu saw it and urgently warned, "Be careful." Qian Duo instinctively turned, but it was too late. A wooden stick struck him solidly on the head. He fell to the ground, unconscious before he could utter a sound. Lao Tian discarded the stick and drew a large cleaver from behind, menacingly addressing Qin Yu, "Don't move, or I'll kill you." He then commanded Huang Mei, who had just entered, "Quick, relight the extinguished candles. Huang Mei hurriedly bent down, using her lighter to rekindle the candles. As the flames flickered back to life, Dai Chang'an's figure outside once again grew faint and weak. Qin Yu's heart sank as he focused on the cleaver in Lao Tian's hands, calculating the feasibility of disarming him. Lao Tian, you are indeed in league with Zhou Heguang, continually aiding him in his malevolence. Lao Tian grinned sinisterly, shedding his former guise of benevolence. Stop struggling. It's futile. No outsider who enters Dai's residence can escape. Once those individuals behaved in such a manner, and you two are no different. Heh. This remark sent a shiver down Qin Yu's spine. And he quickly realized, so you established this to facilitate Zhou Heguang's murderous intentions? Should he slay a local, it would inevitably draw the attention of the authorities and the families of the victims. However, if you were to eliminate us, the outsiders, no one would take notice. The bronze, enigmatic realm would consume their ethereal forms and souls, leaving no trace behind. Under the influence of the sinister power of this realm, the local inhabitants would remain oblivious to the comings and goings of us, the outsiders. Zhou Heguang could derive pleasure from the act of killing these entrants without the fear of detection or retribution. According to Old Tian, they were not the sole group of entrants to arrive at Daiyuan. Prior to this, several other cohorts had participated in tasks here, only to fall victim to Zhou Heguang's massacre, leaving no survivors. Indeed, while this place is ostensibly an inn, it is, in reality, Old Zhou's hunting ground. Old Tian emitted a chilling, sinister cackle, his features contorted, resembling a malevolent specter. Old Zhou was, by nature, a monster. He relished in the act of murder, particularly deriving ecstasy from the blood of his victims and the dismemberment that ensued. Upon discovering his perverse inclinations, I too experienced fear. Yet, in comparison to Old Zhou, my greater dread was poverty, the absence of wealth. He bestowed upon me an abundance of riches, and the provisions within the supermarket were at our disposal. I simply could not refuse. Who could turn down an inexhaustible fortune? Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 29. Confrontation with the innkeeper. Old Tian was indeed driven by greed, serving as an accomplice to the tiger. For the sake of money, you aided Zhou Heguang in harming so many lives. You dare to call Zhou a monster. I find you to be the true embodiment of monstrosity. Qin Yu incessantly conversed with Old Tian, attempting to divert his attention in hopes of seizing the knife. Outside, Dai Changjin was nearing his limit. If Huang Wan managed to ignite all the candles, the outcome for him and Qian Duo would be nothing short of fatal. By the way, how did Zhou Heguang meet his demise? Who was responsible for his death? Was it his wife who, upon discovering his heinous acts, could no longer bear it and took his life? In truth, Qin Yu had already deduced that Zhou Heguang likely succumbed to illness. Yet, to further engage Old Tian's focus, he feigned ignorance. Old Tian, confident of his victory, patiently addressed Qin Yu's inquiries. Out of kindness, considering your imminent demise, I shall indulge your curiosity. Zhou Heguang was not slain by his wife. He succumbed to terminal lung cancer. Shortly after Dai Chang'an's death, he was diagnosed, suffering from relentless coughing that threatened to tear his lungs apart. Faced with only months to live, he could not resign himself to such a fate. He possessed ample wealth and wished to savor life fully. Most importantly, he had yet to exhaust his taste for murder. Thus, to secure his continued existence, he summoned Qinghe, seeking a means to ensure his spirit lingered after death, to inhabit Li Huifen's body. Qin Yu inquired, is this true? Old Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise, scrutinizing Qin Yu more closely. I see correctly. You are indeed the brightest among this flock of lambs, to know so much. Lambs. Qin Yu paused, quickly grasping the implication. In the eyes of Zhou Heguang and Old Tian, the residents of Daiyuan were mere lambs awaiting slaughter, prey to Zhou Heguang. Qin Yu coldly retorted, it is lamentable that Zhu the carpenter believed Qinghe merely passed through Wansong town and intervened upon witnessing malevolent spirits causing harm, expressing gratitude for his assistance. In reality, Qinghe's presence was orchestrated by Zhou Heguang. Upon hearing Zhu the carpenter's name, Old Tian erupted into a fit of mocking laughter. The fool Zhu is even more witless than Dai Changjin. He could never imagine that Qinghe is under Old Zhou's employ. It was I who directed Old Zhou to send Qinghe to deal with Zhu the Elder, deliberately creating a false formation to ensnare him like a simpleton. I spread rumors in town that he possessed a method to counter Dai Changjin. Before each of Old Zhou's murderous endeavors, either my wife or I would visit him, devising ways to extinguish the candles. Thus, Zhu the Elder and the townsfolk became increasingly convinced that it was Dai Changjin, transformed into a vengeful spirit, wreaking havoc. They would even believe that Zhu the Elder's negligence led to the deaths. As old Tion recounted his vile actions with pride, memories of Zhu the Carpenter aged. Guilt-ridden face ignited an uncontrollable fury within Qin Yu. What enmity did Zhu the Carpenter hold against you? Your collaboration with Zhou Heguang in the death of his daughter is not enough. You must also torment him so? Old Tion's gaze deepened. Filled with intense hatred, who made that fool Zhu look down upon me? He disdainfully regarded my poverty, living under his roof, even attempting to incite the old woman into expelling me from Dai Yuan. In his eyes, I am inferior even to that fool Dai Chongjin. And his daughter, Zhu Ling, shares the same contempt. If I were as wealthy as Zhou Heguang, she would surely smile at me like a blooming flower. Qin Yu listened in silence, his expression icy, brimming with disdain for old Tian. The reason Zhu the Carpenter and his daughter scorned this man was not due to his poverty, but because of his vile character. He attributed everything to his lack of wealth, revealing a psychological distortion akin to that of Zhou Heguang. No wonder he could abandon all morality for the sake of money. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken, for Qin Yu dared not provoke old Tian further, fearing he might retaliate with a knife. Old Tian continued to boast of his accomplishments. Zhou Heguang sought Qinghe's assistance because he did not wish to die. Initially, he intended for that fellow to use magic to prolong his life. However, Qinghe informed him that he could not prevent death, only find a way to retain the soul, allowing it to inhabit a weaker vessel. Zhou Heguang initially sought a young man for possession. It was I who advised him to alter his plans. His only son was but a student, incapable of taking charge. If he were to possess a stranger, all his hard-earned wealth would fall to Li Huifan. Should Li Huifan find another man, it would mean relinquishing all that he had built to a stranger. Old Tian shamelessly claimed to act in Zhou Heguang's best interest, pushing for possession of his wife's body. Yet, from his avaricious gaze, Qin Yu discerned that his primary motive was to continue extracting wealth from the Zhou family, living comfortably at their expense. Old Tian, did you not have Qinghe set up the formation here to suppress the restless spirits of Dai Chongjin and his mother? Qin Yu pressed further. Dai Chongjin and his mother, wronged in life, could not find peace in death, their spirits restless. Beyond their grievances, they were concerned that old Tian and Zhou Heguang would harm others. Thus, one appeared at the west warehouse door to warn the unsuspecting residents, while the other appeared nightly, desperately trying to thwart Zhou Heguang, protecting the innocent from harm. Indeed, old Tian sneered in acknowledgement. Who could blame them for their unrest? But this was advantageous for us. With Qinghe South formation in place, they cannot stir up any trouble. Those ignorant fools, like you, upon seeing the two spirits, will naturally presume they are the true malevolent forces, perfectly masking our deeds, ha 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 ha. Qin Yu refrained from responding. At that moment, he noticed a silhouette emerging slowly from the flickering candlelight at the door, seemingly lurking outside. Who could it be? There were only a handful of living souls in Dai Yuan. Lin Buqiao and Tang Xiaolan could be dismissed. They were surely hiding indoors, perhaps reveling in the misfortunes befalling the three of them. With old Tian and his wife before him, only one person remained. A thought crossed Qin Yu's mind, prompting him to abandon his earlier reluctance to provoke old Tian. Suddenly, he pointed an accusatory finger at him. Old Tian, let us set aside other matters for the moment. Dai Chongjin and his mother treated you well, yet you repaid their kindness with their demise. Do you truly feel no remorse? You understand nothing. Old Tian, undeterred by Qin Yu's accusations, replied defiantly, I will never return to those wretched days. Money is paramount. Everything else is worthless. So, for the sake of wealth, have you and your family utterly abandoned even the slightest shred of conscience? Qin Yu cast a discreet glance at the shadow by the door, deliberately raising his voice. In your most desperate times, without a place to rest, it was old Lady Dai who took you in, providing sustenance and shelter from the streets. What did her kindness yield in return? You not only betrayed her son, but ultimately suffocated her to claim Dai Yuan as your own. Am I wrong? Nonsense. The once boisterous old Tian stammered, uncharacteristically faltering. The old woman hung herself. It has nothing to do with me. After all, she bore a foolish son with no hope. It was better for her to die cleanly. Though he spoke thus, his furtive gaze and shrinking demeanor betrayed the truth of Qin Yu's suspicions regarding old Lady Dai's death. Qin Yu pointed to the memorial tablet of the Dai matriarch on the altar, his voice rising. Old Tian, look upon your aunt's tablet and repeat those heartless words. The old lady's spirit is ensnared here, able to hear every word you utter. How dare you speak to her vengeful soul, repeating your treacherous, ungrateful words? Silence, you scoundrel. Damn it, I will slay you. Old Tian, who remained indifferent while aiding Zhou and Guang in causing the demise of so many, finally broke down upon hearing Qin Yu repeatedly mention the old lady. Uncontrollable images surged in his mind, memories he desperately wished to forget. In those vivid recollections, his aunt, with a gentle smile, served hot meals and soup to him and his hungry wife and children, assisted them in caring for their child, and provided him with money for medical treatment when he fell ill. Overwhelmed by these memories, his previously steady heart began to tremble with rare intensity. No. Old Tian silently screamed within himself. He felt no remorse. What is regret worth? To dispel the unpleasant turmoil within, he howled in desperation, brandishing his cleaver and lunging fiercely at Qin Yu. Chapter 30, The End's Dismemberment Demon. Reckoning. Qin Yu swiftly dodged, the sharp blade grazing the side of his face, narrowly missing him. Witnessing this, Huang Wan, who was lighting candles, cried out in panic, "Old Tian, calm down. They are the prey of Zhou Higuang. You cannot truly kill them. Otherwise, Zhou Higuang will not spare us." "Shut up, you foolish woman." Old Tian yelled in anger, delivering a kick that sent Huang Wan sprawling, her lighter flying from her grasp and slipping beneath the wardrobe against the wall. Only 2 candles remained unlit. Old Tian, in a frenzy, bellowed, "Damn it! Get the lighter out before he could finish." Qin Yu seized the opportunity, lunging forward and landing a heavy punch to his face. Old Tian, unable to evade, staggered back, blood streaming from his nose. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu advanced with another powerful blow, striking Old Tian in the stomach. Old Tian curled up like a boiled shrimp, the knife slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor near the entrance. In a flash, a youth dashed in from the doorway, bent down, and snatched the knife, his tousled blonde hair trembling from the motion and tension. Old Tian, clutching his belly, glanced back and forced a grotesque smile. "Haha, a chow, you arrived just in time. Ugh, it hurts like hell. Quickly, a chow, kill this bastard." Tian Chao's face was ashen, his hand trembling as he raised the knife. "Tian Chao," Qin Yu called out, locking eyes with the youth. "You see it too, your uncle Dai Chong Jin is being beaten senseless by Zhou Higuang. He has always treated you well, has he? He watched you grow up, saving the best for you. Shut up," Tian Chao roared. Yet his grip on the knife betrayed his quaking hand. "Yes, a chow, don't listen to his nonsense, kill him." Old Tian, barely able to stand after Qin Yu's punch, would have snatched the knife from his son had he been able. The youth was slender, making it relatively easy for Qin Yu to seize the knife. However, he refrained, wishing to grant the youth an opportunity for self-redemption. "Tian Chao, you are not like your parents. I know you purposely added chili and soy sauce to our breakfast that day to drive us away. You were saving us. Now, put down the knife and let this end. Allow your uncle and his mother to find peace." "Enough." Tian Chao, seemingly unable to tolerate his words any longer, swung the knife forward. Initially, Old Tian was pleased, but his smile quickly froze. For Tian Chao did not aim at Qin Yu as he had expected, but at the burning candles on the ground. One by one, the candles fell, extinguished by the frenzied swipes of the knife. "You little brat. You lunatic." Old Tian's face contorted in rage as he lunged towards his son. "Get away. I've had enough." Tian Chao, in a fit of fury, shoved his father aside. Qin Yu rushed forward, gripping Old Tian's collar and forcefully slamming him against the wall, causing the old paint to flake down. Huang Wan, using all her strength, stretched her arm into the gap beneath the wardrobe, and after much effort, finally grasped the lighter. "Old Tian, I got it," before she could celebrate. A foot came from nowhere, sending her and the lighter flying. This time, it was not Old Tian, but the bloody Qian Duo. "Damn you, Old Tian. That hurt like hell." Qian Duo, clutching his swollen forehead, charged forward, joining Tian Chao in knocking over and extinguishing the candles on the ground. In no time, all the candles in the room were snuffed out. A hunched figure materialized before the ancestral tablet, silently observing Old Tian pinned against the wall by Qin Yu. "Auntie." Aunt faced with the vengeful spirit of Old Lady Dai, Tian Chao dropped the knife with a clang, tears streaming down his face. Qin Yu released Old Tian, who struggled to lift his head, locking eyes with the blood-red gaze of Old Lady Dai. "Why? I have never wronged your family," the old lady rasped, her voice filled with sorrow as she directed her anguish at him and Huang Wan. Long streams of blood tears flowed from her protruding eyes. "I provided for you, offered you shelter, and helped raise a chow. Yet your reward was to murder my son, to strangle me with your own hands." Her fury transformed into a piercing wail, sending Huang Wan into a panic as she scrambled towards the door. "Auntie, please, let me explain." Old Tian collapsed, trembling like a leaf, desperately waving his hands in denial. "I didn't mean to. It was Zhou Higuang. It was all his idea. He forced me." Old Lady Di shook her head in disappointment, her dark purple tongue extending, resembling a ferocious, writhing serpent that lunged forward, ensnaring the necks of old Tian and his wife, forcefully dragging them closer to her feet. The long tongue tightened, squeezing old Tian and his wife until their faces turned blue, their eyes bulging in pain as they struggled, yet could not break free. "I'm sorry, Auntie. I'm so sorry." At that moment, Tian Chao, overcome with grief, fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Old Lady Di regarded him with a complex expression. After a moment, she sighed softly and finally released her grip. Old Tian and his wife collapsed to the ground like lifeless dogs, gasping for air, just as they began to feel relieved by Old Lady Di's mercy. Her terrifying tongue suddenly coiled around their hands, tightening brutally. Crack, crack. With the sound of splintering bones, Old Tian and his wife screamed in agony, their hands shattered, barely held together by a thin layer of skin. Qin Yu and Qian Duo exchanged glances, understanding the grim reality. Years ago, this ungrateful couple had used these very hands to strangle Old Lady Di to death. Old Lady Di did not kill Tian Chao's parents in front of them, but she did not let them off lightly either. After breaking their hands, she transformed into a wisp of black mist, rushing out of the room that had bound her for so long, heading straight to the courtyard to assist her son in confronting Zhou Higuang. Though Dai Changjin's spirit had finally broken free from the restraints of the formation, he had already been injured by Zhou Higuang and could only barely hold the demon at bay, preventing further harm to Qin Yu and the others. With Old Lady Dai joining the fray, the odds shifted to 2 against 1, and Zhou Higuang began to falter. In a moment of distraction, he was felled by Dai Changjin's axe. Seizing the opportunity, Old Lady Dai ensnared his neck with her long tongue and swiftly tightened her grip. Chapter 31. The fragmented horror has not yet concluded. Zhou Higuang initially attempted to struggle, but as the grip around his throat tightened, he could not help but roll his eyes back, emitting a strange, guttural moan from his throat. After all, he had taken possession of Li Huifan, a living being who required fresh air to breathe. Recognizing the perilous situation, Zhou Higuang was compelled to abandon Li Huifan's body, executing a swift escape as a wisp of black mist, fleeing the courtyard with haste. As he vanished, the enveloping darkness dissipated, and the extinguished lights around the area flickered back to life, as if awakening from a deep slumber. "We are safe now?" Qian Duo murmured, touching his bleeding forehead, a sigh of relief escaping him as he slid down against the wall. They had made it through the final night unscathed. In just a few hours, dawn would break, as long as he and Qin Yu could arrive at the town's bus station by 11 o'clock. This harrowing game of terror would come to a definitive end. However, the following words from Tian Chao doused him in an icy chill, akin to a bucket of cold water in the depths of winter. "You cannot leave." The tear-streaked youth shook his head gravely. "Zhou Higuang has merely lost his current vessel. He can easily find another. The courtyard is his hunting ground, and you are his prey. As long as his spirit remains intact, he will ensure that none of you leave alive. He will undoubtedly return, and will not rest until he has extinguished every last one of you." Tian Chao recalled vividly that among the previous guests who had stayed at the inn, 2 clever individuals had managed to evade Zhou Higuang's wrath for several nights. Yet ultimately, they too had met their demise on the way to the bus station. Tian Chao's words sent a shiver down Qin Yu's spine and plunged Qian Duo into despair once more. Fortunately, Qin Yu discerned an underlying meaning in Tian Chao's statement. "Are you suggesting that our only chance of survival is to obliterate Zhou Higuang's spirit entirely?" Tian Chao nodded. "In truth, I have long contemplated this course of action. However, it is not as simple as it seems. Zhou Higuang is cunning and exceedingly cautious. I have been discreetly tracking him for quite some time, only recently discovering the method to vanquish him." Qin Yu cast a keen glance at the youth with dyed yellow hair and an array of earrings. He recognized the worth of this young man. Unlike his avaricious and callous parents, he understood the nuances of right and wrong. Yet, the involvement of his parents, coupled with his profound fear of Zhou Higuang, rendered him too apprehensive to openly expose the secrets of the inn. It was precisely because he perceived the youth's internal conflict that he refrained from snatching the knife from him earlier, allowing him to follow his conscience and make his choice. Tian Chao did not disappoint him, ultimately choosing to side with his moral compass. "What is the method to eliminate Zhou Higuang?" Qian Duo inquired, pulling himself from despair. Tian Chao responded, "While tracking Zhou Higuang, I discovered that he frequently sneaks away to a certain location. However, the place is vast, and it took me considerable time to uncover where he conceals his secret. Recently, it seems he has become aware of my surveillance. On the day I had Luo Wei inform you about Uncle Zhang Jin, I spotted Li Huifan, possessed by him, lurking in the nearby woods. Qin Yu's suspicions were confirmed. Tian Chao had indeed been observing Li Huifan that day. Yet, at that moment, he could not fathom that Li Huifan was not truly herself, but rather a mere vessel for someone else's terror. Before Tian Chao could elaborate further, Qin Yu interjected, "The place where you discovered Zhou Higuang's secret. Is it on Beishan? How did you know?" Tian Chao was taken aback. "Just a guess," Qin Yu replied. Beishan had featured prominently throughout their current ordeal, undoubtedly playing a significant role. Now, the truth was on the verge of revelation. "You guessed correctly," Tian Chao exclaimed. "The sorcerer Zhou Higuang seeks, known as Qing He, has concealed the altar that binds his spirit after death within a cave on Beishan. It is a burial ground, and as one ventures deeper, they encounter a mass grave shrouded in heavy yin energy, which is said to greatly benefit the execution of such sorcery." Qin Yu grasped the gravity of the situation. The peril they faced was steeped in intricacy and almost surreal. Their path to survival was convoluted, concealed in two locations. The first was the Western Warehouse, where they needed to dismantle the formation binding the spirits of Dai Chonghen and his mother. This would allow them to evade Zhou Higuang's wrath within the inn. However, this alone would not suffice. They must also venture to the second location, Beishan, and eradicate Zhou Higuang's spirit entirely to ensure their safety. Tian Chao carefully laid his unconscious parents and the comatose Li Huifan onto separate beds in different rooms, despite his resentment towards his parents for their actions. The bond of blood proved too strong for him to abandon them completely. He retrieved bandages and tended to their wounds with a heavy heart. By the time he finished, the first light of dawn was breaking in the east. Has dawn arrived so soon? Qian Duo anxiously gazed at the sky. "We must hasten." Qin Yu frowned. They needed to reach the town's bus station by 11 o'clock that morning, or they would face dire consequences. Tian Chao hurriedly rummaged through his belongings, producing a collection of talismans. Beishan is steeped in yin energy, malevolent spirits roam even during the day around that altar. Thus, I sought the aid of a master to inscribe these talismans to combat the spirits. After contemplation, Qin Yu entered the Western Warehouse, bowed respectfully to the tablets commemorating Dai's family, and earnestly implored, "Aunt Dai, Brother Zhang Jin, we must now embark for Beishan to dismantle Zhou Higuang's lair. I kindly ask for your presence and assistance." With that, he removed the tablets from the altar, wrapping them in his coat. Qin Yu remained skeptical of the talismans in Tian Chao's possession. If the master he consulted possessed genuine skill, they might stand a chance. However, if he turned out to be a charlatan, their foray into Beishan would be tantamount to a death sentence. Thankfully, they had the support of Dai's family to bolster their resolve. Having gathered their belongings, the trio prepared to set off for Beishan when a door opened from one of the eastern guest rooms. Lin Bochao and Tang Xiaolan emerged, one after the other. After the ruckus of the previous night, Qin Yu and his companions should have perished. Lin Bochao, buoyed by excitement, gestured animatedly to Tang Xiaolan. "Thank goodness you were clever enough to follow me. Otherwise, you'd be nothing but fragments by now." But, Tang Xiaolan suddenly gasped, pointing ahead. "What's up?" Lin Bochao turned to find Qin Yu and Qian Duo standing resolutely in the courtyard, shock overwhelming him as he let out a piercing shriek. "How are you two still alive?" "Bah." Qian Duo spat at him. "By the time your tombstone is 3 feet tall, we'll still be thriving." Lin Bochao's expression darkened, and he could feel his fury boiling over. Even though he noted the absence of Yu Jia, who had undoubtedly met her fate, the sight of Qin Yu, whom he despised the most, thriving only fueled his resentment. Aware that he had already suffered at Qin Yu's hands and was no match for him, he begrudgingly swallowed his disdain and stormed out of the courtyard without a backward glance. It was already the 5th day. He needed to reach the bus station as soon as possible and return home safely. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of lacking firewood. Opportunities will inevitably arise to confront those two scoundrels. Perhaps, if he arrives at the station early, he might devise a way to create obstacles for them, preventing their timely arrival, ultimately leaving them trapped in this terrifying world. Resolute in his decision, Lin Buchao's lips curled into a sinister smile as he quickened his pace to depart. Tang Xiaolan, witnessing this, hurriedly followed suit. The realization of the misfortune that befell her once reliant companion, Yu Jia, only solidified her belief that following Lin Buchao was indeed the wisest choice, reinforcing her role as a steadfast ally. "Hey, the danger has not yet subsided. You won't escape like this." Tian Chao couldn't help but warn the two as they rushed towards the gates of Daiyuan. However, Lin Buchao and Tang Xiaolan, having sheltered in their room the previous night, were utterly oblivious to the events outside and were solely focused on their escape, dismissing his words. Primarily, Lin Buochao. Upon seeing Tian Chao and Qin Yu together, concluded they were in league with each other, fearing that Qin Yu might use this fellow to ensnare him. Thus, he treated Tian Chao's advice as mere background noise, even gesturing rudely before sprinting away without a backward glance. Tang Xiaolan followed closely behind. Witnessing this, Tian Chao could only shake his head in helplessness. Chapter 32. Why Kill the Locals? Tian Chao retrieved the keys to the business van from his father and, with Qin Yu at the wheel, they set off for Beishan. Why did Dai Chongjin meet his demise in Beishan? Along the way, Qin Yu pondered a lingering question and turned to Tian Chao. 5 years ago, how did Dai manage to escape when so many relatives surrounded him? Seated in the passenger seat, Tian Chao glanced back at the memorial of the Dai family mother and son, which was placed in the back seat, his expression somber. That was also a trap set by Zhou Heguang and my father. It turned out that during that time, Zhou Heguang had been on a killing spree, instilling immense fear in the small town. The police and the families of the victims were frantically searching for the murderer. The police had even spoken with Zhou Heguang, as there was a witness who had seen him near one of the dumping sites. Although Zhou concocted a story to evade suspicion, he was deeply concerned that the police would dig deeper, which would be detrimental to him. He had no desire to be apprehended. He wished to continue indulging in wealth and to kill more. The most effective way to evade the police was to find a scapegoat to bear all the blame. Zhou Heguang and Lao Tian had known each other since childhood. No one understood Lao Tian's desperate hunger for money better than Zhou. Lao Tian had long coveted the Dai residence. After Zhou became prosperous through his supermarket, Lao Tian was inspired to embark on his own business venture. In recent years, tourism had flourished, and Lao Tian was convinced that if he could acquire the Dai residence and transform it into a retro inn, it would undoubtedly bring him immense wealth. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is often harsh. Lao Tian was merely a transient guest at the Dai residence, not its owner. During that time, he spent his days in simmering discontent. His aunt was aging, and he feared she would not last much longer. Although his son, Dai Chongjian, had learned a trade from Zhu the carpenter, she remained apprehensive. Consequently, she resolved to sell the Dai residence to an out-of-town developer. This businessman had set his sights on the old house, intending to convert it into a hotel. The elderly woman planned to use the proceeds from the sale to purchase 3 smaller houses in town, one for herself and her son to live in, and the other 2 to rent out. This way, even if she were to pass away one day, her son could survive on the rental income, in addition to his carpentry work. Upon hearing his aunt's intentions, Lao Tian was incensed and could hardly sleep at night. If the old woman sold the Dai residence, where would they live? Even if she had negotiated with the developer and planned to include in the contract that he would provide jobs for Lao Tian's family once the hotel was built, Lao Tian remained furious. He wanted to be a boss, not a mere employee. Why should Dai Chongjin, a fool, be able to enjoy this grand residence while he had nothing? He could not accept it. He was determined, even unto death. Gradually, thoughts of murder began to take root in his mind. He was the only relative of the Dai mother and son. If this mother and son were to perish, he would be the rightful owner of the Dai residence. Zhou Heguang perceived his friend's ambition and murderous intent, realizing that an opportunity had presented itself. After promising to help Lao Tian secure the Dai residence, as well as providing him with startup capital and resources for managing the inn, the two came to an agreement. Lao Tian had once feared Zhou Heguang's grotesque terror. However, when Zhou lavished him with money, this killer, who dismembered his victims, appeared to him as a glittering deity of wealth. The scheme to frame Uncle Chongjin was orchestrated by my father under Zhou Heguang's orders, Tian Chao recalled with melancholy. They dared not let Uncle Chongjin fall into the hands of the police alive. Zhou kidnapped Grandpa Zhu's daughter, and with my father's assistance, they killed her at the Dai residence, subsequently luring Uncle Chongjin to the room where the body was located. It was also my father who placed the victim's belongings, obtained from Zhou Heguang, into Uncle Chongjin's toolbox, deliberately allowing Grandpa Zhu to discover them. He even informed the victim's family in advance. Uncle Chongjin, already somewhat slow-witted, was thrown into disarray upon discovering Aunt Zhu's murder, rendering him unable to articulate a coherent defense. When Grandpa Zhu and the other relatives stormed into the Dai residence, he could hardly speak, leading everyone to mistakenly believe he was the true culprit. At that moment, my father quietly urged him to flee, advising him to hide in Beishan, promising he would come for him later and ensure his safety. He trusted him without question. But by the time Dai Chongjin reached Beishan, Zhou Heguang, who had been waiting there, pushed him off a cliff. Qin Yu deduced the subsequent events. Indeed, That is how it transpired. Tian Chao raised his arm to shield his eyes, suppressing the tears and guilt that threatened to fall. Qin Yu continued, after Dai Chang'an's death. Zhou Heguang continued his killing spree. To ensure he would never be suspected, he and your father created the illusion that Dai Chang'an's spirit lingered, continuing to harm others. When your father began managing the inn, he inadvertently discovered that killing locals would lead to significant trouble. However, killing these outsiders posed no risk whatsoever. Thus, the Dai residence became Zhou Heguang's hunting ground. Indeed, Tian Chao nodded. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow in confusion, then I failed to comprehend. If killing us outsiders is safer, why does Zhou Heguang persist in murdering locals? Recently, he killed Fang Daping, which I can understand. Fang Daping discovered a body and intended to report it. Yet, I cannot fathom why he would kill Fang Daping's daughter and the shop assistant Lin Yu. Just now, when you were tending to your parents' wounds, I glanced at the guest register on the computer. When Fang Fang went missing, there were indeed outsiders staying at the Dai residence. Lin Yu's incident coincided with the time when Lu Feng, who came with us, was also murdered. Given that there were safer targets available at that time, why would Zhou Heguang still choose to harm the locals? Especially Lin Yu's murder, which increasingly seemed suspicious to Qin Yu. On the night Lin Buichao locked the three of them outside the Dai residence, their survival was not due to Zhou Heguang's mercy, but rather because he was preoccupied with dealing with Fang Daping, perhaps being attached to Li Huifan and constrained by a living body. Zhou Heguang lacked the ability to kill in multiple locations within a short span. Then how did he manage to kill Lu Feng and Lin Yu nearly simultaneously on the first night at the Dai residence? Tian Chao replied. I'm not entirely sure about the specific details of Zhou Heguang's murders. My father wouldn't disclose them to me. I suspect Zhou killed Fang Fang to fabricate the illusion that he had eloped with her, concealing the fact that she was already dead. He was unwilling to remain bound to a woman, dreaming of finding a more powerful master one day to restore him to life. Qin Yu nodded. This indeed could explain Zhou Heguang's motive for killing Fang Fang. And what of Lin Yu? Tian Chao anxiously scratched the back of his head. I am unsure about that as well. In fact, my father argued with Zhou Heguang over this. He advised him against targeting locals, as the risks were too great. Even with Uncle Chang'an as a shield, one can never be too cautious. Zhou agreed at the time. However, it wasn't long before he changed his mind. Perhaps his urge to kill grew stronger, and he felt that only killing outsiders at the Dai residence was not thrilling enough. Encountering solitary locals outside, he could not resist the temptation. Tian Chao's explanation was indeed plausible, yet it still could not clarify the timing of Lin Yu's murder. Qin Yu was compelled to keep a question mark in his mind. As they spoke, the vehicle finally arrived at Beishan. Chapter 33, The Inn's Fragmented Corpses, 3 Bodies. The trio descended from the vehicle, clutching 2 tablets. The time displayed on their phones raced forward, leaving them with little time. Hastily, they ascended the mountain with the tablets in hand. Tian Chao had tracked Zhou Heguang several times, rendering him familiar with the route. However, the mountain path was steep and the destination remote, making the journey arduous. It was no wonder that Zhou Heguang had nearly met his demise on the mountain previously. At that time, his body must have been on the brink of collapse, preoccupied with the arrangements for the resurrection ritual. After falling, he had dared not seek help from others, relying solely on old Tian, who was privy to the secret, to carry him down the mountain. The 3 of them stumbled and faltered, traversing a lengthy stretch of mountainous terrain, navigating through rocks, dense forests, and entangling vines, as well as crumbling graves. After several falls, they finally arrived deep within the mountain hollow. This was the place. With swift motions, Tian Chao pushed aside a cluster of dense grass, revealing the hidden entrance of a cave. A chilling, sinister aura surged forth from the cave, shrouding the surroundings in darkness and conjuring swirling black mist. What was that? Ghosts? Qian Duo pointed at the surroundings. Among the waist-high thickets, numerous shadowy figures materialized, their numbers continuously multiplying. These were the restless spirits from the nearby graveyard. Tian Chao glanced around in fear, striving to maintain his composure. I overheard my father conversing with Zhou Heguang. They had mentioned this place. Master Qing, he performed some rituals here, and once the cave is exposed, the surrounding malevolent energy would summon the nearby restless spirits. Typically, anyone witnessing such a spectacle would be terrified and flee, never venturing into the cave to uncover its secrets. When I first accompanied Zhou Heguang here, I was nearly petrified, almost exposing myself. They are coming this way. Qian Duo exclaimed in terror. Countless ghostly figures emerged from the thicket, most in tattered garments with distorted, decayed faces, truly horrifying. Fortunately, I was prepared, Tian Chao declared confidently. pulling out the talismans he had stashed in his pocket and hurling them at the gathering spirits while chanting incantations. Spirit charm. Disperse the evil. With a whoosh, a gust of chilling wind swept through, scattering the talismans into the air, passing through the incorporeal bodies of the souls, vanishing without a trace. The restless spirits continued to howl and charge toward them. Tian Chao. Qianduo could not help but poke his back. Hey, it seems you've been deceived. You bought a pile of worthless paper. Cold sweat dripped from Tian Chao's forehead as he angrily cursed. That deceitful old priest tricked me out of $5,000. Soon, a disheveled female ghost lunged toward the two, her mouth agape to bite. But just as she opened her mouth, she was cleaved away by a sudden axe. Tian Chao and Qianduo turned in unison, joyfully discovering Dai Chongzhen wielding a long axe. Thankfully, I brought the tablets. Qin Yu wiped his cold sweat. Otherwise, relying solely on Tian Chao's flimsy papers, they would have surely met their end here today. Not only Dai Changzhen, but also old Lady Dai appeared, extending her long tongue to ensnare the nearby spirits, causing them to scream in agony. The Dai family, being vengeful spirits, possessed far greater strength than these lingering souls in the mountains. These spirits were no match for the mother and son duo, who soon sent them fleeing in terror. Without any ghosts to obstruct them, the 3 individuals and 2 ghosts quickly entered the cave. The cave was not deep. Upon entering, they soon located the ritual altar. This altar was vastly different from the formation used to suppress the Dai family. It did not require burning candles. Instead, black threads adorned with talismans were wrapped around nails, tracing out the shape of incantations. The center of the altar was piled high with bones, and dried blood was splattered everywhere, emitting a foul stench. Judging by the shape of the bones, they were likely from animals such as cats, dogs, cattle, and sheep. A small number of animals had not fully decomposed, indicating they had been recently slaughtered. To maintain the efficacy of the formation suppressing the Dai family, all candles must continuously burn. In contrast, the altar before them, which kept Zhou Higuang's spirit tethered and enabled him to perform resurrection rituals, relied on the continuous slaughter of animals as living sacrifices. Besides the altar, they also discovered 3 corpses beneath a pile of stones in a remote corner of the cave. One appeared to be male, his body severed into several pieces. From the robe he wore, Qin Yu deduced that he was the master Qing He, whom Zhou Higuang had summoned to assist him in the resurrection ritual. This man, lured by greed, became an accomplice and ultimately fell victim to the tiger's wrath. He had underestimated Zhou Higuang's malice, failing to anticipate that once his goal was achieved, he would eliminate his accomplice to cover his tracks. The second corpse was relatively intact, with long hair cascading over a decayed skull, likely that of a woman. If Qin Yu's conjecture was correct, this should be Fong Fong, the daughter that Fong Depeng had desperately sought, falsely accused of eloping with Zhou Higuang. However, what was peculiar was the red scarf tightly bound around her neck, suggesting she had been strangled. Unlike Zhou Higuang's other victims, who had been brutally severed into pieces, the final corpse was also female, showing little signs of decay, indicating she had died not long ago. The body was missing only the left hand, and a red scarf was also wrapped around her neck. The missing hand suggested it was Lin Yu. Qin Yu furrowed his brow. It was strange that both she and Fong Fong appeared to have been strangled. Tian Chao was equally perplexed. Qianduo speculated. Perhaps Zhou Higuang had grown weary of his method of killing and sought to experiment with a different approach. Time was of the essence. Qin Yu had no opportunity to delve into these details. He quickly joined Qianduo and Tian Chao in dismantling the altar. Meanwhile, Lin Bo Chao and Tang Xiaolan were desperately rushing to the bus station. They exited the Dai courtyard, initially intending to take a taxi to the station. However, after waiting for a long time, not a single vehicle appeared. Not only were there no cars, but every street they passed was eerily quiet, with few people in sight. Where is everyone? Lin Bo Chao anxiously surveyed the surroundings. Tang Xiaolan, frightened, felt tears welling up. It must be the power of the eerie realm at play, deliberately making our escape more difficult. Yu Jia warned us about such occurrences. She did not deceive us. Yu Jia had repeatedly cautioned them not to assume that merely surviving until the end meant they were safe. Many eerie realms set various traps for crises at the last moment to thwart their escape. Shut up. Lin Bo Chao, already agitated by the sudden turn of events, grew even more exasperated at Tang Xiaolan's incessant crying. To make matters worse, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the town, white and dense like a curtain, shrouding everything. The two lost all sense of direction and quickly became disoriented. They sought someone to ask for directions but found not a soul around. As time slipped away, They floundered like headless flies, panicking and bewildered. At that moment, a figure finally emerged through the mist ahead. The figure gradually approached, revealing an elderly sanitation worker riding a tricycle, who, perhaps afflicted by a cold, occasionally coughed as he pedaled, overjoyed to encounter a living person. Lin Bo Chao hurriedly approached. "Master, could you please tell me how to get to the long-distance bus station?" "The bus station, cough, cough, over there." The old man dismounted from his tricycle, speaking in a barely audible voice. To hear him clearly, Lin Bo Chao instinctively leaned closer. In the next moment, the old man swiftly drew an axe from the garbage truck and swung it fiercely toward his face. Chapter 34, The Inn's Dismemberment Demon. A sharp axe swung towards him. Lin Bo Chao's pupils constricted as he hurriedly dodged. The axe grazed his left cheek and struck his shoulder. A piercing scream escaped Lin Bo Chao's lips. The old man raised his previously bowed head, his features contorted, with blood-red eyes resembling a man-eating demon. Upon closer inspection, beneath the old man's original visage, another slightly younger yet grotesque face flickered into view. Unlike Qin Yu and others, Lin Bo Chao had never seen photographs or corpses of Zhou Heguang. Otherwise, he would have instantly recognized the fleeting face of the murderer, Zhou Heguang. Last night, Zhou Heguang's spirit had been wounded by Dai Changjian and his mother, forcing him to abandon Li Huifen's body and flee. After escaping from the Dai residence, he roamed the streets in search of a new host and ultimately targeted a cleaner who had begun work before dawn. "You are my prey, and none shall escape." Since the Dai residence had become his hunting ground, he had always relished in the slaughter, but this was the first time a prey had turned the tables on him, utilizing the mother and son to mount a counterattack. Last night's failure ignited a furious rage within the typically arrogant Zhou Heguang, leaving him with a singular, frenzied obsession to eliminate all his prey, sparing none. Lin Bo Chao, despite not recognizing Zhou Heguang, gradually realized that the old man before him was no ordinary individual. He was likely the murderer tasked with this mission. Overwhelmed with fear, a fierce unwillingness surged within him. He had persevered until the very end. Could he truly perish here? Absolutely not. He was determined to survive at all costs. The instinct for survival surged his adrenaline, and when the second axe swung towards him, his body reacted instinctively, rolling away to evade the lethal blow yet again. However, in contrast to him, the timid Tang Xiaolan was completely paralyzed with fear, standing frozen in place, crying in panic. In that fleeting moment, Lin Bo Chao caught sight of his useless companion out of the corner of his eye, and a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. During this mission, the murderer had a fixed pattern for killing. It was not merely about slaying the victims. He had to dismember their bodies. Dismemberment would undoubtedly consume time. Thus, Lin Bo Chao scrambled to his feet, disregarding the pain and blood streaming from his left shoulder, gritting his teeth as he dashed towards Tang Xiaolan, seizing her and thrusting her towards the approaching Zhou Heguang. The axe struck Tang Xiaolan's neck. It was only at that moment, as blood erupted forth, that she realized what had transpired. Her eyes widened in horror. Disbelief etched on her face as she stared at Lin Bo Chao, emotions of fear, confusion, anger, and resentment swirling within her. However, as torrents of blood gushed from her severed carotid artery, every emotion in her eyes was consumed by darkness. With a thud, Tang Xiaolan collapsed, drenched in blood, her limbs twitching briefly before life fled her body. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Lin Bo Chao's soul trembled, his fear of death intensifying. "Do not blame me. Survival is paramount. If you must blame someone, blame your own uselessness," he silently chanted, fleeing without a backward glance. As he ran, he glanced over his shoulder and saw that the murderer had not immediately pursued him, but was instead wildly swinging the axe, dismembering Tang Xiaolan's corpse. He marveled at his own quick thinking and decisive action. In just a few seconds, he had devised this brilliant strategy to stall the murderer and earn himself a chance at survival. Thus, if he did not succeed in escaping this mission, who could? Qin Yu? He feared that this fellow, preoccupied with money, had already met a grim fate in some dark corner. With that thought, Lin Bo Chao felt a surge of relief. The pain in his shoulder seemingly diminished. From that point on, he did not look back, focusing solely on his forward momentum. Had he dared to glance back, he would have witnessed the once murderous figure, now unsteadily dropping the axe and writhing in agony on the ground. Shortly after, the old cleaner was enveloped in a cloud of black smoke, howling in torment before ultimately dissipating into the air. Qin Yu and his companions had successfully destroyed the altar within the cave. Zhou Heguang's spirit, stripped of its malevolent power, was reduced to ashes. The threat had finally been eliminated. For Qin Yu and Qian Duo, the only task remaining was to reach the bus station on time. The two descended the mountain with Tian Chao at the fastest pace possible, reaching the foot of the mountain at 10:20. Only 40 minutes remained. You drive my dad's car to the station. Tian Chao thrust the car keys into Qin Yu's hands, tightly clutching the plaques of Dai Changjian and his mother. A tragic smile mingling with a hint of relief. I've already called the police. They must be surrounding the Dai residence by now. It's time to settle the debt. Rest assured, I secretly gathered a wealth of evidence. Justice will be served for Uncle Changjin, Auntie, and Grandpa Zhu. At this moment, any words of comfort were meaningless. And Qin Yu could only gratefully pat the young man's shoulder. Although Yu Jia had mentioned that the NPCs within this eerie realm were manipulated by mysterious forces and were not entirely akin to the living of their original world. Witnessing Fang Dapeng's perilous quest for his daughter, Dai Mu's reluctance to exact vengeance on her enemies due to Tian Chao, Zhu the carpenter's years of torment, and Tian Chao's struggles and eventual awakening, Qin Yu felt that they could not merely be classified as NPCs. While he had yet to comprehend the true nature of the world within the Bronze Eerie realm, he could still sense that these original inhabitants experienced the same spectrum of human emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, love, and hatred. Suddenly, Qian Duo exclaimed in agitation. What the hell? Why are all the tires flat? Qin Yu and Tian Chao turned to see that the business vehicle they had arrived in had 4 flat tires. Completely deflated. Damn it. Who did this? Tian Chao kicked the car door in anger, scanning the surroundings. But apart from them, there were no other living beings in sight. Could it be the Eerie Realm's forces at work, complicating their escape? Qian Duo was on the verge of tears. Wasn't it said that level 1 Eerie Realms would not be too difficult? Why is this happening? There is no time. We must go. Qin Yu grabbed him and ran, simultaneously calling out to Tian Chao goodbye. Thank you, take care. Tian Chao, clutching the plaques of Dai Changjian and his mother, forced a smile. He understood that with the truth of the dismemberment case unveiled, his family would soon face an immensely difficult situation and harshest penalties. Yet, he did not regret his choices. At least from now on, he would no longer awaken from nightmares, suffocated by the blood-soaked vengeful spirits and the wailing relatives of the victims surrounding him. Leaving him gasping for breath, Qin Yu and Qian Duo raced onward. Soon, they encountered a situation reminiscent of Lin Buqiao and Tang Xiaolan's ordeal. The road showed no vehicles, hardly any pedestrians in sight. The only difference was that with Zhou Heguang's soul dissipating, the wall of fog that had ensnared them vanished. They could discern the direction of the bus station and ran with all their might. Yet, the time they had left was truly dwindling. Suddenly, a taxi approached from the distance, drawing nearer. The vacant sign on the windshield was clearly visible. Qian Duo was elated, flailing his arms, shouting to the driver, "Stop! Driver! We need a ride." The driver, noticing them, gradually slowed down and brought the car to a halt. Wonderful. Qin Go, let us get in. Qian Duo tugged at Qin Yu, eager to board. Suddenly, a figure emerged from an unseen corner, swiftly opening the car door and taking a seat. In a hurried tone, they instructed the driver, "Please, start the engine at once and ignore those two." Damn it. Lin Buqiao. Qian Duo exclaimed upon recognizing the individual in the passenger seat, unable to restrain his outburst. Chapter 35. The Inn's Dismemberment Demon. Lin Buqiao was unable to arrive in time. With merely a minute remaining before the deadline to reach the designated station, Qian Duo and Qin Yu finally managed to hail a taxi, only to have Lin Buqiao intercept them. Lin Buqiao clearly had no intention of allowing them to board, desperately urging the driver to depart. However, the young driver, unfazed by Lin's commands, turned to the two outside and inquired, "Do you also wish to get in?" Qian Duo, elated, nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes. Thank you, young man." As he reached for the door handle, Lin Buqiao suddenly brandished a fruit knife, pressing it against the driver's neck, his face contorted in a menacing grimace as he barked. "Drive the car. Are you deaf? If you don't move, I swear I'll slice you up." With victory almost within his grasp, he refused to let Qin Yu and Qian Duo escape together. In the face of his threats, the young driver remained unmoved, resembling an emotionless NPC. And once again asked the duo outside, "Are you getting in or not?" Qin Yu, recognizing the driver's familiar forehead, buck teeth, and the prominent black mole on his chin, along with a glimpse of red fabric protruding from his coat pocket, felt a shiver run down his spine as memories surged through his mind. Swiftly, he grasped Qian Duo, who was intent on boarding, and declared to the driver, "No, we won't take the ride. Thank you." The driver turned back, coldly scrutinizing them. In that instant, Qin Yu perceived the deep-seated resentment reflected in his eyes. "Hurry. If you keep talking, I might really lose it." Lin Buqiao exclaimed, brandishing his knife, oblivious to the driver's emotions. Ultimately, the driver pressed the accelerator, taking Lin Buochao away. Qin Yu sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Brother Qin, why didn't we get in? That driver seemed so eager to help, Qian Duo pondered, though he sensed there was a rationale behind Qin Yu's actions. After spending a few days together, he had come to realize that Qin Yu was not only calm and rational but also bold and meticulous. Therefore, it was clear that Qin Yu's decision was not born out of fear of Lin Buochao's knife. We'll explain once we reach the station, Qin Yu urged, pulling Qian Duo along as they continued to sprint. Time sped by, and the two encountered no other vehicles, forcing them to exert every ounce of energy to keep moving forward. Qian Duo, who struggled with physical exertion, was dragged along by Qin Yu's relentless pace. Eventually, they pushed themselves to the limit and, at 10:55, arrived at the entrance of the town station where they had originally gathered upon entering this world. Success! Qian Duo exclaimed, relief washing over him as he collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. As he surveyed his surroundings, a sense of unease crept over him. Where is Lin Buochao? He should have arrived before us. Qin Yu calmly gazed back the way they had come, seemingly anticipating Lin Buochao's tardiness. He won't make it. At least not on time. Why? Qian Duo recalled Qin Yu's earlier warning against boarding that taxi. Was there something wrong with it? It wasn't the car that posed the danger, but the driver, Qin Yu replied. Do you remember the driver's face? He seemed familiar, didn't he? Huh? Qian Duo pondered. Wait, was he the one with the buck teeth and the black mole? Exactly. That was Zhou Yang, the son of Zhou Heguang. But wasn't he studying at a university far away? How did he suddenly become a taxi driver? Qin Yu explained, his university story was likely just a ruse. In reality, he has been lurking around Wasong town. Wait, you mean Zhou Heguang and Lin Yu weren't the ones who killed Fong Fong? It was Zhou Yang? Precisely, Qin Yu affirmed. It appears that Zhou Heguang passed his violent tendencies onto his only son. I once questioned Tian Chao why Zhou Heguang would target outside visitors for his hunts while risking police capture to eliminate local residents. Tian Chao speculated that the murder of Fong Fong was merely a ploy to create the illusion of his continued existence, but that was all we could surmise. I also wondered how Zhou Heguang could kill Lin Yu around the same time as Lu Feng. Now, all these inconsistencies have found their answer. This town harbors more than one killer. While both Zhou father and son share a penchant for murder, their methods are starkly different. Zhou Heguang relishes in dismembering his victims with an axe, whereas Zhou Yang prefers to savor the act of slowly strangling his victims with a red scarf. Previously, when sneaking into the Zhou family villa, Qian Duo nearly collided with a wind chime in Zhou Yang's room, which Qin Yu found peculiar, as it was adorned with red threads and displayed anguished puppets. Now, it dawned on him that these wind chimes were likely Zhou Yang's macabre trophies. Each time he strangled someone, he crafted a puppet to hang up. He even displayed the wind chime above his bed to relive the thrills of his murders. The wind chime contained 5 or 6 puppets. However, Qin Yu speculated that among Zhou Yang's victims, the only locals were Fong Fong and Lin Yu. The others were likely from the city where he attended school. Nevertheless, Zhou Yang, being young, lacked the cunning of his father. Fong Fong, an employee at their supermarket, would have drawn Zhou Heguang's attention quickly. At that time, Zhou Heguang, gravely ill, was preparing to transfer his consciousness into his wife's body. It was uncertain what Zhou Yang felt about his mother's fate, but Qin Yu surmised that if he inherited his father's malevolence, he might empathize with him even more. Upon discovering that Fong Fong had been strangled by his son, Zhou Heguang likely realized the urgency of concealing the body. In a small town like Wansong, another strangulation case would cause a huge uproar. To protect his son, Zhou Heguang initially intended to dismember Fong Fong's corpse and dispose of the pieces, framing it as a murder committed by Dai Zhangjian. However, being experienced, he quickly recognized the impracticality of this plan. The signs of a strangulation followed by dismemberment would differ significantly from that of a victim who was alive when chopped up. The forensic experts at the police station would certainly discern the discrepancies and ascertain that another party was responsible for the crime. Fong Fong, as an employee of Yifu supermarket, would inevitably attract police scrutiny during their investigation. Consequently, Zhou Yang's exposure would become a risky reality. So, what could he do? Conveniently, Zhou Heguang did not want outsiders to learn of his demise, still hoping to find a way to resurrect himself in his original body. Thus, he concealed Fong Fong's corpse and spread rumors about eloping with her. This strategy not only masked the truth of her murder, but also perpetuated the illusion of his survival. A true twofold victory. However, Zhou Heguang underestimated his son's insatiable thirst for bloodshed. The pupil surpasses the teacher. Soon enough, Zhou Yang succumbed to his urges and targeted Lin Yu. Left with no choice, Zhou Heguang had to assist him in disposing of the body once again. This time, he could not fabricate an illusion of Lin Yu's continued existence. Nevertheless, he cleverly hid her corpse in a cave, discarding only a severed hand with identifying tattoos in the wilderness. Just a severed hand would leave the police unable to ascertain the cause of death. The father and son could thus evade suspicion, allowing Dai Zhongjin to continue bearing the blame. After listening to Qin Yu's analysis, Qian Duo was both astonished and filled with admiration. This task is incredibly challenging. Not only is there a killer, but also the killer's son who shares the same murderous tendencies. Had it not been for Qin's meticulous attention to detail and his keen perception, we would have found ourselves ensnared by Zhou Yang, much like Lin Buochao. Zhou Yang's audacity in summoning both of them into the vehicle indicates he was well prepared and confident in his ability to confront three formidable men simultaneously. Even if they were to miraculously evade his grasp, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time, preventing them from reaching the station promptly. Qin Yu continued. Just as Yu Jia mentioned, the treacherous situation will not present us with a certain demise. Moments ago, I feared Zhou Yang would pursue us relentlessly. Thankfully, he did not. It appears he is indeed constrained by the forces of this enigmatic realm. As long as we refrain from entering the vehicle, he is powerless to act against us. As he spoke, he glanced at his phone. The screen displayed the time, now 11 o'clock. Lin Buochao remained conspicuously absent. In the next instant, a sudden crimson glow enveloped both him and Qian Duo. They felt a warm sensation enveloping them, and the tension that had gripped them for 5 days finally dissipated as they succumbed to a deep slumber. In a desolate stretch of the town, a speeding taxi carried Lin Buochao, who gazed out at the barren landscape in a near-manic state. This is not the way to the station. Damn fool. Where on earth are you taking me? In a fit of anger and desperation, he lunged at the driver with a knife, intent on seizing control of the vehicle to drive himself to the station. However, the driver, seemingly conjuring a small plastic bottle from thin air, swiftly sprayed a few puffs toward Lin's mouth and nose. In an instant, Lin Buochao's body went limp, the knife slipping from his grasp before it could even graze the driver, falling beneath the seat. Chapter 36. The end of the mission. The driver employed an unknown anesthetic, rendering Lin Buochao's limbs utterly limp, yet his mind remained acutely aware. He helplessly observed as the driver dragged him from the vehicle and into the dense wilderness, retrieving a vivid crimson scarf from his pocket, which he maliciously tightened around Lin's neck. The suffocating agony pierced through him like sharp steel needles, stabbing at every cell within his body. His features contorted in pain, eyes wide with desperation, yet under the influence of the anesthetic, he was powerless to struggle. Why? Why? In his final moments, he screamed inwardly in madness. He had clearly found a path to survival, seizing the initiative. Why, in the end, must he still meet his demise? No one answered his anguished questions. Zhou Yang reveled in the sight of Lin's bulging eyes and asphyxiated face, deriving a twisted pleasure from the scene. His father, Zhou Heguang, had encountered misfortune, having been outmaneuvered and killed by his prey. Zhou Yang felt no sorrow. Rather, he deemed his father utterly inept. He was confident that he could perform far better. After such a debacle, his father's hunting grounds were rendered unusable, but that was of little concern. His family possessed ample wealth, allowing him to find another location, perhaps establishing a new inn or hotel, hiring a few puppets to serve his interests. Indeed, he intended to carve out his own hunting ground, indulging in the thrill of slaughter. In Rong City, in the basement of a suburban villa, a group of individuals sat together, their expressions grave. Among them, an elderly man with white hair gazed at the light and text projected onto the white wall by the starstone, revealing the mission's level. He drew in a sharp breath and then sighed. There was no need to wait. Yu Jia would not return. Her luck had soured. In just her second foray into the Bronze Phantom Realm, she encountered the dreaded Annihilation Realm. It is well known that the Bronze Phantom Realm consists of 7 levels, with the difficulty of tasks escalating correspondingly. However, exceptions may arise. A particular anomaly, referred to by travelers as the Annihilation Realm, presents an extremely high difficulty once one is ensnared within. For seasoned adventurers who have faced higher-level challenges, there may still be an opportunity to escape. Yet for novices like Yu Jia, death is a foregone conclusion. Even within the Annihilation Realm, the level of difficulty varies. An encounter in a higher-level Phantom Realm is undoubtedly more formidable than in a lower one. A beautiful woman with wavy hair, sitting opposite the white-haired man, stared intently at the projected text on the wall. How could this be? The Annihilation Realm typically does not manifest in realms below level 3. Yet Yujia had merely entered a level 1 realm. How could she possibly face such a threat? The white-haired man replied. The assertion that the Annihilation Realm only appears in realms above level 3 is a conclusion drawn from the experiences of many seasoned travelers who entered the Phantom Realms before us. However, experience does not equate to absolute accuracy. In truth, to date, there have been almost no survivors who have emerged from the trials of the 7 levels. No one has thoroughly deciphered the nature of the Bronze Phantom Realm or its myriad operational rules. His words plunged the room into silence, for they recognized the truth in his statement. All present were victims of the Bronze Phantom Realm, like countless other travelers. They formed a group to seek solace and support one another. Yujia had only recently joined the group and had yet to fully acclimate with the others when she unexpectedly encountered the terrifying Annihilation Realm in a level 1 Phantom Realm. The white-haired man could not help but lament. One can only say that Yujia, and the 6 others who teamed up with her, are all exceedingly unfortunate. The Bronze Phantom Realm comprises 7 levels. Of these, every traveler must endure 2 trials in levels 1 to 3. Just these 2 cycles are sufficient to spell doom for most entrants. Those who survive and advance to the 4th level are typically the strongest in terms of physical capability, mental acuity, and psychological resilience. Once they successfully navigate the initial 3 rounds of trials, they are rewarded with a Star Stone, a unique crystal that only they can utilize. The Star Stone is shaped like a pentagram. Those who conquer the 3rd level Phantom Realm receive a Black Star Stone. Subsequently, with each level cleared, the color of the Star Stone changes accordingly: bronze for the 4th level, silver-white for the 5th, and reddish-gold for the 6th. As for the color of the Star Stone acquired upon conquering the ultimate 7th level, that remains a mystery, for no one has yet managed to emerge alive from that realm. It is said that those who can surpass this final hurdle not only escape the terrifying threats posed by the phantoms within the Bronze Realm, no longer required to undertake missions, but may also gain extraordinary powers, becoming deities capable of ruling the world. This is a tantalizing prospect. Indeed, many have willingly ventured into the Bronze Phantom Realm in pursuit of divinity. They are not blindly swayed by mere rumors. The Starstones possessed by those who have overcome the first 3 levels are sufficient proof that this legend is not a figment of imagination. Different grades of Starstones possess varying magical powers. All Starstones can calculate the difficulty, content, progress, and survival status of the tasks undertaken by other travelers through their blood. Moreover, the lowest grade Black Star Stone already possesses formidable healing capabilities. It can cure all terminal ailments in this world. However, due to its low grade, the Black Star Stone can only be utilized for healing once before becoming ineffective. Additionally, when a holder of a Black Star Stone faces life-threatening danger within the Phantom Realm, the stone can shield its owner from 3 attacks. Correspondingly, higher-grade Starstones possess greater healing and defensive powers and can be used more times. Beyond healing and defense, higher-level Starstones also wield other extraordinary abilities. The white-haired man's wrist bore a silver chain linked to a silver-white Starstone, signifying his status as a formidable survivor of the 5th level and a leader of this group of travelers. As he pronounced a death sentence for all participants in this level 1 mission, a chill ran through the hearts of those present. The overwhelming majority of them had been unfortunate, forcibly drawn into this terrifying world by the powers of the Bronze Phantom Realm, compelled to stake their lives in a deadly game, with the primary goal of surviving as long as possible. Thus, upon hearing the dreadful news that the Annihilation Realm had emerged even in the lowest level, mercilessly devouring all entrants, they could not help but feel a sense of shared sorrow and apprehension. Suddenly, the curly-haired woman pointed at the projection on the wall and exclaimed, "Wait, the mission has ended, yet there are still survivors. Not just one." Everyone turned their gaze upward. The image projected by the Star Stone showed that the black bar representing the mission's progress had reached its limit. Among the 7 small stars symbolizing the travelers, 5 had already extinguished, yet 2 remained, defiantly flickering with a faint glow. Chapter 37. Return within the confines of the room. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, particularly the white-haired man, who had confidently declared that everyone was doomed, sat up straight in disbelief. How could there be an entry-level participant who survived the seemingly fatal realm of extermination? The 2 survivors certainly did not include Yujia, as she had left behind a blood sample before entering the treacherous domain. His celestial stone could discern her circumstances in that world through her blood. It was certain that Yujia had perished. So, who were the 2 fortunate survivors? The white-haired man furrowed his brow in contemplation before slowly speaking. Unless these 2 individuals are extraordinarily lucky, it is undeniable that those who can escape the realm of extermination upon entry are formidable opponents. Others nodded in agreement, their expressions a mix of astonishment, confusion, and excitement. Everyone comprehended the underlying implication of the white-haired man's words. Countless entry-level participants had been chosen by the Bronze Treacherous Realm, and numerous groups similar to theirs existed. Some had even formed significant factions. The strong survivors of this mission would undoubtedly be coveted by every team. The addition of powerful allies who had traversed higher-level treacherous realms and obtained superior celestial stones would greatly benefit the other members of the team. Let us investigate the circumstances of those two. If their survival is not merely a stroke of extraordinary luck, we must bring them into our Ice Blade team as soon as possible. Upon the leader's command, the others promptly consented and swiftly began to allocate tasks, preparing for action. Meanwhile, in a distant city, Chinyu struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his gaze landing on the white ceiling above. He abruptly sat up, realizing he was lying on the floor of his own bedroom. Gradually rising, he drew back the bedroom curtains and gazed at the greenery and streets outside, letting out a heartfelt sigh. He had returned. At last, he was alive and back in the original world. Glancing at his phone, he was astonished to find the time was inconsistent. They had endured 4 nights of torment in the treacherous realm. Yet the date displayed on his phone was still the day he first entered. Upon closer inspection, he realized he had only been absent from the original world for just over an hour. Chinyu collapsed back onto the bed, unable to comprehend the situation. The terrifying experiences in the Bronze Treacherous Realm were no mere dream. According to Ujia's reasoning, he would likely be thrust back into that dreadful place, either dying in the midst of completing tasks or continuing to push forward. As for when he could finally escape the Bronze Treacherous Realm and lead a normal life, for novices like them, they first had to survive 3 low-level treacherous realms, equating to 6 tasks, before they could contemplate what lay ahead. Surveying the nearly unfamiliar room, Chinyu could not help but let out a bitter laugh. What incredible misfortune had befallen him? First, a car accident had robbed him of his memories. And then he was chosen by the Bronze Treacherous Realm. The first round had resulted in such heavy casualties, with only he and Qian surviving. Qian must have also returned to the location where he was absorbed into the treacherous realm, and it would undoubtedly take several days for him to process this unfathomable ordeal. Ding! A text notification chimed. Chinyu lethargically picked up the phone resting on his bedside, only to discover there were no new messages. It dawned on him that the sound likely emanated from the nightstand. He opened the drawer and found another phone lying inside. Why did he have 2 phones before his memory loss? One was a black domestic model, and the other was a silver fruit model he carried with him. Hard to confuse. Chinyu reached beneath the bed, retrieving the black phone and instinctively unlocking it with his fingerprint. The notification had indeed come from this phone. And it was from the bank. Someone had transferred him a sum of money. How much? Upon seeing the number with several zeros and the note indicating compensation, Chinyu nearly dropped the device in shock. Was this the payment an ordinary illustrator should receive? As if sensing his bewilderment, a message popped up on the black phone. He opened the WeChat interface to find a group chat pinned at the top. The group was named Universal Affairs Agency. The few scant friends listed were all members of this group. In other words, this phone was specifically for communicating with the Universal Affairs Agency and its members. At that moment, the group leader, King Kong Bull Demon, had sent a private message. A Jew. Mr. Lee's issue has been successfully resolved. You contributed significantly, so your compensation has been increased by 10%. A Jew? Chinyu was puzzled by this moniker until he noticed that his WeChat name on this phone was stylishly dashing 9-headed bug. Looking at the other group members' names, toe-picking skeleton, garlic-loving golden horn king, garlic-hating silver horn king, he felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. Words like kidney trafficking and drugs flew through his mind, plunging him into a dizzying darkness, accompanied by the haunting melody of tears behind iron bars. In truth, he had sensed something amiss while in the treacherous realm. Why was he, a straightforward recluse, so composed in the face of bloodshed and danger? The answer was finally revealed. No wonder there was a separate phone for contacting this agency. It certainly didn't appear to be engaged in virtuous deeds. With trembling fingers, Chinyu replied to King Kong Bull Demon, "Excuse me, am I also a staff member of the agency? What specific services does our agency provide?" The response came swiftly. My memory fails me. I forgot about your amnesia. My apologies. Yes, you are a key member of our agency. Our primary business is to help people exorcise evil spirits and resolve their troubles. So, the Universal Affairs Agency was not an illegal organization. However, Chinyu found little comfort in this revelation. He had barely escaped the clutches of the Bronze Treacherous Realm's horrors, only to learn that in the original world, he was making a living by exorcising spirits. Wait, Are there really spirits in this world? A cold sweat trickled down Qin Yu's forehead. At this moment, King Kong Bull Demon sent several voice messages. Of course, don't be alarmed. Surely, there can't really be spirits in this world? Our clients are usually either deeply entrenched in superstitious beliefs or harboring guilt over their misdeeds. Like this time with Mr. Li, after finding a young and beautiful mistress. His distraught wife took poison and could not be saved. He felt guilty and began dreaming of her seeking vengeance. We went to assist him, assuring him that his wife had been sent peacefully on her way. With peace of mind, he would no longer be troubled by nightmares. Thus, it turned out there were no real spirits. The Universal Affairs Agency was essentially a collective of charlatans, and he was one of the key members. In an instant, Qin Yu's emotions became complex. After a brief pause, he quickly typed, "Boss, as you can see, I just experienced an accident and am quite shaken. Therefore, I intend to resign from the agency starting now." Soon, King Kong Bull Demon replied with a voice message. "Resign? Are you not going to seek out your brother? Finding him will cost a considerable sum." Chapter 38. Relentless Pursuit. The all-knowing agency is situated on the top floor of a 7-story building on a secluded street. When Qin Yu pushed open the door, he found only the formidable king of the bull demons present. The others had gone out on errands. The king of the bull demons, whose real name is Niu Tai, is a sharp contrast to his imposing title. He is a diminutive man, clad in a gray Zhongshan suit, appearing to be in his mid-30s, and exudes a refined demeanor. Upon seeing Qin Yu enter, old Niu stepped forward to greet him warmly. My dear brother, you've come. Are you feeling better now?" After taking a seat and engaging in conversation, Qin Yu gleaned information about the agency and his long-lost brother, Jiang Jiarong, whom he could hardly recall. Jiang Jiarong was not his biological brother, but rather a companion from their days in the orphanage. In their childhood, Qin Yu was frail and introverted, often bullied by other children. It was Jiang Jiarong, 3 years his senior, who consistently cared for and protected him. They grew up together, bound by a bond stronger than that of blood relatives. Jiang Jiarong, being 3 years older, had entered society first and co-founded the all-knowing agency with Niu Tai. Initially, the agency's business resembled that of a private investigator, assisting clients in matters such as infidelity investigations and locating lost pets. After graduating from university, Qin Yu worked for 2 years at an advertising company, earning little and suffering from anxiety and insomnia due to relentless overtime. Consequently, he resigned and pursued his passion for creating illustrations to sell online. Observing his financial struggles, Jiang Jiarong encouraged him to come work at the agency, offering him a salary. However, Qin Yu, wishing to take a break and avoid the hassle of dealing with people, declined his kind offer. Little did he know that on an ordinary evening at the end of last year, Jiang Jiarong left the agency after work, ventured into the city alone, and subsequently vanished without a trace. Both Qin Yu and Niu Tai reported his disappearance to the police. Investigators traced Jiang Jiarong's movements after he left work, using mobile phone tracking to identify his last known location in a place called Changpu Town. Following that, Jiang Jiarong's phone was discovered abandoned in a patch of grass in the town, and he was lost to the world. The investigation stagnated, and his disappearance became a cold case. Nevertheless, Qin Yu refused to relent, tirelessly seeking Jiang Jiarong on his own. Searching for a person demands substantial time and financial resources. As time passed, Qin Yu found himself increasingly strained financially and reached out to Niu Tai to begin working at the agency. This year, by sheer chance, Niu Tai discovered that acting as a con artist could be far more profitable than traditional investigative work. Thus, under his bold direction, the agency underwent a dramatic transformation, pivoting towards the path of deception. Initially merely assisting at the agency, Qin Yu unexpectedly excelled at the art of trickery, becoming a key figure within the operation. Many clients sought him out specifically, requesting the services of Master Qin to resolve their issues. Listening to Niu Tai's comprehensive introduction, Qin Yu could not help but facepalm. It appeared that his identity as an artist had become a relic of the past. He had long since transitioned into the role of a professional swindler. After a lengthy discussion in Niu Tai's office, Qin Yu finally grasped the current state of affairs. "Here, this is Jero. Do you not even remember him?" Niu Tai inquired, handing him a photo framed on his desk. The image depicted Niu Tai standing alongside a young man in his late 20s, both smiling at the camera. Jiang Jiarong's features were strikingly handsome, his radiant smile exuding a vibrant energy. Qin Yu scrutinized the face in the photo for a considerable time. Yet he could not summon any sense of familiarity or sorrow. Indeed, he had no recollection of Jiang Jiarong, the companion who had grown up alongside him like a brother. Sensing Qinyu's reaction, Niu Tai sighed deeply. Misfortune tends to seek out those already burdened by hardship. Both Jiang Jiarong and Qinyu had endured difficult lives from a young age. After finally growing up safely, one mysteriously vanished while the other suffered a car accident, leaving his memories in ruins. While Niu Tai lamented, he noticed Qinyu furrow his brow, mistakenly believing he was recalling something important, and quickly asked, "Have you remembered something about your brother?" Qinyu shook his head. He still held no impression of Jiang Jiarong, only contemplating a possibility regarding his disappearance, the bronze enigma. Could it be that Jiang Jiarong had also been drawn into that alternate dimension, failing to navigate its trials and being consumed by its forces? However, upon further reflection, he deemed this hypothesis untenable. According to Yujia's account, individuals who perish within the enigma only have their souls devoured. When a soul is obliterated, the phantoms created within the enigma also dissipate. In the realm of reality, this translates to the individual experiencing some form of tragic accident leading to their demise. If Jiang Jiarong had truly died within the enigma, he should have met with some fatal incident in the real world rather than simply vanishing. Qinyu refrained from mentioning the bronze enigma to Niu Tai. Those ensnared by the enigma merely fell into a deep slumber for a few hours in their original world. If one were to recount an adventure through a terrifying realm while asleep, others would surely dismiss it as a mere nightmare. Moreover, Yu Jiao had cautioned the newcomers against divulging information about the bronze enigma to ordinary people, as it could invite dreadful curses. There had been instances of skeptics who, after posting extensive information about the enigma online and offering a substantial reward for escape methods, met with bizarre and tragic fates, such as inexplicably leaping from the 12th floor window of their home, resulting in catastrophic injuries. Over time, such occurrences instilled a profound fear in the entrants, rendering them reluctant to share any details about the enigma with outsiders. Qinyu, having no fixed schedule at the all-knowing agency, only visited when work arose. After acquiring a general understanding of the situation from Niu Tai, he prepared to take his leave. "Hey, Qinyu, will you still be accepting work?" Niu Tai implored, his eyes filled with concern. Qinyu was the agency's star performer. Losing him would significantly impact their operations. "I've just been discharged from the hospital and wish to recuperate for a while. Other matters can be discussed later," Qinyu replied, leaving his options open. Presently, he found himself engulfed in a void regarding his past. Yet, should a day come when his memories resurface? The doctor had mentioned that such a possibility was not entirely out of reach. Therefore, he could not entirely sever ties with his former life. Furthermore, Jiang Jiarong was akin to a brother to him. Even if he were to lose all recollections, he could relinquish numerous aspects of his past. But he could never abandon the one who had once been his steadfast companion. Even now, ensnared by the curse of the bronze enigma, with his lifespan uncertain, and despite the arduous journey ahead to rediscover the details of Jiang Jiarong, he would never relinquish his search for him. Chapter 39, The Vengeful Spirit of the Mountain Village. Upon departing from the Wanchitong agency and returning to his residence, Qinyu's first task was to scour the internet for news regarding recent accidental deaths occurring across the nation. In this pursuit, he stumbled upon several familiar faces. A Ms. Sun, vacationing in a well-known tourist city in the south, tragically passed away unexpectedly in her 5-star hotel room this morning. In a coastal city, local police summoned Liu due to suspicions of murdering his wife for insurance, only to discover he succumbed to a gas leak in his home. Although the photographs accompanying the news articles had been obscured, Qinyu recognized both individuals as Sun Tselyan and Liu Feng, with whom he had recently shared a harrowing experience. Additionally, a bus accident in a western city claimed a victim named Lin Buochao. However, he was unable to locate any information regarding Yu Jia and Tang Xiaolan's deaths, which was not particularly surprising, as countless fatalities occur daily across the country, not all of which make the news. The fates of Sun Tselyan and the others corroborated Yu Jia's claims, indirectly affirming that Jiang Jiarong did not perish after being drawn into the enigmatic realm. Currently, Qinyu resided in a rental on the top floor of a building slated for demolition on the outskirts of the city. The space was modest, yet it featured a small attic. Upon opening the attic door, he was taken aback. One entire wall was adorned with various photographs and documents, all pertaining to Jiang Jiarong's disappearance. A low table in the center was stacked with 3 thick notebooks. As he picked one up and casually flipped through it, he discovered it was filled with clues and information he had recorded prior to his amnesia regarding the search for Jiang Jiarong. Over the following week, aside from attending the hospital for a follow-up on his accident injuries, he primarily secluded himself within this cramped space, poring over the materials and notes. After a week, having reviewed all the documents, he grasped the basic outline of the incident. It was during that weekend night that Qin Yu stepped out of his confines. Hastily consumed some takeout, and a colossal bronze ghost mask materialized before him. Yu Jia had mentioned that the bronze realm consisted of 7 levels, with increasing difficulty from 1 to 7. The first 3 levels required each entrant to undergo 2 experiences. Each occurrence typically spanned from 1 week to half a month. Just as a week had elapsed, the realm materialized as anticipated. Aware that evasion was futile, Qin Yu resigned himself and closed his eyes. After an indeterminate period, upon regaining consciousness and opening his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar environment, resembling a sizable village. Scattered among the rolling farmland and orchards were houses of varying heights. Standing beneath a grand banyan tree at the village entrance, he was surrounded by a gathering of strangers. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds comfort. He surveyed his companions with a calm demeanor. Counting, he noted there were 8 individuals, 5 men and 3 women. One more than his previous experience. However, unlike the last time when everyone, apart from Yu Jia, were novices, creating a chaotic atmosphere. This time only 2 men and 1 woman were vocally expressing their bewilderment about this peculiar place. The others, while displaying signs of anxiety or despondency, maintained a level of composure, indicating that most of this group had, like Qin Yu, undergone at least one previous encounter with the enigmatic realm. Soon, someone stepped forward to establish order, urging everyone to remain calm, stating that since they were here, they must accept their fate, as there was no escaping it. The bloody script announcing the mission would soon appear. He advised the group to focus their attention on understanding the rules to ensure a safe return home. The speaker, a composed man in his 40s, introduced himself as Su Hong, a tutor at a training institution. After his stabilizing remarks, the others proceeded to introduce themselves briefly. Indeed, apart from the 2 overly exuberant individuals, the remaining participants were not newcomers. After 5 or 6 minutes, a series of crimson characters materialized in midair, seemingly inscribed in blood. Mission: complete the promotional video for Winxia Town as per the village chief's request. A warning followed. Only upon completing all filming tasks and screening the promotional video in the village hall could they gather beneath the grand banyan tree at the village's eastern entrance and depart. The bloodied text lingered for about a minute before vanishing. This time, the newcomers were in the minority, unlike Qin Yu's previous experience, where a plethora of individuals had appeared relieved after reading the mission, deeming it simple. We need to film a documentary, but I have no experience in video production or editing, lamented Tao Xiao, a tall yoga instructor. A young man with a buzz cut, named Maku, raised his hand. I specialize in short videos and possess some knowledge in this area. Upon hearing this, both Su Hong and Tao Xiao sighed in relief. With someone knowledgeable on their team, it was certainly better than a group of amateurs stumbling through the process. At that moment, the surrounding environment began to transform. The previously silent village suddenly sprang to life. The sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing filled the air, and figures appeared laboring in the fields, accompanied by the distant rumble of tractors. Several villagers approached along the village path. The leading middle-aged man, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, enthusiastically inquired, "Excuse me, are you all teachers from the Yongguang media team from the city?" Su Hong was the quickest to respond, nodding affirmatively. "Yes, we are." The villager, evidently mistaking him for the head of the filming team, swiftly approached and warmly shook his hand. "Welcome, welcome. Thank you for your hard work. My name is Wang Changjin, the village head of Winxia." He continued to chatter amiably as he escorted the group into the village, detailing the village's circumstances. Through his exposition, the group quickly grasped the specifics of their filming assignment. According to the contract signed with the village, they were to document 4 locations: the Happy Orchard, the Bayou Valley Flower Field, the Nanjiang Reed Marsh, and the Longshan Waterfall. These 4 sites were the village's most scenic spots, having been meticulously renovated to attract tourists. Under the guidance of village head Wang and other villagers, the 8 of them entered the village. Their accommodation was arranged at the village guest house, a rather aged row of bungalows adjacent to the village hall. "I apologize. Our village's conditions are modest, and we rarely host visitors. The guest house is rather small and cannot provide separate rooms," village head Wang explained apologetically. The group quickly reassured him that it was no issue. Most of them preferred not to stay alone, fearing the potential danger of isolation without anyone to call for help. Ultimately, the 8 shared 4 rooms. Su Hong and Maku shared 1. The chef Yu Jian and freelancer Jin Yangjie shared another. The 3 women squeezed into a third, leaving Qin Yu to occupy the last room alone. Noticing his solitude, Su Hong extended a kind invitation. "Qin Yu, why don't you stay with us? It would be comforting to be together, if nothing else. However, Qinyu declined his goodwill with a fabricated excuse. Thank you, Su Hong. I suffer from neurosis, and I find it difficult to sleep when sharing a room. Although being alone in the bronze realm was not advisable, his previous experience had imparted a crucial lesson that human hearts are inscrutable. Not to mention Lin Buqiao, who had been at odds with him from the outset, even Yu Jia, who constantly preached the importance of unity, had callously abandoned him and Qian Duo in their moment of peril, locking herself in the restroom to seek self-preservation. He does not blame Yu Jia, yet he has come to recognize a harsh reality unless one possesses profound insight and unwavering trust in a friend. In this world where death and danger may strike at any moment, no one can be deemed entirely reliable. Thus, rather than placing his bets on strangers, Qinyu would rather face the challenges alone. Chapter 40. The Mountain Village's Vengeful Spirit. The woman in red after settling into their accommodations. Village Chief Wang instructed several villagers to bring over large packages. The photography equipment that had been sent was now all present. The 8 individuals, who had been fretting over a lack of filming gear, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Bronze Enigma had meticulously arranged every detail for them. As noon approached, Chief Wang accompanied everyone to a sumptuous lunch at the cafeteria adjacent to the auditorium. Following the meal, Teacher Su proposed that they commence their filming task immediately. There was no specific time limit set for this task. They merely needed to fulfill the filming requirements as stated in the contract and present the footage at the village auditorium to conclude their assignment. Therefore, the sooner they began filming, the sooner they could leave this eerie place. The others concurred. After the meal, several male participants eagerly unwrapped the packages, discovering not only photography equipment but also 8 filming contracts. Each person took a contract to peruse, confirming that the content outlined matched what Chief Wang had stated. The locations were the Happy Orchard, the White Jade Flower Field, the South River Reed Pond, and the Dragon Mountain Waterfall. Additionally, the contracts specified detailed requirements for filming at each location. Consequently, the 8 individuals, equipped with their gear, set off for the Happy Orchard, accompanied by the villagers. Since the Happy Orchard was listed first on the contract, they had to adhere to the order to avoid breaching any rules that could provoke deadly consequences. Chief Wang had other matters to attend to and assigned his assistant, Wang Kong, to guide them. Wang Kong was a distant cousin of the chief, of similar age and bearing a striking resemblance to him, yet he was far more loquacious. He procured a van to transport everyone and their equipment to the Happy Orchard. Wenxia Village was at the onset of summer. The sky was azure, and the sun shone brightly. In the fields, verdant crops swayed gently in the breeze. Wildflowers bloomed vibrantly along the roadside, and various quaint houses were scattered throughout the landscape. The scenery was enchanting. However, the 8 individuals in the vehicle were too preoccupied to appreciate the beauty, their senses heightened as they scrutinized their surroundings. Teacher Su, seated in the front passenger seat, skillfully inquired about the village, particularly the 4 filming locations they were about to encounter. Yet, he gleaned little information. Regardless of his questions, Wang Kong boasted incessantly about the village's unique advantages, splendid scenery, and abundant resources, but mainly extolled Chief Wang's illustrious decision-making and tireless dedication to lead the villagers toward prosperity, earning their unwavering affection. As Wang Kong continued his soliloquy, Teacher Su could no longer tolerate it, choosing to remain silent. The Happy Orchard was located on a hillside to the west of the village. The vehicle began its ascent. The mountain road was narrow and winding, with overgrown vegetation on both sides casting a shadow over the already warm air, creating an unsettling chill. Master Wang, slow down, be careful. The road was perilously close to a steep cliff, yet Wang Kong drove at breakneck speed. Teacher Su couldn't help but remind him to prioritize safety. However, Wang Kong dismissed the concern, asserting, "Don't worry, I'm familiar with this road. I could drive with my eyes closed. Be careful. There is someone ahead." Wang Kong hadn't finished speaking when both Teacher Su and Qinyu, seated in the middle of the back row, instinctively shouted warnings. The vehicle skidded as it took a sharp turn, and suddenly, a dark figure emerged on the road. "Holy cow!" Wang Kong exclaimed, slamming on the brakes. Everyone lurched forward. After regaining their balance, Teacher Su widened his eyes, peering outside, his voice trembling slightly. That as he quickly turned to the others in the back seat for confirmation. "Can you see it? That person in red?" He nearly blurted out ghost, but managed to stifle it, substituting with person. On the road ahead, the crimson figure was a woman with disheveled hair, turning her back to the vehicle as she walked barefoot along the desolate mountain path. She appeared fragile, like a shattered kite swaying in the storm. Upon closer inspection, One would notice the trail of bright red imprints left where her bare feet had trodden. That was blood. The expressions of the others in the back seat turned grave, particularly the three newcomers, among whom was the young teacher Ping Xiaola, who was so frightened that she began to cry. "Shut up. Stay calm," warned Tao Xiao Xiao, seated beside her, casting a cautionary glance. In this world, crying was utterly futile, although it was still daytime and they believed they were safe. The unforeseen crisis had descended upon them, and a ghost had appeared amidst the storm. The priority now was to maintain composure and adapt to the unforeseen circumstances. Peng Xiaola's tears would only disrupt the others' focus. After being sternly warned by Tao Xiao Xiao, Peng Xiaola stifled her sobs, pressing her hands tightly to her mouth. Her shoulders quaking, Teacher Su felt a slight relief. Fortunately, it appeared that everyone had seen the woman in red. In the bronze enigma, the greatest fear for any participant was to experience a situation different from the others, especially regarding sightings of ghosts. If only one person perceived it while the others remained oblivious, it would indicate that they had likely caught the ghost's attention and were about to face dire consequences. Thankfully, since everyone had witnessed the apparition, it suggested that the situation was not as dire as it could have been. "Master Wang, what is that?" Qin Yu inquired of Wang Kong. Teacher Su couldn't help but glance at him. He had always prided himself on being mature and composed, possessing a bold yet meticulous demeanor. However, confronted with the woman in red, he felt a jolt of fear, his mind momentarily blank. Yet, Qin Yu appeared far calmer than anyone else present. Previously, he had insisted on having a room to himself, leading Teacher Su to believe he was merely an impetuous youth who dismissed the supernatural. However, now it seemed his assessment might have been inaccurate. Wang Kong, unlike the anxious participants, furrowed his brow but remained unperturbed, glaring at the red figure ahead, cursing, "Damn it. What bad luck. There's no need to be afraid, that's just a madwoman from our village. Years ago, her husband died, and it drove her insane. She roams around in the red wedding dress she wore on her wedding day, acting erratically. The narrow mountain road was blocked by the woman in red, preventing the vehicle from proceeding." Wang Kong cursed under his breath as he exited the vehicle, striding forward in haste, grasping the woman's arm and shoving her aside. "Get out of the way. Don't delay our business." The woman stumbled and fell into the grassy roadside. The occupants of the vehicle finally got a good look at her, a gaunt face that might have been beautiful in her youth but now bore the marks of hardship and madness. "Well, so she isn't a ghost after all," one of the passengers exclaimed. Indeed, that was quite a shock. The group collectively exhaled, their tension easing. In this world, most individuals remained in a heightened state of anxiety, instinctively mistaking the oddly dressed madwoman for a specter. Teacher Su cast a glance back at Qin Yu. Earlier, he had been the first to inquire about the madwoman's circumstances. Had he sensed she was human, not a ghost? Brother Su's assumption was entirely accurate. Upon the initial sighting of the madwoman, Qin Yu too had thought he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. However, he quickly regained his composure and observed closely, noticing the elongated shadow beneath the woman's feet. In the previous enigma, during the incident at the Dai family's inn where the murderer had struck, the spirits of the Dai mother and son had cast no shadows. Thus, he immediately suspected that she was not a ghost and proceeded to ask Wang Kong. Peng Xiaola, seeing the woman toppled by Wang Kong, displayed a look of sympathy. "Master Wang is being too rough. The woman's feet are bleeding. She must have cut them on the stones along the road. It's rather pitiful. Shouldn't we help her?" Chapter 41, Mountain Village's Restless Spirit. "She truly consumed it." S remark was met with a sharp glare from, accompanied by a dismissive retort of "fool." It was evident that this yoga instructor possessed a rather volatile temperament. Observing his distressed expression, her lips quivered as she fought back tears while sitting beside her. Unable to bear the sight, gently patted the newcomer's arm and offered a kind explanation. "This is not our original world. Here, dangers lurk at every corner. A single misstep could trigger the rules of slaughter, summoning malevolent spirits, and risking one's life. Therefore, apart from the tasks we are obliged to undertake, refrain from any unnecessary actions that could trouble yourself and those around you. Do you understand?" "I understand. Thank you, Sister Ling," replied, sniffling as she nodded in acknowledgement. After cursing and shoving the woman aside, returned to the vehicle, apologizing, "I'm sorry, everyone, for taking up your time." As the vehicle roared to life, it was on the verge of overtaking the deranged woman when, unexpectedly, she sprang up from the ground, using all fours, and produced an object from seemingly nowhere, hurling it at the windshield of the car. "Ha! Welcome the bride. Ha ha ha! Welcome the bride." Pale and glaring paper money rained down upon the vehicle, swirling like snowflakes. The occupants stared at the scene, their expressions darkening. "Damn it, seeking death," exclaimed furiously, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront the madwoman. However, after her outburst of paper money, she turned and dashed down the hill, disappearing in the blink of an eye. With no recourse, could only express his apologies to the group. "I'm sorry, a lunatic is a lunatic, always engaging in the most irrational acts." Managed a faint smile in response. After the brief turmoil, the vehicle finally progressed smoothly. 5 or 6 minutes later, the van came to a halt in front of a large iron gate, where a sign adorned with neon lights read, "Welcome to Happy Orchard. Everyone, this is the place." Proudly gestured towards the sprawling fruit trees within the gate. This mountain is home to several peach and plum trees. When spring arrives, the blossoms are breathtaking. Peach blossoms in red and plum blossoms in white. However, the specialty of our village is undoubtedly the waxberry. You can ask around, who has heard of the famous waxberry? Many city dwellers travel great distances to purchase our freshest waxberries. It's currently the season for their ripening, and I assure you, the waxberries from our village are plump, crystal clear, deliciously sweet and sour, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Later, you all can taste them for yourselves. I guarantee you'll want more. Extolled the virtues of waxberries. The 8 newcomers offered perfunctory praises, their minds solely focused on completing the task at hand. Fortunately, did not linger for long and opened the iron gate, ushering everyone inside. The happy orchard sprawled across a hillside. "Teachers, the mountain path is steep. Please exercise caution. This area is vast, so be careful not to get lost. I will wait at the entrance, and once filming concludes, I will escort everyone back to the guest house." Provided a brief overview of the orchard before returning to the entrance booth, leaving the newcomers within the orchard. Retrieved a folded contract from his pocket, unfolded it, and read aloud, "Please film an introduction to the waxberry of." The filming party is to arrange actors to portray the joyful scenes of visitors picking fresh waxberries in Happy Orchard. The content was straightforward. As noted by the short video blogger, who tapped his own contract, the filming details are simple. We just need to divide the tasks. Some will handle the filming, while others will act. You are the professional. You can arrange the specifics of the filming, proposed. Readily agreed. As a newcomer to this peculiar realm, he was relieved that the task at hand involved something he was familiar with, allowing him to relax and leverage his skills to swiftly organize everything. He would handle the filming, with 3 female colleagues playing the role of tourists. The others would assist. Concurred with most of his arrangements but offered his suggestions as well. He noted that the robust chef and the astute delivery man should be assigned as lookouts. Although their primary task was to complete the promotional video, a necessary vigilance was still imperative. The journey thus far had been characterized by bright sunshine and picturesque scenery. However, upon ascending the small mountain, the sun was engulfed by ominous clouds, casting a dull light over the landscape. The fruit trees on the slope were dense. While the peach and plum trees remained relatively low, the waxberry trees were considerably older, their canopies thick and interwoven, consuming the overhead light and rendering the air here much colder than below. A faint mist enveloped the orchard, rendering the surroundings somewhat hazy. This place, devoid of guardians, was initially eerily silent. Yet, their intrusion startled a flock of crows resting among the branches. The dark birds took to the sky, creating a cacophony of mournful caws. "Ugh, what bad luck!" spat at the ground, glaring at the departing crows. Trembling with fear, clung tightly to his arm. The atmosphere here was starkly contrary to its name, devoid of any semblance of happiness, instilling only dread and unease among the visitors. The group had no objections to Ant's plans. They merely wished to complete the filming and hastily escape this eerie locale, and quickly set up the filming equipment at signal, and pretended to be a couple on a leisure trip, while and assumed the role of best friends. The 4, holding the fruit baskets prepared by, cheerfully picked fruit beneath the bounteous waxberry trees. Smile more brightly, don't just force a grin. Can you get a bit closer to? Hold her hand naturally. No, you look more like you're trying to catch her like a thief. Wielding the camera, filmed while directing. His involvement in social media was not solely for livelihood but also stemmed from passion, allowing him to momentarily forget his fears and anxieties. His high standards, however, proved to be a challenge for. Pretending to be the girl's boyfriend was a role he was ill-prepared for, despite his memory loss. It was clear that he was indeed an unadulterated 24K pure titanium alloy bachelor. On the other hand, confidently followed S instructions, affectionately grasping his hand. Standing on tiptoe to point at an imposing waxberry tree, playfully exclaiming, "Darling, look." Those waxberries on the branches are so big and round, they must be delicious. All right, I'll fetch some for you. With a determined expression, complied, leaping to grasp a branch laden with plump purple fruits, plucking several large waxberries and handing them to. All the while suppressing the goosebumps crawling over him, reciting the line as instructed. Try it. It must be delicious. Excellent. Raised her hands to catch the waxberries in her palms, immediately popping one into her mouth, her face lighting up with joy. So sweet, not sour at all, truly delightful. Couldn't he help but admire the yoga instructor's extraordinary acting skills? As they drew closer, he observed everything with clarity. Just as the waxberry was about to touch her lips, subtly turned aside, evading Eslin's, deftly concealing the fruit in her palm, never genuinely consuming it. Her caution was indeed warranted. This orchard, designated as the filming location by the task, is undoubtedly extraordinary. Yet, the true nature of the peril it conceals remains unknown. Therefore, despite the alluring appearance of the fruits here, one must refrain from indulging in their taste. As Tao Chao-Chiao, who has previously ventured into an eerie realm, is well aware of this fact, the filming has reached a temporary halt. Marco informs the 4 individuals acting in the scene that they may take a brief respite while he reviews the footage to determine if any additional shots are necessary. The 4 relax, each finding a spot to rest. Peng Shala sits directly across from Qinyu. Soon, his gaze falls upon her face, and he cannot help but notice Peng Shala's lips in the corners of her mouth are stained with the deep purple juice of the yangmei. She has indeed indulged in the yangmei. Chapter 42, The Wailing Spirit of the Mountain Village. Peng Shala's lips were stained with the juice of bayberries, suggesting she had indeed partaken of the local fruit. In stark contrast, her filming partner, Xiang Ling, had a perfectly clean mouth. Aside from Qinyu, Teacher Su had evidently noticed this discrepancy, and as their eyes met, he was about to say something to Peng Shala when, Marco, who was reviewing the footage through the camera, let out an astonished exclamation. Everyone else jumped in surprise. What happened? Qinyu, sitting closest to Marco, immediately rose and approached him. Marco pointed at the camera screen. That crazy woman in the red dress. How did she get into the shot? I didn't see her when I was filming just now. Qinyu turned his gaze in the direction Marco indicated. Marco paused the video. In the frame, Tao Shala and Xiang Ling were busy picking fruit from a bayberry tree. Not far behind them, in the shadowy woods, a disheveled figure clad in red stood facing them. The dim light of the forest rendered the woman's red dress dull, resembling dried bloodstains. Though she was at a distance, her features remained indistinct. The only discernible aspect was a pair of eyes glimmering ominously from her tangled dark hair, likely due to the angle of the light during filming. As the others gathered around to witness the scene, they were all taken aback. When did she sneak in? This is too frightening, Peng Shala said, fearfully clutching her chest. Fortunately, she was already aware that this was merely a madwoman fond of wearing red bridal gowns, not a ghost. Otherwise, the sight of her silently watching both her and Xiang Ling would have surely terrified her half to death. Qinyu inquired of Marco. Since there's an unexpected figure in the footage, do we need to reshoot? With the confirmation that it was just a troublesome lunatic, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon hearing Qinyu's question about reshooting, they began to worry. They had already spent a considerable amount of time, and it was now 3:45 in the afternoon. If they had to reshoot, it would take a significant amount of effort. If they could not return to the lodge before nightfall, they would be in a precarious situation. Thankfully, Marco quickly alleviated everyone's concerns. No need to reshoot. Once we return, I can edit her out. According to the contract, we VE captured everything we needed. We can wrap it up. Instantly, everyone felt reassured. The filming had gone relatively smoothly. Under Marco's direction, they began to pack up the equipment, preparing to head back. Suddenly, thick fog enveloped the area. What is that? Jin Yongjia, who was on lookout duty, suddenly shrieked. The busy crew halted their tasks and turned to look in his direction. It was a shocking sight. Upon their arrival, a light mist had lingered in the orchard, but now it had thickened to an extent that visibility was nearly non-existent. In the gray haze, indistinct figures emerged, their movements stiff and mechanical, resembling malfunctioning puppets. Slowly advancing toward them. Abruptly, a gust of cold wind swept through, momentarily dispersing the fog. The intruders finally discerned the foremost figures in the mist, mostly elderly individuals, with a few young people and even children scattered among them. Without exception, they were dressed in burial garments, some tattered and worn, their faces a ghastly gray, their bodies decaying and revealing bare bones with some missing limbs. With a thunderous clap, ominous thunder rumbled overhead. In the next moment, torrential rain poured down, drumming against the lush foliage with a sound reminiscent of ghostly applause. They are ghosts. Run. Someone screamed in terror, jolting everyone else into action as they sprang to their feet and fled. Wait, grab the equipment, Genius shouted, gripping the trembling Marco, reminding everyone of the necessity to take the filming gear along. They still had 3 more shoots to complete. If they abandoned the equipment on the first day and failed to acquire new gear, their efforts would be in vain. However, as a newcomer, Marco was utterly petrified, ignoring Chinyu's plea, abandoning the gear and scrambling away. Fortunately, Teacher Su regained his composure and hurriedly called upon the tall and sturdy Yu Jian to assist him and Chinyu in carrying the equipment as they all sprinted towards the iron gate. The group dashed forward in a frantic, desperate rush. The combination of fog and rain rendered the mountain path treacherous, with grass and vines obstructing their way, causing several to stumble. Yet, they had no time to lament their injuries, using hands and feet alike to crawl and scramble forward, utterly disheveled as they pressed on. Thankfully, the pursuing spirits moved sluggishly, trailing behind them at a steady pace. After what felt like an eternity, the group finally burst forth from the dense woods. The iron gate looming just ahead. A glance back revealed that the spirits that had been pursuing them had vanished without a trace. Thank goodness, the ghosts are gone. Teacher Su exhaled in relief. The others halted as well, some leaning against nearby trees, others sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Marco and Jin Yongjia were covered in mud, their skin scraped and battered, appearing quite disheveled. Chinyu surveyed the area, a frown creasing his brow. Where is Pang Xiaola? At his words, everyone looked up. Unease washing over them, counting heads revealed only 7 individuals remained. Pang Xiaola was unaccounted for. Xiangling, where is Pang Xiaola? Teacher Su inquired urgently. Having been scolded fiercely by the formidable Tao Chao Chiao on the way here, the newcomer Pang Xiaola had clung to Xiangling, remaining nearly inseparable from her since the filming began. Xiangling gazed into the depths of the orchard, her eyes brimming with tears and panic etched across her face. I don't know. Xiaola was right behind me. She couldn't keep up, and I turned back to urge her on. How could she just vanish in the blink of an eye? The fog in the orchard was thick, and everyone was frantic. She guessed that Xiaola must have taken the wrong path. She should catch up soon. Teacher Su nodded. This is just the first day. The first level of the eerie realm shouldn't present too great a challenge. In fact, I believe we all sensed it. Those ghosts appeared frightening. But they moved slowly and made no aggressive actions before disappearing. Therefore, I believe what Xiangling said is correct. Pang Xiaola likely took a wrong turn. With that, he took a few steps back, scanning the surroundings to ensure no spirits lurked in the shadows of the trees. He cupped his hands around his mouth, calling into the depths of the orchard. Pang Xiaola, if you can hear me, come this way. Xiangling hurried over, joining in the call for Pang Xiaola. Yet, after shouting for quite some time, aside from startling a flock of black crows that cawed ominously, the dense orchard remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. An unsettling atmosphere began to envelop the group. Chapter 43, The Grievous Spirit of the Mountain Village. The skeleton in the water moments ago. Pang Xiaola wept as she fled through the orchard. Sister Xiangling, wait for me. Her breath came in ragged gasps as she ran, not knowing how long she had been escaping. Exhausted, she stumbled upon a protruding stone and lost her balance, collapsing to the ground. Sister Xiang? When she lifted her head, there was no sign of Xiangling ahead. Not just Xiangling, but the others were also nowhere to be seen. Teacher Su, Marco, Chinyu. She called out their names in terror, but no one responded. Instead, terrifying shadows began to materialize from the trees around her, drawing closer and closer. Sobbing, she was utterly terrified, having entered this eerie realm for the first time, unsure of which direction to flee. Suddenly, a familiar dark red hue flickered in her peripheral vision. Pang Xiaola turned her head hastily and saw a woman in a red wedding dress standing beneath a tree ahead, beckoning her. It was that madwoman. In her near despair, a glimmer of joy and hope sparked within her. Though aware that the woman was not of sound mind, she was still a person. Without hesitation, she struggled to her feet and dashed towards the crimson figure. The woman in red waited for a moment before suddenly turning to leave. Sister, don't go. Wait for me. Don't leave me alone, sob. Catching a glimpse of the surrounding spirits, fear overwhelmed her anew, and she cried out again. Hastily quickening her pace to pursue the red shadow, she chased it for what felt like an eternity, almost catching up when a cluster of trees loomed ahead, blocking her path. As she navigated around them, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a small pond. If not for her quick reflexes, she would have plunged headlong into its depths. The woman in red had vanished. Frantically searching the area, Pang Xiaola felt a fleeting sense of relief when, for some unknown reason, The spirits that had pursued her also disappeared. She exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead and face. The pond lay just ahead, covered with green duckweed. Suddenly, amidst the vibrant green, a sinister red emerged. It was that madwoman. Realizing the woman had stealthily circled behind her, Peng Xiaola saw her reflection on the water's surface. Sister, so you were here. Her joy turned to horror as her voice caught in her throat. She had seen the woman's appearance on her way here. Though gaunt and deranged, she had appeared human. Yet now, the figure behind her, clad in the same red wedding dress, bore a ghastly visage, ashen skin, bloodied features, and an aura of terror. Ah! Peng Xiaola screamed in heart-wrenching agony, stumbling backward and falling into the pond. The water was deep and frigid. Fortunately, she was a swimmer and struggled to the surface. However, as her head broke the water, a skull emerged from the depths, viciously biting her leg. Oh no! Blub blub. In pain and fear, she thrashed about desperately, but could not escape the clutches of the skeletal head. Her eyes widened in the water, the pupils expanding with despair and terror. Do you hear that? It's Peng Xiaola crying out. Teacher Su, near the iron gate, was the first to hear her piercing scream. The others exchanged glances, alarmed. Peng Xiaola's cries were filled with desperation, signaling imminent danger. Was she attacked by a ghost? Should we go save her? Xiang Ling asked through tears, casting hopeful glances at the men, as if expecting them to step forward as gallant rescuers. Qin Yu shot her a glance. Marco clutched himself tightly, trembling as he first voiced his refusal. I can't go. It's not that I'm selfish, but I understand filming and editing techniques. The upcoming shots depend on me, so you can't ask me to risk my life. Yu Jian stated bluntly. This isn't the ordinary world. We can't even guarantee our own lives, let alone be gallant. Whose life isn't precious? Peng Xiaola is in grave danger. Are we to risk more lives? But Xiangling's eyes were red, biting her lip. Xiaola is too pitiful. Tao Chao Chiao could no longer contain herself. Sneering derisively, Xiangling, if you're so close to her, why don't you go save her? What do you mean by looking at the men? Is it moral coercion you're playing at? Do you think everyone else is a fool? I didn't mean that. I'm so scared. Xiangling weakly defended herself. Yet, no one responded. The others were not mindless saints, easily swayed by a few words to risk everything for someone who was essentially already condemned. As they spoke, the rain ceased and the fog lifted. The dark clouds above dissipated, and sunlight gradually dispelled the chilling gloom in the air. Have all the teachers returned? Did they finish filming the orchard segment? Wang Kong, from the pavilion by the iron gate, approached upon hearing the commotion and soon sensed something was amiss. Why is one teacher missing? Where is that girl with the twin ponytails? Quick on his feet, Teacher Su pointed toward the direction of Peng Xiaola's voice and said to Wang Kong, Master Wang, Xiaola got separated from us. She likely lost her way in the orchard. We just heard her voice coming from that direction. Could you please help us look for her? We're unfamiliar with this place and fear getting lost ourselves. Teacher Su was merely inquiring out of hope. After all, under the influence of the eerie realm, the locals would not find anything amiss with the disappearance or even death of newcomers, nor would they report it or actively search. However, Wang Kong agreed to his request. All right, I'll go take a look. You all wait here. With that, he strode quickly into the forest. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Wang Kong's panicked shouts echoed from the woods. Not good. Something terrible has happened. Everyone, come quickly. The 7 waiting near the gate had already braced themselves for such a scenario. Now, the only uncertainty lay in whether they should venture into the woods to discover what had transpired. Qin Yu glanced at the sky, then at the trees. Quickly making up his mind, I'll go take a look. With the sky clearing, the mist dissipating, and the prior chilling atmosphere vanishing, he felt reassured. Spirits did not typically manifest in sunlight, at least not in a lower-level eerie realm. Moreover, in such realms, it was rare for spirits to simultaneously attack multiple entrants. Based on this reasoning, Qin Yu resolved to investigate the scene to uncover what had happened to Peng Xiaola, hoping to glean clues about the malevolent entities at play. It should be safe now. I'll go with you. Teacher Su followed closely behind. Tao Chao Chiao also joined their group, watching the 3 venture into the woods. Xiangling hesitated for a long moment before ultimately deciding not to follow. The remaining individuals stayed behind, unwilling to set foot further into the terrifying orchard. Chapter 44, The Spirit of the Mountain Village. Human hearts are more fearful than ghosts following the sound. Qin Yu and the others found themselves at the location of Wang Kong. This area was not far from the orchard's exit. However, the surrounding fruit trees were more luxuriant, and a small pond, overgrown with water plants, lay on the gently sloping ground. Peng Xiaola floated in the pond, face down, utterly motionless. Wang Kong found a long branch nearby and hooked her clothing, gradually pulling her to the shore, straining to drag her up and lay her on the ground, face up. Peng Xiaola's complexion was as pale as paper, her eyes wide open, lips a deep shade of purple, and her expression was one of agony. Her hands and feet were spread out, still embodying the frantic struggle for survival. It was evident that in her final moments, she had attempted to save herself, but alas, to no avail. Wang Kong checked her pulse and breathing, shaking his head in sorrow. There's no saving her now. How could she have fallen into the water? Such carelessness. This pond had been excavated specifically for irrigation during the dry season. Who would have thought? Suddenly, he realized something and quickly raised his head to address the three present. This unfortunate incident was caused by the girl running around. It has nothing to do with our village. Moreover, the contract clearly states that if any accidents occurred during filming, our village bears no responsibility. It seemed he was eager to absolve the village of any liability regarding Peng Xiaola's death. However, he was not speaking without foundation. The contract indeed contained the disclaimer he referenced. Rest assured, you will not be held accountable for this matter, Tao Xiao retorted with a hint of sarcasm, internally scoffing. Knowing that soon the body would be consumed by the eerie environment, and the people here would gradually forget about Peng Xiaola's demise, Qin Yu approached, crouching beside the body with utmost caution. Teacher Su also drew near. Observing this, Wang Kong stepped aside. Qin Yu prudently refrained from direct contact with the corpse, mimicking Wang Kong by using a nearby branch to pry open her mouth. Inside Peng Xiaola's throat were several strands of water plants, and her nostrils contained duckweed. There were no other visible external injuries, confirming that she had indeed drowned. However, due to her desperate struggle before death, her shoes had come off, and the pant legs had rolled up, revealing a small section of her battered calves. Qin Yu leaned closer, carefully adjusting her pant leg to expose more of the gruesome wounds, bloodied and mangled. Teacher Su could not help but gasp. What could have inflicted these injuries? The shape of the wounds resembled bites from some creature, more accurately, akin to human teeth. Tao Xiao glanced at them, startled. Qin Yu's voice was heavy with realization. Peng Xiaola's death was not an accident. Something bit her leg, preventing her from surfacing. As for what exactly had bitten Peng Xiaola, the three present were acutely aware. The malevolent spirit from their current task had already made its move the previous day. The only mystery was that countless vengeful spirits had pursued them moments ago, and none appeared particularly threatening. Which one had ultimately dealt the fatal blow to Peng Xiaola? Teacher Su glanced at Wang Kong, who was busy cleaning the mud off his shoes in the grass, seemingly oblivious to their conversation, and whispered, when filming concluded earlier, I noticed Peng Xiaola had juice from the bayberry on her lips. She likely ate the bayberries from this forest. The others were quite cautious and did not partake. I clearly warned everyone before we started not to engage in any unnecessary actions here, yet she disregarded my advice. Tao Xiao could not help but raise an eyebrow. That Xiang Ling is indeed no good. She pretended to care for Peng Xiaola while harboring ulterior motives. She refrained from eating the bayberries herself, yet when she saw Peng Xiaola indulge, she made no effort to stop her. One can only guess her intentions. Qin Yu and Teacher Su remained silent, yet they comprehended Tao Xiao's insinuation. Xiang Ling was duplicitous, allowing Peng Xiaola to err without intervention. The reasoning behind her actions was clear. Even the least challenging of eerie realms makes it nearly impossible for all participants to emerge unscathed. In simpler terms, once one enters the eerie domain and the task commences, someone must inevitably pay the price. In lower-tier eerie realms, the mortality rate tends to be less severe than in higher ones, and malevolent spirits rarely strike down victims in quick succession. Thus, allowing a naive newcomer like Peng Xiaola to make mistakes and meet her demise could enable one to navigate the day safely. Hence, sometimes, human hearts can be far more terrifying than the spirits themselves. Qin Yu had already experienced this truth profoundly from Lin Buochao in the previous eerie realm, leaving him oddly composed at this moment. In contrast, the hot-tempered Tao Xiao unleashed a torrent of curses upon Xiang Ling. We must leave. We need to return before dark. Qin Yu glanced at his phone, reminding the others. Teacher Su took a deep breath, rising to address Wang Kong. Master Wang, let us return. The day is getting late. We shall come back tomorrow to deal with Xiaola's body. Leaving the corpse on the ground was unfathomable in the normal world, yet here, Wang Kong felt no qualms and readily agreed. All right, let us go then. You all have worked hard. And the village head has arranged a splendid feast at the cafeteria to treat everyone. The group departed the orchard. Upon learning of Ping Xiaola's drowning, the others waiting at the site reacted with varied expressions. Marco was the first to scramble into the vehicle, akin to a quail frightened by a raptor. Cowering in the back seat and urging Wong Kong to drive swiftly away from this terrifying place. After all had boarded the vehicle, Wong Kong started the engine, retracing their path along the mountain road. This time, they did not encounter the woman in red. However, the paper money she had scattered lingered in the grass, swaying ominously in the mountain breeze, creating an eerie rustling sound. One of the three newcomers had already perished. Marco and Jean Yongjia, both fellow novices, gazed out at this ominous scene, their anxiety escalating. The early summer days were longer than those of winter. Upon returning to the guest house, the sun still shone brightly. They dispersed to their respective rooms to stow away filming equipment and take a brief respite. Wong Kong awaited them in the courtyard, ready to accompany them to the cafeteria for dinner. Before returning to their rooms, Tao Chao Chiao experienced an unpleasant exchange with Xiang Ling. Having seen through Xiang Ling's true nature, Tao Chao Chiao refused to share a room with her for fear of being manipulated. Consequently, her gaze darted among the male companions in the three separate rooms, ultimately settling on Teacher Su. Teacher Su, may I stay in your room? I can sleep on the floor and won't disturb you. Under normal circumstances, Tao Chao Chiao would never consider sharing a room with a strange man. Yet here, the distinctions of gender seemed trivial. In truth, she would have preferred to share a room with Qin Yu. After several hours spent together, particularly in the orchard, she realized Qin Yu was not an ordinary individual. He had been the first to notice the anomaly regarding Ping Xiaola's body. Tao Chao Chiao recognized that this young man possessed exceptional psychological resilience, remaining calm and rational in critical moments, making him a valuable partner. However, when she had attempted to cast him a questioning glance, Qin Yu had remained cold and unresponsive. Considering his insistence on having a room to himself from the outset, Tao Chao Chiao surmised that should she openly request to share with him, he would likely refuse. After some contemplation, she decided to seek the more agreeable Teacher Su. Chapter 45, The Mountain Village's Vengeful Spirit. Accelerating the filming schedule was indeed a prudent decision by Tao Chao Chiao. Teacher Su did not decline her request, readily agreeing. As for Marco, who shared a room with him, he was so rattled by the day's occurrences that he found solace in the company of others. For him, the more people present in the overnight quarters, the greater his courage. Thus, he voiced no objections to Tao Chao Chiao's wishes. Tao Chao Chiao would not have requested a room change without reason. Although the remaining individuals, aside from Qin Yu and Teacher Su, were unaware of the specifics of the situation, they could sense something amiss from Tao Chao Chiao's demeanor. Their gazes towards Xiang Ling grew laden with significance. Ladies and gentlemen, I must reiterate, during our upcoming filming location, refrain from any unnecessary actions. Today, in the orchard, Peng Xiaola was the only one who consumed the bayberries. Teacher Su's words were accompanied by a glance that inadvertently brushed across Xiang Ling's face. He did not wish to openly reprimand her, fearing it might incite discord among the group, thus worsening their predicament. However, a necessary cautionary reminder was warranted to prevent her from devising further schemes that could jeopardize others, particularly the two inexperienced newcomers. Xiang Ling, naturally, discerned the underlying message in Teacher Su's words, and a surge of anger welled up within her. Yet she concealed it behind a facade of innocence. The group set down their equipment and took a brief respite before following Wong Kong to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was adjacent to the village hall, the very venue where they were to screen the completed promotional video. Upon arriving at the cafeteria entrance, they were met with the sounds of a heated argument. Day in and day out, we do all the work. Meanwhile, you just sit there, stitching away at your own tasks, and yet you earn more than us. How is that fair? I've been slaving away all day to prepare meals for the filming crew. Wong Kong, leading the way, immediately quickened his pace upon hearing the commotion. Rushing into the cafeteria, the others, unsure of the situation, hastened to follow him. The interior of the cafeteria was modestly sized and simply decorated. A large round table against the wall was already set with 8 pairs of bowls, chopsticks, and cups, alongside several cold dishes, awaiting the return of the 8-member filming crew. At that moment, an elderly chef in a white uniform was animatedly berating a woman in a silver-gray outfit. The woman, clearly at a loss for words, clutched a bundle of clothing and a sewing kit, unsure of how to respond. A younger woman nearby attempted to mediate. Upon seeing Wong Kong, the accused woman called out in desperation, "Old Wong." Wong Kong swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind the woman, his expression darkening as he shouted at the chef. "What is the meaning of this? My wife is in charge of this cafeteria. What is wrong with her directing you all? If you don't want to work, just say so. I'll report to the village chief and have you collect your wages and leave. There are plenty of others willing to take your place. It turned out that this woman was Wang Kong's wife. Hearing Wang Kong's rebuke, the woman trying to mediate, Ren Yin, tugged at the chef, urging him to relent. However, the chef, Old Kong, refused to back down, indignantly retorting, Wang Kong, who said your wife is in charge here? We're all working together. When did she become our leader, drawing a salary without contributing? Of course, it was the village chief who appointed her. If you have an issue, take it up with him. Wang Kong boldly gestured towards the cafeteria's entrance. Go ahead, hurry up. Let us see if the village chief listens to you or to me. Wang Kong's wife, Zhuang Suichin, gently pulled at her husband's arm, anxiously advising, let it go. I haven't been very active these past few days as I've been busy making clothes for our daughter. I admit I'm at fault. Just let him say what he wants. Wang Kong, however, disagreed with her reasoning. What do you mean? Let him say what he wants. If they dare to speak ill of you today, they'll surely bully you further tomorrow. Making clothes for the children is important. The village chief has granted you the authority to run this cafeteria. Shouldn't you have the freedom to manage your time? Old Kong attempted to interject again, but Ren Yin pulled him aside, whispering, let it go, Uncle Kong. Sister Wang isn't idle every day. From Old Kong's expression, it was evident that when Wang Kong challenged him to seek out the village chief, he had already begun to waver, holding back his pride and unwilling to retreat just yet. Ren Yin's interjection provided him with a convenient excuse to exit the confrontation. With a huff, he turned and left. Wang Kong, however, pressed on, glaring at Ren Yin. The filming crew is here, and you're still dawdling? Hurry up and serve the hot dishes. Old Kong was nothing but a stubborn nuisance, and Wang Kong declared, if he stirs up trouble again, I'll have the village chief dismiss him. Ren Yin dared not protest, promptly heading to the kitchen. I'll help, Zhuang Suichin said, clutching her clothing and sewing kit, but Wang Kong stopped her. Focus on your tasks. Don't bother with them. They only bully you because they know you're easy to push around. It was clear that Wang Kong, as a relative and assistant to the village chief, held considerable sway in the village, often acting with impunity. However, this matter did not concern Qin Yu and the others. Once the farce came to an end, they gathered around the table for dinner. The evening meal was abundant, featuring freshly harvested local vegetables, free-range chicken and duck, and fish soup. Yet, the recent tragedy involving Peng Shala dampened everyone's appetite, and they ate sparingly. After dinner, the group convened around the table to discuss their plans for the following day. According to the contract, they were scheduled to film at the Bayou Ditch flower fields tomorrow. On their return, Teacher Su had inquired with Wang Kong, learning that the flower fields were in close proximity to their lodging, roughly a 15-minute walk. A vehicle would expedite the journey to just 5 or 6 minutes. The filming content outlined in the contract was similar to that of the orchard, involving staged shots to promote the flower field's beauty. Given this, the shooting was not expected to consume much time. Consequently, the terrified Marco proposed that they film at 2 locations, the flower fields in the morning and the Nanjing Reed Marsh in the afternoon. By hastening their pace and completing their filming tasks, they could leave this cursed place sooner. Moreover, in low-level ghostly realms, most spirits do not claim lives on the same day. By scheduling both locations for the same day, even if hauntings were to occur, it was improbable that 2 individuals would perish within a single day. Should time permit, they could even capture a 4th location, significantly enhancing their safety compared to filming 1 location per day, which would allow the spirits the opportunity to strike. Marco's suggestion appeared quite reasonable, garnering the approval of most, including Teacher Su. Only Qin Yu remained silent. From the events earlier in the day, it was evident that the 4 designated locations were indeed perilous. Initially, Qin Yu too believed that Marco's idea would effectively reduce their team's mortality rate. After all, the contract did not prohibit filming multiple locations in one day, thus not violating the rules. Yet, for reasons he could not articulate, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, an ominous premonition that left him restless. He sensed that matters would not unfold as easily as anticipated. But at that moment, he could not find a reason to counter Marco's proposal, leaving him to remain silent. His silence was interpreted by others as tacit agreement. In truth, his dissent would have been futile. The minority shall yield to the majority. Thus, the matter is settled. Chapter 46. The Vengeful Spirit of the Mountain Village. Is she human or ghost? After dinner, as dusk approached, the group returned to the inn to rest. Exiting the dining hall, Qin Yu caught a distant glimpse of the chef, Old Kong, who had just quarreled with the Wong couple. He was squatting beneath a large banyan tree, the cigarette but in his mouth flickering. The old man was evidently still irate, his expression dark. As they passed by, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What nonsense promotional video. They've uprooted perfectly good crops to plant those pretty yet useless flowers. They claim it's for tourism development, but it's just a ploy to line their own pockets. Who would come to this impoverished mountain hollow for a visit?" What several village heads failed to accomplish, Wang Changjin thinks he can. I suspect he merely seeks to profit from this opportunity. The waitress, Ren Yin, who was resting nearby, quickly intervened as old Kong's tirade grew more absurd. "Uncle Kong, stop talking nonsense. Don't you want to keep this job? Your son in college is waiting for you to send him tuition money. Village head Wang is capable and motivated. He genuinely wants to improve the village. Our village was struggling, with poor harvests and poverty. The village head is trying to find ways. Ren Yin, old Kong is just being lazy." Wang Kong suddenly emerged from the shadow of the tree, angrily shouting at the two. "If you think my wife is slacking off, it's you two who are truly lazy." Old Kong, his temper flaring, was on the verge of arguing with Wang Kong again. It was only when Ren Yin mentioned his son's tuition that he grudgingly suppressed his anger, snorted, and turned back toward the dining hall. Clearly, not everyone here supported village head Wang's tourism development. Seeing this, teachers who could not help but sigh. Tao Chiao Chiao remarked. Many villagers are accustomed to tilling the land and have no concept of the revenue tourism can bring, especially for older folks like Chef Kong, who are resistant to change. It's natural for them to have differing opinions and doubts. Village head Wang's intentions to develop the economy are commendable, but does he realize that his assistant, Wang Kong, is leveraging his power and acting arrogantly? Qin Yu disapproved of Wang Kang's demeanor. In many remote villages, the village head or party secretary serves as a local tyrant. When one ascends, all around them rise as well. People like Wang Kong are far from uncommon, Su remarked. As they conversed, the group had already returned to the inn. Following the prior room assignments, everyone returned to their respective quarters. The previous experience in the eerie realm had rendered every night at Dai Yuan's perilous and fraught with hidden dangers. Thus, even with a casualty reported during the day, Qin Yu was reluctant to let down his guard that night. Time swiftly passed, and morning light filtered through the curtained seams, illuminating the humble floor. After Qin Yu rose, the others gradually emerged from their rooms. All 7 were present, an entire night without incident. After a hasty breakfast, the group promptly commenced their filming tasks. Once again, Wang Kong accompanied them, driving them and their equipment to the Bayou Valley flower fields. "Oh my, it's so beautiful here," exclaimed Tao Chiao Chiao as they disembarked, gazing at the scenery before her. Just as old Kong had mentioned yesterday, the Bayou Valley was devoid of crops, instead flourishing with an array of vibrant flowers, daisies, sunflowers, hollyhocks. A vast expanse of colorful blossoms bloomed under the sun, stretching endlessly, akin to a painted scroll. Pebbled pathways meandered through the flower fields for visitors to stroll, while a winding stream slithered through like a serpent. Pavilions, small bridges, and long corridors were constructed among the flower beds, adorned with charming straw figures shaped like animals. Truth be told, tourists accustomed to the concrete jungles of the city would undoubtedly fall in love with this beautiful and expansive leisure spot. Old Kong's short-sightedness was evident. Should they truly attract city visitors, the tourism revenue here would surely surpass mere agriculture. The usually taciturn Yu Jian rarely spoke at length, but he shared his thoughts on the matter. "All right, we're not here to admire the scenery. Let us begin filming." Despite having rested all night, Marco still appeared unwell, bustling to urge everyone into action, eager to complete all filming tasks and leave this cursed place as soon as possible. Wang Kong mentioned he had business to attend to and left them with his phone number to contact him after filming concluded. With one less person. Today's assignment shifted somewhat from yesterday. Marco remained responsible for filming, with teacher Su assisting. Yu Jian and Jin Yongjie stood guard, while the acting roles were reduced to 3. Qin Yu and Tao Chiao Chiao continued portraying a couple, while Xiang Ling filmed solo. Everyone, remember, do not touch anything here. Don't even go near the flowers, not even to smell them. Teacher Su diligently reminded everyone before filming commenced. After witnessing Ping Xiaola's reckless act of eating bayberries yesterday, everyone was particularly cautious today. Even when Tao Chiao Chiao pretended to lean down and inhale the fragrance of the flowers for promotional effect, she cleverly used misalignment techniques to appear close to the blooms while maintaining a safe distance. The filming process proceeded smoothly. Soon, Marco completed the contractual filming requirements and declared it a success. No irregularities occurred. Yet, An undercurrent of unease lingered among the group. After all, yesterday, Ping Xiaola's incident had transpired right after filming concluded. Marco habitually reviewed the footage recorded on the camera, but after only a short while, he burst out with a startled cry. What is this? Why is it her again? The others felt a tightening in their chests and hurried to peer over his shoulder, witnessing the dark red figure with disheveled hair hiding among the flowers. Their expression shifting dramatically. Wen, did that crazy woman appear again? I have no recollection of her. Jin Yongjie exclaimed in terror. Yu Jian, have you seen her? Yu Jian shook his head emphatically. No, I've never seen her. The words from these two caused a wave of dread to wash over the remaining four. Yesterday, they had been so preoccupied with the spirits that they had completely overlooked the inexplicable appearance of the madwoman in the footage. Moreover, yesterday, the dense shadows of the fruit trees had allowed her to lurk unnoticed. But today, the flower fields were entirely flat. Although some flower patches were tall enough for a single person to hide behind, they did not form a continuous cover. It was implausible for the madwoman to conceal herself within them without detection. Furthermore, even if Marco and the others were engrossed in filming and oblivious to their surroundings, Yu Jian and Jin Yongjie, who were on guard duty, had remained vigilant. Thus, how could the madwoman have evaded their watchful eyes and appeared in the footage? Was this madwoman human or ghost? Teacher Su's face darkened, filled with confusion. At least when we encountered her on the mountain path yesterday, she appeared to be a living person, Qinyu stated. When the madwoman had suddenly appeared, everyone had been startled. Qinyu had taken special care to observe her, clearly noting that she cast a shadow. As she approached their vehicle, scattering paper money, her chest visibly rose and fell. She was breathing. But how could one explain her stealthy appearance in the footage? Was it possible she crawled through the flower beds? Teacher Su was utterly perplexed. The madwoman's appearance in the footage once could be attributed to chance. However, her second appearance was undoubtedly abnormal, signaling some ominous foreboding. As the group pondered this enigma, the sky suddenly darkened without warning. Clouds had accumulated, obscuring the sun and flickering with lightning. Why is it suddenly going to rain again? Marco exclaimed in terror. The others felt a chill run down their spines, for yesterday, the spirits had manifested amidst a thunderstorm. Chapter 47. The Vengeful Spirit of the Mountain Village, a choice between life and death. The torrential rain fell amidst the rumble of thunder, drenching everyone instantly. The downpour descended like a curtain, shrouding the surroundings in an even deeper gloom. We must protect the equipment from the rain. If it gets damaged, we want to be able to film. Marco exhibited a remarkable improvement in his demeanor compared to the previous day, instinctively shielding the camera with his body. Quick, let us take refuge in that pavilion, instructed Teacher Su, pointing towards a stone pavilion nestled amidst a sea of blossoms. The group hurriedly gathered their equipment and dashed toward the stone structure. However, one individual hesitated momentarily before changing direction, sprinting toward the exit of the flower field without looking back. This person was Xiang Ling. What was she doing? It was T until Tao Chiao Chiao, panting after making it to the pavilion, recognized Xiang Ling's unusual actions. Qinyu, who was assisting Marco with the equipment, glanced back at the silhouette racing through the rain and felt a chill run through him. Ah, she certainly is clever. In truth. At the instant the rain began to pour, a fleeting thought crossed Qinyu's mind: escape from the flower field as swiftly as possible. Yesterday, shortly after the thunderstorm commenced, the orchard had become haunted. Today, the rain's abrupt onset and the ominous darkening of the sky could very well herald another haunting. If they could flee before any strange occurrences began, they might evade the impending disaster. Just like yesterday, those who had dashed out of the orchard had emerged unscathed, while Ping Xiaola, who lingered behind, met with misfortune. Yet, despite his thoughts, Qinyu ultimately refrained from urging everyone to flee the flower field immediately. For a simple reason, they needed to ensure the equipment remained intact. Exiting the flower field from their current location would require considerable effort. Unlike in the orchard, where the tree canopy provided some shelter from the rain, here the downpour was relentless. By the time they managed to escape with the equipment, it could very well be damaged by water. Conversely, the pavilion was not far from them, making it a more suitable refuge for safeguarding their gear. Staying in the flower field might not lead to disaster, but equipment failure would mean a complete loss of their mission. After weighing the two evils, Qinyu ultimately chose to heed Teacher Su's advice, joining the others as they rushed to the pavilion with the equipment. Xiang Ling, emboldened by her understanding that they would not abandon their gear, had calculated her escape with a selfish cunning. Inside the pavilion, the space was ample, furnished with stone benches and a round table for resting. The six of them placed their gear on the table, yet no one dared to sit down, They stood anxiously, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, Tao Xiao Xiao let out a low, malicious laugh. Ha! That woman fell. The others turned to see. In her frantic dash towards the exit, Xiangling, whether from haste or some other reason, stumbled and fell into the flower patch, struggling to rise. Who asked her to act so cunningly? She deserves it, Jin Yongji remarked, now aware of Xiangling's motivations for fleeing alone. But something felt amiss. Qin Yu stared at the flowers where she had fallen, murmuring, why has she gotten up yet? Could she be unconscious? The rain was unrelenting, the world cloaked in darkness, rendering visibility poor. Standing atop a stone bench for a better view, Qin Yu finally realized the reason Xiangling remained down. She had fallen into a deep irrigation ditch. This flower field was originally a rice paddy, interspersed with winding, narrow streams and several hidden ditches among the blossoms. Some ditches were shallow, barely covering the ankles, while others held water deep enough to submerge an adult's thighs. Xiangling had landed in one of the deeper ditches. As the rain poured and thunder roared, a few minutes passed before they glimpsed Xiangling struggling to emerge from the ditch. However, to their astonishment, she did not continue towards the flower field's exit, but instead staggered in the direction of the pavilion. What was happening? Had she experienced a moment of conscience? Tao Xiao Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. The others mirrored her confusion. Xiangling's running posture appeared peculiar, likely due to her injuries. As Qin Yu observed her approaching figure through the torrential rain, an indescribable unease settled in his heart. Do you hear that? What is that sound? He suddenly sensed an unusual rustling around them. The others, preoccupied with watching Xiangling, had failed to notice. With his reminder, they snapped back to reality. The rustling intensified. The flowers surrounding the pavilion began to emit a chilling sound, as if countless strange creatures were lurking amidst the blossoms, drawing closer to their shelter. Simultaneously, Xiangling drew nearer. As she approached, the group could finally discern her condition. 6 voices collectively gasped in horror, their skin erupting with goosebumps. Xiangling's features were twisted in pain and terror, her face smeared with blood. Strange, elongated objects were entwined in her hair and all over her body, writhing incessantly. As she drew closer, the nature of these objects became horrifyingly clear. They were snakes of varying lengths and colors. Dozens of snakes coiled around Xiangling's body, biting her frantically. No wonder her movements appeared so distorted. It was not due to an injury from her fall, but rather the agony from being savaged by the snakes. With great effort, Xiangling opened her mouth, reaching out her hand towards the people in the pavilion, attempting to cry for help, yet no sound escaped her lips. Several snakes had slithered into her throat, but that was not the worst of it. The most terrifying sight was that blood gushed from her eyes as her eyeballs were devoured by some unseen force. Then, 2 black snakes emerged from her hollow eye sockets, their heads raised high, flicking their tongues. Oh, dear heavens! Marco, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, clutching Jin Yongji in terror. Tao Xiao Xiao, who had previously harbored disdain for Xiangling, now trembled uncontrollably, her expression betraying a flicker of sympathy. Yet, no one dared to rush out to save her. For it was clear that not only was Xiangling in peril, but they too were in grave danger. The ominous rustling grew ever more pronounced, accompanied by the incessant hissing of countless snakes. Soon, from the surrounding ditches and streams, a multitude of serpents began to emerge, twisting and writhing as they advanced toward the pavilion. Tao Xiao Xiao, terrified of snakes, turned pale. The others fared little better. Xiangling had already collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, from the nearby stream, a ghastly, swollen arm reached out, extending several meters as if by magic, seizing her leg and forcefully dragging her toward the water. With a splash, under the grip of that ghastly hand, Xiangling was pulled into the stream, creating a spray of water, after which silence fell. Countless snakes continued their relentless approach toward the pavilion. Overwhelmed by fear, Marco attempted to flee. Qin Yu seized his collar, exclaiming, "Don't run wildly. There are snakes everywhere. If you go out, you'll meet the same fate as Xiangling." At that moment, he understood. Xiangling did not fall due to her haste. She had been attacked by the snakes lurking in the ditches and streams. Chapter 48. The Vengeful Spirit of the Mountain Village. The water ghost of vast multitude of serpents encircled the stone pavilion. Concurrently, countless swollen, pallid hands emerged from every furrow and stream in the flower field, stretching and elongating furiously, reaching towards the pavilion in a desperate attempt to ensnare the intruders and drag them into the depths of the water. Marco trembled uncontrollably, his complexion ghastly pale. Just moments ago, had it not been for Qin Yu's timely intervention, he would have fled the pavilion, plunging headlong into the grasp of those terrifying ghostly hands. These hands appeared remarkably strange. Teacher Su swallowed hard, his voice quivering. They resembled dough that has been excessively bloated. Could this ghost have drowned in the water, causing its body to swell post-mortem? Chinyu speculated, narrowing his eyes as he discerned a peculiar detail. Teacher Su. Might this ghost possess the ability to wield power without relying on water? The serpents encircling us do not seem to be venomous, rather they are common water snakes. Those ghostly hands have emerged solely from the furrows or streams, extending due to the heavy downpour. Yet, it cannot enter the stone pavilion, for it is dry within, devoid of water. At this, Teacher Su's eyes sparkled with realization. After a brief contemplation, he nodded in agreement. I believe you are correct. This ghost must lie in wait beneath the water, utilizing it as a medium to inflict harm. Each time a specter manifests, there is a torrential rain. Pingshella was also killed near a pond. Thus, we are indeed confronted by a water ghost. Tao Chao Chiao pondered aloud, displaying a hint of confusion. Is it the water ghost that commits murder? What, then, was the nature of the multitude of ghosts that appeared in the orchard yesterday? Qingyu, having already contemplated this enigma, promptly responded, did you not notice? The majority of the apparitions that manifested yesterday were elderly, clad in burial garments, with a few younger individuals among them. They merely pursued us without exhibiting any overtly threatening behavior. The orchard is flanked by several mountains. Hence, I surmise that these spirits are merely villagers interred upon those hills. For reasons unknown, their souls linger there. Their appearance was merely a diversion. The true assailant that claimed Pingshaola's life is but one ghost, the water ghost we now face. Yesterday, we were all drenched in the rain. Yet only Pingshaola consumed the bayberries. It is highly likely that the water ghost lay in ambush within the pond where Pingshaola met her demise, just as it lurks now in the furrows and streams. Wang Kong had mentioned that the water from that pond would be used to irrigate the bayberry bushes, thus tainting the fruit with a malevolent aura. When Pingshaola consumed those fruits, she effectively became marked by the ghost, making her the first victim. Teacher Su nodded vigorously. He recognized that Qin Yu was indeed extraordinary, cold-minded, observant, and possessing considerable deductive reasoning. Fortunately, this was a first-level eerie realm, not overly challenging. Aside from us, the ghost was bound by rules, making it improbable for it to claim multiple victims within the same time frame. Otherwise, had we all been soaked in the rain yesterday, we would have faced grave danger as well, Teacher Su remarked. Tao Chao Chiao suddenly recalled something, her voice tinged with excitement. So, our current safety hinges upon a mere thought? The others quickly grasped her meaning. Moments ago, in their endeavor to protect the photographic equipment, they had heeded Teacher Su's advice to seek refuge in the stone pavilion, thereby evading the torrential rain that served as the ghost's medium. Conversely, Xiang Ling had misjudged the situation, believing that fleeing the filming location as swiftly as possible was the safest choice, only to remain exposed to the rain, soaked through, and ultimately fall victim to the water ghost's deadly grasp. Indeed, Qin Yu's conjecture proved accurate. Despite the terrifying serpents and the grotesque, writhing hands that surrounded the stone pavilion, they were unable to breach its confines and attack. In light of this, the group felt a mix of relief for their narrow escape, yet a profound fear of the unknown changes and lurking dangers within this bizarre world. A single moment's decision had led to a stark divergence in their fates compared to Xiang Ling's. Ahead lay the completion of 2 more filming locations. Who could guarantee that they would make the correct decision again? Sensing the somber atmosphere, Teacher Su clapped his hands, offering encouragement. Fear not. For we have now grasped 2 crucial rules to evade the water ghost's wrath. First, do not touch any objects at the filming site. Second, avoid contact with water, particularly rainwater. Furthermore, the appearance of the water ghost is always heralded by ominous signs. The sky darkens suddenly, and a fierce thunderstorm ensues. This is likely due to the intense yang energy during the bright daylight, preventing it from manifesting. In essence, if we remain vigilant and adhere to these rules, the likelihood of safely navigating the next 2 filming locations is considerably high. Upon hearing these words, Marco and Jean Yangjia, who were on the verge of breaking down, felt somewhat reassured. Look, the rain has lessened, Tao Chao Chiao exclaimed, pointing outside the pavilion, her tone jubilant. The others quickly turned to look. Indeed, the thunder had ceased, and the torrential downpour was rapidly diminishing. Faint light began to pierce the once ominous darkness that had threatened to engulf the world. As the rain subsided, the ghastly, pale hands reluctantly retreated back into the furrows and streams, while the serpents seemed to receive a collective command, swiftly altering their course and vanishing into the foliage and waterways. In less than 10 minutes, the rain ceased, and the sun once again bathed the flower field in its warm embrace. as if the earlier horrors had never transpired. Safe at last, Tao Xiaoqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Marco and Jin Yongjie supported each other as they stood up from the ground. Eugene, trembling, retrieved the cigarettes and lighter he had brought from the previous world, struggling to ignite one, taking several deep puffs. At that moment, a figure appeared in the distance, waving at them. It was Wang Kong, arriving to escort them back for lunch. As midday approached, he confirmed their safety and they emerged from the pavilion, successfully departing the flower field. As they passed the stream where Xiang Ling had been dragged under by the water ghost, Qin Yu paused to glance at it. The water was not deep, barely 2 meters, crystal clear to the bottom. Xiang Ling's body lay submerged, entangled with several serpents, a sight both tragic and horrifying. They had lost another companion. Despite the eerie realm's influence, Wang Kong remained blissfully unaware, maintaining his cheerful demeanor as he chatted amiably. The group boarded his vehicle, returning to the cafeteria near the auditorium. Following yesterday's unpleasantness with old Ding, Wang Kang's wife, Zhuang Zuqin, was not found hiding away sewing, but rather actively assisting Ren Yin in serving dishes. When she approached with a platter, Qin Yu noticed numerous tiny wounds on her fingers, reminiscent of needle pricks. Teacher Su noticed as well and inquired, "Sister Zhuang, are those injuries from your sewing?" Zhuang Suiqin and Wang Kong were polar opposites in temperament, shy and reticent. Upon hearing Teacher Su's question, she smiled bashfully, replying softly, "Yes, I'm rather clumsy. I often prick myself while making clothes." "Is it for your child?" Teacher Su asked with curiosity. "Indeed, for my daughter. She is studying at university in the city, and I worry she doesn't have enough clothes." In this day and age, few took the time to make clothes for their children. Teacher Su sincerely praised Zhuang Suiqin for her thoughtfulness towards her daughter. Ren Yin, overhearing, chimed in with envy. "Sister Zhuang's daughter is obedient and understanding. She has always excelled in her studies." Just then, Chef Lao Kong happened to pass by, scoffing at the comment. Studying well, now that's a bold claim." At these words, Zhuang Zuqin's expression darkened, her hands, marred by tiny scars, instinctively clenched. Ran Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment, muttering in discontent at Lao Kong's departing figure, that old Kong really is something. "It's all right," Zhuang Suiqin quickly forced a smile, acknowledging the truth in his words. "My child was unable to attend university. What does it matter how good their grades were in the past? Unlike his son, who can smoothly pursue higher education. How enviable that is." Her tone was melancholic, and she appeared profoundly saddened. Teacher Su promptly offered her consolation, stating that education is not the only path to success. There are countless professions. Excellence can be found in every field, with determination and hard work. Your child can also look forward to a bright future. Chapter 49, The Grievous Spirit of the Mountain Village. Majority rules. Zhuang Suiqin, with an expressionless visage, nodded slightly at Teacher Su, bowed her head, and declared that it was time for her to attend to her work. Ren Yin was also about to depart when Qin Yu called out to her, "Sister, may I inquire about something? Yesterday, while we were filming in the orchard, we encountered a woman clad in a red wedding gown, barefoot and seemingly unhinged. Do you know her?" Previously, Teacher Su had summarized several rules to avoid during their current task, invigorating the group with a sense of hope that successfully navigating the upcoming challenges might not be so insurmountable. Yet, Qin Yu remained skeptical, sensing an underlying disquiet. It soon became clear to him that this unsettling feeling stemmed from a crucial oversight. Teacher Su was wholly captivated by the terrifying water ghost, neglecting a vital factor, the woman in red. On 2 occasions during their filming, this deranged woman had appeared on camera, captured by the lens. Qin Yu was convinced this was no mere coincidence. The world was rife with oddities and dangers that could not afford to overlook any abnormal signs. Particularly in this open flower field, how could none of them have spotted the woman? Ren Yan's eyes flickered as she remarked, "Oh, you must be referring to Widow Li. She is indeed not in her right mind. Her husband fell to his death from a cliff several years ago while foraging for mushrooms, and when they retrieved his body, it was unrecognizable. The trauma shattered her psyche, and she now roams about in the red wedding attire she wore on their wedding day, babbling nonsensically. It's best to avoid her. If you see her, keep your distance to avoid being frightened." Ren Yan's description of the madwoman, Widow Li, was merely a more detailed version of what Wang Kong had conveyed. Unable to extract further information, Qin Yu lowered his gaze to his meal. Having just witnessed Xiang Ling's tragic fate, the group had little appetite, hastily consuming a few bites before finishing their meal. Mark set down his chopsticks and inquired of Teacher Su, "Teacher, should we hasten to our next filming location, the South River Reed Marsh?" Completing our task sooner would allow us to leave earlier. The others concurred with his suggestion, armed with the rules outlined by Teacher Su to evade danger. Their confidence was bolstered. Teacher Su furrowed his brow slightly and turned to consult Qin. What are your thoughts? He recognized that this young man was more cautious than himself. After confirming the presence of the water ghost, he had completely overlooked the significant detail of the madwoman's appearances in the footage. Qin, however, had remained vigilant, even seeking information from Ren Yan. Thus, Teacher Su wished to hear his opinion to avoid any potential oversight that could jeopardize their safety. After a moment of deliberation, Qin replied, I believe we should postpone filming this afternoon and first investigate the village to ascertain the situation regarding Widow Li. Her repeated appearances on camera are decidedly abnormal. Understanding her circumstances might unveil overlooked clues. Mark immediately expressed his dismay. Are you suggesting that we must linger here even longer? As a newcomer to horror, my sole desire is to escape swiftly. He was not alone in this sentiment. Jin Yongjia timidly added, is it absolutely necessary to investigate Widow Li? What if her intrusion into the footage was merely coincidental? Wouldn't that be a waste of our time and energy? I oppose this. Yu Jian bluntly rejected Qin Yu's proposal, asserting, the village is haunted. You want us to investigate? Who knows if it might trigger new death rules? I refuse to partake in such folly. We should stick to the original plan and complete the filming promptly. Let us heed Teacher Su's advice, filming carefully and avoiding certain areas. It should be manageable. Yu Jian's concerns were not without merit. This world was fraught with the bizarre. Who could guarantee that the village harbored no other hidden dangers? His words caused Teacher Su to waver. Sensing his hesitation, Yu Jian quickly suggested, how about we hold a vote? Those in favor of moving on to the next filming site, raise your hands. The minority must adhere to the majority. With that, he exchanged glances with Mark and Jin Yongjia before promptly raising his hand. Mark and Jin Yongjia, having understood his cue, followed suit. Tao Qiao hesitated for a considerable time before slowly raising her arm. Had it been yesterday, she might have supported Qin Yu's suggestion. Yet, at this moment, she was nearly paralyzed by fear from Xiang Ling's fate, wishing to escape this terrifying world for even a second longer. In the end, only Qin Yu and Teacher Su abstained from raising their hands. Teacher Su made an effort to persuade the leading Yu Jian, his cautious nature aligning with Qin Yu's judgment. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Yu Jian forcefully interrupted, Teacher Su, Qin is merely on his second foray into this eerie realm. He is not significantly more experienced than we are. Can he guarantee our absolute safety during our investigation in the village? If he can, we shall follow his lead. If not, then the minority must yield to the majority. Yu Jian's tactic was astute, deftly shifting the burden and pressure onto Qin Yu. Naturally, Qin Yu could not provide such assurances. In this extraordinary world, the quest for survival was inherently fraught with unpredictable hazards. However, he felt instinctively that ignoring the obvious suspicious details could lead to dangers far greater than the risks of investigating the village. Regrettably, among the six present, only Teacher Su could remain calm and comprehend his apprehensions. What compounded Qin Yu's frustration was the stipulation in their filming contract. Once a filming task commenced, all participants were required to be present and could not leave without permission. Unless, like Peng Xiaola or Xiang Ling, one had already met their demise. Should Yu Jian and the others start filming, Qin Yu too must be present. Otherwise, he would be in violation of the rules, and the consequences were too dire to contemplate. This was why Yu Jian felt emboldened to proclaim the majority's will, for as the minority, Qin Yu and Teacher Su had no recourse. At this juncture, Qin Yu recognized that further discourse was futile, resigning himself to silence. Teacher Su placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. As their lunch concluded, the six departed the cafeteria, standing in the shade near the auditorium's entrance, awaiting Wang Kong to bring the vehicle that would transport them to the next filming location. At that moment, two young women approached along the village path, each pulling a wheeled suitcase. Judging by their age, they appeared to be university students returning home for the summer break. As the girls drew nearer, they revealed themselves to be in their 20s, adorned with light makeup. One even sported dyed hair. Their slender figures and the hems of their lovely skirts danced gently with their movements, appearing even more vibrant than the blossoms in the flower field. Recently triumphant over Qin Yu, and feeling as though he had usurped the role of leader from Teacher Su, Yu Jian found his spirits soaring. With a mischievous air, he whistled at the two girls, a lewd smile stretching across his face. Chapter 50. The Grievous Spirits of the Mountain Village. The fishhook pierces the flesh. Yu Jian, filled with bravado, whistled at a beautiful girl passing by. The others around him frowned in disapproval. Qingyu was the first to speak up. Eugene. Although this is not a filming location, it's best to refrain from unnecessary actions that could invite trouble. Offended by Qinyu's admonition, Eugene felt this individual was merely seeking to provoke him after having been subdued earlier. He opened his mouth to retort but noticed the unfriendly gazes directed at him, particularly from Tao Qiao, whose eyes conveyed unabashed disdain and disgust. After a moment's hesitation, he begrudgingly fell silent. It was not that he feared them, rather, he was concerned that their discontent might turn them against him and ally them with Qinyu. The sound of an approaching vehicle broke the tension. Wang Kong arrived in a van to pick them up. The group made their way to the vehicle. Tao Qiao, witnessing Eugene's lingering gaze on the receding figure of the girl, could no longer contain herself. Eugene, I don't care who you were in the real world, but here, please rein it in. With that, she hastily distanced herself from the man who repulsed her. Left behind, Eugene spat in discontent at her retreating figure, muttering, I only fancy fresh, blossoming students. What right do you have to be so worked up? Just as he was about to voice further complaints, an icy shiver ran down his spine, as though something sinister was watching him. The words stuck in his throat as he turned around, scanning his surroundings warily. Yet, behind him were merely the auditorium, the cafeteria, and a large tree at the entrance, nothing amiss. Eugene patted his chest, sighing in relief, attributing the sensation to his own heightened nerves. The others had already boarded the van. Su Laosher called his name, urging him to hurry. Dismissing his earlier thoughts, he quickened his pace and slipped into the vehicle. The van sped towards the South River's reed marsh. Eugene leaned back in his seat, feigning sleep, entirely unaware that, at that very moment, in a secluded corner of the village, someone affixed a blood-written note bearing his name onto a small doll. The doll was then tossed into a black water tank, causing splashes as something beneath the surface stirred ominously. Soon, the doll was seized by an unseen force, dragged down into the depths of the murky tank. The third filming location for this task, the South River's reed marsh, meandered along the eastern edge of the village, flanked by lush green reeds swaying gracefully in the breeze. This picturesque scene might evoke tranquility in ordinary eyes. Yet for the incoming filmmakers, it was fraught with peril. Su Laosher kindly cautioned, everyone, please be careful. This area is rife with water. Keep your distance from the river. Did he really need to say that? Eugene, still seething from the disdain he had received, was now inclined to confront anyone in sight. Su Laosher chose not to engage with him, instead reviewing the specific filming requirements outlined in the contract with Qinyu and the others. Fortunately, despite the proximity to the water, the contract did not stipulate any scenes involving boating or swimming, merely fishing and barbecuing by the riverbank. Otherwise, they could have found themselves in grave danger. Wang Kong had already set up the fishing and barbecuing equipment at the riverbank in accordance with the contract. The group merely needed to pose for a few actions. Prior to commencing the shoot, they took precautions based on their experience from the flower field, scouting nearby locations that could provide shelter from rain. Once they were satisfied with the arrangements and confirmed everything was in order, the filming finally began. With Xiang Ling's demise, the cast was down another member. Su Laosher volunteered to step in as an actor, joining Qinyu in casting their lines into the river. However, both were careful to maintain a safe distance from the water, positioning themselves for optimal angles with Marco to ensure their actions appeared natural on camera. Tao Qiao was tasked with barbecuing in the open space behind them. Compared to previous attempts, everyone seemed distracted, their eyes frequently darting towards the sky, monitoring the weather. As expected, shortly after they completed the shoot, the sky darkened ominously, and a torrential thunderstorm descended upon them once more. This time, they were mentally prepared, swiftly gathering their equipment and rushing towards the previously identified shelter. On the riverbank stood a small rocky hill, with a protruding stone formation providing a natural barrier, ample enough for everyone to take refuge from the rain. Qinyu and Su Laosher assisted Marco in transporting the gear, as they hurried into the rocky shelter. Just as they were about to catch their breath, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air from the riverbank. The group turned to see a figure sprawled on the ground in the downpour. It was Eugene. How had he fallen? Su Laosher shouted urgently, Eugene, hurry, get up. Eugene struggled to rise, but a sharp pain shot through his legs. Looking down, he gasped in horror. His legs were pierced by several fishhooks, blood gushing forth. For a moment, he was lost in confusion. These hooks were clearly props prepared by Wang Kong, who had brought several fishing rods, all equipped with lines and hooks. Earlier, during the shoot, Qinyu and Su Laosher had taken 2 rods, leaving the rest not far from the riverbank. Eugene distinctly recalled that when the storm approached, Qin Yu and Su Laosher had carelessly discarded the rods onto the sandy bank before rushing to help Marco with the equipment. Having learned the rules of the supernatural, Yu Jian had kept a wary eye on the surroundings, positioning himself closer to the shelter than anyone else. So how had the 6 fishhooks, which should have been far away, ended up embedded in his legs? His first instinct was that someone was out to get him. Who could it be? The self-righteous Qin Yu, who had chastised him for whistling at a girl? Or the seemingly virtuous Su Laosher? Perhaps that loathsome Tao Qiao Qiao? As he pondered, he frantically attempted to remove the hooks from his legs. With the 6 rods dragging him down and the lines entangled, escape was impossible. The rain poured heavier, soaking him to the bone. If he delayed any longer, the situation would become dire. Damn it! If I find out who is behind this, I will make them pay dearly. He cursed vehemently, gripping the hooks embedded in both thighs and yanking them out despite the excruciating pain. However, to his horror, the hooks seemed to possess a life of their own, suddenly slipping from his grasp and burrowing deeper into his flesh, accompanied by a grotesque sound as they feasted on his blood and flesh. Ah! Yu Jian screamed in terror, his eyes widening in disbelief. The fishhooks had transformed into 6 plump water snakes, voraciously gnawing at his flesh, writhing grotesquely as they burrowed violently into his body. Chapter 51. The Mountain Village's Vengeful Spirit. The ever-changing ghost. How could a fishhook transform into a water snake? In that moment, Yu Jian finally realized that it was not any of his teammates who had betrayed him. Instead, he was experiencing a terrifying and bizarre encounter akin to what Xiang Ling had faced. Help! Save me! Unable to escape the monstrous snake formed from the fishhook, Yu Jian cried out in panic, pleading for aid from his companions who had already retreated to the stone cliff below. At a distance, obscured by the torrential rain, the few individuals at the cliff could hardly discern the horrifying scene of Yu Jian being viciously attacked by the snake. Tao Qiao Qiao was bewildered. What is happening to him? Did he trip over the fishing rod? Yet she distinctly remembered that Yu Jian was the first to dash towards the cliff, and the abandoned fishhooks lay far from him. It seemed dire indeed. Qin Yu remarked, the fishing rod does not have legs to trip him. There must be some sinister force at play. Ah, no, please, don't bite. Yu Jian's legs were already drenched in blood, the agony contorting his features into a mask of despair. Witnessing the inaction of the others at the cliff, he lashed out in desperation. Are you all deaf? Hurry and save me. If I die, I will haunt you as a ghost. Please, stop biting me. His cries echoed in the air, but no one dared to intervene. They all understood that Yu Jian had been marked by a malevolent spirit. Rushing to his aid would only lead to their own demise. Marco, terrified, clung to Jin Yangjie, trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of collapse. Teacher Su's expression was grave. Yu Jian did not touch anything upon arriving here, yet he was the first to run towards this spot. Why has he still been targeted by the ghost? No one could provide an answer to this question. Qin Yu seized Marco's camera and played back the footage they had just recorded. Teacher Su suddenly had an epiphany and rushed over. They scrutinized the frames of the footage together. Most of Marco's shots featured the 3 actors, but occasionally, the camera inadvertently captured Yu Jian lingering nearby. Look here, Qin Yu exclaimed, pointing at a particular frame. Teacher Su leaned in, gasping in horror. In a corner of the frame, Yu Jian stood with his hands in his pockets on a dry riverbank. Behind him loomed a red figure, a woman in a red dress, her long hair obscuring most of her face, revealing only a portion of her horrific visage. This cannot be human. It is clearly a ghost. Teacher Su's voice trembled uncontrollably. If the previous encounter in the flower field could be explained as a woman hiding among the blooms, this time, Yu Jian stood in an open area devoid of any hiding spots. The most critical aspect was that in the previous 2 instances, the woman's features were blurred due to distance from the camera. However, this time, her face was vividly captured, covered in blood and decay. How could she possibly be alive? The others gathered around, horrified by the sight of the ghostly woman on the screen. Meanwhile, Yu Jian's cries gradually faded, ultimately silenced. As blood pooled around him, suddenly, the tranquil river surged, and a skeletal hand emerged from the depths, seizing Yu Jian's still form and dragging him beneath the water. Witnessing this, Teacher Su's expression darkened as he sighed. You were correct. We must not disregard the appearances of the woman in red in each instance. This time, the water ghost's attack cannot merely be avoided by refraining from touching anything on sight or the water. There are surely other hidden rules we have overlooked. Tao Qiao Qiao hugged herself, shivering, her eyes clouded with confusion. But that day in the orchard, we saw clearly that the mad woman was alive. Why is she transformed into a ghost now? In that moment, no one could answer her question. Minutes later, the rain ceased, and the group left the stone cliff. approaching the riverbank where they found Eugene's lifeless body floating on the surface. The fishing rod that had ensnared him was likely washed away by the current, leaving no trace. Below his abdomen, his remains were gruesomely mangled, blood and flesh torn apart, revealing stark white bones. Soon, the river consumed the body, rendering it invisible. As evening approached, Wong Kong arrived cheerfully to collect the film crew for dinner, oblivious to the absence of one among them. The dining hall was more lavish than in previous days, yet the survivors were lost in their thoughts, unable to relish the meal. With only one filming location, the Longshan waterfall, remaining, they were haunted by the sight of three companions' tragic deaths, still utterly clueless about their path to safety. Who knew who would be next? Qin, what are you pondering? Teacher Su inquired, noticing Qin Yu's distracted demeanor. When Eugene and the others were filled with confidence, believing they had found the right path and could safely pass the trial, it was this young man who had voiced dissent. Yet, at that time, the majority had sided with Eugene. Ultimately, reality proved Qin Yu's cautious doubts to be justified. Now, amidst the collective uncertainty, Teacher Su found himself placing great expectations on Qin Yu. Snapping back to reality, Qin Yu replied, I was contemplating why the water ghost appears differently each time. In the orchard, Ping Xiaola was attacked, and distinct bite marks were visible on her leg. The traces left by the creature at the pond suggest she was bitten and submerged, drowning in the water. Then, in the flower field, Xiang Ling was bitten by a water snake. The ghostly hand that dragged her underwater looked pale and swollen, quite peculiar. Initially, Qin Yu thought the ghost perished in the water, causing its body to bloat, resulting in the grotesque appearance of its claws. Yet, moments ago, the hands that dragged Eugene into the depths had morphed into skeletal claws. Teacher Su pondered for a moment before speaking. This can be easily explained. Ping Xiaola was bitten and dragged underwater by the water ghost. The ghost's corpse remained submerged, first swelling and then decomposing, leaving only bones behind. Therefore, it is not surprising that the ghost's claws occasionally appear swollen and at other times as skeletal. Oh, and perhaps during the decomposition, the body was also bitten by a water snake. The water ghost, wishing to make others experience its agony, caused Xiang Ling to be bitten to death by a snake. The malevolent spirits of the bronze mysterious realm do not follow a fixed pattern. It is possible that the ghost we encountered this time enjoys being capricious, sometimes biting, sometimes employing a water snake, at times appearing as a giant, and at others as mere bones. Teacher Su's vivid depiction made Marco, already lacking an appetite, feel nauseous, and he rushed outside to vomit. Qin Yu contemplated. Teacher Su's explanation seemed plausible, yet he was plagued by an inexplicable intuition. Sensing that beneath the surface of these events lay deeper secrets that might very well hold the key to their survival. Chapter 52, The Spirit of the Mountain Village. Investigating what shall we do next? Tao Xiao asked, her face etched with anxiety. There remained one filming location. According to the rules established during the previous 3 encounters, it was inevitable that the water ghost would claim another victim at Longshan Waterfall. No one wished to become the next unfortunate soul. If they failed to discover a way out, they would face not just the peril of supernatural entities during tomorrow's shoot. It was evident to all that the 2 newcomers, Marco and Jin Yongjie, were teetering on the brink of collapse, lacking experience and burdened by immense pressure. None could guarantee that these 2 would not cause a commotion the following day. The task explicitly stated that as long as the entrants survived, they must all arrive at the filming site. Should either of them succumb to mental breakdowns at the waterfall and flee, or inadvertently damage the filming equipment before completion, their fate would be sealed. Why was this first-level strange realm so arduous? Tao Xiao clutched her head, on the verge of tears, let alone the newcomers. Even she was struggling to hold on. Even if they managed to escape this time, she would still have to confront even more formidable and terrifying strange realms and tasks ahead. This thought led her mind to a desperate notion of simply dying there to put an end to it all. Teacher Su noticed Tao Xiao's distress and promptly patted her arm, offering encouragement. Hold on. We haven't reached the final moment. Never give up easily. Tao Xiao mustered her spirits and nodded gratefully at him. Qin Yu once again proposed the idea that had been previously dismissed under Eugene's lead. Tomorrow, let us not rush to begin filming. Instead, we should first investigate the matter of the madwoman in the village. I agree. Teacher Su had already been inclined to support his suggestion. Tao Xiao immediately expressed her concurrence as well. In truth, after witnessing the madwoman reappear on camera and Eugene's tragic demise, she regretted not heeding Qin Yu's counsel to investigate the madwoman first, rather than acting impulsively. Dinner was nearing its end. Ren Yin approached alone to clear away the remnants of the meal and the dishes, noticing the absence of Wang Kong's wife, Zhuang Zuqing. Seeing Ren Yin frowning, clearly displeased, Qin Yu felt a pang in his heart and rose to assist her with the cleanup. "Oh, guest, you needn't bother. I can manage." Ren Yin quickly waved her hands. "It's fine, sister. I've eaten too much and could use some activity to burn off a bit," Qin Yu replied. Casting a glance at the other two companions, Teacher Su and Tao Qiao promptly understood his intention. He was prepared to take advantage of helping Ren Yin to glean information from her. With too many people present, Ren Yin might not open up easily. Thus, the two excused themselves, leaving Qin Yu to engage in casual conversation with Ren Yin. When he inquired about the madwoman, Widow Li, Ren Yin maintained a light-hearted demeanor, claiming she knew little about her. However, Qin Yu discerned that she was concealing something and was eager to change the subject, which only heightened his suspicion that Widow Li was indeed shrouded in mystery. As Ren Yin remained reticent, he shifted the topic to Chef Kong's circumstances. He sensed that the old man had a rather poor temperament, held Wang Kong in disdain, yet feared the village chief. Regarding the matter of old Kong, Ren Yin spoke candidly, revealing that he was not originally from Wenxia village. His health was poor, preventing him from performing heavy labor, and lacking education, he lived in poverty, unable even to gather funds for his son's university tuition. However, old Kong had been classmates with the village chief's daughter in high school. It was she who had persuaded her father to hire him as the chef at the village's guest house this year, offering a substantial salary. Consequently, old Kong secured a steady income, ensuring his son's educational expenses were covered. Naturally, he was grateful to both the village chief and his daughter, particularly the latter, whom he praised to anyone who would listen. What truly irked old Kong was Wang Kong. Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but ask, wasn't it because Zhuang's wife was often idle that it sparked the conflict? Ren Yin shook her head. Zhuang's wife frequently sews for her daughter and neglects her chores, which old Kong took issue with. He would usually tolerate it, given Wang Kang's connections with the village chief. However, Wang Kong once crossed the line and belittled old Kong's son. Old Kong was particularly protective of his son and could not contain his anger, leading to a quarrel with Wang Kong, thus birthing their enmity. A few days ago, Wang Kong approached the village chief, requesting old Kong's dismissal. However, the chief, having only one daughter who had been accepted into a prestigious university with a promising future, was quite fond of her. Old Kong's son had been arranged for the position at the chief's daughter's behest, fearing that dismissing old Kong would upset his daughter. The chief did not heed Wang Kang's urging. Somehow, this news reached old Kong's ears, fueling his indignation. Yesterday, witnessing Zhuang's wife sewing for her daughter while shirking her responsibilities, he seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations. In truth, it was not aimed at Zhuang's wife but rather a strike at Wang Kong. What had Wang Kong said about old Kong's son to provoke such fury? Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. That day, Wang Kong had been drinking and remarked that old Kong's son had gotten into a worthless university. Old Kong worked tirelessly to support his son's education, only for it to be a waste of money. Once he graduates with such a meager diploma, he surely won't find a decent job. It would be better to withdraw from school and start working, sparing old Kong from toiling like a dog every day. Those words were indeed harsh. No wonder old Kong was furious, Qin Yu remarked. Indeed, Ren Yin sighed. Old Kong was enraged and retaliated by mocking Wang Kong, saying that the villagers used to hear Wang Kong boast about how outstanding his daughter was and how well she studied, yet in the end, she couldn't even get into a vocational school and had to go out to work. Meanwhile, old Kong's son, despite his shortcomings, was a bona fide undergraduate. Wang Kong, already intoxicated, became agitated and ended up grappling with old Kong. Thus, they became sworn enemies. Enough of that. I must wash the dishes now. Young man, thank you for your help. With that, Ren Yin took the tray back to the kitchen to busy herself. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the cafeteria. Qin Yu went to the door to investigate. Teacher Su, Tao Qiao, and the previously nauseated Marco and Jin Yongjie were gathered in the corridor. The night had fallen, and they dared not venture into the darkness. What is going on? Why are there so many people? Qin Yu pointed towards the village hall not far away, where the noise originated. The once eerily quiet hall, which had been shrouded in darkness at night, was now ablaze with light. The village chief, who had disappeared after their initial reception, was now directing a throng of villagers and transporting various items into the hall. Could it be preparations for the upcoming screening of the promotional video? Teacher Su speculated. The final requirement of their mission was to present the completed film to the villagers in this hall. Thus, Teacher Su's conjecture was not unfounded. At that moment, Qin Yu noticed a figure crouched beneath a nearby tree, smoking, and casting a disdainful gaze towards the bustling entrance of the hall. It was the chef, Old Kong, whom he and Ren Yin had just discussed. Chapter 53. The Villainous Spirit of the Mountain Village. Li the Widow harbors a secret. Jin Yongjie possessed a cigarette, which Qin Yu borrowed and approached Old Master Kong. Master Kong, care for a smoke? Qin Yu offered him a cigarette. Old Kong stood up, accepted the cigarette, and tucked it behind his ear. What is all the commotion in the hall? Qin Yu gestured towards the direction of the hall with his chin. Old Kong exhaled a plume of smoke. Didn't you film a promotional video for the village? It's set to be shown in the hall. The village head has made arrangements. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal just for a promotional video for the villagers? Qin Yu feigned curiosity. Old Kong shook his head. It's not just for the villagers. The village head aims to develop tourism, and that requires financial backing. He has gone to great lengths this time, inviting a wealthy entrepreneur from the city to view the video. This businessman, surnamed Liu, owns several large factories and is quite affluent. He has already promised the village head to invest in tourism development in Wenxia village. Qin Yu suddenly understood, so that's why it's such a grand affair. Old Kong wholeheartedly agreed. Village head Wang is indeed a good man, striving tirelessly for the betterment of the entire village. His daughter is also a remarkable child. Not only is she academically gifted, but she is also very kind-hearted. Old Kong, who had a contentious relationship with Wang Kong, could not help but shower praise upon the village head and his daughter. After all, it was thanks to this father-daughter duo that the frail and elderly Old Kong had a stable income to support his son's education. Look, the village head's daughter has returned home for the vacation. Old Kong pointed towards a lovely figure standing at the entrance of the hall. The university is on summer break, and my son will soon be on holiday too. He'll come here to see me. Qin Yu followed Old Kong's gaze and saw a beautiful girl with long hair cascading down her shoulders, dressed in a pink dress, chatting cheerfully with village head Wang, who was clearly amused by her presence, affectionately ruffling her hair. Master Kong, on the first day of our shoot, we encountered a madwoman in a red wedding dress. Do you know anything about her? Qin Yu shifted the conversation, inquiring about Li the Widow. You mean Li the Widow? I'm not from this village, so I'm not well acquainted. I've heard that after her husband died, she lost her mind. Out of curiosity, I once tried to inquire about her. However, the villagers are reluctant to discuss her. They consider her a bad omen. Old Kong responded. Qin Yu fell silent. It seemed he could not extract any further information about Li the Widow from Old Kong. Unexpectedly, the old man asked, by the way, you encountered her near the Happy Orchard, didn't you? Qin Yu's interest was piqued, and he quickly replied, yes. We met her on the mountain path leading to the orchard. She even scattered paper money at us, startling everyone in the vehicle. Old Kong nodded. That's right. For some reason, she has a penchant for wandering into the orchard, frequently scattering paper money as if she were honoring someone. I have come across her several times while strolling. Initially, I was a bit afraid, but after seeing her repeatedly, I grew accustomed to it and began to feel pity for her. Yet, I investigated, and her husband clearly died in an accident elsewhere, unrelated to the orchard. Both she and her husband are from outside the village. They have no relatives here, nor children, so she can't possibly be honoring anyone. Therefore, it seems she must have lost her mind and confused the location of her husband's accident. Qin Yu listened intently, taking note of the various places Old Kong mentioned, and continued to inquire, where does Li the Widow usually reside? How does she manage to live here without kin? I doubt she can even cook for herself. Old Kong pondered for a moment and replied, I do know where she lives. In a dilapidated little house on the northern edge of the village. There's a crooked old locust tree by the entrance. I've seen her enter and exit that house while taking walks. As for how she survives, I'm not sure. Perhaps some villagers take pity on her and provide her with food? Having finished his cigarette, Old Kong brushed off the ashes and returned to the kitchen. Qin Yu returned to the dining hall, sharing the information he had gathered from Ren Yin and Old Kong with Teacher Su and the others. Teacher Su pondered for a moment and remarked, why does Li the Widow always scatter paper money at the Happy Orchard? Is it merely due to a mental lapse, confusing the location of her husband's accident, or could there be another, undisclosed reason? I leaned towards the latter possibility. Qin Yu then shared his own deductions previously. When I inquired about Li the Widow with Ren Yin, she was unwilling to elaborate, and Wang Kong was similarly evasive. They both gave me the impression that they were concealing something. Only Old Kong, not being from Wenxia village, had no reservations and divulged this information to me. Teacher Su frowned. So, the villagers of Wenxia are deliberately hiding matters concerning Li the Widow? This suggests that she may harbor a secret that cannot be revealed to outsiders. Qingyu added, "Moreover, on the day we went to the orchard, Wang Kong was quite rough with Li the widow, seemingly fearful of her presence there. Initially, I thought he was worried about disrupting the shoot. However, upon reflection, it seems more likely that he feared her drawing attention from us outsiders, hence his agitation." Teacher Su nodded repeatedly, once again impressed by the young man's keen powers of observation. As night fell, the group refrained from lingering outdoors and hurried back to the village guest house. Although thus far, all dangers had stemmed from the filming locations, they dared not let their guard down and expose themselves to the darkness. The night swiftly passed. The following day, at dawn, the remaining survivors rose early. After breakfast, Wang Kong inquired when they would head to the final filming location. Teacher Su informed him that they planned to edit the previously shot footage in the morning, which would require some time. As for when they would go to the last filming site, they would contact him once they finished their tasks here. Upon hearing this, Wang Kong, who had always been exceedingly enthusiastic, wore a shadow of gloom and cautioned, "I advise you to expedite the filming process. The village head has invited the major investor to observe, and he is arriving tomorrow. According to the village head's schedule, the promotional video needs to be shown in the hall tomorrow night. If there are delays, it could leave a poor impression on the investor, and should funding be withdrawn, the responsibility falls on your filming crew." Hearing this, Qingyu exchanged solemn glances with Teacher Su and Tao Qiao. After Wang Kong departed, Teacher Su promptly remarked to his companions, "We have little time left for our investigation. I initially thought this task had no time constraints, but it turns out we are racing against the clock. Village head Wang intends to showcase the promotional video tomorrow night. That is our final deadline for this assignment." Without further ado, they resolved to act swiftly. Qingyu gestured to Marco and Jin Yongjia, instructing them to remain behind and edit the video to avoid raising Wang Kong's suspicions about their absence from the guest house. The three of them would head into the village to investigate Li the widow. Qingyu decided to leave Marco and Jin Yongjia behind, as their psychological resilience had been weakened after previous setbacks. Having been through so much, they were now like startled birds. Bringing them along would likely hinder rather than help. Leaving them at the guest house as a cover was a wise choice. Marco and Jin Yongjia, apprehensive about potentially encountering danger while gathering information in the village, felt immense relief and joy at Qinyu's arrangements. Teacher Su and Tao Qiao also deemed this plan prudent. Consequently, the five of them divided into two teams and set off on their respective missions. Chapter 54, The Wraith of the Mountain Village. She has a child. The area of Wenxia village is quite expansive. In the morning, Qingyu and his companions strolled through the village, encountering numerous villagers toiling in the fields or gathering to chat and bask in the sun. However, regardless of whether they were the younger folk or the gossipy old men at the village entrance, the moment the name of Widow Li was mentioned, their expression shifted, and they shook their heads vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. Unclear. I don't know. I'm not familiar with her. These were the most common responses Qingyu and his companions heard from the villagers. Occasionally, they would come across a few who were willing to share a word or two, but what they recounted was merely information already at their disposal. She is a pitiful woman, traumatized by her husband's death, with no children to keep her company, wandering aimlessly, never knowing when misfortune might strike. After a fruitless inquiry, Tao Qiao could not help but feel disheartened. Alas, it seems these people have all synchronized their responses. Unwilling to divulge anything, Teacher Su remarked, "The more reluctant they are to speak, the more it confirms that Widow Li indeed harbors a secret." Noticing Qingyu deep in thought, he inquired, "Qingyu, what are you pondering? Have you discovered something?" Qingyu had indeed noticed a particular detail but was uncertain if it was his sensitivity or if there was something amiss. "Teacher Su, Sister Tao, I wonder if you have sensed it too. Those villagers willing to share a few words seemed particularly intent on mentioning one fact, that Widow Li has no children." Teacher Su and Tao Qiao reflected on this and nodded in agreement. It is indeed the case. These individuals stated clearly that Widow Li has no children. But is there anything amiss with that? Tao Qiao questioned. Qingyu explained, "While their assertion appears innocuous, I find it unsettling. Their tone and demeanor when discussing this matter do not resemble a mere statement of fact. It feels more like an intentional emphasis." Upon hearing this, Tao Qiao and Teacher Su pondered carefully and eventually sensed something awry. "You are correct," Teacher Su remarked, "especially that elderly lady who was shelling beans at the doorway. She mentioned she has no children at least 3 times. I initially thought it was merely a sign of her age causing her to be a bit repetitive. Yet, upon reflection, it is rather unusual. The way the villagers stressed Widow Li's lack of children gave me the impression of something being deliberately concealed. Qingyu added. Tao Xiao expressed her skepticism. If Widow Li truly had a child, why would the villagers want to hide it? Perhaps that is the secret we must unravel. Qingyu directed his gaze towards the northern part of the village. Since no one is willing to reveal the truth, we shall have to seek it out ourselves. Let us head to Widow Li's home. It is where she resides, and there must be traces left behind. The trio promptly took action, hastening towards Widow Li's residence in the northern part of the village, following the description provided by Old Kong the previous night. Her house was easily identifiable, for in that area, there were hardly any other dwellings. The dilapidated house with a crooked-necked locust tree at the entrance was the only one. The house featured a yard, and its wooden gate was in disrepair, bearing several cracks, and it was not locked. They entered effortlessly. The yard was modest, overgrown with weeds, presenting a desolate sight. The roof of the house was also overrun with wild grass, with some tiles missing, exposing dark, gaping holes. This place was undeniably dilapidated and eerie. Tao Xiao hugged herself, shivering. The gate was ajar, yet the main door was securely locked and would not budge. Is anyone there? Is anyone home? Teacher Su called out towards the interior. The only response was a heavy silence. Noticing this, Qingyu pulled a piece of wire from his pocket and skillfully inserted it into the lock. With a few deft maneuvers, the lock clicked open. Teacher Su and Tao Xiao looked at him in astonishment. Their expressions conflicted, yet ultimately, they refrained from asking questions. Now was not the time to ponder why Qingyu possessed such lock-picking skills. They needed to navigate the current situation first. Before entering, Teacher Su cautioned the two. Be extremely careful inside. We still cannot ascertain whether Widow Li is human or specter. Although in this task, supernatural entities only harm at filming locations, it is better to be cautious. If anything seems amiss, we must flee. Preserving our lives is paramount. Qingyu and Tao Xiao nodded in understanding. Subsequently, the three of them stealthily and cautiously entered Widow Li's home. The house was not large, consisting of 2 bedrooms, a kitchen connected to a living room. As they inspected each area, upon opening the door to the slightly smaller bedroom, they could not help but express their surprise. The state of the room could only be described with 2 words, chaotic and dilapidated. Since Widow Li had gone mad, her residence had been neglected, resulting in utter disarray. The kitchen, living room, and even the larger bedroom were littered with moldy refuse and tattered clothing, exuding an unpleasant odor, particularly in the larger bedroom, where Widow Li likely slept. A filthy quilt, its color unrecognizable, lay haphazardly on an old wooden bed, while the floor was strewn with remnants of food and torn packaging. Even a doghouse would be cleaner. However, upon pushing open the door to the smaller bedroom, the trio felt as if they had entered a different realm. The room, though small, was impeccably tidy. A pristine pink bedsheet adorned the bed. The desk against the wall not only held a few books, but also a delicate glass vase containing clean water and a bouquet of wildflowers. The wildflowers were vividly colorful, clearly having been freshly picked and tended to for no more than a few days. Qingyu glanced at the books on the desk and found them to be romantic novels, typically favored by young girls. This must belong to a young girl, he deduced. Tao Xiao commented, could it be that Widow Li has a daughter? But if so, where has this daughter gone? Did she leave? Perhaps out of disdain for her mother's mental instability? Qingyu pondered, if the girl left of her own accord, why would the villagers emphasize that Widow Li has no children? They could simply say that the girl was ungrateful and abandoned her mother to run away alone. What were they concealing? Teacher Su discerned the implications in Qinyu's words, and a chill ran down his spine. Are you suggesting that Widow Li's daughter encountered misfortune, likely perished, and that her death was certainly not ordinary, possibly linked to the villagers? Thus, the villagers would uniformly conceal the existence of the girl from outsiders to avoid unnecessary complications. Teacher Su's words echoed Qinyu's thoughts precisely. Moreover, at that moment, a sudden realization struck him, leading to a new conjecture. I understand now why Widow Li insists on scattering paper money in the happiness orchard. It is not because she is mentally unwell and has confused the location of her husband's accident. She is not mourning her husband. She is commemorating her daughter, who met with misfortune in that orchard. Upon hearing this astonishing deduction, Teacher Su and Tao Xiao exchanged looks of realization, only to be interrupted by the creaking sound of the courtyard gate swinging open. Following that, a faint sound of footsteps echoed in the yard. Someone was coming, and they were heading straight towards the house. Chapter 55, The Grievous Spirit of the Mountain Village. An unexpected visitor. Suddenly, a stranger approached the home of Widow Li, causing a wave of panic among the 3 individuals inside. The thought of escaping through the front door had become futile. The furniture within the modest abode was either too small or too dilapidated to conceal anyone. Fortunately, Chinyu caught a glimpse through the back window. Noticing a dilapidated shed in the backyard, presumably once used for pig farming, along with a small wooden structure that resembled a storage room nearby, he quickly signaled to the other two. In a flurry of movement, the trio slipped out through the back door. Unfortunately, the small wooden shed was locked tight, rendering it inaccessible. Luckily, the adjacent ramshackle shed was spacious enough to accommodate all three. Just as they crouched down to hide within the shed, a low, indistinct groan suddenly emanated from the previously quiet wooden structure, startling them. Was there someone inside? Or perhaps, a ghost? Regardless of the situation, they had no time to investigate, as clear footsteps approached from within the house, heading toward the backyard. The three hurriedly crouched down, holding their breath, yet managed to find a safe angle to discreetly observe the backyard. A figure emerged from the house and stepped into the yard. Upon recognizing the visitor, Chinyu and the others were taken aback. It was none other than Zhuang Cuiqin, the wife of Wang Kong. What brought her to Widow Li's home? The three exchanged bewildered glances. However, when their eyes fell upon the food container that Zhuang Cuiqin was carrying, a dawning realization struck them regarding her presence. Chinyu had previously inquired with Old Kong about Widow Li's evident madness. With no one else in her household, how was she managing her meals? Now, the answer was unveiled. Old Kong's speculation proved accurate. There was indeed someone providing sustenance for Widow Li. Yet, they had never anticipated that this individual would be Zhuang Cuiqin. Given Wang Kang's brazen demeanor due to his connection with the village chief, Chinyu held a poor impression of the couple, never imagining that Zhuang Cuiqin would willingly care for Widow Li. Suddenly, an eerie commotion erupted from the nearby wooden shed, as if something were banging against the door, accompanied by the sound of rattling chains and chilling groans. Chinyu's eyes widened. There must be someone locked away within that shed. Both Tao Qiao and Teacher Su grasped the gravity of the situation, suppressing their emotions to avoid making a sound. Oblivious to their presence, Zhuang Cuiqin cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Once she determined that all was clear, she retrieved a key from her pocket and unlocked the iron lock on the wooden shed door. As the door swung open, a disheveled figure tumbled out, clad in tattered, dirty red garments, emaciated and with unkempt hair, lunging towards Zhuang Cuiqin with a wild shriek. It was the very Widow Li they sought to investigate. Clearly unprepared for the sudden onslaught, Zhuang Cuiqin stumbled back, nearly dropping the food container in her hands. However, Widow Li was shackled by iron chains around her feet, the other ends secured within the wooden shed. She could only lunge forward a short distance before being yanked back violently, crashing to the ground. Return, my daughter. Spring. Run. Run, Spring. Widow Li cried out hysterically, thrashing against the chains, her incoherent words a jumble of anguish. It was uncertain whether her prolonged confinement had rendered her weak or if it was due to some other reason, but her body became limp, her voice diminishing until she lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Zhuang Cuiqin observed from the side. Once she confirmed that Widow Li could no longer pose a threat, she carefully placed the food container on the ground and approached the woman. With great effort, she hoisted the frail figure, dragging her like a lifeless dog back into the shed, then placed the food container inside as well, slamming the door shut and locking it swiftly. Perhaps due to a flicker of conscience, Zhuang Cuiqin muttered softly to herself as she locked the door, "Do not blame me. I am doing this for your own good. There are outsiders in the village these days. Your ramblings could lead to dire consequences if overheard. Rest assured, once the events at the hall conclude tomorrow night and everyone departs, I shall release you. The village chief has promised to marry your daughter to the deity of the mountains and rivers, ensuring prosperity for the entire village. This is an unalterable fact. I hope you can come to terms with it for your own sake." Having assured herself that the shed door was securely locked, Zhuang Cuiqin hurriedly departed, head bowed. The three individuals inside the dilapidated shed huddled together, their limbs growing numb. Even so, they dared not emerge immediately, waiting until they were certain Zhuang Cuiqin would not return before finally exiting the shed. Chinyu swiftly employed his wire skills, deftly picking the lock on the wooden shed door. As it creaked open, a foul stench assaulted them, nearly causing the three to retch. Cough, cough. Chinyu covered his nose and waved away the noxious odor, casting a glance at the filthy excrement within the cramped wooden shed. After we encountered Widow Li at the Happy Orchard, Wang Kong feared her erratic behavior might reveal something to us. So he locked her away and had his wife bring her meals daily. Initially, he thought Zhuang Cuiqin was acting out of kindness by providing food for the helpless Widow Li. Yet, It seems the reality is far from that. Widow Lee was trapped within this small shed, forced to attend to her bodily needs inside. It was no surprise that it reeked. At that moment, Widow Lee sat cross-legged on the ground, clearly famished, her hands frantically grabbing food from the container Zhuang Cuiqin had brought, shoving it into her mouth and getting it all over her face. Capable of eating, drinking, and breathing, she was undeniably alive, not a ghost, concluded Teacher Su after observing her for a time. Tao Qiao nodded in agreement, but became increasingly puzzled. But what about the red-clad specter that appeared in the video? This indicates that the red specter is someone else entirely, Qin responded. He already harbored suspicions about the identity of the ghostly figure in the video and needed further confirmation. He suppressed his discomfort from the stench. Crouching down to address the gluttonous Widow Li in as gentle a tone as possible. Sister, Spring is your daughter, is she not? Where has she gone? Upon hearing the name Spring, Widow Li's movements paused. Perhaps the food had temporarily quelled her gnawing hunger, as her expression shifted from madness to a dazed reverie. She murmured, Spring is my daughter. She is married. Married? Not dead? Qin was taken aback. Widow Li continued, she is only 15. How could she marry? I would never consent, not even if it meant death. But the village chief said Spring is to marry the deity of the mountains and rivers. He claimed that marrying the deity is an extraordinary fortune, bringing luck to the village and allowing her to become a celestial being, living freely and joyfully. I scoff. If it were truly a blessing, why wouldn't his own daughter go? All the good fortune in the village seems to be snatched by his daughter. Why must they take my Spring? Villains. Scoundrels. Return my daughter to me. They are going to drown her. Help. Let her go. I will kill you. Let my daughter go. I will fight you all. As her memories flooded back, Widow Li likely recalled the horrifying moment of her daughter's demise. Overwhelmed by the recollection, her previously stable emotions shattered once more. And she lunged at Qin Yu and the others, perceiving them as the very culprits responsible for her daughter's death, clawing and biting in a frenzy. Chapter 56. The Grievous Spirit of the Mountain Village. The sunken corpse. Fortunately, the Widow Li was bound by iron chains, limiting her range of movement. Qin Yu and his companions hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding her wrath. The Widow Li, in a fit of agitation, struggled for a brief moment before suddenly collapsing onto the ground, her voice fading into a whisper. She attempted to open her eyes, but ultimately her head drooped, and she lay still. What has happened to her? Tao Qiao exclaimed in horror. Qin Yu pointed to the scattered food, fearing her outbursts. Zhuang Cuiqin must have mixed a sedative into her meal. The drug is now taking effect. Understanding dawned on Tao Qiao. No wonder there was no commotion when we were in the house. She was drugged, and only awakened when Zhuang Cuiqin arrived. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Yu raised his hand to close the wooden door, mimicking Zhuang Cuiqin, and secured it with an iron lock. Tao Qiao protested anxiously. Why have you locked her back in? This is too cruel. Qin Yu calmly explained. I believe I have disowned the path to survival. We have more pressing matters to attend to and cannot afford to assist her at this moment. Wang Kong and his wife are certainly acting on the village chief's orders, deliberately confining her here. If they discover our interaction with her, do you think they would spare her? For now, we must leave her here. From Zhuang Cuiqin's earlier words, it seems they do not intend to take her life at this stage. Once we resolve our own issues and ensure our safety, we shall find a way to help her. Qin Yu's reasoning resonated with Su Laoshi, who concurred. You mentioned finding a path to survival. This must relate to the Widow Li's daughter, Chun'er, correct? Indeed, Qin Yu replied. From the widow's words, it is evident that the villagers are desperate enough to resort to nefarious means to achieve wealth, sacrificing young maidens to the deities of the mountains and rivers. How could they stoop so low? The widow's red wedding dress is not a tribute to her late husband. That is a deception perpetuated by Wang Kong and Ran Yin. The local villagers are aware of Chun'er's fate and, in their greed, have chosen to lie through their teeth. Chun'er must have been coerced into donning the red wedding dress and taken to the mountains to meet her demise. Witnessing her daughter being forcibly taken must have traumatized the widow, prompting her to don a similar outfit and roam in distress. Upon hearing this, Su Laoshi grasped Qin Yu's line of thought and remarked, the ghostly figure in red that appears in the footage is not the Widow Li, it is Chun'er. That unfortunate girl. All of them are beasts. Qin Yu exclaimed. The widow's husband passed away long ago, and these scoundrels in the village exploit her vulnerability as a widow with no kin to rely upon, seizing Chun'er for their sacrificial purposes. Throughout this eerie ordeal, Su Laoshi had maintained an air of eloquence, but now he could no longer contain his indignation. Qin Yu continued, The villagers' lust for wealth has led to Chun'er's tragic end, and she must harbor deep resentment. We have been invited to promote tourism in this village, yet in Chun'er's eyes, we are no different from the village chief and the rest of the villagers who contributed to her demise. This is why she appears at every filming location to exact her vengeance upon us. Su Laoshi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is as you say. Yet I still seek clarity. How do we find the right path to survival? Firstly, we cannot cease filming. It is a stipulation of our assignment that we must adhere to. Secondly, we cannot kill those responsible for Chun'er's death to avenge her, as it would only exacerbate her fury. Based on our inquiries with the villagers today, it seems that aside from the outsider Lao Kong, nearly everyone in the village knows the truth of Chun'er's fate and is complicit in her demise. We cannot possibly slay the entire village. There are simply too many. Tao Qiao hesitated before tentatively suggesting, I suspect that the mastermind behind Chun'er's sacrifice is none other than the village chief and his lackeys, Wang Kong and his wife. Perhaps we should capture them. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. No, that wouldn't work. The village chief is always surrounded by a retinue. We are outnumbered and cannot contend with them. After a moment of deep contemplation, Qin Yu proposed, perhaps we do not need to capture or kill anyone. We simply need to find Chun'er's body and remove it from the site of the sacrifice. Would that suffice? Tao Qiao expressed her doubts. Qin Yu elaborated, in our world, there are rituals involving living sacrifices. For instance, to appease the river god, a bride would be offered. In ancient times, when road construction faced constant accidents, living persons would be buried in the foundations to ensure a smooth completion. It is said that those sacrificed suffer endlessly, trapped in torment. Therefore, if we can retrieve Chun'er's body from the sacrificial site and lay her to rest elsewhere, we may free her spirit from suffering and demonstrate that we are not complicit with this village. This should halt her vengeful pursuits. Su Laoshi pondered Qin Yu's suggestion and ultimately expressed his support. I believe Qin Yu's proposal is the only feasible solution we have at present. Aside from this, we have no other options. Avenge Chun'er by killing the village chief and others is simply unrealistic. After all, aside from filming, there was a crucial task remaining. They must present the promotional film to the entire village in the village hall. If they killed the village chief and his accomplices, how could they possibly screen it for the spirits? Tao Qiao then recalled another conundrum. Chun'er's body must be in the Happy Orchard, right? That place is vast. Where shall we search for her remains? Qin Yu had already formulated an answer in his mind. Both Zhuang Qiuqin and the widow Li mentioned that Chun'er was sacrificed to the deities of the mountains and rivers. I suspect that Wangxiao village, nestled amidst mountains and waters, is believed to be protected by local deities encompassing both elements. Thus, the site of Chun'er's sacrifice must also be in a place where mountains and waters coexist. Upon hearing this, Tao Qiao's eyes lit up. The pond where Peng Xiaola encountered misfortune is indeed a location where mountains and waters coexist within the orchard. Chun'er's remains must be there, with a newfound sense of purpose. They realized time was of the essence, and the trio promptly set out on their mission. The widow Li's home was a considerable distance from the orchard, and they could not allow the villagers to become aware of their intentions, thus rendering them unable to contact Wang Kong for transport. Fortunately, Su Laoshi had cash on hand, as the Bronze Realm permitted them to use currency from their original world. With funds at their disposal, they swiftly procured a farm-use electric tricycle from a villager and raced toward the orchard. Upon arriving, the trio headed directly to the pond where Peng Xiaola had met with Calamity. This location, even in broad daylight, emanated a chilling aura far more intense than other areas of the orchard. Qin Yu felt increasingly convinced that his suspicions were correct. Chun'er must be submerged in the depths of this water. Chapter 57, The Wailing Spirit of the Mountain Village. They have found her. The next step is to retrieve Chun'er's body. After deliberation, it was decided that Qin Yu and Teacher Su would descend into the water while Tao Qiao would remain above to keep watch. Stripping off their outer garments and shoes, Qin Yu felt a shiver as he entered the icy waters, which were far colder and deeper than they had anticipated. They held their breath and submerged for an indeterminate amount of time before finally glimpsing the muddy, weed-filled bottom of the pond. Visibility was poor, compelling them to feel their way through the murky depths. However, after a fruitless search, their lungs gasped for air, prompting them to resurface for a breath before diving again. In the dimness at the bottom, Qin Yu rummaged through the dense aquatic vegetation, careful not to become ensnared. Time slipped away, and still, they found nothing. The pond was small, so why could they not locate her? Was his judgment flawed? Anxiety gnawed at Qin Yu as he silently cried out, "Chun'er, are you here? We have come to take you home. Your mother is worried and awaits your return. Please, come out so we can escort you back." As if sensing his call, suddenly something gripped Qin Yu's hand. Instinctively, he looked down, and in that moment, the previously murky depths transformed into a strange clarity. He clearly saw a delicate, white hand emerging from the thick water plants, tightly clutching his own. A flicker of hope ignited in his heart as he used his other hand to frantically push aside the water weeds. A face as white as jade revealed itself, followed by a body clad in a vivid red wedding gown. The girl was bound by iron chains, the other end tethered to a heavy iron block, anchoring her firmly to the pond's bottom. Her dark, sorrowful eyes gazed at Qin Yu, tears of blood streaming down her cheeks as her pale lips parted, seemingly uttering something. From the movements of her lips, Qin Yu discerned she was pleading, "Go home." He silently reassured her, "Do not worry, I will return shortly to take you home." Releasing her hand, he signaled to Teacher Su, and together they ascended to the surface. Once out of the water, Qin Yu shared his discovery with Su and Tao Qiao Qiao. Overjoyed, Tao Qiao Qiao promptly handed him the tools she had borrowed from the villagers. Anticipating that Chunner might be trapped by a heavy object, they had wisely borrowed various tools alongside the vehicle. Now, they proved invaluable. Armed with the tools, Qin Yu and Teacher Su dove again. This time, Teacher Su also witnessed the tragic figure of the girl weeping blood amidst the water plants. They swam towards her, and Qin Yu used the tools to sever the chains binding Chunner before they both worked together to free her from the weeds. With a splash, they surfaced with the body, but upon closer inspection, they were horrified. The Chunner they had seen underwater, although pale and weeping, appeared almost lifelike. Now, however, the corpse they held was utterly decayed, reduced to mere bones, the red wedding gown tattered and caked in mud and water plants. It became clear that the pristine image they had witnessed was an illusion conjured by Chunner's spirit. Once on land, they discovered that Chunner's attire was not an ordinary wedding dress. It bore numerous intricate, dark red-stitched symbols resembling talismans. These were undoubtedly crafted by those who had sacrificed Chunner, meant to bind her spirit in torment within the pond, preventing her from moving on. With their backs turned to the body, they allowed Tao Qiao Qiao to remove the wedding gown and wrap Chunner in a quilt taken from her room at Widow Li's house. Completing this somber task, they collectively lifted the body out of the orchard and onto a tricycle, transporting her back to Widow Li's home, where she was laid to rest in a corner of the backyard. To avoid raising suspicion with Zhuang Cuichin, who came to deliver meals, they chose a spot far from the wooden house and carefully smoothed the soil to conceal any signs of disturbance. After a long day, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. Exhausted, the trio hurried back to the guest house. Marco and Jean Yongje had been anxiously awaiting their return, feeling like ants on a hot pan. Throughout the morning, Wang Kong had repeatedly pressured them to commence work, insisting that the video must be ready for the following evening's screening. Time was of the essence, as the investor would leave the village soon after. Upon finally seeing Qin Yu and the others, Marco and Jean Yongjie felt a wave of relief wash over them. After quietly conveying their discoveries in the burial of Chunner, the two newcomers smiled, their spirits lifted. Marco rubbed his hands together in delight. "Wonderful. Now we just need to finish filming at Longshan Waterfall, and the project will be a grand success." Lunchtime had long passed, and Jean Yongjie cleverly set aside food for the trio. After their exhausting ordeal, they were indeed famished. Quickly washing off the river mud, water plants, and the stench of decay in the guesthouse bathroom to avoid raising Wang Kong's suspicions, they devoured the meal before contacting Wang Kong to take them to Longshan Waterfall. Seeing the once idle film crew finally resume work brought a smile to Wang Kang's face. Perhaps realizing his earlier words had been a bit harsh, he had his wife, Zhuang Cuichin, bring a basket of fruits and snacks from the cafeteria, offering them to everyone in the vehicle. He explained, "Please forgive me for my earlier remarks. I had no choice. Mr. Liu is quite busy, and it is truly remarkable that the village head was able to persuade him to come. He will be returning to the city soon for a meeting. And if the promotional video is not screened on time, he might think we cannot handle even this small task, and that would jeopardize investment." Wang village head had gone to great lengths for the sake of securing investment, and Wang Kong emphasized his gratitude towards both the village head and Mr. Liu. The other passengers in the vehicle, aware of his and his wife's true nature, feigned politeness while feeling disgusted. Wang Kong drove swiftly, soon arriving at their destination. Longshan Waterfall lay just beyond the village's back mountain, overlooking the orchard. As per routine, Wang Kong dropped them off and departed. The final filming commenced. The contractual requirements for capturing the waterfall were simpler than the previous 3 shoots. merely demanding a display of its height and grandeur. Thus, Marco planned to first film a panoramic view of the waterfall's majesty before asking Qin Yu and Tao Qiao Qiao to portray a couple frolicking by the falls. Before they began shooting, Qin Yu reminded the others to find shelter from the rain. Although they had rescued Chun-Er from her sacrificial fate and helped her don a non-enchanted gown, it was prudent to remain cautious. What if the path they had chosen was not the right one? Such a misstep would mean they might once again face the wrath of vengeful spirits. Chapter 58. The Vengeful Spirit of the Mountain Village. They could not escape. The filming commenced smoothly, and soon the task was accomplished. Delight surged through Marco as he fast-forwarded the video, elated that the specter in red had not made an appearance. The others breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they had indeed discovered a path to safety. Subsequently, a few began to pack up the equipment in preparation for departure. However, at that moment, it seemed as if the sun were devoured by some monstrous entity, casting a sudden pall of darkness overhead. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds enveloped the sky. Once again, it was upon them. Gazing up at the foreboding sky, Marco was on the verge of madness. He turned to Qin Yu and the others, exclaiming, "Didn't you say everything was resolved? Why is it storming again?" Doubts crept into his mind, spiraling into hysteria. "Qin Yu, Teacher Su, Tao Qiao Qiao. You three have been out together for so long this morning. Did you leave me and Jin Yongzhe in the dark about some clandestine scheme? You three are unscathed while Jin Yongzhe and I remain in peril. The notion that locating and burying Chun-Er's body would lead us to safety is nothing but a ruse to deceive us." Earlier, while distractedly editing the video at the inn, Marco had harbored such suspicions as he noticed the trio's prolonged absence. Now, with the thunder heralding the appearance of malevolent spirits, his fears were confirmed, plunging him into despair and rage. No, it cannot be. Jin Yongzhe observed Marco's bloodshot eyes and twisted features, more terrifying than any specter, and hastily urged, "Marco, calm down. I don't believe Qin Yu and Teacher Su are capable of such treachery." "Do you know nothing?" Marco shouted, flailing his arms in agitation. "You can know a person's face, but not their heart. They have more experience in the bronze ghost realm than we do and are surely more cunning. Who knows what they might do to survive?" With that, he lunged forward, seizing Tao Qiao Qiao's arm, drawing the fruit knife he had pilfered from the cafeteria earlier that morning, and pressing it against her throat with a maniacal grin. "I've toiled endlessly to film this task. Without me, you would never have succeeded. Now, if you think you can abandon me and flee, think again." He was convinced that Qin Yu and the others must have concocted some escape plan in secret, believing that by capturing Tao Qiao Qiao, he could ensure his own survival alongside her. Qin Yu, perceiving Marco's intentions, understood he was merely using Tao Qiao Qiao as leverage to escape and would not harm her for the time being. Steeling himself, he pointed upwards and commanded, "Enough chatter. It's already raining. We must seek shelter." As his words fell, torrential rain began to pour down. Realizing the truth in Qin Yu's words and recognizing he had no other option, Marco pressed the knife against Tao Qiao Qiao and began to move towards a nearby shelter. "Let us go. Don't even think about playing tricks, or I want to be so merciful." The group raced towards a rocky overhang for refuge. Suddenly, Qin Yu was the first to sense something amiss and halted, exclaiming, "Wait. Stop running. This isn't right." The others ceased their flight at his call, and upon surveying their surroundings, they were astounded. After running for what felt like an eternity, they found themselves back at the rocky shore of the waterfall. The shelter they sought had been engulfed by the storm and darkness, leaving no trace behind. Qin Yu exchanged astonished glances with Teacher Su, both of their minds echoing the same three words, "Ghost wall." They were ensnared by a mysterious force and could not escape. "What is happening?" Teacher Su questioned in a panic. "During the last 3 storms, we managed to find shelter. Why can't we this time?" Qin Yu was equally bewildered, his heart racing. The situation had taken an unexpected turn. Could it be that he had misjudged? That bringing Chun-Er out of the sacrificial grounds for burial was not the path to salvation after all? Marco, now more frantic than ever, brandished the fruit knife and shouted at Qin Yu and the others, "What on earth did you do this morning? It must be your reckless actions that have violated some grievous rule of death, inciting the spirit's wrath. Now we're all doomed. This is your fault." He could not continue his tirade, for Qin Yu seized the opportunity while Marco's knife was away from Tao Qiao Qiao's throat. With a swift movement, he stepped forward, landing a powerful punch to Marco's face, then twisting his wrist to wrest the knife away. Marco lost his balance and fell to the ground. Tao Qiao Qiao seized the chance to escape, retreating behind Qin Yu, hurling insults at Marco, "You ungrateful wretch. We risked our lives to recover the body and seek a way out. You would sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor, only to turn on us with your dark thoughts. Even a dog would distinguish right from wrong better than you. With a tooth knocked out by Qin Yu's punch, Marco glared at him, and Tao Chiao Chiao, blood filling his mouth. Just as he prepared to unleash another insult, Jin Yongjia screamed in terror, pointing towards the waterfall. Ghost. The ghost is coming. The others ceased their quarrel and turned to the waterfall. They beheld two pallid, swollen hands slowly emerging from the depths of the pool beneath the falling water, resembling grotesque leeches inching their way out. Fear gripped them as they widened their eyes in terror. Feeling death closing in, Marco completely abandoned his vitriol, collapsing to the ground, cradling his head in despair, weeping. Don't kill me. I don't want to die, please. Help me, I don't want to die. Qin Yu remained fixated on the ghostly hands, cold sweat trickling down his back, mingling with the rain-soaked fabric of his clothing, his lips curling into a bitter smile. It seemed he had overestimated himself and truly found the wrong path to salvation. All were trapped in the ghost wall, drenched like drowned rats. Who would be the next victim dragged beneath the water? Unexpectedly, to Qin Yu's astonishment, the twisted ghostly hands did not elongate as they had previously, ensnaring a victim. Instead, they clutched the stones at the edge of the deep pool, gradually revealing a similarly pale head and shoulders. The ghost was climbing out of the water. Realizing its intent, Qin Yu inhaled sharply. The others were equally horrified. Jin Yongjia screamed, scrambling to escape. But no matter how frantically he fled, he ultimately found himself lost behind the layers of rain, returning to the same spot. The ghost wall. We cannot escape. Teacher Su sighed in despair. Yet unwilling to perish so easily, he adopted a desperate mindset and pleaded to the spirit in the pool. Chunner, is that you? We know you must have been a kind-hearted girl in life. It was the people here who caused your demise, filling you with resentment. We are not allies of those who harmed you. Don't you remember? It was us who brought you back from the pond in the happy orchard this morning. Please, do not harm us. The ghost in the pool paid no heed to his entreaties, continuing its ascent in silence. The pallid hands, head, shoulders, and body gradually emerged, followed by two legs. Minutes later, the terrifying specter finally revealed itself fully to the onlookers for the first time. What is this? Upon seeing the ghost in its entirety, Teacher Su's pleas faltered in his throat. Qin Yu was equally taken aback by the apparition before him. This dreadful spirit, drenched and ghostly pale, bore the grotesque form of a giant swollen from waterlogging. Its head was particularly eerie, smooth and devoid of hair or facial features. The only exception was its legs, which appeared normal, not swollen or discolored, long and slender, likely belonging to a woman, though the skin was a grayish hue. Mottled with decay. Chapter 59, The Spirit of the Mountain Village. What is it trying to convey? Everyone was petrified by the apparition that crawled out from the waterfall. It resembled a grotesque figure, a pale, swollen mass with two decayed human legs protruding beneath. As it advanced step by step, the onlookers turned ashen. They feared they would meet their demise right there. But this was merely the first level of a supernatural realm. It should not have unfolded this way. The specter approached Marco first. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, he cried out more pitifully than the ghost itself, his trousers damp with fear. Yet, the anticipated carnage did not ensue. The ghost's movements were stiff as it slowly bypassed him, continuing towards the others. As it drew closer, Jin Yongjia, paralyzed with fright, shut his eyes and fervently prayed, Amba, Jesus, grant me protection. Jade Emperor, great sage equal to heaven, Prince Neza, save me. However, the ghost merely glided past him, proceeding onward. With a thud, Jin Yongjia collapsed in relief upon the ground. Qin Yu, it's coming towards you. Teacher Su whispered anxiously, watching the ghost draw nearer to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, of course, noticed. He did not flee. Running would be futile, as he would ultimately be drawn back to the same spot by the ghost's power. Why waste energy in such a case? Moreover, Qin Yu felt an odd sensation that this ghost seemed less malevolent today than in previous encounters. Gradually, it stood before him. Unlike Marco, who crumbled under pressure, or Jin Yongjia, who dared not open his eyes, Qin Yu endeavored to maintain his composure, heart racing and cold sweat mingling with rainwater, as he faced the advancing specter with steadfastness. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The ghost drew closer and closer. Qin Yu could hear his heart pounding loudly. Even though he sensed that today's ghost was different, perhaps influenced by their act of rescuing Chun-Er from the sacrificial ground, it was merely conjecture, without any certainty. There was also the possibility that in the next moment, the ghost would suddenly extend its terrifying claws to seize his throat and drag him into the depths of the waterfall to drown. Or perhaps it would conjure countless water snakes to tear him apart. Various horrific images played in his mind, yet he remained outwardly calm. The ghost halted less than a meter away, its faceless visage directed at him, motionless and exuding an indescribable terror. The others nearby dared not breathe, enveloped in a stifling silence. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and Chinyu felt his body stiffening. Gradually, he realized the ghost bore no intent to kill. But what then? Was its purpose in standing before him so immobile? After much deliberation, he finally summoned the courage to call out tentatively, "Chun-er?" The ghost did not respond. Suddenly, a gaping wound appeared across its neck, gushing forth a torrent of blood that splattered Chinyu. Its head, devoid of hair and features, drooped as if it might fall at any moment. Chinyu's heart raced, while the others screamed in terror, just as they all fixated on it. Dreading any further horrific transformations or lethal actions, the ghost slowly turned and moved toward the deep pool. Gradually, it sank into the water, the blood streaming from its neck, staining the surface red. The relentless rain began to lessen, and light broke through the sky. Minutes later, the storm cleared, and the group stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances. Was it truly over? The ghost had not harmed anyone this time. After a long moment, Teacher Su was the first to regain his composure, rushing over to pat Chinyu on the shoulder excitedly. "Wonderful. Chinyu, you were right. We successfully found a way out. By bringing Chun-er out from the sacrificial site and laying her to rest, her resentment will dissipate, and she will no longer seek to harm us." Tao Qiao wept tears of joy, having just moments ago believed she was facing death. Little did she know. After traversing a seemingly insurmountable path, a glimmer of hope lay ahead, leading them safely home. "What's wrong, Chinyu? Is something amiss?" Teacher Su suddenly noticed Chinyu's expression remained stoic, unlike their exuberance, and felt perplexed. Chinyu struggled to articulate his thoughts. Earlier, when he locked eyes with the ghost, despite its lack of eyes or mouth, it conveyed no visible emotion. Yet, curiously, at that moment, he felt an intense notion arise within him. It seemed desperate to communicate something. But what could it possibly be? Why did its neck fracture? What was it attempting to express? Upon hearing Chinyu's confusion, Teacher Su pondered. Could it be that you were overthinking? Perhaps it merely wished to express gratitude for being the first to find it in the pond and return it home. As for the wound on its neck, it's likely that the villagers, led by village chief Wang, severed its neck before submerging it in the pond. Teacher Su's hypothesis appeared plausible. Yet Chinyu was unconvinced. When he retrieved Chun-er's remains from Widow Li's home, he had been careful to observe. Her skeleton was largely intact, showing no apparent fractures or signs of trauma. Thus, he leaned toward the belief that she had been drowned alive rather than decapitated. In any case, today's ghost was peculiar. Aside from the injury on its neck, why did its form predominantly appear giant while its legs retained their living shape? Chinyu felt this surely hinted at some deeper significance, one the ghost had attempted to convey just moments ago. Yet, at this moment, he could not unravel the riddle. Teacher Su's urging voice broke through his thoughts. "Time is of the essence. The video is scheduled to air tonight. We must hurry back to edit it." Chinyu had no choice but to temporarily set aside his questions and rush back to the guest house with them. Marco had wet his pants. The return journey in the van was pungent, but no one had the luxury to dwell on such details. Their hearts set on swiftly completing the video editing to present it in the hall and conclude their mission. As the group returned to the guest house, evening approached. The entrance to the hall was festooned with decorations, a bright red banner proclaiming a warm welcome to Master Lu's visit to Wenxia Village. Village Chief Wang was still directing the villagers in final preparations. Wang Kong informed Chinyu and the others that Master Lu would likely arrive around 6:30, dining at the village chief's home first for a welcoming feast. At approximately 8 o'clock, the chief would accompany this benefactor to the hall to address the villagers and subsequently view the promotional video they had filmed. Therefore, the filming crew must complete the editing by 7 o'clock to ensure the video was ready for presentation. After Wang Kong departed, Teacher Su urged Marco to expedite the video editing. Marco changed into a clean pair of trousers borrowed from a villager and sat at the computer, diligently working. "I can't be of any assistance here. I'll head over to the hall," Chinyu said to Teacher Su and the others. The unanswered questions nagged at him, leaving him uneasy and subconsciously yearning to investigate further. "Stay safe alone, and don't wander too far," Teacher Su cautioned. Chinyu nodded and proceeded toward the hall. As he passed through the small grove between the guest house and the hall, an excited voice resonated from within. "Kong Yao, don't be ungrateful." Hearing this name, Chinyu paused in his tracks. Earlier, they had encountered Old Kong on their way back. This irritable old man had been in unusually high spirits today, warmly greeting them. The reason was simple. His son, who studies at a university far away, had come to visit him in Wenxiao village today. Thus, could this Kong Yu be old Kong's son? Chapter 60. The village spirit of resentment. Impersonation. Could Kong Yu be the son of old Kong? Who then? Is the girl so excitedly shouting at him not to be ungrateful? Curiosity piqued, Qin Yu cautiously ventured into the woods. In a clearing framed by trees, two youthful figures stood. The boy was tall and handsome, bearing a resemblance to old Kong. He must indeed be his son. The girl, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders and clad in a delicate yellow dress, was also quite lovely. Qin Yu recognized her as Wang Ruoxue, the village chief's cherished daughter, who had stood beside him the day before. It was said that old Kong could maintain his stable position as a chef in Wenxiao village largely because of his son's friendship with Wang Ruoxue, a classmate in high school. Out of respect for his daughter, the village chief had arranged a job for the old man. Logically, Kong Yao should be grateful to Wang Ruoxue. Yet, at this moment, the atmosphere between them was fraught with tension. Wang Ruoxue's face was flushed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she bit her lip and stared at Kong Yao, her voice trembling as she questioned, "There are many who pursue me at university. Many who are more handsome and more accomplished than you. Don't think for a moment that I cannot do better." Kong Yu sighed. "Wang Ruoxue, you are indeed wonderful. However, I am currently focused solely on my studies and have no intention of considering a romantic relationship." Qin Yu felt somewhat incredulous. It turned out he had stumbled upon an awkward scene where a girl's confession had been rejected. No wonder Wang Ruoxue had persuaded her father to arrange a job for old Kong. It was not merely out of friendship, but primarily because the boy was her ideal Prince Charming. Unfortunately, the prince was unresponsive, leaving the princess in tears. "Kong Yu, are you genuinely prioritizing your studies? Or do you still think of her?" Wang Ruoxue questioned, her voice laced with sorrow. It appeared to be a complicated love triangle where I love you is met with but I love her." Qin Yu shook his head, losing interest in the unfolding drama, and turned to leave. Behind him, Kong Yao's voice cut through the air. "Speaking of her, I heard something in the village this afternoon that I wanted to ask you." Kong Yao's voice suddenly quavered. "Someone told me she didn't die of illness on a stormy day. She hanged herself from the big tree at your doorstep. Is that true?" Qin Yu halted, spinning around in shock. Wang Ruoxue faltered, her voice trembling. Who is spreading such nonsense? She died of illness. Those people are envious of my father being the village chief and are spreading malicious rumors," she continued. Kong Yu clearly did not believe her. What illness could be so severe that she wants to even taken to the hospital? "I have long found it strange. She was always healthy. How could she suddenly fall gravely ill? The funeral was so hastily arranged that I didn't even get to see her one last time." Wang Ruoxue hurriedly explained. According to the village health center's doctor, it was a severe case of pneumonia. Her parents didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a common cold, and she hardly received any medication. By the time her condition worsened in the early hours, she was already cold by the time they discovered her. Compared to her earlier flustered stammering, she spoke this time with an unsettling fluency, leading one to suspect she had rehearsed it countless times. Kong Yu fixed his gaze on her, slowly stating, "She originally had excellent grades and was the only one in our class with a chance of being admitted to Anhua University. Yet, in the end, she failed and had to work instead. Meanwhile, you managed to get into Anhua University." Wang Ruoxue's expression darkened, her once beautiful features contorting into something almost grotesque. "Kong Yu, what do you mean by that? Just because she was perfect in your eyes, you doubt me? There are many who start with good grades and still fail the college entrance exam. I was accepted into Anhua University because I initially slacked off and didn't study hard. But later, I became serious and revised diligently to achieve good results. I know there are people in the village who envy me and have concocted many rumors behind my back. But I have acted righteously, and I have no regrets." "Kong Yu, on what grounds do you suspect me?" Wang Ruoxue's chest heaved violently as she passionately waved her arms, delivering a lengthy tirade before looking at Kong Yao with a mix of indignation and expectation, seemingly hoping he would suddenly realize his mistake and apologize. Yet, Kong Yu merely regarded her coldly and, with deliberate emphasis, uttered the words that nearly shattered her composure. "You question your integrity? Then why, before the break, when I inquired at Anhua University, did I discover that there is no student named Wang Ruoxue in your English department? Instead, there is a student with an identical name, Wang Fuliu. You actually went to our school." Wang Ruoxue seemed struck by lightning. Frozen in place, her lips moving as if to argue but failing to articulate her thoughts. Seeing her reaction, Kong Yao's gaze grew colder, brimming with barely contained fury. Wang Ruoxue, your father is the village chief, wealthy and well-connected. He manipulated the system, allowing you, despite your abysmal grades, to usurp Fuliu's rightful place at university. The one who truly earned admission to Anhua University was Fuliu, yet you robbed her of it, forcing her into labor. How could you and your father be so shameless? Kong Yao's voice rose with agitation. However, Wang Ruoxue's next words doused his fervor like a bucket of cold water, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Indeed. I admit I took Wang Fuliu's place. But initially, this was not my idea or my father's. It was Wang Fuliu's father's suggestion. What did you say? Impossible. Kong Yu stared at her in disbelief. What's impossible? Wang Fuliu's father, Wang Kong, whom you know, is not a good person, relying on his tenuous connection to my father. He has bullied many in the village. He has tormented your father, whom he perceives as an outsider. Several times, he incited my father to expel yours from Wenxiao village. You must be aware of this fact, right? Kong Yao remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her claims. Seeing this, Wang Ruoxue seized the moment, her demeanor shifting from panic to confidence. Wang Kong is extremely biased against women. He never wanted Wang Fuliu to continue her studies, thinking that girls would eventually marry into other families, wasting money on their education. If not for my father's persuasion, he wouldn't have allowed her to finish high school. Later, seeing Wang Fuliu's impressive mock exam results and potential for Anhua University, he saw an opportunity for profit and approached my father with a proposition. If my family gave him 300,000, he would convince Wang Fuliu to relinquish her university spot to me. Had I known about this earlier, I would have vehemently opposed it. But my father kept it from me, paid Wang Kong, and quietly arranged it. As village chief, he values his reputation. If his daughter can attend a prestigious university, it would reflect well on him. By the time I found out, it was too late. Wang Fuliu was aware of this arrangement as well. I felt guilty and even apologized to her. If she had shown any sign of regret, I would have insisted my father revert our places. But Wang Fuliu told me it was fine, that it was quite good this way. Her father had been pressuring her to find work, and she had long given up on her studies. I felt guilty all along, so I asked my father to arrange a decent job for her in the city. Tonight, she is starting work as an assistant for a visiting investor, Mr. Liu, in the village, with good pay and an office that has air conditioning, regardless of the weather. Wang Fuliu and her parents were very pleased and even sent us many gifts as thanks. Kong Yao listened to her recounting with a dazed expression, as if in a dream, and after a long pause, he finally managed to utter a few words. But, during high school, Wang Fuliu worked so hard. She never mentioned her desire not to attend university. Wang Ruoxue dismissed his comment. Kong Yao, you merely harbor a secret affection for her. You have never truly interacted with her, nor do you know her well. Wang Fuliu's introverted nature makes it unlikely for her to share such thoughts openly. At a loss for a rebuttal, Kong Yao fell silent. After a brief moment, he turned on his heel and walked away. Nearby, Qin Yu quickly concealed himself behind a cluster of trees to avoid being discovered. Chapter 61. The Haunting Spirit of the Mountain Village. The murderer was her. Where are you going, Kong Yao? Wait for me. Wang Ruoxue called out as she chased after him. Unfortunately, Kong Yao was moving too swiftly for her to keep up. Just as she exited the woods, someone rushed towards her and grabbed her arm. It was the village chief, Wang. Ruoxue, where have you been? I've been searching everywhere for you. Mr. Liu's car is about to arrive at the village entrance. Come with me to greet him. The village chief cherished his daughter, and Wang Ruoxue enjoyed the spotlight, so he never forgot to include her in important events. Wang Ruoxue anxiously scanned for Kong Yao, but he had already vanished from sight. After reflecting on her earlier explanation, she believed he had taken it to heart and would not cause any further disturbances. Thus, she chose to follow her father to welcome their esteemed guest. Seeing the father and daughter depart, Qin Yu hurriedly emerged from his hiding place. He had never anticipated hearing such astonishing secrets from the young couple. Wang Fuliu, impersonating someone else to attend university, hanging lifeless at the village chief's door during a thunderstorm. These pieces of information flickered in his mind like flashes of lightning during a ghostly apparition. Qin Yu instinctively touched his neck and glanced up at a nearby tree, envisioning the scene Kong Yao had described: thunder booming, rain pouring. A solitary girl suspended beneath the tree, drenched to the skin, her frail neck unable to bear her weight, snapping with a sickening crack. Blood spraying and mingling with the rain, pooling on the ground. A chill ran down Qin Yu's spine as he realized he had made a grave mistake. The specter of murder was not Chun'er, but rather Wang Fuliu, who had hanged herself at the village chief's door during a storm. Therefore, each time she committed murder, it was heralded by a tempest. For she had perished on such a dim, damp day. This was the very truth the ghost wished to convey to them at the waterfall. When he had called her Chunner, she had deliberately shown him the gash on her neck, attempting to inform him that she was not Chunner. The red-clad ghost appearing on camera was the true Chunner. With the burial of her remains, the red-clad ghost had vanished. The true murderer was not Chunner, but Wang Fuliu. Qin Yu's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. This new revelation implied they had been pursuing the wrong path. Burying Chunner would not resolve the issue of Wang Fuliu's killings. No, that was incorrect. After Chunner was interred, Wang Fuliu had indeed reappeared, but she had not harmed anyone. Rather, she seemed to wish to convey something yet found herself unable to speak. Was it because her eerie corpse lacked a mouth, rendering her speechless? Qin Yu was struck by a powerful premonition that the peculiar condition of Wang Fuliu's body concealed a far greater secret. The effort she had exerted at the waterfall to communicate with him was likely connected to this mystery. Why had Wang Fuliu hanged herself at the village chief's door during a thunderstorm? The claims that she had died of illness, that the villagers had fabricated rumors out of jealousy towards the village chief, were mere fabrications meant to deceive the naive Kong Yao. Qin Yu did not believe a single word of it. Wang Ruoshui's guilty demeanor had already revealed everything. If Wang Ruoshui's family had gone to such lengths to falsify the circumstances surrounding Wang Fuliu's death, could it also be that the narrative of Wang Fuliu voluntarily relinquishing her opportunity to attend Anhua University was a deception as well? Qin Yu quickened his pace toward the hall, his unease swelling like ripples spreading across a pond after a stone is cast into it. His sixth sense warned him that the peril of this mission had not dissipated. Rather, it lurked in the shadows alongside the secret hidden within Wang Fuliu, poised to strike them when least expected. He needed to find Wang Kong and his wife promptly. As Wang Fuliu's parents, they must possess the clearest understanding of the truth that had befallen their daughter. Upon reaching the hall, Qin Yu found neither Wang Kong nor Zhuang Zuiqing. He seized a villager to inquire, who informed him that Wang Kong had just gone off with a young man toward the back of the hall. The young man resembled old Kong's son, the cafeteria chef. Qin Yu dashed toward the direction indicated by the villager and indeed discovered two individuals arguing in a secluded corner behind the hall. Tell me, did Fuliu truly willingly give up her chance to attend Anhua? Or did you pressure her into it for money? Kong Yao gripped Wang Kang's collar, his emotions running high. Wang Kang's expression darkened as he retorted angrily, "What business is it of yours? Who do you think you are to meddle in our affairs? I am her classmate, her friend. She worked so hard in her studies, persisting even while ill. The teacher once read her essay in class, filled with longing for university life. I refused to believe she would give it all up for a few coins. You must have coerced her. All this talk of illness is a lie. You are the ones who have driven her to her end." Kong Yao's voice grew more fervent, his eyes bloodshot, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Yet, in response, Wang Kong delivered a heavy punch. "Madman!" Wang Kong shouted, his eyes aflame with rage. "My daughter, when I say go east, she must never go west. Who are you, a mere child, to raise your voice against me?" Taken by surprise, Kong Yao stumbled back, blood streaming from his nose. Suddenly, a voice thundered nearby, "Wang Kong, if you dare to bully my son, I'll have it out with you." Old Kong, the chef, rushed forward, his eyes bulging with fury. Earlier, he had searched for his son, and upon learning from a villager that he had gone to the back of the hall with Wang Kong, he hurried over. Old Kong and Wang Kong had a long-standing feud. Wang Kong had always sought to drive him away but had failed. He feared Wang Kong might unleash his wrath upon his son, which compelled him to rush over. Upon arriving, he found Wang Kong actually striking his son. Old Kong, already ill-tempered, was like a powder keg ignited, and he lunged at Wang Kong, grappling with him. However, he was at a disadvantage. He was much older than Wang Kong and not as physically strong, quickly receiving several blows and falling behind. Kong Yao regained his composure and rushed forward to shield his father. Seeing this, Wang Kong finally ceased his attack, disdainfully glaring at the father and son. "Spitting on the ground, you dare to lay hands on me, Old Kong? Let me tell you, you and your son are as good as dead." As he spoke, his face contorted with rage, his eyes radiating a murderous intent that was all too real. Old Kong froze, having clashed with Wang Kong before. Yet this was the first time he had witnessed such palpable terror in his adversary's gaze. A wave of unease washed over him, and he gripped his son's hand tightly, turning to flee. "Where do you think you're going? Can you escape?" Wang Kang's sinister voice echoed, reminiscent of a hellish specter. Old Kong felt a chill run down his spine, urging his son to quicken their pace. "We need to gather our things and leave this village immediately." Kong Yao hesitated. "Leave the village? But Dad, your work, and what about Fuliu?" "Enough," Old Kong interrupted sharply. We cannot stay here any longer. We must leave first. The look in Wang Kang's eyes had filled him with dread, a fear reminiscent of a past encounter with a murderer who had rampaged through the streets, stabbing multiple passers-by at random. A thought, unprecedented and profound, spontaneously arose in Lao Kong's heart, compelling him to yearn for an escape from the village. Wang Kong was truly a concealed madman. To offend him gravely could very well result in one's own demise. Chapter 62, The Wailing Spirit of the Mountain Village. The shattered corpse. Old Kong forcibly dragged his son away in a panic. Wang Kong stared intently at the direction in which they had departed for an extended moment before retracting his gaze. From a distance, Qin Yu observed this figure. Cloaked in the shadows of the hall, his face contorted, resembling nothing less than a malevolent specter. Their earlier conversation had laid bare his true nature. This man would betray everything, his conscience, his own daughter, all for the sake of power and wealth. Wang Fuliao had certainly not voluntarily relinquished her chance for higher education. She must have been coerced by Wang Kong and the village chief. What, then, was the truth behind Wang Fuliao's death? It could not have been due to illness. It was also unlikely that the village chief's family was responsible, for they would never have dared to hang Wang Fuliao's corpse at their own doorstep. The most plausible scenario is that Wang Fuliao, filled with resentment, felt powerless against her oppressors, ultimately choosing to hang herself at the village chief's entrance as a protest against injustice and oppression. In death, her spirit remained restless, lingering in the village to wreak havoc. Under the dim sky, Wang Kong stood motionless until the figures of Old Kong and his son vanished from sight, before turning to leave. Qin Yu stealthily followed him. Although he had pieced together a rough narrative regarding the circumstances of Wang Fuliao's death, several questions remained unanswered. Firstly, why did the ghost of Wang Fuliao manifest in such a peculiar state? Secondly, while it was not surprising for her spirit to harbor resentment and seek vengeance, it was curious that she appeared at all 4 filming locations. After all, she had hanged herself at the village chief's door, which was in no way connected to these sites. Was it possible that her body had been buried at one of these filming locations? This theory also fell short of logic. The village chief, intent on developing these 4 attractions, would never allow Wang Kong to bury his daughter's remains there. Indeed, Chun'er's body had been interred in the orchard pond, but their situations were markedly different. Chun'er had been forcibly offered as a sacrifice to the mountain god by Wang and his cohorts, necessitating her burial in a specific location. Wait. A chilling thought suddenly crossed Qin Yu's mind. Could it be that Wang Fuliao, also a young girl in the bloom of life, had been used for some sacrificial rite after her death in a bid to bless the village? Thus, her remains, like Chun'er's, might have been concealed in the happiness orchard. During their filming in the orchard, she could have been watching them. This would imply that it was not merely her restless spirit haunting the village, but rather, she was a victim of ritualistic sacrifice, bound in torment and despair. Upon rescuing Chun'er from her sacrificial site, her spirit finally found liberation. Wang Fuliao's vengeful soul witnessed this, and, during their encounter by the waterfall, refrained from attacking. Instead, she sought their help to escape the torment of her own sacrificial fate. Qin Yu's instincts informed him that he was drawing closer to the truth. The realization that the unfortunate Wang Fuliao might also have been a victim of sacrifice ignited a rush of clarity in his mind, providing an answer to the spectral form she had taken. Yet, this answer was unbearably cruel and horrifying, leading him to wish fervently that his suspicions were unfounded. A car accident had robbed Qin Yu of his memory, but at this moment, fragments of forgotten images stirred within his mind. He recalled a time he had visited a mortuary, witnessing an embalmer using plaster to mend the mangled bodies of those who had perished in accidents. The visage of Wang Fuliao's spirit bore a striking resemblance to those patched corpses. Her pallid, bloated form, devoid of features, was not merely the result of waterlogging. It appeared to be a grotesque reconstruction. However, while the mortuary's embalmer utilized plaster for repairs, the materials employed to mend Wang Fuliao's disfigured remains were far more rudimentary, resembling white cloth stuffed with cotton. At this revelation, Qin Yu was struck by a sudden realization. He remembered having seen a similar white cloth before. Zhuang Suiqin, Wang Fuliao's mother, often clutched a sewing basket, claiming to be making clothes for her daughter. That night, when Old Kong had argued with her, Qin Yu had inadvertently glanced at her sewing basket. At that moment, he had found it odd that the rough-looking white fabric seemed unsuitable for making garments for a young girl. Yet, that thought had flitted through his mind without further contemplation. Now, however, he understood. Zhuang Suiqin was not crafting clothing for her daughter. She was, in fact, constructing a cotton stuffed doll to patch her daughter's dismembered corpse. It was evident that Rin Yin and the others were aware of Wang Fuliao's demise, and had likely assumed that Zhuang Cuiqin's sewing was merely a ritualistic offering for her daughter. All the mysteries began to surface, leaving only one question. If Wang Fuliao had hanged herself at the village chief's entrance, why did only her legs remain, necessitating the use of cloth and cotton for restoration? Where had the rest of her body gone? At that moment, images of the filming crew encountering various horrors flashed before his mind. Ping Xiaola had drowned after becoming separated from the group. Although they hadn't witnessed her demise, they had discovered clear bite marks on her legs. Initially, he had assumed they were inflicted by Chun'er. However, once it was established that Chun'er was not the culprit, the narrative shifted entirely. It was Wang Fuliao who had likely caused Peng Xiaola's drowning. This revelation indicated that the Wang Fuliao spirit encountered in the happiness orchard possessed a corporeal form, complete with a head and teeth. During the incident in the flower field, they had not seen Wang Fuliao in her entirety, only a doll-like hand identical to the one by the waterfall. In the reed pond, Yujian had been dragged into the river by skeletal hands, indicating that her ghost had partially materialized. Her hands had transformed into bony claws. Finally, at the waterfall, the apparition manifested as just two legs, with the remainder still resembling a doll. The various manifestations of the ghost across these four scenes formed a nightmarish tableau in Qin Yu's mind. Wang Fuliao in the happiness orchard had a real head, while her body was a doll-esque reconstruction. In the flower field, her torso was genuine, with limbs and head represented by the doll. In the reed pond, her arms were real, while the rest of her form was artificial. At the waterfall, only her legs were authentic, with everything else still resembling a doll. Why was this the case? The answer was singular. Unlike Chun'er, who lay peacefully at the pond's bottom, Wang Fuliao had been dismembered. Her head was buried in the happiness orchard, her torso in the flower field, and her arms and legs were interred in the reed pond and the waterfall, respectively. As these details crystallized in his mind, a chill ran down Qin Yu's spine. Wang Kang's wickedness knew no bounds. What malevolent sorcery had he wrought with his daughter's remains to leave this poor girl without a proper burial? Amidst his lamentations, a profound sense of impending danger welled within him. He had mistakenly identified Chun'er as the malevolent spirit responsible for the killings, leading him astray in his pursuit of safety. The real threat had yet to be vanquished. At the waterfall, Wang Fuliao had not attacked. Instead, she had implored him for salvation, hoping he could liberate her from the shackles of the sinister sacrificial rite, just as he had freed Chun'er. However, the most pressing issue remained. Wang Fuliao's remains were scattered across 4 locations, and he had no knowledge of where those sites were. Time was slipping away rapidly. In just over an hour, they would be required to present a promotional film for the entire village in the assembly hall. During their previous task, Yu Jia had specifically warned the novices that in the realm of the supernatural, tasks were never assigned without reason. Thus, for each requirement within the task, one must exercise utmost caution, for hidden within may lie a perilous crisis that could prove fatal. At this moment, Qin Yu realized that this broadcast was likely no simple affair. It could very well be the final and most dangerous trial of their mission. The promotional film captured 4 locations where Wang Fuliao was buried. If they failed to rescue her spirit in time, would she, akin to the infamous Japanese ghost Sadako, emerge from the screen during the presentation in the auditorium and unleash a horrifying massacre upon them? Chapter 63. The Mountain Village's Vengeful Spirit. Crisis looming. Qin Yu was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing with urgency. With merely an hour remaining until the promotional video began, the prospect of scouring 4 locations to find the dismembered remains of Wang Fuliao seemed increasingly futile. However, a thought soon struck him. Zhuang Cuiqin. This woman had crafted the doll's body for Wang Fuliao. She undoubtedly knew where her daughter's remains were buried. Wang Kong and the village chief must also possess this knowledge. Yet, the village chief was currently at the village entrance receiving investors, while Wang Kong was busy orchestrating affairs in the hall with a group of villagers. It was impossible to extract information from either of them under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd. Thus, their only opportunity lay with Zhuang Cuiqin. Hastily, Qin Yu returned to the guest house, eager to share his latest discovery with his companions and devise a plan to discreetly remove Zhuang Cuiqin from the dining hall to extract the information they sought. To his dismay, upon arriving at the guest house, he found all the rooms deserted. Where had Teacher Su and the others gone? A foreboding sense of dread rose within him. "Excuse me, are you part of the filming crew?" A stranger's voice broke his train of thought. Judging by the person's attire and accent, they appeared to be a local villager. "Yes, where are the others from our team?" Qin Yu inquired. The tall, robust young villager smiled and explained, "Oh, The other teachers have already taken the video to the hall to prepare. They mentioned you were out for a stroll and hadn't returned. So they left me here to wait for you and accompany you to the hall. Isn't the screening supposed to start at 8? Why are we being called so early? No one mentioned an early arrival before. Qin Yu's apprehension deepened. It was Assistant Wang's request, as per the village chief's instructions. This screening is of utmost importance and must proceed without a hitch. Thus, they wanted you to arrive early for preparations. The young villager flashed a disarming smile. But the glint in his eyes betrayed a more sinister intent. At that moment, the ominous feeling in Qin Yu's heart crystallized into a chilling reality. Assistant Wang was none other than Wang Kong. This cunning and ruthless individual had certainly sensed something amiss, commanding the villagers to escort them to the hall ahead of schedule. Under the guise of preparation, they were being corralled under his watchful eye. Teacher Su and the others had been deceived and could no longer escape the hall. If he complied and followed this young man, it would amount to surrendering himself, leaving him with no choice but to await his fate within the hall's confines. Qin Yu's mind raced as he swiftly devised a plan. He pointed toward the room he occupied in the guest house and said, "Please wait a moment. I need to use the restroom before we leave." The young villager appeared unconcerned. "All right, but please be quick. If Assistant Wang grows impatient, I might get scolded." Qin Yu signaled an okay gesture and hurried into the restroom, closing the door behind him. The guest house was a single story, and the restroom's window faced a small grove at the back, lacking any security bars. With little effort, Qin Yu climbed through the window, traversed the grove, and made his way toward the dining hall. As he approached, he spotted a figure stealthily slipping out of the side door, vanishing into the encroaching darkness. It was Zhuang Suiqin, her arms cradling a bundle. Night had fallen, but Qin Yu could not afford to hesitate. He stealthily followed Zhuang Suiqin, seeking an opportunity to confront her and unveil the truth. Zhuang Suiqin made her way toward the hall, causing a weight of dread to settle in Qin Yu's heart. With Wang Kong and the villagers stationed at the hall, it would be no easy task to act. Just as he worried, Zhuang Suiqin abruptly altered her course, veering away from the hall's entrance and heading toward the rear. Seeing this shift, Qin Yu felt a surge of hope and quickened his pace to keep up. The rear of the hall was eerily deserted, providing the perfect opportunity for confrontation. As he stealthily pursued her, he watched as she approached a certain edge of the hall's back wall, bent down, and lifted a patch of grass, revealing a darkened manhole cover. She then moved the cover aside and began to descend into the depths below. Qin Yu was puzzled. What could she possibly be doing in the sewer? As he drew nearer, he noticed that the manhole was wide, with an iron ladder leading down into a cavernous darkness, faint glimmers of light flickering within. An idea sparked in his mind. Much like the sinister rituals depicted on television, which often involved altars, could there be a shrine related to Wang Fu Lu hidden within this manhole? If he could destroy this altar, the sacrificial rite would fail, allowing him to liberate her spirit from the binding spell without the need for a lengthy search for her dismembered remains. Without delay, Qin Yu acted, bending down to enter the manhole. After descending approximately 5 or 6 meters down the iron ladder, he reached the ground, where he could make out his surroundings thanks to the nearby light. He quickly realized that this was no ordinary sewer. It was a deliberately excavated underground passage, cleverly disguised as a manhole for precautionary measures. The passage was lined with cement, extending directly beneath the hall. Cautiously, he ventured deeper, and before long, the passage opened into a spacious underground chamber, measuring around 7 to 8 square meters. Compared to the plain cement-lined corridor, this room was far more refined, with white tiles adorning the floor and walls. In the center stood a single bed draped in a pale yellow checkered sheet, accompanied by a few adorable plush toys on the headboard. A writing desk sat nearby, cluttered with books and a lovely glass vase filled with fresh wildflowers. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Qin Yu recalled a similar bedroom he had seen in the home of Widow Li. Aside from the differing colors of the bed linens, the two rooms were nearly identical, particularly the glass vase with the flowers, which mirrored the one in Chunner's room. In the corner diagonally opposite the bed stood a large, dark, and glossy water tank, inscribed with blood-red symbols. A wave of excitement surged through Qin Yu. This water tank was likely the key to the sacrificial ritual. At that moment, Zhuang Suiqin stood before the tank, extracting a white cloth doll's head from her bundle. Murmuring softly, "Fu Lu, the head I made last time wasn't right. It lacked features. This time, I've recreated it, drawing on your likeness with eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth. Do you like it?" With that, she tossed the round, ominous head with its stiff features into the water tank. A splash erupted, and something within the tank stirred. sending ripples across the surface. Zhuang Suiqin leaned closer, wiping her eyes. Now was the perfect opportunity. With her attention fixated on the tank, Qin Yu stealthily advanced, ready to seize her. However, just as he took a step forward, a cold, hard object pressed against his back, accompanied by a familiar, menacing voice. Don't move. Raise your hands. Chapter 64, The Vengeful Spirit of the Mountain Village. A familiar voice echoed behind him, causing Qin Yu's heart to sink. He slowly raised his hand and turned to confront Wang Kong, whose gaze was as cold as ice. In his hand, he clutched a makeshift shotgun, his finger poised on the trigger. It dawned on Qin Yu that he had severely underestimated Wang Kong. He had initially perceived him as merely a shameless opportunist willing to betray even his own daughter. At this moment, however, he realized that Wang Kong was far more astute and cunning than he had anticipated. Have you already noticed that I was eavesdropping on your argument with the old Kong father and son? Did you intentionally send your wife to lure me here for a pincer attack? Despite the dire situation, Qin Yu maintained an air of calm, as if they were engaged in casual conversation. Wang Kong gripped the shotgun tightly, showing no signs of relaxation, and sneered, from the very first day. I could tell you were the most troublesome among this group. No matter what you've discovered, you won't be leaving here now. With that, he gestured to Zhuang Suiqin, who understood the signal and hurriedly produced a length of rope, swiftly binding Qin Yu's hands and feet. Wang Kong handed the shotgun to Zhuang Suiqin, instructing, the village chief and that fellow will be here shortly. I must go upstairs. Keep a close watch on this kid. If he dares to make any moves, shoot him without hesitation. The soundproofing here is excellent. No one upstairs will hear the gunfire. Zhuang Suiqin trembled as she accepted the weapon, whispering, I understand. You should hurry. Wang Kong turned and left. Moments later, the muffled sound of the manhole cover being replaced resonated through the air. With his feet bound, Qin Yu found it difficult to even stand and could only lean against the wall. Zhuang Suiqin sat on the bed, keeping a watchful eye on him, clutching the shotgun. In this desperate situation, Qin Yu found an unexpected calm. Noticing Zhuang Suiqin casting glances at the water tank, her expression betraying a profound sorrow, he felt compelled to inquire. Sister Zhuang, the talisman on this water tank, is it a form of magic? Be quiet. Zhuang Suiqin snapped coldly. Ignoring her, Qin Yu continued, you have only one daughter. Correct? Her name is Wang Fulio. Gentle breeze, Willow, what a beautiful name. Zhuang Suiqin was momentarily taken aback. How do you know my daughter's name? Qin Yu smiled gently. Not only do I know her name, but I have also seen her spirit. This afternoon, while filming at Longshan Waterfall, she appeared faceless, handless, with only 2 legs. She struggled to speak, but without a mouth. It was an arduous effort, and she could not produce any sound. How tragic it is that she was oppressed in life, striving hard to enter university, only to be replaced by Wang Ruoxue. Stop it. Zhuang Suiqin's anguish at Qin Yu's depiction of Wang Fulia's life and death was palpable. She raised the shotgun in a fit of rage, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Sensing the moment, Qin Yu wisely fell silent, aware that her agitation could lead her to pull the trigger. Observing Zhuang Suiqin's tears, he understood that, despite Wang Kang's coldness, she still held deep feelings for her daughter. This could be his opportunity. He waited patiently, planning to appeal to her emotions and reason with her once she calmed down. To his surprise, Zhuang Suiqin wiped her tears and spoke to him. I made a new head for Fulio, modeling it after her features. It looks lovely, she will like it. Qin Yu recognized that her words were more for her own comfort than for him. No, she won't like it. He immediately countered, shattering her delusion. Her body is in pieces, and her soul is trapped by the magic in this water tank. She is suffering. It is said that even a tiger does not eat its young. She is a part of you. Yet you forced her to give up her university opportunity for the village chief's daughter, all for money. Why can't you let her rest in peace even in death? For the sake of some pathetic feng shui, you willingly follow the village chief, sacrificing your own flesh and blood. Zhuang Suiqin was taken aback. Qin Yu thought he had finally struck a chord, but as he watched her expression shift to one of confusion and disbelief, he realized she was not feigning her reactions. Her brows furrowed. She pondered for a moment before a look of realization crossed her face, quickly followed by immense fury. You must have heard these words from Wang Changjin or Wang Ruoxue, right? Wang Changjin is the name of the village chief. With a piercing laugh, Zhuang Suiqin's expression twisted into one of a vengeful spirit, her teeth gritted. Wang Changjin and his daughter caused my daughter's death and spread rumors to tarnish her name, as well as mine and Wang Kang's. How could they be so vile? Qin Yu was momentarily stunned, realizing that his deductions might have strayed from the truth. Before he could ask further, Zhuang Cuiqin continued. Did Wang Changjin and his daughter tell you that we accepted money from them, and that Fuliu willingly gave up her chance to attend Anhua University for Wang Ruoxue? Wang Changjin even kindly arranged for Fuliu to work at Li's company, claiming she died of illness and had nothing to do with them. Qin Yu nodded repeatedly. Just recently, Wang Ruoxue had told Kong Yao the same story in the grove. Nonsense! Zhuang Cuiqin cried out, her anger causing her hair to fall wildly around her. Resembling a vengeful spirit. We have never accepted any money from them. Wang Changjin knew that Wang Ruoxue was worthless. She had to pay to get into high school. Failing every exam, unable even to get into a junior college. He had long set his sights on Fuliu, bribing the principal and class teacher to manipulate the situation, allowing Wang Ruoxue to replace Fuliu's spot at Anhua University. Initially, we were unaware, thinking Fuliu had merely underperformed in the college entrance exams. It wasn't until she visited the city where Anhua University is located and, out of envy, decided to check out the campus that she encountered Wang Ruoxue and her college classmates, who mistakenly called her Wang Fuliu. When she realized she had been replaced. Wang Ruoxue saw Fuliu and, knowing the truth had been revealed, immediately contacted Wang Changjin. That day, Wang Changjin stormed into our home with a group of people, destroying everything in sight. Wang Kong fought back but was left on the brink of death. At this point, Qin Yu was astonished. But aren't Wang Kong and the village chief related? I thought he was thriving in the village due to his ties with the chief. Zhuang Cuiqin forced a bitter smile. That was because we capitulated. Wang Kong is only distantly related to Wang Changjin, from his parents to himself. They have always been simple farmers, lacking wealth or influence. Wang Changjin has always looked down on him. Before the truth about his daughter was revealed, he never paid us any mind. That day, he brought people to beat Wang Kong and issued a stern warning that we must never disclose the truth about Wang Ruoxue replacing Fuliu. Otherwise, he would harm Fuliu. If we complied and kept the secret, he would take care of us and arrange a future for Fuliu, ensuring we lived well. We were powerless against his influence. Wang Changjin had deep roots in the village and a large following. Our well-being was of little consequence, but we could not let Fuliu come to harm. Qin Yu understood, so you compromised and did not expose Wang Ruoxue as deception. From that moment on, did Wang Changjin begin to look after you? No. Zhuang Cuiqin shook her head frantically, tears streaming down her face as she pounded her chest in regret. Wang Changjin is a fraud. We have all been deceived by this devil. Any concern he showed us was nothing but a facade. He is not as benevolent as he pretended to be. Chapter 65, The Vengeful Spirit of the Mountain Village, Catastrophe. Zhuang Cuiqin pounded her chest in despair, overwhelmed with regret. From her tears and fury, Qin Yu discerned a chilling revelation, exclaiming in shock. Could it be that Fu Lu did not take her own life, but was rather murdered by Wang Changjin? Zhuang Cuiqin wiped away her tears fiercely. No, Fu Lu did indeed commit suicide. In utter hopelessness, she hung herself from the great tree at Wang Changjin's doorstep, hoping to transform into a vengeful spirit to exact retribution on Wang Changjin and his daughter. What truly transpired? Was Fu Lu driven to her demise by Wang Changjin and his daughter? Qin Yu inquired. Yes. Zhuang Cuiqin seethed with rage. The malevolence of Wang Changjin and his daughter knew no bounds. They never trusted us, fearing that we might eventually divulge the truth about Wang Ruoxue's substitution. To ensure our silence, they concocted a vile scheme. Wang Changjin feigned goodwill, introducing Fu Lu to a company owned by someone surnamed Lo. It sounded promising, did it not? A high school graduate becoming the assistant to a wealthy boss. We were initially elated. But, as Qin Yu pondered, a sudden realization dawned upon him, and disbelief flickered in his eyes. Did Wang Changjin arrange for Mr. Lu or his company to harm Fu Lu? Did they bully her? That Li Wang is a beast in human guise. He has a penchant for young girls. And the number of female employees in his company who have suffered at his hands is countless. Yet, with his wealth and power, he always manages to silence them. Wang Changjin was well aware of this and deliberately offered Fu Lu as a gift, presenting her to him. As a return gift, Li Wang obtained intimate photographs of Fu Lu while she was unconscious and handed them to Wang Changjin. Wang Changjin then used these as leverage to ensure our eternal silence. Fu Lu could not bear the weight of it all. In a tempestuous, stormy night, while Wang Kong and I were momentarily inattentive, she ran out of the house and hanged herself at Wang Changjin's doorstep. Wang Changjin swiftly suppressed the incident, silencing all witnesses and bribing the village doctor to claim that Fu Lu died of illness. Thus, the truth of Fu Lu's death was finally revealed. Qin Yu grasped Zhuang Cuiqin's fury and sorrow, but He glanced at the black water vat adorned with intricate incantations, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his face. It was evident that Zhuang Zuiqin and her husband harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wang Changjin and his daughter. Would this couple still heed Wang Changjin's demands and dismember their tragically deceased daughter for a sacrifice? No, that was impossible. Zhuang Zuiqin had just mentioned that Wang Kong had once fought back fiercely. It was only out of fear for their daughter's safety that they had to concede. Yet ultimately, their concession did not protect their daughter. Instead, it subjected her to unspeakable humiliation, leading her to despair. If it were him, he would rather forfeit his own life than allow Wang Changjin and his ilk to escape unscathed. How could he then smile and serve as Wang Changjin's sycophant? Suddenly, Qin Yu became acutely aware of a detail. Wang Kong was the on-site director for the promotional film being shown in the hall tonight. In no time, the vast majority of the villagers from Wenxia village would gather in the hall, while Wang Changjin would accompany the investor Le Duwang there to address the villagers and watch the film. That Le Duwang was indeed the beast who had tormented Fu Lu and taken photographs of her. At this moment, Wang Kong was under the same roof as the very individuals responsible for his daughter's demise, coldly observing them. Qin Yu was jolted into realization, finally understanding that his previous assumptions had been overly simplistic, leading to a significant misjudgment. You, too, have used your daughter's remains for some form of sorcery. Not as a sacrifice like Wang village head did to Spring Air, but rather for revenge. You intend to kill Wang Changjin and Le Duwang, along with all those who harmed your daughter. Rarely, Zhuang Zuiqin finally curled her lips into a smile. However, this smile was ghastly, reminiscent of a hellish demon poised to devour. Wang Kong spoke the truth. You are indeed the wisest among your group. Yes, Wang Kong and I are mere farmers, reliant on the land for our livelihood. We cannot contend with the village head, let alone wealthy individuals like Le Duwang. With a mere flick of their fingers, they could crush us as easily as squashing ants. We were powerless, unable to protect our daughter, allowing her to suffer such immense humiliation. Yet those who wronged her continue to thrive. Wang Changjin is still attracting investments to develop tourism in the village. If he succeeds, he will become the local emperor. Therefore, Wang Kong and I will never allow him to have his way. We will ensure they pay the most grievous price. Qin Yu cast another glance at the ominous black vat, a sense of foreboding surging within him. What exactly have you done? What have you done? Ha 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 ha. Of course. We intend for the entire village to accompany my daughter in death. Zhuang Zuiqin laughed maniacally. As she continued to elaborate, a chill enveloped Qin Yu. After their daughter's death, the couple's hearts turned to ash, their minds consumed by a singular thought: how to avenge their daughter. The hunting rifle in Zhuang Zuiqin's hands was prepared for this very purpose. However, they were outnumbered. Even if they managed to shoot Wang Changjin, it would inevitably alarm the other villagers and the police, leading to their capture. Thus, Wang Ruoxue, who was studying away, and Le Duwang in the city would continue to evade justice. The couple racked their brains for a way to ensnare all of these individuals. Hence, Wang Kong pretended to be avaricious, leveraging their daughter's death to negotiate for the position of village head assistant and other benefits from Wang Changjin. The objectives were twofold. First, to lower Wang Changjin's guard against them, and second, to remain close enough to him to monitor his every move, patiently awaiting the opportunity for revenge. Hard work pays off. When Wang Changjin sought to develop the village's tourism and invited Le Duwang to invest, Wang Kong realized that the opportunity they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Wang Changjin had once spent a fortune hiring a master to assess the village, determining that the 4 key energy veins of Wenxia village were located at the Happiness Orchard, the Bayou Valley Flower Fields, the Nanjiang Reed Marsh, and the Longshan Waterfall. These 4 locations, led by the Happiness Orchard, formed a continuous line, resembling a dragon soaring in the heavens. If the flow of energy in these areas could be ensured, it would undoubtedly transform the entire village into a land of fortune. Consequently, as the village head, Wang Changjin would surely ascend to great heights, benefiting his descendants. To this end, Wang Changjin ruthlessly resorted to human sacrifices, submerging the energy source at the Happiness Orchard Pond to extend to the other 3 locations, ensuring the continuity of the energy stream. What Wang Kong and his wife had planned was to do the opposite. They would sever the life force by using their beloved daughter's body to obstruct the flow, allowing malevolent energy to flourish. Wang Kang's great-grandfather had once been a yin-yang master, leaving behind a handwritten manuscript containing various bizarre spells. Among them was a particularly sinister and malevolent technique. By dismembering the corpse of one who died with grievances and filling it into the key energy veins of a certain location, and then employing sorcery, they could sever the village's energy flow, giving rise to malevolent energy. This energy could then be directed to a specific place, causing catastrophic landslides, leaving no living creature behind. After hearing Zhuang Cuiqin's description, Qin Yu was horrified. Finally comprehending the terrifying events that loomed ahead, you will bury your daughter's dismembered remains at the 4 key energy points to generate malevolent energy. Then, using the incantations inscribed on this vat, you will channel the malevolent energy to the underground of this hall. The hall is adjacent to a small hill, and the malevolent energy will cause the hill to collapse, triggering a landslide that will engulf everyone inside the hall. Chapter 66, The Village Ghost. She does not wish for your demise. Qin Yu articulated his conjecture. Zhuang Cuiqin nodded with a smile. Indeed, that is the case. After tonight, Wenxia Village will become a village of the dead, with scarcely any living beings left. Ha ha ha. A chill swept through Qin Yu's body. Truly, the mission would not impose utterly meaningless demands. This task required them to complete the screening of the promotional video in the village hall before they could leave. It seemed simple, yet it concealed a tremendous peril, poised to obliterate them all. Wang Changjin and his daughter, along with Lu Duwang, are indeed deserving of death for the demise of your daughter. However, tonight, the gathering in the hall includes all the villagers, as well as our filming crew. Particularly, our crew merely came here to fulfill a filming assignment, having no connection to your daughter's death. Why are we not spared? Listening to Qin Yu's urgent inquiries, Zhuang Cuiqin's smile faded, her expression twisting into one of grotesque malice. Do you believe the others in Wenxia Village are innocent? No, they are not innocent in the slightest. They are no different from Wang Changjin. They are all cruel fiends. When Widow Li's daughter was sacrificed, many heard the heart-wrenching cries of the mother and daughter emanating from their home. Yet, upon hearing Wang Changjin's claim that sacrificing Chun'er could bring prosperity to the entire village, they immediately capitulated. Not only did they yield, but some even volunteered to assist in subduing the unfortunate mother and daughter. After a pause, she countered Qin Yu's assertions. Did you not grow suspicious of Widow Li's situation and inquire about her in the village? What did you discover? Did not the villagers conspire to conceal the truth, refusing to speak candidly? Qin Yu fell silent, for her words held an undeniable truth. Seeing him at a loss for words, Zhuang Cuiqin let out a cold laugh. Ha, they are no different from Wang Changjin. All demons willing to feast on the flesh and blood of the weak for their own gain. This village is rotten to its core and deserves total annihilation. Suddenly, Qin Yu had a revelation and asked, You imprisoned Widow Li to save her? You noticed that too? Zhuang Cuiqin was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. You went to the Happy Orchard and encountered Widow Li there, mourning Chun'er. It was not just Wang Kong. Other passing villagers also witnessed this scene. Concerned that Widow Li might expose Chun'er's fate, they hurriedly informed Wang Changjin. Wang Kong feared for Widow Li's safety, which is why he confined her. Just now, I returned to Widow Li's home and removed the lock from her wooden cabin. The landslide does not affect her house. I placed a sleeping drug in her food. Once the effects wear off and she awakens, she will regain her freedom. Though it will be challenging, I still hope she finds a good home in the future. As for your filming crew, Zhuang Cuiqin let out another sharp, cold laugh. You are nothing but tools for the village chief. Especially that one among you named Yu Jian, who shamelessly harassed passing girls in broad daylight. What distinguishes him from a beast that insults women? Qin Yu suddenly comprehended. No wonder. Despite Yu Jian's utmost caution in the reed marsh, calamity still befell them. It turns out Wang Kang's family had been observing his misconduct. Thus, if he does not perish, who will? Zhuang Cuiqin continued. Moreover, the screening of the promotional video cannot proceed without your operation. Therefore, do not think you can escape. You shall perish alongside us and all the villagers of Wenxia. Ha ha ha. Her laughter was frenzied, while Qin Yu felt an icy dread. This woman, along with Wang Kong, had been driven mad by their daughter's death. They would rather slay 1,000 innocents than spare even one. Their filming crew, merely invited by the village chief to perform a task, was categorized as the chief's lackeys. It was also possible that the forces of the eerie realm had distorted the couple's minds, causing them to indiscriminately ensnare these intruders. Yet, Yu Jia had asserted that no matter how arduous the eerie realm, it could never be an inescapable deadlock without any exit. There must be a way to break free. And that way is Qin Yu suddenly broke free from his bonds, rolling on the ground, and, before Zhuang Cuiqin could react, he was already at her feet. Having experienced an eerie realm once, Qin Yu had come to understand the necessity of being thoroughly prepared for any unexpected occurrences. Thus, upon entering Wenxia Village, he had not only secured iron wire for the door, but had also managed to procure a small blade, hidden on his person for emergencies. Now, That blade had indeed proven useful. Earlier, he had engaged Zhuang Ziqin in conversation, seeking the truth, but more importantly, he aimed to divert her attention, preventing her from noticing his hands, which were deftly slicing through the ropes binding his wrists and ankles. Regaining his freedom, Qin Yu rolled to her feet, swiftly seized the hunting rifle from her grasp, and aimed it at her face. Don't move. You. Zhuang Ziqin's face drained of color, and she leapt from the bed, recklessly lunging at Qin Yu. In truth, she no longer wished to live and felt no fear of the rifle in his hands. Qin Yu had no intention of firing. He merely kicked her back onto the bed. Listen, do not act foolishly. Revenge is permissible. But do you truly believe your daughter would be pleased if you sacrificed your lives? In that moment of clarity, as he unraveled the truth, Qin Yu finally understood why Wang Fuliu had not harmed them by the waterfall, but rather desperately sought to convey something. This pitiful girl had suffered immensely in life. After death, her parents, consumed by vengeance, had dismembered and buried her remains at sites of vital energy, exacerbating her torment. Her tormented spirit became one of the instruments of this mission, unleashing havoc upon the intruders. Yet, upon witnessing their efforts to liberate Chun'er, who was similarly bound to the sites of vital energy, her chaotic spirit found a glimmer of clarity. At the waterfall, she refrained from attacking the intruders and instead painfully approached them, yearning to cry out for help. She implored them to rescue her spirit, just as they had saved Chun'er. She also wished for her parents to be saved from their hatred, that they might not succumb to slaughter, sacrificing their own lives in the process. Regrettably, at the waterfall, she possessed only legs, devoid of a head, making speech impossible. Thus, Qin Yu had been unable to discern her true intentions then. However, he now comprehended fully. Shouting to Zhuang Ziqin, Fulia seeks liberation, to end all suffering. More importantly, she desires for you to live well, to not sacrifice your lives for her. Yet, Zhuang Ziqin stared intently at him, shaking her head repeatedly. No, you lie. You merely wish to exploit Fuliu to escape. I shall not believe your deceitful words. Realizing she was impervious to reason, Qin Yu understood that she was ensnared within a web of intense vengeful desire, unwilling to heed him. It mattered not. First, he would flee this cursed place, then devise a plan. Armed with the rifle, he turned and sprinted towards the exit. Fortunately, Zhuang Ziqin did not pursue him. He successfully reached the exit, swiftly climbed the iron ladder, and thrust his hand upward to push against the manhole cover above. To his dismay, the cover would not budge. No matter how much strength he exerted, it would not yield. You cannot escape, haha. Zhuang Ziqin's voice echoed ominously from the depths of the tunnel. Clearly anticipating this very outcome, Wang Kong had already locked the cover from the outside upon his departure. You cannot escape. No one can escape. Just wait here with me in peace for death. Damn it. Qin Yu was drenched in sweat, and disregarding everything else. He raised his shotgun and fired a shot at the manhole cover. A tremendous sound erupted, and sparks flew. Yet, the iron cover remained utterly unscathed. There were no other exits from the tunnel. Was he truly at his wit's end, left to helplessly await the collapse of the mountain, destined to be buried alive in this pitch-black abyss? Suddenly, just as despair enveloped Qin Yu, a heavy knocking sound resonated above the manhole cover. Chapter 67, The Vengeful Spirit of the Mountain Village. A tempestuous storm has once again descended. The village hall is ablaze with light. After dinner, the villagers have gradually gathered, occupying their respective seats, cracking sunflower seeds and engaging in lively banter, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the village chief and his esteemed guests. Wang Kong stands in the front row of the VIP section of the hall, observing the throng of villagers, his gaze sweeping over familiar faces. A cold smirk unable to be contained at the corners of his mouth. Brother Kong. At that moment, a young villager he had dispatched returned, bowing and nodding in his direction. Just a few years prior, this lad held him in disdain until he became Wang Changjin's assistant, at which point his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Indeed, when Sha village is rotten to its core, Wang Kong mused, even these young representatives of the village's future lack principles. Merely currying favor with those in power, aligning themselves with whichever side offers a profit, unconcerned even if it means betraying their conscience. Thus, he and his wife have acted rightly. Let this thoroughly corrupted village, along with its sins, vanish into oblivion. Has old Kong and his son truly left the village? He confirmed with the young man before him. The young man nodded repeatedly, a look of disdain on his face. Brother Kong, rest assured. Those two have already rolled out of the village, far away. At first, old Kong's son was reluctant to leave, but after I had someone give him a few hits, old Kong hurriedly dragged him away, rolling up his bedding like a stray dog. Haha, that's good. Wang Kong finally felt at ease. Old Kong may appear gruff, but beneath that exterior lies a kind heart. His son, Kong Yao, is also a good lad. They should not be affected by the imminent disaster. Since the inception of this revenge plan, he had intentionally sought trouble with Old Kong every few days, hoping to hasten their departure from this land of turmoil. He was powerless to save the poor Chunner from the village chief, but at the very least, he could prevent the innocent from being ensnared. However, he had not anticipated that the old man would be so stubborn, clinging to his son's tuition fees as a reason to stay. Fortunately, tonight, he had finally managed to drive them away. Now, he harbored no further concerns. Wang Kong commended the young man briefly before sending him on his way. Glancing at his watch, 10 minutes until 8. The moment of reckoning was at hand. Yet, the faces before him, greedy and foolish, remained blissfully unaware, laughing and dreaming of the wealth they would soon share with the village chief. With a sardonic chuckle, Wang Kong settled back into his seat, leisurely sipping from his teacup. In the control room to one side of the hall, Tao Qiao anxiously inquired of Teacher Su. Teacher Su, where has Qin gone? The time for the broadcast is nearly upon us, yet he is nowhere to be found. The rules state that everyone must be in the hall during the broadcast. At such a critical moment, his absence could spell disaster. Teacher Su was equally flustered, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Despite their efforts to search for Qin, they had found no trace of him. Was it possible he had encountered some misfortune? Mako, however, seemed rather amused by the situation. Look, it's pitch dark outside. And he's running around alone. He might have already been taken by a ghost. Dead people aren't required to participate in the broadcast task, so there's no need for you to worry. Surely, Qin has not been taken by a ghost? Jin Yongjie shook his head. He is clever. The first to uncover Chunner's secret. I doubt he would act recklessly and get himself into trouble. Mako shrugged dismissively. It doesn't matter. If he fails to participate in the broadcast task, that's his violation of the rules. If misfortune befalls him, it is solely his concern. We will remain here in the hall, watching the promotional video, and nothing will happen to us. His words prompted frowns from both Teacher Su and Tao Qiao. However, they had neither the heart nor the time to argue with him at present. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. Wang Kong, who had been sipping tea, immediately rose to greet the newcomers. The village chief, Wang Changjin, appeared at the door, accompanied by a portly, well-dressed middle-aged bald man. This man must be the investor, he surmised. Following Wang Changjin were his daughter, Wang Ruoxue, and numerous relatives from the Wang family, all surrounding the wealthy De Wang, showering him with flattery. De Wang, likely having indulged in wine at the village chief's banquet, radiated a ruddy glow, strutting about like an emperor on an inspection tour. Wang Kong approached, bowing respectfully, ushering Wang Changjun and De Wang toward the podium. At the village chief's signal, the villagers erupted in applause, warmly welcoming their god of wealth. Wang Changjin and De Wang took their seats on the podium, while Wang Ruoxue and other relatives occupied the VIP section. Wang Kong positioned himself nearby, eager to assist. Following the predetermined plan, De Wang began to address the villagers, recounting his struggles and current glory, captivating the eager villagers who yearned for the wealth he possessed, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. As the speech concluded, Wang Ruoxue gracefully ascended the stage to present him with flowers. De Wang happily accepted the bouquet, his greasy gaze lingering on Wang Ruoxue's slender figure. Subsequently, the three descended from the podium and settled into the VIP section. Wang Kong rushed to the control room. Calling out to those inside, commenced the promotional video. Teacher Su and Tao Qiao exchanged anxious glances, the worry evident in their eyes. Time was of the essence. They had reached the final stage of the task. Yet, Qin remained missing. Mako was almost certain that Qin had encountered trouble, relishing the misfortune. He then pressed the key on the laptop connected to the hall's large screen, initiating the video playback. A melody resonated as scenes from their filming at the Happy Orchard appeared on the screen. The hall fell silent as everyone watched intently. Only De Wang occasionally commented on the video, while Wang Changjin nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder erupted outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning and howling winds. Teacher Su jolted in alarm. Why is there thunder and lightning again? Tao Qiao, unable to sit still, echoed, we finished filming, didn't we? They exchanged glances. Each reading the growing dread in the other's eyes, the task mandated them to film in 4 locations, leading them to instinctively believe those 4 areas posed the greatest danger, neglecting the fact that unexpected peril could lurk within the hall during the video playback. No wonder Qin had been so restless. He had always perceived more deeply than they had. In stark contrast to their terror, Ma Ku remained unfazed. Look at you two, scared for no reason. As long as we stay inside the hall and avoid the rain, we'll be fine. This storm comes swiftly and departs just as quickly. By the time the video concludes, the rain will surely cease, and we can leave safely. With a thunderous crash. As though punctuating his words, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the hall, followed by a cacophony of booming thunder that reverberated above, nearly causing Ma Ku to topple from his chair. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began, violently drenching the hall's roof and walls, as if seeking to cleanse the world of all its filth. In the VIP section, Wang Ruoxue covered her ears, gazing out at the wildly swaying trees beyond the hall's windows, as memories of a haunting past flooded back, her face paling as she glanced fearfully at her father. Yet Wang Changjin remained unperturbed, continuing his jovial conversation with De Wang. However, De Wang appeared somewhat distracted. Thunder rumbled ominously once more. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously as a tempestuous wind swept through, hurling an unknown heavy object against the glass window of the hall, shattering several panes into a cascade of fragments. The wind, laden with torrential rain, surged through the broken window. The villagers seated by the window erupted in startled cries, hastily rising to seek refuge. Stop your fussing and quiet down, Wang Changjin scolded, rising in discontent towards the commotion. This event had been long in the making. Yet the heavens had chosen to frown upon him with a thunderstorm. Wang Kong, don't just stand there like a fool. Gather the others and find a way to block the windows. Wang Changjin waved his hand impatiently at Wang Kong, berating him as an incompetent fool. You were in charge of the hall, and yet you've managed to create this mess. Wang Kong, who had recently been obedient to his commands, stood frozen, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly oblivious to Wang Changjin's orders. Are you deaf? Wang Changjin was about to unleash his ire when the villagers near the door began to stir restlessly. Huh? Where is this water coming from? Indeed, my shoes are soaked. Water. It's flooding in under the door. Chapter 68. The Vengeful Spirit of the Mountain Village. The villagers turned their gazes towards the entrance, their faces etched with horror. Water surged relentlessly through the cracks beneath the door. Wang Changjin sprang up from his seat, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. The village hall was nestled against a small hill, situated at a higher elevation. If the flooding were merely due to heavy rain, it would be impossible for the hall to be inundated. The only explanation for this calamity could be that the torrential rain had triggered a flash flood cascading down from the mountains behind the hall. But how could this be? Wang Changjin found it hard to believe. It had only rained for a few minutes. How could a flash flood occur? Village Chief Wang, what is happening? Seeing the villagers in a frenzy, Le De Wang could no longer remain seated. He rose and grasped Wang Changjin's arm, his voice rising in urgency. Perhaps the rain is simply too heavy, causing water to accumulate. Wang Changjin attempted to calm him, but he was abruptly interrupted by a chilling voice. No, Village Chief Wang. It is indeed the torrential rain that has caused a flash flood. Soon, we may even face a mudslide that could demolish this hall. We will all perish here. No one can escape. It was Wang Kong. Wang Changjin stared at him in disbelief, then waved his hand in anger. Wang Kong, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind? Hurry and take someone to check the situation outside. Bang. Wang Kong responded with a heavy punch that landed squarely on Wang Changjin's face. The village chief, taken aback by Wang Kang's sudden aggression, who had previously been submissive, was sent sprawling to the ground, blood streaming from his face. Dad. Wang Ruoxue screamed as she rushed to his side, helping him up while turning to Wang Kong, shouting, Wang Kong. Are you trying to get yourself killed by striking my father? Uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, quickly, beat him to death. Wang Changjin's relatives were momentarily stunned by Wang Kang's unexpected transformation. It wasn't until Wang Ruoxue called for them that they snapped back to reality, roaring in rage as they charged towards Wang Kong. However, before their fists could reach him, a deafening crash erupted from the entrance. They turned to see. Their faces drained of color. The murky floodwaters had burst through the once tightly shut door, rushing in with ferocity. The villagers screamed in terror. Several who were nearest the door instinctively tried to flee, only to be swept away by the torrent, struggling futilely as they were carried off into the distance. Damn you. Wang Changjin, are you trying to kill me? Lu De Wang cursed, his face pale, blaming the village chief for bringing him to this cursed place. With the aid of his bodyguards, he scrambled frantically towards the higher podium. Wang Changjin finally grasped the gravity of the situation and quickly pulled his daughter up with him onto the podium. The rain continued to intensify, as if the heavens had torn open countless seams, unleashing a deluge that engulfed the earth. At that moment, the water in the hall had risen to their knees. With no hope of escape, the villagers frantically surged towards the podium. Yet, space was limited. There was no way to accommodate so many people. Many were forced to stand atop chairs and tables, weeping in despair. Just moments ago, Marco had been calm, but now his legs were submerged in water. His face a mask of terror. The promotional video was drawing to a close, about to finish. Their mission was nearly complete, yet they found themselves trapped in floodwaters. What do we do? What do we do? He lamented, clutching his head in panic as he turned to his three companions. Jin Yongjia was too terrified to speak. Teachers Su and Tao Xiao shared expressions of utter hopelessness, at a loss for what to do. Before the villagers could completely swarm them, they had managed to squeeze onto the podium with their laptops. However, the floodwaters were still rising. It wouldn't be long before they overtook the podium as well. The scene was chaotic. Only one person remained entirely composed, even wearing an expression of excitement and anticipation. Wang Changji noticed him and finally realized something, pointing and shouting. "Wang Kong, is this all you're doing?" Though he could not fathom how Wang Kong had orchestrated the deluge that submerged the hall. His abnormal behavior and the memory of his daughter Wang Fuliu perishing in such stormy weather led him to be certain that Wang Kong had done something sinister. "Indeed, it was I," Wang Kong declared, standing in the water that had risen past his knees, coldly mocking those on the podium. "Revenge is a dish best served cold. Wang Changjin, Li Duwang, you were responsible for my daughter's death, and it is time to pay the price." His words sent Wang Ruoxue into a panic-stricken scream. Wang Changjin and Li Duwang's faces turned ashen. Before Wang Changjin could respond, Li Duwang stepped forward, forcing a greasy smile onto his plump face. "Wang Kong, no. Brother Wang, let us talk this out. I truly regret what happened to your daughter. I admired her immensely. I was helplessly infatuated. Of course, the primary blame lies with Wang Changjin. He was the one who sent your child to me for his own daughter's sake. It's all his fault. I was merely his pawn. Please, spare me. I have money, plenty of it. Name your price." In this life and death situation, Li Duwang cared little for Wang Changjin, only wishing to escape this hellish place alive. Yet, Wang Kong's gaze was icy, each word deliberate and measured. "It is too late, Li Duwang. The mudslide from the mountain will descend soon. No one will leave here alive." Li Duwang collapsed to the ground, as limp as a dead pig. Wang Changjin's mind raced, and he suddenly had an idea. He waved his hand at the surrounding crowd, his eyes reddening as he shouted, "Listen up. This is all Wang Kong's doing. If we capture him, we can surely extract a way to escape." The crowd, stirred by his words, became animated, each person eager for action. However, Wang Kong was still standing in the floodwaters beneath the podium. No one on the podium was willing to abandon their relatively safe position. Below, the villagers were already struggling just to stay afloat as the floodwaters swept away chairs and tables. Many desperately clambered onto the central support pillars or the tall window frames, while others clung to thick curtains, dangling precariously in midair. "What do we do, Teacher Su?" Tao Xiao, panic-stricken, gripped Su's arm. "Should we go down and capture Wang Kong? If this continues, we'll all die sooner or later." Su, staring intently at Wang Kong, breathed heavily, his expression betraying despair. "It's useless. Look at his demeanor. He has already resigned to his fate. If he fears nothing, why would he fear our interrogation?" Although he had yet to fully comprehend the bitter enmity between Wang Kong, the village chief, and Li Duwang, he could clearly see the determination for mutual destruction etched on Wang Kong's face. Tao Xiao fell silent, tears of fear streaming down her cheeks silently. "After enduring so long, are we really destined to die? Yong, Chang, grab him. Once captured, I'll reward each of you with 50, no, 1,000,000. In this critical moment, Li Duwang's wealth proved to be a pivotal motivator. With the promise of a hefty reward, Li Duwang's two bodyguards, spurred by the prospect of riches, roared as they charged down from the high platform, lunging at Wang Kong. Wang Kong did not flee. He did not resist. He was simply captured and dragged onto the podium. Su's assessment was correct. He had long prepared himself for death. No torture would sway him. This was also why he had not brought his wife to witness his enemy's retribution. He feared they would turn their malice upon her, making her his weakness. "Wang Kong, for heaven's sake, devise a means for me to escape this wretched place. Otherwise, I shall gouge your eyes out." The two bodyguards, Wang Changjin and his entourage, surged forward, mercilessly beating Wang Kong and demanding a way for him to leave safely. Yet, regardless of their relentless assaults, Wang Kong remained resolute. A triumphant smile of vengeance etched upon his face. "It is over. Completely over." At this point, Even Lu Dewang and Wang Changjin were left like lost souls, collapsing to the ground, utterly helpless. Just then, someone hanging by the window suddenly shouted in excitement, "Look, the rain has lessened. It has diminished." At this announcement, the vast majority in the hall displayed expressions of delight. Only Wang Kong, who lay prostrate on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief. Struggling to prop himself up to gaze out the window, his face a mask of incredulity. Chapter 69. The grievous spirit of the mountain village. The rain has ceased, yet they find themselves unable to depart. The thunder and lightning had long subsided, and the rain diminished to a mere drizzle, soon coming to a halt. Everyone, save for Wang Kong, was elated by this turn of events. As the rain ceased, the flooding situation noticeably eased. Wang Kong stood in stunned silence for a moment, then hastily scrambled to his feet. This rain was conjured through the sacrificial remains of his daughter, utilizing the ancestral sorcery passed down through generations. The impending consequences would likely result in landslides and mudslides. Yet, inexplicably, the rain had stopped. There could only be one explanation. Someone had disrupted the intricate spell he and his wife had painstakingly established. The first visage that flashed through Wang Kang's mind was that of Qin Yu. Damn it, he had thought he secured the boy tightly, with his wife keeping a watchful eye, ensuring no mishaps would occur. Little did he know that a moment of weakness would lead to such dire repercussions. Had he foreseen this, he would have ended Qin Yu's life with a single gunshot. Wang Kong was preparing to leap from the podium and rush towards the underground passage behind the auditorium when a hand suddenly reached from behind, seizing his collar and yanking him back to the ground. It was one of Lu Dewang's bodyguards. Wang Kong felt as if his entire frame was collapsing. Yet he gritted his teeth and rose, intent on reaching the underground passage. However, a foot came down heavily upon his chest, pinning him back to the ground. Wang Kaijin, who had moments ago been terrified beyond measure, now emanated an aura of menace, grinding his heel with increasing force. Crack! One of Wang Kang's ribs shattered beneath the weight. Ha ha! Wang Kaijin, having survived the ordeal, let out a triumphant laugh. Wang Kong, do you truly believe you can contend with me? Open your eyes wide and see. Even fate itself favors me, not you. Your worthless life has produced nothing but a more despicable offspring. Your entire family is nothing but a disgrace. If my daughter can take your daughter's place, it is her fortune, and you should be grateful. Lu Dewang, with the help of his bodyguards, rose from the ground and kicked Wang Kong several times, cursing, "Your wretched daughter climbed into my bed of her own volition. I have spared you any trouble. Yet you dare to harm me? Fine. When we return, I shall post her photos online for all to see just how depraved she truly is. You dare." Wang Kang's eyes burned with rage as he lunged, intent on tearing apart the scoundrel who had harmed his daughter and sullied her name. But bodyguards swiftly intervened, raining blows upon his face until it was a crimson mask. Wang Kong collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, tears of rage and despair welling in his eyes. Victory had been within his grasp. He was but a step away from sending these scoundrels to their doom. But why? Did even the heavens conspire with these villains? Lu Dewang, still unsatisfied, placed his hands on his hips and bellowed, "Wang Kaijin, you must give me an explanation for today's events. Otherwise, I shall not let any of you go." "Fear not, Mr. Lu, you need not say it. I will provide the explanation." Wang Kaijin's face was plastered with a sycophantic smile, but when his gaze fell upon Wang Kong, it transformed into a visage of ruthless malice. He cast a glance at his brother-in-law and whispered coldly, "Wang Kong is drowning. He is on the verge of death. Take him to see a doctor. If he cannot be saved, then let him be buried honorably, for he has served me well." Wang Kaijin's words dripped with feigned sincerity. Yet those who heard them felt a chill run down their spines. It was evident to all that he intended to bury Wang Kong alive. But no one dared to voice dissent. This was not the first time Wang Kaijin had determined the fates of the villagers. Initially, there had been resistance, yet ultimately, some were bought off by promises, while others capitulated to his tyranny, silencing any dissenting voices. Nearby, Tao Xiao tugged at Teacher Su's arm. "The promotional film has ended. We can leave now." But Teacher Su remained fixated on the prostrate Wang Kong, visibly conscious. His heart raced as he repeatedly admonished himself. These individuals were merely NPCs conjured by this twisted realm, not the living beings from the world he knew. He could not allow sympathy to cloud his judgment and squander their chance of escape. While Teacher Su grappled with his internal conflict, Makiki dashed towards the steps of the podium, disregarding the gravity of their situation. Their task had concluded. Not fleeing now would be the height of folly. However, before he could reach the steps, he was kicked down from behind by one of Wang Kaijin's henchmen. "Teacher of the photography team, where do you think you are going?" Wang Kaijin fixed a mocking gaze upon Ma Kiki, his smile devoid of warmth. Surely you are not thinking of reporting us? Ma Kiki, flustered, scrambled to his feet and waved his hands. And no, that's not it. I just want to go home. This was a dire situation. Teacher Su realized the gravity of the moment. Sure enough, Wang Kaijin raised his hand, and his relatives surged forward, encircling the members of the photography team. Wang Village Chief. What is the meaning of this? Teacher Su struggled to maintain his composure. Wang Kaijin's eyes glinted maliciously as he replied, You wish to report us. So I cannot allow you to leave. Realizing how complicated matters had become, Teacher Su felt a sinking sensation. No, Wang Village Chief, you misunderstand. We merely wish to return home. As for the grievances between you and Wang Kong, that is a matter for your village to resolve. We do not wish to interfere. At this juncture, he had come to terms with reality. They were in dire straits themselves and could not afford to concern themselves with Wang Kong. Wang Kaijin chuckled coldly. Regrettably, I cannot trust you. Unless what? Tao Chao Chiao asked, her voice trembling. Wang Kaijin grinned malevolently. Unless you personally eliminate Wang Kong. If you kill him, it will be your doing and has nothing to do with our village. Naturally, I shall let you go. Teacher Su clenched his fist involuntarily. Tao Chao Chiao and Jin Yangzhe instinctively took a step back. They could scarcely fathom Wang Kaijin's treachery, forcing them to commit murder to rid themselves of his adversary. What were they to do? From Wang Kaijin and Lu Duwang's earlier insults directed at Wang Kong, they had gleaned the nature of their enmity. Were they truly to become accomplices in this heinous act, killing Wang Kong to secure their own escape? As the three hesitated, Ma Kiki suddenly leaped up, seizing a chair from the corner of the podium, charging towards Wang Kong. If you won't act, I will. Wang Village Chief, you must keep your word. Wang Kaijin, reveling in his scheming, replied with sinister satisfaction, of course. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Kiki rushed to Wang Kong, raising the chair high above his head, ready to bring it crashing down. Stop! A sharp command rang out unexpectedly. Ma Kiki froze, the chair suspended in midair. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. As the rain ceased and the clouds parted, the moon emerged from behind the haze. In the silvery moonlight, a figure strode purposefully through the entrance of the auditorium. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Teacher Su's heart soared with joy. Chinyu. Wang Kaijin, initially taken aback, soon wore a contemptuous grin. Ah, yet another soul seeking death. No, wait. 3 souls seeking death. Chapter 70. The Vengeful Spirit of the Mountain Village. Justice, served Qin, Yu hastily entered the hall, followed by 2 women. Yet it seemed as though there were 3, as a shadow with an indistinct visage trailed behind them. Upon discerning the features of the 2 women, Wang Changjin burst into laughter. Ha! I thought it was someone significant, but it's merely Widow Li and Zhuang Suichin. Hey, Wang Kong, your wife has arrived. Perfect timing. I was about to expend effort to capture her. Now, you won't be lonely on your journey to the underworld. The 3 of you can reunite. Ha ha. After a hearty laugh, he pointed at Marco and bellowed. Hey, why are you still standing there like a fool? Hurry up and kill him, and you shall live. Marco's expression hardened as he lifted the chair once more, but then he trembled, letting out a dreadful shriek. Ah, what is biting me? Several cold creatures had somehow crawled up his back and latched onto his hand, viciously biting him. 3 slippery water snakes. Ah, Marco screamed, discarding the chair and wildly flailing his arms in an attempt to rid himself of the horrifying beasts. But it was futile. The water snakes released his hand only to sink their fangs into his cheek. The largest among them coiled tightly around his neck, constricting with relentless pressure. Marco struggled desperately to pull the serpent from his throat, but soon more snakes emerged from the still receding water, ascending onto his body, entangling and biting furiously. Before the eyes of the crowd, Marco convulsed and collapsed to the ground, struggling a few more times before falling still. Snakes. So many snakes. Help. The snakes are biting me. Run. Chaos erupted beneath the podium. Many villagers, seeing the water recede, descended from the curtains and window frames, only to be immediately beset by a swarm of snakes emerging from the water. Some fled in haste toward the exit. Yet upon encountering the woman clad in a red wedding dress, they instinctively screamed in terror. A ghost. Oh my God. They stumbled and crawled back into the depths of the hall, evidently more frightened of the woman in red than the writhing snakes. Wang Changjin frowned in confusion and cursed. Useless fools. It's just that madwoman, Widow Li. What is there to fear? Yet before he could finish his sentence, the woman in red seemed to whirl like a tempest, instantly appearing before him, her dark eyes oozing blood as she ominously stared him down. All words caught in Wang Changjin's throat as sheer terror rendered him mute. In that moment, he recognized that the woman in the red wedding dress was not Widow Li, but rather Chun'er, the very person he had commanded to be cast into the pond. Chun'er's complexion was pallid, her face marred with decay, her gaze filled with resentment and coldness as she lifted her blackened nails, fiercely gripping Wang Changjin's throat. Wang Ruoxue, terrified, cried out in desperation to her father's confidants and relatives, their SA ghost. Please, someone save my dad. But none heeded her pleas. Those who typically bowed to Wang Changjin were now paralyzed with fear, scrambling to escape the podium. However, just as they evaded Chun'er's vengeful spirit, they were immediately attacked by the water snakes, each one shrieking and leaping as if performing a grotesque dance in the water. One by one they fell, never to rise again. Seeing this, Lu Dewang, who had been prepared to flee with the help of bodyguards and assistants, dared not leave the podium any longer. Cowering in a corner, too afraid to make a sound, the bodyguard attempted to call for help, but the phone had no signal. Zhuang Suiqin, accompanied by Qin Yu, ascended the podium to assist the battered Wang Kong. Fu Lu, are you all right? Wang Kong struggled to open his swollen eyes, shaking his head at his wife, intending to reassure her, when suddenly he caught sight of something that made his eyes widen in disbelief. A figure followed closely behind Zhuang Suiqin, the very indistinct shadow that had trailed them previously. Recognizing the familiar features, Wang Kong was overwhelmed with emotion as tears streamed down his swollen cheeks. Fu Lu. Is that you? Fu Lu. After his daughter's death, he had scoured the handwritten manuscripts left by his great-grandfather, initially seeking revenge, but ultimately hoping to see her once more. Now, she stood before him, appearing just as she had in life, clad in the attire she wore on that fateful day, struggling to utter, "Dad, Mom, good child." With Zhuang Suiqin's support, the couple reached out for their daughter. Yet their arms and bodies passed through Wang Fu Lu's spirit, grasping only the cold air, unable to embrace their child. The realms of the living and the dead were irrevocably separated. Wang Fu Lu's spirit wept 2 streams of blood, her once beautiful visage transforming into a ghastly countenance, with green skin and sharp teeth, as she lunged towards Lu Dewang and his bodyguards, who were cowering in the corner. Don't come near. I didn't kill you. You hanged yourself. It's not my fault. Lu Dewang's desperate denial was cut short as Wang Fu Lu's hand pierced through his chest, yanking out his heart along with the attached blood vessels. Grasping the bloodied heart, she glanced at it and remarked, "So dirty." With that, she flung the heart into the water below. Lu Dewang collapsed, breathless, his eyes wide open, filled with terror and disbelief. The girls he had once tormented came from impoverished backgrounds. He had never imagined that one day a girl from that very lot would be the one to end his life. Following Lu Dewang's demise, Wang Changjin fell as well, breathless. Chun'er gazed at her fallen adversaries, a cold smile gracing her lips. Wang Ruoxue was utterly frenzied, alternating between laughter and tears as she tore at her hair and fled the podium, quickly becoming ensnared by the serpents. Qin Yu, what is happening? Su Laoshi and 2 others, seemingly unaffected, hurried to Qin Yu's side, seeking clarity. Qin Yu gazed at Chun'er, draped in her crimson wedding attire, and mused, I had thought I was mistaken. Chun'er is not the true killer of this mission. Rescuing her from the sacrificial ground was not our path to survival. Yet, the events have taken a turn, ultimately proving our actions were not in vain. Chun'er is indeed our salvation. Time rewound to just over an hour earlier. Qin Yu freed himself from the ropes, snatching the shotgun from Zhuang Suiqin, but was unable to open the manhole cover locked from the outside. Just as he resigned himself to a grim fate, urgent knocks reverberated from above, a sign that someone was attempting to break the lock on the cover. Elated, he initially thought it was Su Laoshi and the others who had come to rescue him. But when the cover was flung open, a pale face suddenly dangled down, its long hair damp and disheveled, dark eyes locking with his. Caught off guard, Qin Yu stumbled backward, nearly falling to the ground. The woman in red descended like a lizard, crawling down the walls of the pit. Only then did Qin Yu recognize her features, astonished. Chun'er? Chapter 71. The haunting spirit of the mountain village. Spring, dear spring. Zhuang Suiqin, wielding a hunting rifle, rushed forward only to be taken aback by the apparition of the female ghost, with a flourish of her wide sleeves. Spring's crimson wedding gown emanated an intensely chilling black aura. Under the influence of this malevolent energy, the hunting rifle in Zhuang Suiqin's hands was abruptly wrenched from her grip, clattering against the wall and falling to the ground. Destroy it. The red-clad ghost gazed at Qin Yu, her hand pointing towards the black water tank, her voice barely escaping her lips. Understanding her intent, Qin Yu felt a surge of resolve. Spring was aiding him. Without hesitation, he lunged forward to retrieve the rifle, aiming it at the water tank and pulling the trigger. No, stop. Zhuang Ziqin's eyes blazed with crimson fury as she desperately attempted to intervene. That cursed object was a grim reminder of the anguish she and her husband had endured while dismembering their beloved daughter's corpse. It was the culmination of countless nights spent in sorrow and humiliation, bowing before their enemies, bearing the brunt of mockery and scorn, all for a chance at vengeance. It could not be obliterated so easily. Driven to the brink of madness, Zhuang Ziqin was held back by Spring's dark energy, rendering her immobile. In a fit of hysteria, she cried out, "Spring, why? Why do you help him?" They were summoned by Wang Changjin. They are his accomplices, all deserving of death. Have you forgotten who was responsible for your demise, who drove your mother to madness? We are killing these villains in memory of Fuliu, to avenge you and your mother. Why do you not aid us, but instead assist these wretched beings? The intensity of their hatred had utterly warped the minds of Zhuang Ziqin and her husband. In their eyes, anyone associated with Wang Changjin was an enemy. Since the film crew had been summoned by Wang Changjin, they too were condemned to die alongside him. Spring regarded her with sorrowful silence. With a deafening crack, the rifle discharged, shattering the black water tank, releasing a torrent of foul, black water. Something within writhed grotesquely. Qinyu's gaze sharpened, and his scalp prickled with dread. A robust black water snake emerged, its eyes blood-red, its girth comparable to that of a human arm, and two protrusions atop its head resembling dragon horns. The ferocious black serpent lunged at Qinyu with its gaping maw. Had he not reacted swiftly, it would have undoubtedly bitten his arm. After missing its target, the serpent coiled back, poised to strike again. At that moment, a crimson figure darted forward to intercept the attack, exclaiming, "Shoot, now." Qinyu aimed and fired at the monstrous snake, shattering its head with a series of shots. The snake's blood splattered everywhere, its stench overwhelming him. Zhuang Ziqin, disregarding the noxious odor, lunged forward, cradling the lifeless serpent and weeping, "Fuliu, Fuliu." Clearly, she had mistaken this grotesque creature for her daughter. Later, Qinyu would learn that this serpent was no ordinary water snake, but a creature nurtured through dark sorcery by Zhuang Ziqin and her husband. Their method was horrifying. After dismembering their daughter, they buried her remains at a site rich with spiritual energy, ensuring it was near water. On a full moon night, they captured an entirely black water snake, confining it within a fine iron cage alongside the dismembered corpse, burying it beneath the water. Each limb of the body birthed a water snake. The snakes, trapped in the cage and deprived of nourishment, were forced to feed on the corpse. A month later, the couple retrieved the surviving snake, bringing it back to the underground passage and housing it in the cursed black water tank. The snakes would turn on one another, and ultimately, the lone survivor, the ghost snake, would emerge. With horns sprouting from its head, it bore a resemblance to the legendary dragon. However, it could never ascend to the heavens. Instead, it could summon storms, incite catastrophic disasters, and consume souls. As soon as the horns sprouted, it marked the creature's transformation into a demon. Its presence would herald chaos and destruction. Luckily, Qinyu had vanquished the beast before it could fully transform and escape its confinement. Had it achieved its true form, not even explosives would suffice to combat its malevolence. But in Zhuang Ziqin's eyes, this ghost snake was not a terror, but rather the embodiment of her daughter, Wang Fuliu. As she mourned over the dead serpent, she suddenly gazed up, her eyes aflame with vengeance, glaring at Qinyu and Spring. "You are all in league with Wang Changjin. I will fight you to the end." Yet, before she could reach them, an uncanny force bound her in place. A pale hand rested upon her shoulder, holding her back. Zhuang Ziqin turned to see a translucent figure hovering behind her, and her eyes widened in astonishment. A slender, nearly transparent girl floated there, her long hair damp, her face etched with sorrow as she gazed at Zhuang Ziqin. "Fuliu, it is truly you, Fuliu," Zhuang Ziqin exclaimed in sheer joy, reaching out to embrace her daughter, only to pass through the girl's ethereal form. "Mother, I am in so much pain." Wang Fuliu spoke, her eyes brimming with tears as she struggled to convey her anguish. Through her subsequent revelations, Qinyu finally grasped the tragic backstory of the haunting killings. In their quest for revenge, Zhuang Ziqin and her husband had succumbed to madness, blindly following the instructions from the handwritten manuscript of Wang Kong. They were mere mortals, unaware that the dark arts they practiced were not legitimate, but rather malevolent sorcery. Their intentions to avenge their daughter inadvertently led to her further suffering. Upon her death, Wang Fuliu's soul should have traversed to the afterlife, a natural course. Yet, Her parents' sinister actions had anchored her spirit to the earthly realm, forcing her to remain in a limbo where she was controlled by the ghost snake. Zhuang Cixin naively regarded the beast that consumed her daughter as a mere substitute. Unbeknownst to her, had it not been for Spring's oppressive aura, Wang Fuliu's soul would have been devoured long ago, trapped in eternal torment. Having been sacrificed, Spring became a true vengeful spirit, her resentment attracting the ghost snake, which sought to consume ever more powerful souls. Throughout her existence, Spring had battled against the creature. In life, she had known Wang Fuliu and shared a bond of camaraderie. Now, both had fallen victim to Wang Changjin's machinations. Deeply empathetic towards the tormented Wang Fuliu, Spring endeavored to use her own dark essence to counteract the snake, preventing Fuliu from being utterly consumed. However, over time, Wang Fuliu's spiritual awareness began to wane, her suffering transforming her from a gentle soul into a vengeful spirit. Spring appeared repeatedly in the film's footage, her presence a silent plea for help. Ultimately, she was rescued from the sacrificial altar by Qin Yu and his companions. Realizing her imminent liberation, she selflessly transferred all her remaining dark energy to Wang Fuliu. It was after this act that Wang Fuliu, previously lost in despair, finally awakened and ceased her rampage. Understanding that Qin Yu and his companions had rescued Spring, she surfaced from the depths of the pool where the remains lay, yearning for salvation. Yet, the prolonged torment inflicted by the ghost snake left her frail and unable to summon the scattered fragments of her soul, rendering her incapable of articulating her suffering and grievances. Chapter 72, Strangely Twisted, Yet I Adore It. Before the ghostly serpent could fully transform into a demon, Qin Yu struck it down. At that moment, Wang Fuliu was liberated from its grasp and torment, allowing her to piece together her complete soul and appear before her mother. After listening to her daughter's tale, Zhuang Cixin stood frozen in place. Moments later, she regained her composure and suddenly raised her arm to slap herself repeatedly, overwhelmed with regret. Blinded by hatred, she and her husband had acted recklessly, disregarding all consequences. Ultimately, their actions became a double-edged sword, further harming their daughter. Zhuang Cixin collapsed before Wang Fuliu, weeping inconsolably. Qin Yu felt a pang of sorrow at the sight. The couple had been driven to desperation, resorting to such drastic measures. Now that the ghostly serpent was dead, their plans for revenge against Wang Changjin and his ilk had inevitably come to naught. Could it be that Wang Fuliu and Chun Er were destined to fall victim to these vile individuals, while the wrongdoers continued to roam free? As if perceiving Qin Yu's thoughts, Chun Er smirked coldly and articulated in a hushed voice, "In the end, good and evil will be repaid. It is time for them to pay their blood debts." She floated toward the deceased ghostly serpent, unleashing a surge of dark energy. The lifeless black serpent swiftly transformed into a dense cloud of black mist, which then infused itself into Wang Fuliu's soul. Once pale and fragile, akin to a soap bubble on the verge of vanishing, Wang Fuliu suddenly appeared much more defined. Chun Er transferred the serpent's power to Wang Fuliu. The two tormented souls abruptly lifted their heads, their eyes burning with hatred as they fixed their gaze upon the direction of the hall above, locking onto their shared enemy. After hearing Qin Yu's account, Teacher Su and the others were drenched in cold sweat, their hearts racing with trepidation. The difficulty of this first-level eerie realm exceeded their wildest imaginations. Had it not been for Qin Yu's meticulous nature and persistence in investigation, they might have all perished here. "Our task is complete. Let us depart swiftly," Qin Yu urged the still-dazed group. Yes, we must hurry," Teacher Su, as if awakening from a dream, responded. The four hurriedly dashed toward the hall's exit. "Benefactor!" A sudden call echoed from behind. Qin Yu halted and turned. There stood Zhuang Cixin, supporting her injured husband, with two girl souls beside them, all gazing at him. "Thank you," Wang Kong, despite his injuries and labored speech, bowed alongside his wife, expressing their remorse. Qin Yu nodded. "Take care." Although he was not fully acquainted with the societal rules governing the Bronze Eerie realm, his experiences thus far suggested that, aside from the haunting disturbances and the potential influence of eerie powers on people's thoughts and actions, many laws and customs here bore a striking resemblance to the original world. With such a commotion in the village and a life lost, the troubles facing the Wang couple would undoubtedly be considerable. Yet, at least they had survived and reunited with their long-missed daughter. Qin Yu could only silently wish them strength to overcome this ordeal and hope for a smooth journey ahead. Subsequently, he and Teacher Su hastened to the village entrance. A sudden flash of red light enveloped them all. Finally, Teacher Su's anxious heart found solace as he extended his hand to Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, we are about to part ways. Thank you for everything. If fate allows, I hope we shall meet again. Tao Xiao Xiao and Jin Yong Jia also expressed their gratitude. Moments later, they lost consciousness. When Qin Yu awoke again, he was greeted by the familiar sight of his attic walls adorned with photographs and investigative clues. In one photo, Jiang Jiarong basked in sunlight, smiling silently at him. He exhaled, rubbing his sore and swollen face. Glancing at the time, he noted that barely 2 hours had passed. He stepped onto the balcony, stretched lazily, and inhaled the refreshing air of the normal world. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation of being watched washed over him. He quickly withdrew his arm and scanned the surroundings. It was now nighttime. Below, elderly neighbors strolled with their grandchildren, engaging in light-hearted conversation, while other residents walked their dogs. A scene so ordinary, yet he perceived no abnormalities. The feeling of being observed dissipated. Rubbing his nose, Qin Yu wondered if he was merely being overly cautious. It was certainly plausible. During those days in the Bronze Eyrie realm, he had maintained a heightened state of alertness, and it was conceivable that he had yet to fully relax upon his return, resulting in his heightened sensitivity. He closed the balcony window and returned indoors, rummaging through the refrigerator for ingredients to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the building diagonally across from his, a shadow emerged from its hiding place, fixated on the light emanating from Qin Yu's room. Moments later, the shadow descended from the rooftop, gradually revealing itself in the orange glow of the streetlights. Donning a pair of gold-rimmed glasses extracted from his pocket, his previously fair visage appeared even more refined and scholarly. Hey, boss, that Qin fellow emerged from the Eyrie realm remarkably calm, even taking the time to cook for himself. Can you believe this is what humans are capable of? Truly bizarre. Yet, I admire it, the shadow reported to a silver-haired man on the other end of the line. Lin Donghai, who chuckled to himself, well aware of who the true oddball was. However, from Han Jing's observations, it was evident that Qin Yu was indeed a worthy candidate for alliance. Last time, he and 6 others had faced the extermination realm, ultimately leaving only 2 survivors. Among them was Yu Jia, who had been deemed promising but had not survived. Now, the 2 survivors, Qin Yu and Qin Duo, had both entered the second level of the Eyrie realm and emerged unscathed. Consequently, Lin Donghai dispatched Ice Blade member Han Jing to investigate their circumstances. Lin Donghai had a good understanding of Han Jing. It was no small feat to earn his praise. Indeed, in Han Jing's eyes, bizarre was a compliment. It seemed that Qin Yu possessed some potential. Shortly thereafter, he received another report from a team member regarding Qin Duo. Coincidentally, one of the individuals who teamed up with Qin Duo in the second foray into the Eyrie realm was someone they and Ice Blade trusted. Through this individual's account, it was revealed that the difficulty of their second Eyrie realm experience was not particularly high. Qin Duo displayed no outstanding performance, with the most memorable aspect being his astonishing luck. Time and again, he narrowly evaded the clutches of malevolent spirits. One could say Qin Duo had merely relied on luck to survive this Eyrie realm. The curly-haired woman nearby, having listened to the reports on Qin Yu and Qin Duo, remarked, "It seems that Qin Yu played a crucial role in their survival in the extermination realm. We should strive to recruit him. As for that university student, he simply had a stroke of good fortune." Lin Donghai remained non-committal, pondering for a long moment before responding. Let us wait until they have traversed the second Eyrie realm before reaching a conclusion. Sometimes, possessing luck is also a form of strength. The curly-haired woman shrugged, choosing not to press further. Yu Jia had been introduced to Ice Blade by her, and at that time, she had seen potential in the newcomer, persuading Lin Donghai to accept her. Little did she know, Yu Jia's misfortune had led to her demise in the second round of the extermination realm. At that moment, she dared not contradict Lin Donghai, yet she could not shake the belief that no one could rely solely on luck to triumph through one harrowing trial after another. She would bet that Qin Duo would likely meet his end in the second Eyrie realm. Chapter 73, The Land of Disappearance. Before his second foray into the enigmatic realm, Qin Yu meticulously reviewed all the clues and information regarding the disappearance of Jiang Jiarong, forming a general understanding in his mind. The last location Jiang Jiarong visited before vanishing was Changpu Town, nestled in the northern suburbs of Rongqing. This quaint town is embraced by mountains and the sea. Once thriving due to its prosperous fishing industry, the town has since declined, with rampant overfishing depleting its marine resources and driving many young residents away. Today, it barely sustains itself through tourism. No one knows why Jiang Jiarong abruptly ventured there alone. According to Niu Tai, who co-managed the Wanshitong agency with Jiang, the agency was rather idle during that period, leaving everyone with little to do. It was improbable that Jiang Jiarong had been commissioned by a client to investigate in Changpu town. He had not disclosed his intentions to Qin Yu. Otherwise, the amnesiac Qin Yu would not have marked the purpose of his journey with a large question mark on the Changpu town map affixed to the attic wall. Nyotai speculated that perhaps Jiang Jiarong had a sudden whim to travel alone to this tourist destination, given that business at the agency was slow and income scarce. Jiang's evident dissatisfaction might have prompted him to seek solace in a change of scenery. Unfortunately, he may have encountered some mishap in Changpu town, leading to his disappearance. At present, Qin Yu harbored no recollection of this childhood companion, leaving him uncertain if Jiang was the type to embark on spontaneous journeys. Thus, he could not ascertain the accuracy of Nyotai's conjecture. After careful consideration, he resolved to visit Changpu town, despite the police having already conducted an investigation there. Yielding no leads related to Jiang Jiarong's disappearance, Qin Yu felt compelled to witness the place with his own eyes. Having just returned from the enigmatic realm and feeling utterly fatigued, he took 2 days to recuperate and reviewed the investigative notes from the attic. On the 3rd day, he prepared himself and set out for Changpu town. The journey from the city was relatively brief, taking only about 2 hours by car. To uncover clues regarding Jiang Jiarong, a mere cursory glance would not suffice. He would need to invest time. Recently, Nyotai had transferred a generous reward to him, and with funds in his pocket, Qin Yu could have opted for a more luxurious hotel. However, he found himself wandering the town until he settled into a homestay converted from a residential house. Saving money was secondary. The primary reason was that this homestay was operated by a local couple, much like the one he had previously stayed in during his time in the enigmatic realm. Its proximity to local residences offered him greater opportunities to interact with the townsfolk and inquire about Jiang Jiarong's whereabouts. "Are you an art student?" the proprietress inquired as she led him to his room, noticing the sketchpad among his belongings. "Indeed, I plan to stay here for a while to sketch." Qin Yu responded with a smile. He had deliberately brought the sketchpad to disguise his true intentions, avoiding unnecessary suspicion and complications. The proprietress nodded in agreement. "I'm not boasting, but the scenery in Changpu town is indeed beautiful, especially by the seaside. Many art students come here to sketch." The homestay occupied the 3rd floor of a building. To minimize disturbances, Qin Yu had chosen a top-floor room. After the proprietress showed him to his door, she busied herself with other matters. Qin Yu used the room card to unlock the door. The room exceeded his expectations, spacious and immaculate. With a distant view of the ocean on the horizon, the scenery was indeed delightful. After settling his belongings and washing his face, he headed downstairs to explore the town. However, as he reached the entrance, he spotted a group of locals hastily rushing in one direction. The proprietress, just exiting, called out to one of them she recognized. "Lao-He, why are you in such a hurry?" Lao-He paused. "I heard someone was fishing at the wild reservoir, but instead of catching fish, they pulled up a corpse. Want to join us to take a look?" The proprietress's expression changed. "A corpse at the wild reservoir? How could that be?" "How would I know? Are you coming or not?" "If not, I'm going ahead," Lao-He said, hastening away as the proprietress shook her head. "What a turn of events," she remarked to Qin Yu with a forced laugh. "It's probably just someone playing by the reservoir who accidentally fell in. No worries, it's usually quite peaceful here." Concerned that the recent incident might deter Qin Yu from staying at her establishment, she continued to speak. However, before she could finish, Qin Yu took off after Lao-He. The proprietress was taken aback. Aren't young people today just so eager to join the fray? Unbeknownst to her, Qin Yu's true thoughts were racing. Could the body discovered at the reservoir belong to the long-missing Jiang Jiarong, finally surfacing from the depths? The wild reservoir lay at the outskirts of the residential area. Upon his arrival, Qin Yu found a throng of onlookers gathered around the water's edge, where police officers were using a kayak and long poles to recover the body. Finding a vantage point, Qin Yu positioned himself to gaze at the water's surface. Just then, the body was snagged and pulled onto the kayak. Despite the distance, he could clearly discern long, disheveled hair and a dark red patterned garment. The deceased appeared to be a woman, and it was evident she had died recently. Relief washed over Qin Yu. It was not Jiang Jiarong. The local onlookers engaged in animated discussions, suggesting that the deceased was stylishly dressed and likely not a local. Could she be a tourist? Some pondered. Others speculated whether it was an accident or a suicide, while a few timidly raised the possibility of foul play. However, these notions were swiftly dismissed by others, insisting that Changpu town was known for its simplicity and that violent crimes were virtually unheard of. Qin Yu listened to the chatter for a while, finding no connection to Jiang Jiarong and losing interest. He turned away and continued his exploration of the town. familiarizing himself with the layout. Following the decline of its fishing industry, Changpu Town had shifted its focus to tourism. Besides the coastal vistas and fishing excursions, the primary attraction was a historic street, Changpu Old Street, showcasing the town's fishing heritage. Strolling along the old street, Qin admired the aged buildings flanking either side. Adorned with black tiles, white walls, and intricately carved red doors, exuding a sense of antiquity. However, most of these old structures had been refurbished and transformed into shops selling a variety of foods and souvenirs. The commercial atmosphere diluted the original rustic charm. After a leisurely stroll, finding little of interest, Qin was about to leave when something caught his eye. Just across from where he stood, within a glass showcase against the shop's wall, were several wooden craft sculptures. Among them were 3 model fishing boats of varying sizes and 2 rather grotesque figures. One was relatively easy to identify, a fearsome serpent coiled into a mound, resembling a sea snake with outstretched scales on either side of its head. The other figure was more peculiar. At first glance, it appeared to be a mermaid, with a human upper body and a fish-like lower half. However, its bulging eyes, wide mouth, and jagged teeth rendered it hideous and terrifying, starkly contrasting the traditional beauty of mermaids and lore, resembling more of a demon with a fishtail. Qinyu's gaze lingered on this monstrous figure, stirring a memory within him. He had encountered this strange entity before. Chapter 74, The Strange Mermaid After Jiang Jiarong's Mysterious Disappearance. Qinyu frequently visited his residence in search of clues. However, those events occurred prior to his amnesia, and now he could not recall the specifics of his investigations at Jiang Jiarong's home. Nevertheless, he had meticulously documented every detail of the inquiries in 3 substantial notebooks. At this moment, a particular entry from one of the notebooks resurfaced in his mind. He had stumbled upon an unsightly bronze statue of a mermaid, no larger than the palm of his hand, tucked away in a drawer of Jiang Jiarong's desk. The statue bore a grotesque resemblance to a mermaid, appearing quite fearsome. At the time, he had dismissed it as a quirky trinket that Jiang Jiarong had acquired, and had carelessly tossed it aside in the drawer. However, upon his subsequent visit to Jiang Jiarong's home, while searching for items related to his work at the firm, he found the drawer empty of the bronze mermaid. A sense of unease washed over him as he rummaged through the other drawers, but the statue was nowhere to be found. At that time, Nyotai was with him, and when he mentioned the missing bronze mermaid, Nyotai shrugged it off, suggesting that Qinyu might have been mistaken. During that period, he had been preoccupied with the search for Jiang Jiarong, plagued by sleepless nights and anxiety, which had understandably muddled his memories. Nyotai's words made him doubt his own recollections, yet he diligently recorded the detail in his notebook, even sketching the likeness of the bronze mermaid beside the text. Qinyu was certain that the bizarre mermaid displayed in the shop's glass cabinet bore an uncanny resemblance to the bronze statue he had illustrated in his investigative notes. Consequently, he swiftly altered his course and hurried towards the store showcasing the strange mermaid artifacts. The establishment was named Song Haiwang Shi, and it was adorned with an array of wooden crafts. The business was rather slow, with no patrons aside from Qinyu. A round-faced young man, presumably the owner, sat behind the counter, meticulously carving a delicate model of a fishing boat. Upon noticing a customer had entered, he looked up and greeted Qinyu with a smile, saying, "All of our products are related to the folklore of Changpu Town. Feel free to take a look if you're interested." Qinyu, wishing to avoid unnecessary delays, pointed toward the bizarre wooden mermaid in the glass cabinet and inquired, "What is this? A mermaid?" The proprietor followed his gesture with a fleeting look of shadow and silence. Before responding, "This object resembles a mutated mermaid, perhaps due to exposure to nuclear waste, but I cannot confirm its true nature. Isn't everything in the shop supposed to be local folklore?" Qinyu pressed, not overlooking the fleeting darkness in the owner's eyes. The owner set aside his task with a sigh and confessed, "If I were to speak the truth, you might think I am mad. This creature is something I witnessed in my childhood. I was merely 8 years old, playing by the sea with a neighbor boy. I crouched by a rock, digging for crabs, when I suddenly heard his terrified scream. Turning around, I realized he had fallen into the sea and was desperately struggling. Children like us, raised by the shore, usually know how to swim. Falling into the water is a common occurrence, and he should have been able to make it back. However, I thought he had cramped up, so I rushed through the water to pull him out. As I did, I felt something was amiss. There was a force pulling him down, preventing him from surfacing. I had heard adults speak of whirlpools that could ensnare people, and I feared he had been caught in one. Then I saw a face. At this juncture, the young man appeared visibly shaken by the resurgence of his harrowing memory, his complexion paling, After a long pause, he pointed at the glass cabinet and continued, "What I saw was that creature. Its face resembled the man-eating yaksha of legend, while its lower half was that of a fish, submerged in the water, clutching the boy's leg. I was utterly terrified and let go of him, fleeing back in a panic. When I reached the rocky shore and looked back, the water was stained a bright red. It was blood, his blood. That creature had bitten him. By the time I returned home in tears to fetch the adults, the sea had calmed. There was no blood, and the boy was nowhere to be seen. Nor was there any sign of that horrifying creature." Chinyu listened in silence, pondering deeply. Initially, he had presumed the bronze mermaid in Jiang Jiarong's drawer had been a purchase from Changpu town, indicating that he had visited this place prior to his disappearance. With this in mind, Chinyu sought to uncover the origins of the strange mermaid and to identify any local establishments that might sell bronze replicas, hoping to trace Jiang Jiarong's whereabouts. To his surprise, the young owner began recounting a tale that bordered on the supernatural. Chinyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing Chinyu's astonishment, the owner smiled wryly. "You must think I am crazy, right?" The adults I called for help thought the same. No one believed my story. Everyone assumed the boy had been swept away by a whirlpool. I was so young and terrified that I fabricated this tale. Chinyu remained silent. The owner's account was indeed extraordinary. Had this been several weeks prior, Chinyu might have suggested contacting emergency services. But now, the circumstances he had encountered regarding the bronze enigma surpassed the owner's eerie narrative. He had come to understand that the world is far more complex than it appears. Just because one has not experienced peculiar occurrences does not imply they are non-existent. Clearing his throat, he asked the proprietor, "Aside from you, has anyone else in this town witnessed this creature?" Upon hearing his earnest inquiry, the owner appeared taken aback. His mouth agape, before finally responding, "No, only I have seen it. That is why no one believes me. I specifically crafted this wooden statue to display in the window, hoping that passers-by might catch a glimpse." Over the years, the number of visitors to this town has increased, hailing from all corners of the world. I thought perhaps someone among them had also encountered this creature and could reveal what it is that has haunted my dreams. By the way, you seem quite intrigued by this creature? Chinyu furrowed his brow, sensing a discrepancy. Are you saying that you are the only one who has carved a statue of this being in town? Indeed. For I am the only one who has laid eyes upon it. Have you ever created a version of it in bronze? Bronze? The owner was momentarily taken aback, then quickly shook his head. "No, I only craft wooden sculptures. I have never made a bronze statue." "Why do you ask?" The owner, evidently perceptive, swiftly connected the dots. "Wait, have you seen a statue of this creature elsewhere, made of bronze? Where was it? Who created it? Can you tell me?" His excitement was palpable, and he stood up from his seat, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chinyu contemplated for a moment, ultimately resolving to be forthright. "I have seen a bronze statue of this creature at a friend's house." "Where did your friend acquire this?" The owner pressed. "I do not know," Chinyu replied. "He moved away, and we lost contact." He was careful not to mention Jiang Jiarong's disappearance directly. Chapter 75. The new mission commences. Chinyu's response elicited a palpable disappointment from his employer. Nevertheless, the man remained undeterred, imploring Chinyu to share his contact information, should he manage to reach that elusive friend. Observing the genuine terror in the man's expression as he recounted the tale of the ghostly fish, Chinyu felt compelled to keep in touch and thus exchanged mobile numbers with him. This employer was named Yang Fan. With his consent, Chinyu took a photograph of the wooden sculpture of the grotesque fish and engaged in a brief conversation before departing the shop. While returning to his lodging, preoccupied with thoughts of the eerie fish, he inadvertently strayed from his path and found himself in a desolate area. Before him lay a small reservoir, approximately the size of half a basketball court, surrounded by overgrown weeds and an air of abandonment. At the edge of the reservoir stood a single-story building with a large courtyard, its entrance marked by a pair of imposing iron gates. To his surprise, a sign on the wall beside the open gate proclaimed it to be the Dark Knight CAF. Curiosity piqued, Chinyu wondered why a business would be located in such an isolated spot. Feeling fatigued, he decided to enter through the open gates. Upon stepping inside, he was momentarily taken aback. The spacious courtyard was adorned with umbrellas and tables, where clusters of young people were seated, sipping coffee and engaged in animated conversation. Judging by their accents and attire, they appeared to be tourists. Realizing he had underestimated the situation, Chinyu acknowledged the modern methods of attracting customers. Today, various platforms such as short videos and social media applications could serve as effective promotional tools. As long as a business could establish a presence online, clientele would inevitably come, regardless of the remoteness of its location. Inside the CAF, only one female staff member was occupied with her duties. Chinyu ordered a latte and settled into an empty spot to rest for a while. "Hey, handsome, are you here for a vacation? Alone?" A girl with shoulder-length chestnut hair greeted him with a smile from the adjacent table. Chinyu responded politely, yet distantly, with a nod. The girl was alone, sporting a pink travel backpack. Sensing his aloofness, she lost interest and turned her attention to others. She soon began chatting with the CAF owner, a warm-faced man in his 30s, who readily answered her inquiries. Meanwhile, the female staff member appeared displeased with the girl's behavior, casting sidelong glances before eventually striding over to inform the owner that there was an issue with the coffee machine, summoning him away. With the owner occupied, the chestnut-haired girl, evidently bored, shot a defiant glare at the staff member, who, noticing the gesture, returned her gaze with evident irritation but chose to ignore her. At that moment, having finished his coffee, Chinyu rose to leave. He activated his phone's navigation to find his way back to his lodging. To his surprise, a police car was parked outside the inn upon his return. In the courtyard, two officers were questioning the innkeeper, who wore a disgruntled expression and mumbled, "She only stayed for one night and left. What does that have to do with me?" From snippets of their conversation, Chinyu grasped the reason for the police's visit. They had discovered that the woman retrieved from the nearby wild reservoir was a tourist who had stayed at this inn before her untimely demise, prompting their investigation. This quaint town was not as tranquil as it seemed. Jiang Jiarong had vanished here, and Yang Fan had claimed to have witnessed his companion being attacked by a monster. Now, another tourist had mysteriously lost their life in the reservoir. It appeared that this town had numerous small reservoirs, one of which was adjacent to the CAF he had just visited. Upon returning to his room, Chinyu opened his laptop and uploaded the photograph of the grotesque fish he had taken, hoping to conduct an online search. However, after hours of searching, he found nothing of substance. In the following days, he continued to explore the town, just as Yang Fan had indicated. Chinyu found no one else who had encountered the ghostly fish. Yet, his efforts were not entirely in vain, for he unexpectedly gleaned information regarding a possible sighting of Jiang Jiarong from an elderly fisherman. The fisherman, unable to venture out to sea due to his age, often scavenged the shoreline for seafood to supplement his income. He recounted seeing a young man resembling Jiang Jiarong, who had inquired about a location depicted in a photograph he held. The fisherman recognized the place as Yin Reef, a remote area not known for tourism and fraught with perilous waves that even seasoned fishermen dared not approach. Concerned for the young man's safety, the fisherman advised him against pursuing such a dangerous endeavor. The young man expressed gratitude before departing without further comment. Elated by this lead, Chinyu felt a surge of hope. Initially, he and Nyotai had reported Jiang Jiarong's disappearance to the authorities. The police had traced him to Changpu town, where they conducted inquiries. Despite their efforts, neither the police nor Chinyu and Nyotai had yielded any results. Jiang Jiarong had not stayed in town or dined there. His only transaction was purchasing a bottle of water from a corner shop. Outside the town center and tourist attractions, surveillance coverage was sparse. Ultimately, he seemed to vanish without a trace, leading the police to conclude it was challenging to determine whether Jiang Jiarong had encountered misfortune in the town. Given that he had not booked accommodations or made any dining records, it was likely he had merely passed through briefly. However, diligence often reaps rewards. One day, Chinyu finally uncovered the previously overlooked clue. Yin Reef was not a tourist destination and lacked notoriety. Jiang Jiarong would not have ventured there for sightseeing. There must have been a compelling reason for his presence. Chinyu harbored a premonition that understanding Jiang Jiarong's motivations for going to Yin Reef might unravel the mystery of his disappearance. As dusk descended, he clarified the location of Yin Reef with the elderly fisherman and resolved to set out the following morning to investigate further. Yet, shortly after returning to the inn, an inexplicable sense of unease enveloped him. During their previous mission, Yu Jiao had informed the team that upon qualifying for entry into the second-level eerie realm, they would instinctively sense a premonition before each mission, recognizing his current intense disquiet as the premonition Yu Jiao had described. Chinyu noted that it had been nearly a week since their last undertaking. Sure enough, within half an hour, the familiar bronze ghostly mask reappeared, engulfing him once more. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a cabin on a ferry, the vast ocean visible through the window. He was situated in a VIP room designed for 10, accompanied by 8 others. Each of them appeared disoriented, as if they had just awoken from slumber. Upon surveying their surroundings, their eyes widened with alarm. and many displayed profound anxiety and fear. Without a doubt, these were his companions for the upcoming mission, kindred spirits in this peculiar endeavor. "Hey, Qian-gu." A voice of surprise rang out. Qian-duo, a university student, leapt from his seat and rushed over, beaming. "What a pleasant surprise to see you again." Qian-yu reciprocated with a smile. Having endured 2 perilous encounters, he has come to a profound realization that in the treacherous realm of bronze, the most formidable dangers may not solely emanate from malevolent spirits, but could also arise from the very companions by his side. In the forthcoming mission, encountering trustworthy allies would undoubtedly prove to be far more advantageous than facing the challenges alone. Chapter 76, The Island of Ghosts, the soul-collecting phantom. Since it was a level 2 task, the 9 participants could not be complete novices. Yet, despite this, some were still overwhelmed with anxiety. A plump young man, his lips pale and clutching his chest, breathed heavily as though he were pulling at a bellows. "Do you have your asthma medication?" inquired a short-haired woman beside him urgently. The young man nodded weakly, his hand fumbling in his pocket. Seeing this, the woman helped him search until they finally unearthed an inhaler, which she promptly handed to him. The young man took several deep puffs, his breathing gradually easing. He cast a grateful glance at the woman. At that moment, a mocking voice broke the tension. "Heh, with that physique. I wonder how you made it through the first 2 rounds." Though the voice was not loud, the confined space of the room made the words clear to all. The plump youth's already pale face grew even whiter. The speaker, a young man seated across from him, was of similar age but bore a strikingly different demeanor. Tall and athletic, with a healthy tan, he exuded the vitality of someone accustomed to outdoor activities. As everyone turned to look at him, he raised a hand innocently and smiled at the plump youth. "Just a joke. Don't take it to heart." With that, the plump youth felt compelled to let it slide. Just then, blood-red letters appeared. Mission: protect the 3 young individuals on Fish Moon Island and ensure their survival through the Festival of Offerings. Attention. 1. You are exorcists from the Peaceful Supernatural Affairs Office. 2. This mission requires you to travel to Fish Moon Island to safeguard the following 3 individuals: Ding 1, Gao Yanqi, Zhou Longping. 3. If all 3 protectees perish, the mission fails. 4. If 1 protectee dies, 2 guardians will also perish. 5. If 2 protectees die, 4 guardians will meet the same fate. 6. Departure from the island is scheduled for 10 o'clock the following morning. Latecomers will be left behind. Moments later, the blood-red letters faded. Several travel bags appeared beside them, and upon opening, they were filled with talismans, peachwood swords, and similar items. "Well, it seems we're being cast as shamans this time," the young man who had earlier mocked the plump youth remarked, clearly attempting to lighten the mood. Yet, no one found it amusing. The designation of exorcist from the Peaceful Supernatural Affairs Office, combined with the contents of the bags, ominously hinted that their so-called protective task involved not mere mortals, but malevolent spirits. In other words, this mission brazenly forced them into direct confrontation with supernatural entities. For each protectee who died, 2 of them would pay with their lives, and should all protectees perish, they too would be doomed. The atmosphere grew even more oppressive than before. In stark contrast to the heavy silence within the room, the previously empty ferry suddenly came to life. NPCs hidden by the supernatural forces began to emerge, passengers in the main cabin and ferry staff chatting behind the service desk. The ferry let out a long, mournful whistle, signaling everyone aboard that they were nearing their destination. With no escape now possible, a well-dressed man in his 40s broke the silence, introducing himself as Tang Kuan, a construction company owner. With that, others followed suit, giving brief introductions. The plump youth introduced himself as Wu Xian, currently unemployed, while the short-haired woman who had assisted him was identified as Chao Jin, a nurse. The young man with the sun-kissed skin, Zhou Hui, worked as a white-collar employee for a listed company. There was also a stylishly dressed young man and woman, both urban professionals, named Wang Rongfei and Li Sijia, respectively. A taciturn man in his 30s introduced himself as Mu Hongfei, a bookstore owner. The last was a university student named Qian Duo. Once introductions concluded, Qian Duo gazed out the window of the ferry. "Is that Fish Moon Island?" he asked. The others followed his gaze, observing an island floating on the distant sea. Drawing closer. "It's too stuffy in here. I need some fresh air," Tang Kuan declared suddenly, rising to exit the cabin. Having all faced the supernatural challenges before, the group understood that since their destination was Fish Moon Island, they were safe on the ferry for the time being. Thus, the others followed him onto the deck, peering at the ominous island that harbored death and danger. Fish Moon Island was elongated and oval-shaped, unlike the boundless islands of the South Pacific, featuring hilly terrain. Various residences clustered together or scattered across the island. As the ferry glided along the sheer cliffs of the island, the passengers could see the vines and pine trees clinging to the rocky face. Suddenly, a dissonant sound of a flute pierced the air, its notes rising and falling, echoing between sea and sky. The melody was mournful, at times surging with agitation, sending chills down their spines. Who was playing the flute? Not only the newcomers heard it. A few other passengers on the deck, appearing to be locals from Fish Moon Island, looked up in confusion. Quickly, a middle-aged man pointed towards a spot on the cliff and exclaimed, "A ghost." Everyone turned to follow his gaze, stunned. There, on the cliff's edge, a ghastly white figure had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Beneath a tangle of windswept black hair, its face appeared as though scorched by fire, with scar tissue resembling worms. Its teeth were stark white, and where its eyes once were, only dark voids remained. A short flute rested before this terrifying visage, continuously producing an agonizing melody. The 9 newcomers gasped in horror. Could this be the malevolent spirit they were about to confront? As the music reached its climax, the white figure suddenly erupted into a swarm of dark shapes, shrieking as they lunged toward the ferry. Upon closer inspection, Yu realized that the oncoming shadows were a mass of cawing black crows. It's the soul-collecting phantom and its soul-collecting birds. The fisherman who had cried out earlier exclaimed. Aside from the newcomers, the remaining local passengers were clearly terrified, scrambling into the cabin. Tang Kuan, quick on his feet, seized the fisherman, demanding, "What do you mean by soul-collecting phantom and soul-collecting birds?" The man struggled to escape, but Tang Kuan's grip was firm, and he could not break free, ultimately lamenting, "I only know what the elders have told me. The soul-collecting phantom is a legendary evil spirit of our island, clad in white, covered in burned scars, always accompanied by a flock of crows. When it appears, calamity befalls the island, and death is certain. If the crows descend upon a household, someone will die there. If they land on a person, that individual will not survive 3 days. I thought it was just a tale until today." Upon hearing this, the newcomers' faces drained of color. The crows circled ominously, seemingly about to descend upon the ferry. It was no wonder that the locals were frantically seeking refuge in the cabin. Tang Kuan thrust the fisherman away, fuming. "Why didn't you say something sooner?" He then hurried to join the others in retreating into the cabin. Several local passengers, thoroughly frightened, hid beneath the tables. However, fortunately, the calamity they feared did not come to pass. All the crows cawed mournfully, merely skimming past the ferry before veering in midair, darting straight towards Fish Moon Island. Observing the dark cloud of birds receding into the distance, the passengers on the boat breathed a sigh of relief. The man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, gazing at the island where the crows had landed, murmuring in lament, "It is finished. The soul-snatching birds have alighted upon the island, and surely death shall follow." Chapter 77, Ghost Island. Deadly Kill. The man-eating reef cave. Yu hastened to the ship's window, glancing back at the cliffs that the ferry had just traversed. The desolation was piercing, as if the air was still resonating with the haunting melodies of a sorrowful flute that had finally ceased. The terrifying white figure had vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the palpable fear etched upon everyone's faces, the earlier events would have seemed a mere illusion. "This mission does not bode well," murmured Nurse Chao Jin softly. In broad daylight, a ghost appears. Although it did not harm anyone, it certainly is an omen. As she spoke, her gaze unconsciously fell upon Yu, sensing an unusual calmness about this reticent young man, a demeanor that felt somewhat out of place among the others. Despite Zhou Hui, who had just mocked Wu Xian for his frail physique, appearing nonchalant now, Chao Jin, with years of experience in the hospital and dealing with a myriad of personalities, recognized that Zhou Hui's composure was feigned. In contrast, Yu exuded genuine tranquility. Intrigued by him, Chao Jin could not help but inquire, "Mr. Qin, are you not afraid?" "Not particularly. After all, I have already undergone 2 missions," Yu replied truthfully. This was not his first encounter with a ghost in daylight. He had witnessed the vengeful spirit of Old Lady die before sunset during his first mission. At least this time, he was not alone in his experience. Everyone had seen the apparition together, which provided him a sense of reassurance, alleviating his tension. Mr. Qin is right. Each mission invariably presents these ghostly apparitions, and one grows accustomed to them over time. Zhou Hui seized the opportunity to showcase his bravado. Afterward, he pat Wu Xian's stout shoulder with feigned concern, saying, "Hey, buddy, are you all right? You're not going to panic again, are you? With your size, You might have asthma, heart problems, or high blood pressure. I don't. Wu Xian's face, initially pale from fear, turned a deep crimson. In this world, poor health equated to a significant disadvantage. As expected, two white-collar workers, Wang Rongfei and Lu Sijia, standing beside Zhou Hui, shot him disdainful glances. No, I truly don't. Wu Xian stammered, growing increasingly anxious as he struggled to articulate his defense. Observing this, Zhou Hui erupted in laughter. All right, buddy, I was merely asking. Why are you so tense? Wang Rongfei and Lu Sijia joined in the laughter, and the tension among the three of them lessened considerably. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Qian Duo changed the subject. The ferry is about to dock. A shiver ran through the group. The terrifying journey was about to commence. The ferry gently approached the dock, and a voice from the loudspeaker instructed passengers to disembark. The 9 individuals stepped onto the dock, and in the distance, they spotted a man in his 30s holding a sign emblazoned with the words Peaceful Supernatural Affairs Office. As they approached, the dark-skinned man immediately came forward with the sign, Are you the experts from the Peaceful Supernatural Affairs Office? Upon receiving affirmative responses, he introduced himself. I am Gao Jun, the representative of the Gao family, who has commissioned you masters. Gao Yanxi is my brother's daughter, and Zhou Lanping and Ding Wen are my sister's children. Gao Yanxi, Zhou Lanping, and Ding Wen were the 3 individuals to be protected in this mission. The mission's documentation had only mentioned the names of these 3 Prot-GS, with no further details provided. Tang Kuan, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed the NPC for specifics. Mr. Gao, what exactly has happened to the 3 of them? Let us first get into the car and discuss as we go, Gao Jun replied, leading the group to the dock's exit where a black business vehicle awaited. A taciturn driver occupied the front seat. Throughout the journey, Gao Jun addressed the group's inquiries. Through his narrative, they began to grasp the particulars of their mission. Fish Island, small and with scarce arable land, was surrounded by murky waters unfit for tourism. Thus, the island's residents relied primarily on fishing for their livelihood. The Gao family was the island's largest household, possessing over a dozen fishing vessels and several marine aquaculture farms. Currently, the family head was Gao Jun's elder brother, Gao Qing. Besides Gao Qing and Gao Jun, the Gao family included 2 sisters, Gao Fong and Gao Li. The individual they were tasked with protecting, Gao Yanxi, was the beloved only daughter of Gao Qing. Dingwen and Zhou Lanping were the children of Gao Fong and Gao Li, respectively, making them cousins. As Gao Jun recounted the reasons for their protection, a shadow of gloom fell over his face, and he sighed uneasily. Alas, this tale extends back over 200 years. Originally, Fish Moon Island was isolated from the mainland and still under clan rule. In those times, women held a low status. If they erred, their fates could be sealed by the elders of the clan. The methods of punishment for women who made mistakes were horrifyingly cruel. At the northernmost tip of Fish Moon Island, towering cliffs loomed. There stood a dark rocky mountain with a hollow interior, forming a sizable cave. The mountain's walls were riddled with gaps that connected to the tumultuous sea. During high tide, icy seawater would gradually fill the cave's depths. At the mountain's summit, a large fissure opened directly into the depths of the cave. Women condemned to death by the clan would be brought to this fissure, bound with ropes and cast into the abyss, to instill a lasting impression on the living women. Those executing the sentence were mandated to ensure the condemned reached the cave's bottom alive before setting fire to the ropes. The executioners would take care to manipulate the ropes binding the women. When the flames reached the knots, they would extinguish themselves, sparing the women from being burned alive. Thus, these unfortunate souls were imprisoned within the rocky cavern. The walls were slick, making it impossible for them to climb even if they managed to free themselves from the ropes. Even the exceptionally strong among them, if they reached the fissure, found it barred with iron grates locked from the outside, which could not be opened by mere hands. Indeed, the cave's bottom had cracks leading to the outer beach, but these openings were tiny, only allowing passage for small children, rendering escape for adult women impossible. Thus, the punished women languished in this living tomb, calling for help to no avail. Some perished as the tide rose, and the cave filled with water. Others, familiar with the water, managed to wriggle free from their bindings and, as the tide surged, floated upwards to the protruding stones on the cave walls. Yet, this only prolonged their suffering. Death was inevitable. However, exceptions do exist. Nearly a century ago, members of a prominent local family once again brought a condemned woman to the fissure of the Rocky Mountain. When several of them worked together to open the iron grate sealing the cave, suddenly, a shadow burst from the opening like the wind. sinking its teeth into the throat of the nearest individual. It then lunged at another, disemboweling them with its razor-sharp claws. The others were paralyzed with fear, taking a moment to comprehend the horrific creature before them. This realization nearly frightened them to death on the spot. Chapter 78. The Deathly Curse of Ghost Island. Emerging from the rocky cave was a grotesque creature, possessing the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish, bizarrely adorned with 2 additional legs. This monster bore a mane of white hair, bulging eyes, and a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth. Its claws were rough and its long, black nails were as sharp as blades, with a dark, scaly fishtail. It bore a striking resemblance to the fabled mermaid, yet the added 2 short legs, covered in hard black scales, rendered it indescribably terrifying. The executioners present were paralyzed with fear, abandoning the bound woman they were meant to punish, discarding her on the ground as they fled in all directions. In the end, none of the 7 executioners escaped. They all met gruesome fates, their bellies ripped open and entrails devoured by the creature. Their families, waiting anxiously for their return, ventured to the Rocky Mountain only to be met with a sight of horrific carnage. Through the account of the sole surviving woman, the families learned the dreadful truth. Initially, her tale was met with skepticism, as many believed she was exaggerating. However, belief soon turned to fear, for that very night, several households on the island fell victim to a massacre. All the victims were found disemboweled, their innards inexplicably vanished. Neighbors testified that the assailant matched the description of the half-human, half-fish creature the punished woman had described. The subsequent nights brought further tragedies, plunging the island's inhabitants into a state of terror. The most esteemed clan leaders hastily organized their vigorous kin, armed with blades and arrows, to scour the mountains in pursuit of the monster. Yet, they could not foresee the folly of their decision. The hunting party not only failed to capture the creature, but became casualties themselves, vanishing without a trace, their lives claimed by the monster. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the clan leaders acknowledged they were confronting a malevolent force and swiftly sought the expertise of a Taoist priest from the mainland. After inspecting the Rocky Mountain, the priest lamented the cruelty exhibited towards the punished woman, recounting the countless others who had been cast into the rocky cave over the years. Most were not truly deserving of such fate. Many had merely rebelled against oppressive husbands or were wrongfully accused. The anguished spirits of these women lingered, casting a dark aura over the cave. While ordinary individuals sensed only a chilling atmosphere, the priest could perceive the countless vengeful spirits wailing within. To uncover the truth, he risked being lowered into the cave by the islanders at low tide. Upon exploration, the priest discovered a fish skeleton nestled within the crevices. Though small in stature, the remnants bore traces of spiritual energy, indicating it had once possessed a soul. The priest surmised that a woman, trapped in the cave and starving, had consumed the fish, only to perish in agony. In death, her restless spirit, fueled by the fish's lingering energy, transformed into a half-human, half-fish malevolence, emerging to wreak havoc. With the origins of the creature unveiled, the priest devised a trap to lure it from its hiding place. Employing a spell to subdue it and confine it within a clay jar, he instructed the clan leaders to burn the jar for 3 days and nights, ensuring the malevolence would be reduced to ash. The ashes should then be buried in the eastern direction, where sunlight would perpetually shine, thus ensuring the creature's obliteration. This course of action seemed destined to conclude the ordeal. However, after the priest departed, those entrusted with handling the ashes failed to heed his instructions. One of the clan leaders, gravely ill and swayed by malicious whispers, believed the ashes still contained the fish's spiritual essence, which could cure ailments. He had his son substitute the malevolence's ashes with ordinary ash, intending to use it as a remedy. That very night, calamity struck. The malevolence reformed, slaughtering all the men in the leader's household and transforming the remaining women into monstrous entities, unleashing a bloodbath. The clan leader's home and neighboring residences fell victim, with rivers of blood flowing overnight. At dawn, the surviving residents witnessed the transformed women lined up in a procession, trailing behind the malevolence as they marched towards the Rocky Mountain, one by one leaping into the vast ocean. The bodies of those who plunged into the sea soon washed ashore, lifeless, with none surviving. The malevolence vanished without a trace. In haste, the remaining clan leaders summoned the priest once more. Yet this time, despite the priest's incantations and traps, the malevolence eluded capture, now having taken refuge in the ocean, akin to a fish in water, beyond anyone's reach. After repeated pleas from the leaders and the populace, the priest devised a solution. They should construct a temple to the sea god atop the rocky mountain, offering incense to suppress the malevolence. The community complied, erecting the temple. The priest performed rites to appease the vengeful spirits. From that moment forth, the malevolence ceased to appear. However, as time passed, complacency set in. The rocky mountain lay in isolation, while grander temples existed elsewhere on the island. Gradually, the small temple fell into disrepair, ultimately collapsing during a stormy night. In the days that followed, a tragedy unfolded once more. The half-human, half-fish creature resurfaced from the sea, descending upon the shore, slaying men and transforming women into similar monstrosities. The newly transformed women turned on their neighbors, unleashing chaos and terror. The clan leaders, recognizing the dire situation, hastily organized the reconstruction of the fallen sea god temple. Once the temple was restored, the malevolence was once again subdued, retreating into the depths of the ocean, never to be seen again. As before, the women did not survive. Their remains washing up as corpses on the beach. This harrowing lesson instilled an understanding of the temple's significance among the islanders. In a bid to atone for past mistakes and to caution future generations, the clan leaders established a festival commemorating the temple's reconstruction, marking the days leading up to its restoration as a sacred observance. Over the years, this custom evolved into an important local festival, known as the Festival of the Sea God. After the temple's revival, the malevolence did not reappear until war encroached upon this secluded island, leading to the temple's destruction once more. The malevolence returned, claiming numerous lives. Only with the advent of peace and the temple's restoration did the malevolence finally fade into obscurity. Gao Jun recounted this chilling legend at length. Overcome with curiosity, Tang Kuan interjected, "Wait a moment. If the sea god temple has been intact all these years, and the malevolence has not reemerged, why are we tasked with protecting Miss Gao and her cousins? On our way here, we encountered something frightening that your locals refer to as the Soul Snatcher. What might that be?" Not just Tang Kuan, but all present harbored similar perplexities, as this mission had only informed them of their roles as so-called exorcists tasked with safeguarding 3 targets. It was not clearly articulated what kind of supernatural events they were to confront. Since the NPC, Gao Jun, has been incessantly narrating tales of a half-human, half-fish entity, it is highly probable that this malevolent being is the terrifying adversary they are about to face. However, if that is the case, then what is the nature of the soul-snatching specter? Chapter 79. The Deadly Curse of Ghost Island. What? You have seen the Soul Snatcher? How could this be? Upon hearing this, Gao Jun was taken aback, his voice trembling violently. The others exchanged uneasy glances, sensing that his reaction was rather peculiar. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Gao Jun took a deep breath and forced himself to regain his composure, hastily explaining, "Alas, this entity has manifested even in broad daylight. It appears that this calamity is indeed grave. That is why I was so startled." "What calamity are you referring to? Speak clearly, do not dawdle," urged Tang Kuan, whose impatient temperament was evident as the owner of a construction company. Chao Jin quickly interjected to mediate. "Mr. Gao, we are equally eager to ensure the safety of Miss Gao and the others, which is why we are anxious to clarify the situation." Gao Jun nodded in understanding and continued his narration. He informed them that, according to local legend, the Soul Snatcher is a vengeful spirit born from heaps of deceased bodies, manifesting through the resentment of souls who died untimely deaths, typically during times of war or disaster, and rarely seen in times of peace. The emergence of the Soul Snatcher on the island is intricately linked to the aforementioned malevolent entity. This particular Soul Snatcher was formed from the corpses of the earliest victims claimed by the malevolence. Countless individuals had perished at the hands of this malevolent force, their bodies left unburied and beginning to decompose, emitting a foul stench. Those who inhaled this odor excessively or accidentally touched the decaying corpses would fall ill, their bodies succumbing to rot. The clan leaders, realizing that these corpses were toxic, refrained from burying them and instead piled them together, intending to incinerate them. However, calamity struck during the incineration. As the flames roared, a woman with disheveled hair suddenly emerged from the pile of bodies, screaming in anguish and struggling wildly. Yet, she was quickly consumed by the flames, collapsing to the ground in silence. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the woman was Hua Ling, the daughter of a family on the island. Prior to this event, her parents had sent her to serve as a maid in a wealthy household inland, where she was brutally beaten and sent back to the island after allegedly seducing the young master of the house. It was said that upon her return, she was already with child, and her parents, feeling ashamed, secretly abandoned the newborn in the mountains. Despite her weakened state after childbirth, Hualing braved the rain to search for her child, only to find a flock of black crows surrounding the corpse, having pecked it to a state of disfigurement. Overwhelmed with grief and drenched by the rain, she succumbed to a high fever and soon passed away. Her parents and siblings, disgusted by her shame, were unwilling to spend money on a coffin for her. Coincidentally, Hualing's elder brother was among those tasked with burning the corpses. Seizing the opportunity, he and their parents conspired to mix her body with those of the other victims to dispose of her more conveniently. Little did they know that she had only feigned death, and as the flames enveloped her, she awakened, struggling in terror. Her brother witnessed her plight, but did not attempt to save her. Instead, he picked up a stick and shoved her back into the flames. Believing that her survival would only bring them more trouble, Hualing had toiled as a maid, saving money for her brother's marriage. The accusation of seducing the young master was unfounded. In truth, he had pursued her, promising to take her as his concubine. When their affair was discovered, the young master's mother was furious, insisting he focus on his studies. In the face of her wrath, he shifted all blame on Hualing, claiming that she had seduced him. Ultimately betrayed by the man she entrusted and her own kin, Hualing's spirit was consumed by resentment upon her death. She absorbed the grievances and poison from the other victims, transforming into the soul snatcher. Each time she appeared, she was accompanied by a swarm of crows with blood-red eyes, believed to be transformed from those crows that had feasted upon her daughter's remains. Soon, these blood-eyed crows descended upon the homes of her betrayers, pecking them to a bloody demise. After exacting her vengeance, Hualing did not dissipate but continued to haunt the island. Whenever calamity struck, claiming numerous lives, she would manifest alongside her crows. The household targeted by the crows was destined for death. As Gao Jun recounted this, fear etched across his face, his voice trembling further. 3 days ago was my brother's birthday, and many relatives gathered at our home. That very night, the Soul Snatcher's crows appeared and attacked 3 individuals. Xiao Jin furrowed his brow, quickly grasping the implication. The ones attacked by the crows must be Gao Yinshi, Dingwen, and Zhou Lomping, whom we are trying to protect. Indeed, Gao Jun nodded vigorously. Yinshi and the others have caught the attention of the Soul Snatcher's crows. Wait, Zhou Hui interjected, raising a hand. There's a saying, all crows are black. How can you be certain that the crows that attack these 3 are the Soul Snatcheress? Because at the time of the attack, someone witnessed the Soul Snatcher appearing in the backyard of the Gao household. Gao Jun replied, fear palpable in his voice. Today, you all witnessed the manifestation of the Soul Snatcher. This certainly foretells a great calamity. What does this have to do with that half-human, half-fish malevolent entity? Tang Kun queried. Bewildered by the intertwining tales of evil, Gao Jun's fear deepened. The day of worship is fast approaching, and just at this moment, there has been a disturbance at the Sea God Temple on Reef Mountain. The statue of the Sea God has inexplicably cracked. The group understood his implication. According to legend, the Sea God on Reef Mountain was meant to suppress malevolent forces. If the statue was damaged, the malevolence would surely manifest. Why not simply repair the statue? Zhou Hui countered. However, Gao Jun's next words rendered him speechless. The statue did not crack naturally. It was toppled by that young rascal Dingwen. At the time, Yinshi and Lan Ping were also present in the temple. The island had enjoyed peace for many years, and these young people, having read a few extra books, were dismissive of superstition. Yet, the core of the problem lay with Dingwen. In a bid to impress his friends with his bravado, he wagered that he could spend the night in the island's most sinister spot, Reef Mountain. Had he gone alone, it would have been one thing, but Lan Ping, knowing his plan, mischievously pulled Yinshi along for the adventure. Although Yinshi was timid and reluctant, she ultimately succumbed to Lan Ping's persuasion. Upon their arrival, a torrential downpour ensued. Seeking shelter in the temple, Dingwen even video-called his friends, proving that he had indeed ventured to Reef Mountain at night. Encouraged by his rowdy companions, he leaned against the Sea God statue to film a video, inadvertently knocking it over. Gao Jun sighed deeply, concerned for the 3 youngsters, particularly Dingwen's reckless behavior. The statue's fall resulted in its cracking, and the most timid of the trio, Gao Yinshi, was understandably frightened and immediately informed her father upon returning home. Initially, Dingwen and Zhou Lomping took the matter lightly, laughing at those who were alarmed by the news. But soon enough, their laughter would turn to dread. Because soon, at Gao Qing's birthday banquet, the harbinger of death, the soul-reaping specter, made its appearance, accompanied by a flock of wailing soul birds that swooped down with chilling cries, solely targeting the 3 of them. Chapter 80, The Deadly Curse of Ghost Island. Should they concentrate or divide into groups? Yinchi and her companions have blasphemed the divine, and they may face dire consequences. If the sea god were to unleash his wrath, malevolent spirits would surely be unleashed upon them. The appearance of the soul-harvesting ghost serves as a harbinger of death for the trio. Gao Jun lamented, summarizing the situation. The parents of the 3 children sensed the gravity of the matter and hastily sought the help of a formidable local shaman. Upon learning the full context, the shaman shook her head, reproaching the 3 for their foolishness. After much pleading from their parents, she devised a solution, crafting a special incense for the young ones overnight. She instructed them to visit the sea goddess statue at the Rocky Mountain every day during the upcoming Festival of the Gods. Lighting 3 sticks of incense while kneeling in prayer, reciting incantations earnestly to seek the sea goddess forgiveness. This supplication was to continue until the festival concluded. Additionally, in the names of the 3, their families would fund the creation of a new golden statue of the sea god. After all, the children were not inherently malevolent, and it was hoped that the sea god would grant them mercy. Once the statue was completed, if the 3 sticks of incense burned without incident during the festival's final day, their peril would pass. However, until then, the shaman could not guarantee their safety. After much deliberation, the group finally understood the backstory of their current mission. The 3 mischief makers remained in a precarious situation until they secured the sea goddess pardon. The shaman offered a means to seek forgiveness from the sea god, but beyond that, she claimed she could do nothing more. The anxious parents, left with no choice, resorted to hiring a group of so-called supernatural specialists to protect their children. The atmosphere grew tense. According to Gao Jun's account, the half-human, half-fish entity that revels in extracting human entrails was no trivial opponent. Each time it manifested, it was accompanied by a storm of carnage. Presently, the residents of Yuyue Island had dubbed this malevolent spirit the Ghost Fish Man. The bronze, enigmatic realm had imposed upon them the identity of exorcists, yet in reality, it required them to risk their lives in a fierce showdown with this creature. Qian Duo, sensing the gravity of the situation, furrowed his brows, feeling an overwhelming sense of foreboding. This mission truly appeared to be terrifying. Yet, he could never have imagined that the source of Qin Yu's solemn demeanor was entirely different. Qin Yu pondered, how could the description of this monstrous being, possessing a human body with a fish tail and legs, align so perfectly with the creature described by Yang Fan, the owner of the wooden craft store in Changpu town of the original world? Was it mere coincidence, or did these 2 worlds indeed harbor similar monstrosities? If it were the latter, what implications would that hold? Everyone, we have arrived. The commercial vehicle came to a gentle halt, and Gao Jun's voice pulled Qin Yu from his reverie. As they disembarked and gazed upon the vintage architecture before them, many exclaimed in awe, "What an impressive house! Such grandeur! The Gao family is truly affluent." The Gao estate was perched upon a picturesque hillside on the island, nestled against the mountains and overlooking the sea, offering a commanding view of the surrounding dwellings. The residence was designed in traditional Chinese style, featuring blue tiles, white walls, and intricately carved reddish-brown windows, exuding both majesty and exquisite charm. The Gao family had once been ordinary fishermen, struggling against the waves for survival. Through generations of diligent effort, they had attained their current prosperity. As Gao Jun led the group into the mansion, he proudly recounted his family's rise to affluence. They arrived at the reception room, where Gao Qing, the current head of the family, awaited with his relatives. In his 50s, Gao Qing appeared somewhat unwell, with a sallow complexion. However, he maintained a commendable physique, free from excess weight, exuding an air of sophistication with his chiseled features, suggestive of a handsome youth. Beside him, Mrs. Gao was equally well-preserved, appearing to be in her early 30s. A beautiful girl, strikingly resembling Mrs. Gao, sat close by, most likely Gao Yinchi, one of the subjects of protection for this mission. On either side of the Gao family sat 2 groups. To the right, a mother and her son, and to the left, a couple with their daughter. Upon the entrance of the guests, Gao Qing rose with the support of his wife to greet them. After a round of introductions, the arriving group became acquainted with their charge. Indeed, the beautiful girl beside Mrs. Gao was Gao Yinchi, just 22 years old, freshly graduated from university, returning to learn the family business with intentions to inherit it. The mother and son to the right were Gao Qing's divorced sister, Gao Fong, and her son Dingwen, who bore the brunt of the blame for this debacle. This careless lad appeared to be 3 or 4 years older than Gao Yinchi, the instigator of this incident. The family on the left comprised Gao Qing's sister Gao Li, her husband, and their only daughter, Zhou Laping. On their journey to the estate, Gao Jun had already briefed the newcomers on all relevant details. Therefore, Gao Qing merely exchanged pleasantries, earnestly imploring them to ensure the safety of the 3 children. Subsequently, due to his health, he excused himself, leaving Mrs. Gao to solicit their opinions. Dear experts, since An and Lamping have other accommodations, should we arrange for them to stay here from now on for easier protection? Though Ding Wen's and Zhou Lamping's parents were present, they remained silent, allowing Mrs. Gao to take charge of the situation, illustrating the decisive authority wielded by Gao Qing and his wife. Tang Kuan, feeling the eldest among the 9 newcomers, naturally assumed the role of the leader and promptly responded to Mrs. Gao, requesting a detailed map of Yuyue Island indicating the residences of Ding Wen and Zhou Lamping, as well as the location of Mount Ainu, so they could deliberate and propose a specific plan. Mrs. Gao nodded in agreement, instructing Gao Jun to take a few individuals to rest while the map was prepared. Accompanied by Gao Jun, the group proceeded to the guest quarters designated for their stay. A row of guest rooms awaited them. Should they decide to concentrate their efforts on protecting the 3 children, they would reside here. However, no one rushed to allocate rooms. Since their mission involved safeguarding the 3 rascals, they would undoubtedly need to remain vigilant and close at hand day and night. The guest rooms held little significance for them. Tang Kuan, taking on the role of commander, gathered everyone together to strategize. The first order of business was whether to protect the 3 children collectively or to separate them for safety. Wu Xian and Qian Duo argued in favor of keeping them together, believing that strength in numbers would offer greater security. Tang Kuan and Zhou Hui immediately opposed, asserting that clustering posed excessive risk. Should the ghost fishman appear, it could annihilate all 3 at once, leading to their demise. Do not place all your eggs in one basket. It is wiser to separate. With 9 of them, they could form 3 groups, each safeguarding 1 child. Qin Yu remained silent, yet he perceived the underlying motives of the 2. If they kept the 3 protectees together, should one be overlooked and fall victim to the ghost fishman, it would mean 2 of their own would also perish. Among the 9, if 2 were to die. Though the identities were uncertain, a death rate of 2 out of 9 was significant. No one could guarantee they wouldn't be the unfortunate victim chosen by the ghost fishman. Should the situation worsen, if 2 protectees faced peril, the death rate would escalate to 4 out of 9, an even more terrifying prospect. Conversely, if they could operate in groups, with only 1 guardian per child, then if the ghost fishman were to strike one of the unfortunate children, it would likely first eliminate the 2 nearby guardians rather than venture far to target another group. Consequently, for each group of entrants, as long as they can ensure the survival of their designated protectee, the chances of survival significantly increase. Moreover, if 2 protectees were to perish, the remaining survivor from each group would undoubtedly strive with all their might to assist the last standing group for their own preservation. Thus, it would transform into a collective effort of 6 individuals safeguarding the final protectee. The reason why Tang Kuan and Zhou Hui simultaneously made such a decision is rooted in their self-perception as formidable individuals. They possess unwavering confidence in their abilities, firmly believing that they can secure the safety of their entrusted charge, and thus are reluctant to let the few they consider weaker members of the team hinder their progress. Chapter 81. Deathly Island's Fatal Struggle. Dispute. Subsequently, Qin Yu expressed his agreement with Tang Kuan's decision to form groups. It was evident that these 2 individuals harbored many thoughts, and he preferred not to associate with such people, lest he had to guard against them daily to avoid being deceived. It was far better to divide into groups and rely on individual abilities to navigate the challenges. The 2 white-collar workers, Wang Rongfei and Li Sijia, supported Zhou Hui's opinion. The bookstore owner, Mu Feihong, remained taciturn throughout the journey, indicating his indifference and willingness to follow the crowd. After a moment of hesitation, Chao Jin also concluded that forming groups would be more prudent. Thus, the 9 individuals, with the minority yielding to the majority, decided to divide into groups for the upcoming protection task. Next came the moment for everyone to select their partners. Qin Good. Shall I team up with you? Qian Duo rushed to Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded. Tang Kuan couldn't help but frown. He had initially intended to win over this individual named Qin Yu, for he had observed throughout their journey that this person spoke little. Yet his gaze was sharp and his demeanor stable, indicating that he was not a simple character. However, the foolish lad Qian Duo had preempted him by pairing with Qin Yu. Moreover, the 2 seemed quite familiar, likely having crossed paths in previous tasks. Tang Kuan was not eager to have a university student who appeared ready to count money for those who might betray him. Reluctantly, he turned to Chao Jin to inquire whether he would be willing to partner with him. Chao Jin indicated his approval. Zhouge, may we join you? Wang Rongfei pointed to Lucijia, asking Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui nodded. In fact, when the decision to form groups was made, he had already resolved to team up with these two. Both appeared to be astute urban professionals with considerable capabilities, yet they lacked his assertiveness and leadership qualities. They would serve well as his support. This left only the portly Wu Xian, who struggled with asthma, and the inconspicuous Mu Feihong without a partner. Sensing the situation, Tang Kuan swiftly took the initiative. Mu Feihong, you shall join our group. Although the man surnamed Mu seemed rather peculiar and unremarkable, he was at least a healthy male in the prime of life, far superior to the overweight and asthmatic Wu Xian, who might harbor other health issues. Mu Feihong shrugged, indicating his willingness. Tang Kuan breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a smile. He had feared that this individual might refuse and attempt to join Qin Yu's group. Wu Xian stood frozen, his face a mask of despair. Everyone had found their teammates, leaving him utterly alone. He felt as if he had returned to his school days, sitting forlornly on the sidelines of the playground, watching his classmates play soccer. On several occasions, he had mustered the courage to approach those playing badminton, only to be met with merciless rejection and derisive laughter. No way, you're in such poor shape. What if your asthma acts up? We can't bear that responsibility. Get lost, you fatso, can you even play? I can see you struggle to walk. Such scenes had replayed throughout his relatively short life of over 20 years, rejected in job interviews, mocked in pursuits of romance, and now, even in this entirely different world, he had become the least favored. I'm sorry, Wu Xian mumbled, his head bowed, unable to meet Qin Yu and Qian Duo's gazes, meekly expressing his apology. It seems you can only team up with me suddenly. A boisterous arm draped over his shoulder, accompanied by a cheerful voice. Hey, why are you apologizing? Our trio is just perfect. Isn't it, Qinggu? Wu Xian looked up to meet Qian Duo's radiant smile, then glanced at Qin Yu, who nodded in agreement, leaving him momentarily stunned. Did they truly not mind him? Was it really so? For the first time, he felt actively accepted, and warmth surged in his eyes. At that moment, Gao Jun delivered several maps to them. Each map was meticulously marked according to Tang Kuan's prior instructions. Each group received a map and began their deliberations. Ding Wen lived with his mother in a house less than a kilometer from the Gao family mansion. In contrast, Zhou Lanping and her parents resided farther away, in a seaside villa. To ensure fairness, let us draw lots to determine each group as protection target, proposed Tang Kuan. The others voiced their agreement. Soon, the slips for the draw were prepared. Each group sent a representative to draw lots. The final results were as follows. Tang Kuan's group would protect Gao Xiyan. Zhou Hui's group would protect Ding Wen, and Qin Yu's group would protect Zhou Lanping. Upon seeing the slip of paper bearing Ding Wen's name in his palm, Zhou Hui's face darkened. Everyone knew that the three siblings were destined for great peril, and it was Ding Wen who had instigated the disaster. This lad was the culprit who had drawn the ire of the sea deity. He was highly likely to become the first target of retribution. Whoever protected him had essentially drawn the worst lot. No, this lot is flawed. We must redraw. Zhou Hui exclaimed, throwing the slip to the ground in frustration. The drawing slips were prepared by Tang Kuan, which implied an accusation of cheating against him. Tang Kuan's expression shifted immediately. He pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Hui. Growling, what do you mean by that? Just because you drew an unfavorable lot, you want to play tricks, right? Tang Kuan, accustomed to the rigors of construction, was, without his suit, merely a hot-tempered brute, and when angered, he was quite intimidating. Zhou Hui, who considered himself an elite of the city, felt dwarfed by Tang Kuan's imposing presence. Normally, he might have backed down, but with their lives at stake, he gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede. Wang Rongfei and Lucijia were also hesitant to confront Tang Kuan alone, so Zhou Hui sought to rally Qin Yu. Qin Yu, you must see that this lot is suspicious too, right? Qin Yu remained non-committal. Deep down, he also suspected that Tang Kuan might have tampered with the draw. But the issue was that they lacked evidence. That was one point. More importantly, Qin Yu believed that everything in this enigmatic realm was elusive. Tang Kuan believed that protecting Gao Xiyan offered the best odds, but that was merely his assumption. The truth remained uncertain. Therefore, he did not wish to expend energy arguing with Tang Kuan over something so ambiguous. Seeing Qin Yu's silence, Tang Kuan raised an eyebrow in triumph and then aggressively seized Zhou Hui by the collar, demanding loudly, "You suspect I'm cheating? Do you have any evidence?" The retort left Zhou Hui momentarily speechless. Of course, there was no evidence, just an instinct. It was evident to any observer that among the Gao family's four siblings, the head of the family, Gao Qing, held the highest status. Accordingly, his daughter, Gao Shiyan, would undoubtedly receive the best treatment and resources. Protecting her would certainly be preferable to safeguarding Zhou Lanping, not to mention Dingwen. How could Tang Kuan be so fortunate as to draw Gao Shiyan? The lot was prepared by him, and Zhou Hui could never believe that there was nothing amiss. Yet, feelings and suspicions could not serve as proof. With Qin Yuan willing to assist, Zhou Hui dared not confront Tang Kuan alone. The other two white-collar workers, witnessing Zhou Hui's defeat in spirit, also faltered. The trio could only remain silent. Seeing this, Tang Kuan smirked triumphantly, jabbing a thick finger at Zhou Hui's nose, his tone dripping with menace. "Kid, I won't hold this against you this time. But if you dare to slander me again, I won't be so forgiving." Zhou Hui and the others felt a mix of anger and urgency but were left powerless. However, Zhou Hui soon regained his composure, regarding Tang Kuan with an icy stare. Mentally resolving that it mattered not if he drew the worst lot, with his cleverness, it remained uncertain who would face misfortune first. In the previous enigmatic realm, he too found himself in exceedingly unfavorable circumstances, yet through his own intellect and composure, he turned the tide, overcoming adversity to emerge as the ultimate victor. The surname Tang, we shall see. Who ultimately revels in triumph remains to be seen. Upon finalizing the group arrangements, a few individuals took a moment to regroup. Dividing the talismans and peach with swords provided by the mysterious realm into 3 equal parts, with each group receiving 1 share. They then returned to the reception room, where Tang Kuan took the initiative to explain the forthcoming protective plan to Madame Gao and the others, perhaps influenced by the powers of the enigmatic realm. Madame Gao and the others raised no objections. As evening approached, Madame Gao invited them to partake in dinner together. Following the meal, Dingwen and her son, along with the Zhou family, prepared to return to their respective residences. Meanwhile, the Zhou Hui group and the Qin Yu group would accompany their respective charges back home, while the Tang Kuan group remained at the Gao residence to protect Gao Shiyan. Chapter 82. The Deadly Curse of Ghost Island. The Spectre appears. Apart from Tang Kuan's team, the other 2 groups must reach the residences of Dingwen or Zhou Lanping before nightfall. The evening meal was consumed in a hurried manner. Subsequently, the 2 groups, accompanied by their respective protectees and their families, departed from the spacious Gao family mansion. Observing Tang Kuan leisurely standing in the expansive courtyard of the Gao residence, cheerfully waving, Zhou Hui's expression turned sour with anger. Dingwen and his mother lived not far from the Gao family, and Gao Jun had arranged for a vehicle to transport them, which arrived shortly thereafter. Ding's mother, Gao Fong, though young and widowed, managed well with the support of her brother Gao Ching. The mother and son resided in a 2-story, European-style house. Dingwen typically occupied the 2nd floor. Upon returning home, he instinctively rushed upstairs, eager to connect with friends and play games online. "Dingwen," Zhou Hui called out urgently, "from now on, please do not act independently, even in your own home. You must remain in the company of the 3 of us at all times." "What?" Dingwen halted on the staircase, raising an eyebrow in displeasure. "At all times? What about my freedom and privacy?" "Freedom? Privacy?" Wang Rongfei found it astonishing. "Your life is at stake, and you still concern yourself with such trivialities?" "At stake?" Dingwen scoffed, casting a scornful glance at the trio. "You all seem quite young. Why engage in such absurd theatrics?" At this remark, Zhou Hui and the others frowned. "With the spectre appearing at the Gao residence, and the spectral birds attacking you and your cousins, how can you still dismiss all this as mere illusion?" Zhou Hui retorted. "Isn't this quite simple? Someone is clearly masquerading as a spectre, perhaps using a few crows and some trickery to target us 3. If I had encountered that so-called spectre, I would have flayed him alive to uncover the fool behind this charade," he concluded, turning his back and ascending the stairs. "Please forgive him. He is merely a child and does not understand." Gao Fong awkwardly apologized on behalf of her son. "Perhaps, esteemed masters, you could rest in the rooms downstairs." "Absolutely not." Zhou Hui firmly rejected the notion. "We must remain closely by Dingwen's side. We witnessed the spectre and the spectral birds on the ferry to Yuyue Island. It seems they are aware of our intent to protect Dingwen, and are deliberately attempting to intimidate us. This underscores the gravity of the situation. Madam Ding, if you wish for your son to safely navigate the Festival of Offerings, I advise you to heed my counsel. Otherwise, our capabilities may falter, and you might need to seek alternative protection." Though Zhou Hui was youthful, he had ascended to the role of department manager at his company, and when he spoke sternly, he commanded respect. They could not afford to neglect Dingwen's safety. His words were meant to compel the mother and son to acquiesce. "What? You saw the spectre on the ferry?" Gao Fong gasped, clutching her chest, her complexion paling. Indeed, did Gao Jun not mention it to you? Lu Sijia countered. Gao Fong, bewildered, shook her head. Please, esteemed masters, allow me a moment to speak with On. She hurried upstairs, and soon the sounds of a heated argument between mother and son echoed down the stairs. The exchange was loud enough for Zhou Hui and the others to hear clearly. Initially, Ding Wen remained obstinate, refusing to cooperate. Thus, Gao Fong invoked the name of Gao Qing, threatening her son that if he continued to defy his uncle's arrangements, he might sever their financial support. Ding Wen, who had been so brash, was suddenly silenced. Moments later, Gao Fong descended, informing Zhou Hui and the others that she had convinced her son to comply with their plans. TCH, I thought he was formidable. Turns out he is merely a soft-hearted parasite, Wang Rongfei remarked disdainfully. Indeed, he is quite detestable. Lu Sijia concurred. This predicament is of his own making. If he were not our protectee, I would wish for him to be the first to perish. Enough of this futile lamenting. Zhou Hui interjected. Nightfall approaches. We must focus on the task at hand. His disdain for Ding Wan, the spoiled scion, was only magnified. Yet he recognized the need for priority. Prompted by his words, Wang Rongfei and Lu Sijia understood that this was not the time for grievances. Let us familiarize ourselves with this place, lest we flounder like headless flies should a crisis arise. Zhou Hui naturally assumed the role of leader, guiding his companions, with Gao Fong accompanying them, as they thoroughly inspected the premises. They confirmed that all was normal and became acquainted with their surroundings. Ultimately, Zhou Hui decided they would spend the night in the living room. Although the house had 2 stories, the rooms were cramped, with 4 people sharing a single room. It would be excessively crowded. The living room was spacious, with large glass windows on either side, facilitating observation of any disturbances. Should danger arise, escape would be convenient. Upon hearing they would be sleeping in the living room for the next few days, Ding Wen's expression soured, but eventually, with his mother's persuasion, he moved his computer and bedding downstairs. Gao Fong prepared bedding for Zhou Hui and his companions. The 3 spread their bedding on the living room floor. With preparations complete, they awaited the arrival of night. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and the others arrived at Zhou Lomping's home, a 3-story villa perched on the coastline. The Gao siblings are quite wealthy, Qian Duo mused, gazing at the beautiful house. When will I be able to afford such luxury? Despite his name suggesting abundance, in reality, Qian Duo struggled to make ends meet, relying on odd jobs to fund his education and living expenses. In contrast to the obstinate Ding Wen, Zhou Lomping was more cooperative. After surveying the villa's layout, Qin Yu made the same decision as Zhou Hui. Over the next few nights, the 3 would guard Zhou Lomping in the living room. The sole distinction was that, being a girl, it would be less convenient for Zhou Lomping to share a room with 3 men. Therefore, he suggested that her mother, Gao Li, accompany her in the living room for the night, while Zhou's father, suffering from a severe cold, retreated to a room upstairs to rest. Night soon descended. Qin Yu organized shifts for the 3 to take turns keeping watch. Wu Xian volunteered for the latter half of the night, but Qin Yu, concerned for his health, insisted he take the first half instead. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wu Xian's face, yet he nodded in acceptance of the arrangement. With time to spare before sleep, Zhou's father retreated to his room. Qin Yu engaged in conversation with the mother and daughter duo, seeking further insight into their situation. Gao Li, visibly anxious, clutched a string of prayer beads, occasionally reciting verses in hopes of ensuring her daughter's safety during the Festival of Offerings. Zhou Lomping, however, appeared rather carefree, casting doubt on the impending danger. With her short hair neatly styled, she resembled her cousin Ding Wen in her skepticism regarding the so-called specter. Given that her uncle Gao Qing's family was considerable, with numerous rivals and offended parties, Ding Wen had recklessly toppled the statue of the sea god and even shared the photograph on social media. Many are aware of this matter. Fish Moon Island is rather small, and many happenings spread swiftly. Perhaps it is a rival of Gao Qing, deliberately creating trouble under the guise of this incident. As Zhou Lomping was expressing her opinion, suddenly, Wu Xian pointed towards the window, his voice trembling. Look, what is that? The others followed his gaze and instantly changed their expressions. Beneath the night sky, on the grassy expanse adjacent to the beach, an eerie white figure had appeared, with several large blackbirds perched upon its shoulders, emitting terrifying cries. Chapter 83. The Deadly Kill on Ghost Island. A night without sleep, it is the soul-snatching specter. As they gazed at the terrifying silhouette on the grass outside, every individual within the room gasped in horror. Oh, mother! Zhou Lomping, who had previously been skeptical, turned pale and fled into her mother's embrace. trembling like leaves in a cold breeze. Gao Li's face drained of color as she frantically shouted upstairs, "Husband! Husband! It's here! It's here! What is happening?" Zhou's father hastily donned a coat and rushed out from the bedroom, descending the stairs in haste. Upon witnessing the ghastly figure outside, he too cried out in fright. "Father!" Zhou Lomping gripped his arm in fear. Zhou's father forced himself to remain calm, embracing his wife and daughter, proclaiming loudly, "Do not fear, I am here." He then turned to Wu Xian, who stood closest to him, and anxiously inquired, "Expert, what should we do now?" Cold sweat streamed down Wu Xian's round face, rendering him speechless. Though he had survived 2 previous life-and-death games, the challenges had not been particularly daunting, and his survival had largely been a stroke of luck. Qin Yu approached, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, signaling him to remain composed and not to lose his nerve in this critical moment. Perhaps influenced by Qin Yu's demeanor, Wu Xian's trembling subsided somewhat. "Do not panic. Let us observe the situation," Qin Yu instructed, retrieving talismans and a peach with sword from his travel bag, distributing them among his companions. While uncertain of their efficacy, they felt compelled to try these items provided by the Eerie Realm, as they could think of no other means to confront the malevolent entities. This mission presented a stark contrast to the previous 2, as it commenced with 2 ominous spirits glaring directly at them, the soul-snatching specter accompanied by a soul-harvesting bird, and the sinister mermaid known for extracting human entrails. Thus far, Qin Yu's understanding of these malevolent beings was limited to descriptions from NPCs like Gao Jun. He knew that among the 2, the mermaid posed the greater danger and lethality, while the soul-snatching specter and its bird resembled harbingers of death, wherever they appeared. Misfortune and demise would inevitably follow. Qin Yu found the arrangement of this mission somewhat peculiar. Could it be that the Eerie Realm took pleasure in its macabre sense of humor, dispatching one malevolent spirit to wreak havoc while allowing another to announce its arrival, thus psychologically preparing them for impending doom? No, his prior experiences had taught him that missions spawned within the Eerie Realm never involved meaningless preambles. Each detail concealed unexpected truths. Just as in the task at Dai Yuan's Inn, where Qian Duo had nearly collided with a wind chime doll hanging in Zhou Yang's room, hinting that the room's occupant was a deranged killer. To overlook such details could lead to missing opportunities for survival, ultimately resulting in total failure. The soul-snatching specter remained fixated on the occupants of the room, motionless. Even the raven perched upon its shoulder was eerily silent. The air was thick with tension, suffocating. Zhou Lomping trembled uncontrollably, her face streaming with tears. After a tense 5 or 6 minutes, the specter suddenly vanished into the darkness. "Is it gone?" Qian Duo's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Yu grew increasingly vigilant, fearing that in the next moment, the specter would materialize within the room, commanding the raven to attack, followed by the appearance of the mermaid. However, after a prolonged period of anxious waiting, nothing transpired. The soul-snatching specter had indeed departed. Zhou's father wiped the cold sweat from his brow, while Zhou Lomping and her mother slumped onto the sofa. Yet, Qin Yu and his companions did not allow themselves to relax. Their hearts were in turmoil. Did the appearance of the soul-snatching specter signify that Zhou Lomping had become the mermaid's first target? In preparation for the impending horror, Zhou's father chose not to return to his room that night. Qin Yu and his companions also refrained from taking turns resting, keeping their eyes wide open, armed with their peach-wood swords and talismans, anxiously surrounding Zhou Lomping. For all within the house, the night stretched on interminably, as if dawn would never arrive. Finally, as the first light of day broke through the darkness enveloping the world, Qin Yu and his companions, exhausted from their vigil, felt a glimmer of relief. "It seems we are safe now, but I am utterly drained." Qian Duo collapsed onto the makeshift bedding Gao Li had prepared, casting a glance at the sofa with a wry smile. Well, they seemed to be sleeping soundly. The Zhou family, initially terrified, succumbed to sleep on the sofa, covered by blankets, around 4 in the morning. After enduring the sleepless night, Wu Xian appeared pale. Qin Yu patted his shoulder, saying, "You should rest for a while. Today is the first day of the offering to the gods' festival, and you will need to accompany Zhou Lomping to the sea god temple." Wu Xian understood his need for rest, gratefully nodded to Qin Yu, and promptly settled into his bedding, quickly drifting off to sleep. Although daylight had arrived and danger seemed temporarily averted, Qin Yu remained cautious, taking turns with Qian Duo to keep watch, each stealing a brief moment of sleep. By 7 o'clock, the Zhou family awoke. According to their plan, at 8 o'clock, the Gao family vehicle would arrive to escort them, along with Qin Yu and his companions, to the sea god temple. After a quick wash and breakfast, the Gao family's vehicles arrived, 3 vans and a car, a testament to their wealth. Gao Qing, in poor health, did not come, leaving Gao Li to accompany her daughter, while Madame Gao stayed with Gao Yinqi, protected by Tang Kuan's group, sharing a vehicle. Similarly, Ding Wen and her son, along with Zhou Hui's trio, occupied another vehicle. The remaining van was designated for Qin Yu's group and Zhou Lanping, Zhou's father, unable to join due to health issues, stayed behind, leaving Gao Li to accompany her daughter. Gao Jun drove the car ahead, leading the procession of vans towards the Sea God Temple. Yuyue Island appeared small. Yet the area where the Gao family and their relatives resided was the most bustling location on the island, Nanshan Port. While the Sea God Temple was situated at the northernmost point of the Rocky Mountain, the distance between them was considerable. The journey lasted over 40 minutes before they caught sight of the Rocky Mountain in the distance. This site, having ensnared countless tormented souls of women, was now referred to by locals as Ghost Weeping Reef. Unlike the lively and crowded Nanshan Port, the road leading to the Rocky Mountain was narrow and quiet, bordered on one side by rugged reefs and the vast sea, and on the other by undulating hills. Initially, a few scattered homes and fishermen could be seen. But as they traveled further, the surroundings became desolate, eerily silent like a graveyard, with only the howling sea breeze echoing, reminiscent of the countless lamenting souls trapped within Ghost Weeping Reef. Affected by this somber atmosphere, no one within the 3 vans dared to speak, resulting in a heavy ambience. However, Zhou Hui's group and Tang Kuan's team maintained a relatively lighter mood. Before their departure, Ding Wen, Zhou Lanping, Gao Yinqi, and the adults accompanying them had exchanged brief remarks about the previous night's events. Zhou Lanping candidly recounted how the soul-snatching specter had appeared on her lawn, nearly scaring them to death, but fortunately, nothing further had occurred. Upon hearing this news, Tang Kuan's and Zhou Hui's groups perked up, casting envious glances toward Qin Yu's group. Chapter 84, The Deadly Curse of Ghost Island. In this round, he felt assured. The Soul Snatcher, as per local legend on Yuyue Island, is a harbinger of death. Its appearance at the doorstep of Zhou Lanping likely indicates that she will be the first among the 3 protectors to encounter peril. Since drawing lots yesterday and landing the troublesome Ding Wen, Zhou Hui has felt immense pressure, barely managing to sleep through the night. Only at this moment did he finally relax, a smirk of relief laced with a hint of schadenfreude gracing his lips. His 2 teammates shared a similar sentiment. Due to their restless night, the trio could not help but succumb to drowsiness. After all, it was broad daylight, and they were surely safe until reaching the Ghost Cry Reef. If not now, when would they seize the opportunity to catch up on sleep? Tang Kuan felt even more at ease than Zhou Hui. He believed that the odds of success for this mission were significantly in his favor, nearly assured. This was largely due to the fact that he possessed 2 human shields. The first human shield was from Qin Yu's group. Initially, Tang Kuan presumed that among the 3 protectors, the first to attract the malevolent spirit would undoubtedly be Ding Wen, the instigator of this calamity. He had thought that through some underhanded tactics during the draw, he had successfully evaded the death sentence meant for protecting Ding Wen. However, events unfolded contrary to his expectations. Last night, the Soul Snatcher surprisingly manifested before Zhou Lanping. This development placed Qin Yu's group in a precarious position. Should they fail to safeguard Zhou Lanping, it was highly probable that the next target of the malevolent spirit would be Ding Wen. Consequently, Zhou Hui's group became the second human shield standing in his way. With 2 protectors dead and the Festival of the Gods already well underway, he was confident in his ability to glean clues from the previous 2 fatal incidents and secure a path to survival. The more he contemplated, the more elated he became. The Ghost Cry Reef loomed near. The colossal black rock formations resembled monstrous beasts lying in wait, seemingly anticipating the unwelcome visitors to fall into their trap. Gao Yinqi, seated in the back, trembled in fear, nearly losing her footing as she exited the vehicle. Mrs. Gao quickly steadied her, but it appeared that the latter was utterly petrified, unable to maintain her balance. Chao Jin, who was in the same group as Tang Kuan, stepped forward to assist Mrs. Gao in supporting her. Tang Kuan cast a glance at Ding Wen and Zhou Lanping, who were disembarking from the other 2 vehicles. One appeared carefree, while the other, despite her heavy heart, maintained a semblance of calm. He could not help but furrow his brow discreetly. It seemed that his designated protector was the most ineffectual of the 3 siblings. Fortunately, her safety was currently the highest priority. Otherwise, he would truly regret undertaking the role of her protector. With such a demeanor, if a crisis were to arise, even if given the opportunity to escape, she would likely become so petrified that she would collapse. Tang Kuan harbored doubts about how such a fragile girl could ever inherit the vast family estate. Nevertheless, that was not his concern. As long as he could ensure her survival through the Festival of the Gods, everything else was of no consequence to him. The group disembarked and marched toward the sea god temple perched atop the Ghost Cry Reef. "Hey, are you all right?" Dingwen inquired, aware of Zhou Lanping's ordeal the previous night. Noticing her anxious expression, he leaned closer to show his concern. When Zhou Lanping looked up, casting him a deep glance. I am a bit scared." Dingwen nonchalantly waved his hand. "What is there to fear? Clearly, someone is playing tricks." He then gestured toward Qin Yu and his companions. "Don't worry. They'll keep watch over you 24 hours a day. You are perfectly safe." "But I saw the Soul Snatcher last night." Zhou Lanping shook her head uneasily. "This doesn't feel right." When Ji, "Could it be that you truly believe in ghosts?" Dingwen scoffed. "I told you there's nothing to worry about. Now stop frowning." Perhaps it was Dingwen's skeptical and optimistic demeanor that uplifted her spirits, for Zhou Lanping appeared somewhat improved. Turning to the quaking Gao Yanxi. "Yanxi, are you all right?" Gao Yanxi's pale face reflected her discomfort. "I have been feeling unwell since last night." Mrs. Gao shot a disapproving glance at Dingwen. "Cici was frightened by this incident and had a slight fever last night. She can hardly walk. And we must come to the Sea God Temple to pay our respects every day. This is truly an unwarranted disaster." She was evidently blaming Dingwen for the trouble he had caused, which had ensnared her daughter. Dingwen caught on, shrugged, and silently distanced himself. "Mom." When Ji didn't mean it, Gao Yanxi quickly tugged at Mrs. Gao's arm, signaling her to cease her complaints. Although Mrs. Gao initially intended to voice her grievances, upon meeting her daughter's pleading gaze, she ultimately swallowed her words, gently caressing her daughter's pale face as they proceeded toward the Sea God Temple together. The Ghost Cry Reef stood at the edge of the rocky beach, with a narrow and steep path leading uphill. Concerned that Gao Yanxi might struggle to ascend, Mrs. Gao called out to Dingwen, "You carry Yanxi up." Seeing her authoritative demeanor towards her son, Gao Fong cast an irritated glance but chose to remain silent. Gao Jun took the initiative to step forward. "On is clumsy. Let me carry Yanxi." Gao Fong could not help but direct a grateful look at him. Mrs. Gao, however, remained stern. "You are not a child anymore. What if you stumble and drop Yanxi?" "Dingwen, you do it." All right, I'll do it." Dingwen rolled his eyes. Bending down before Gao Yanxi, Mrs. Gao helped her onto his back, and the group began ascending the steep stone steps. Dingwen, perhaps exhausted from staying up late playing games, felt weak as he carried his cousin, panting heavily. Even so, Mrs. Gao remained unsatisfied, incessantly chiding him along the way. "Can you be steadier? Yanxi is unwell. Don't jostle her around. Can't you manage a few steps?" "Dingwen, you are utterly useless. Hurry up. If you dawdle, you'll waste our time." Normally carefree, Dingwen dared not retort against Mrs. Gao at this moment. Gao Fong felt a mix of sympathy for her son and frustration towards her sister-in-law, her expression dark and conflicted. "Qinji, Mrs. Gao is quite domineering." Qian Duo whispered to Qinyu. "Indeed," Qinyu replied. Dingwen and his mother relied on the funds provided by Gao Qing to make ends meet. When one is dependent on others, it becomes difficult to speak out against them, no matter how much Mrs. Gao exerted her influence. The mother-son duo could not afford to voice their discontent. The group finally reached the summit of the Ghost Cry Reef. The winds howled fiercely at the peak, eerily reminiscent of countless vengeful spirits crying out in anguish, sending chills down one's spine. Below the northern side of the reef lay the vast, tumultuous sea. The water appeared dark and foreboding, and under the onslaught of the wind, waves crashed relentlessly against the shore, smiting the rocks with a thunderous roar that was enough to induce terror. The Sea God Temple stood isolated at the very center of the Ghost Cry Reef. It is said that the fissure where punished women were once cast into a chasm lies just beneath the temple, now sealed by its structure. The entire Sea God Temple was constructed of stone, modest in size. Upon entering, they were greeted by a towering statue of a fierce-looking deity, its face dark and menacing. Qinyu was somewhat taken aback. Previously, he had envisioned the sea god as embodying the traditional dragon deity. However, this representation was not of a dragon god. Yet, this was hardly surprising. Different regions possess their own local myths and corresponding deities, resulting in unique guardian figures. The shaman Lu, summoned by Gao Qing, had long awaited their arrival within the temple. She was a frail, gaunt old woman with a head of silver hair and an austere demeanor, devoid of any mirth. Despite Mrs. Gao's haughty attitude toward others, she approached Lu with utmost respect, offering polite words of gratitude. It was evident that Lu possessed considerable prowess and held a significant position on the island. Following Lu's instructions, the three siblings of Gao Yinshi knelt before the sea god statue on the mats, lighting incense and reciting the incantation provided by the witch in unison, beseeching the sea god for forgiveness. With each recitation completed, the three individuals bowed their heads in reverence. After half an hour, they rose to their feet, guided by the enigmatic Lu Shenv, as they circled within the confines of the narrow temple. Lu Shenv, wielding a bell and a ceremonial whisk, chanted incantations incessantly. Each time she rang the bell, the three siblings would bow once more. Though these actions appeared straightforward, the continuous execution proved to be quite exhausting. Dingwen was the first to reach his limit. Chapter 85, The Deadly Island of Ghosts. The Gao siblings are certainly concealing something. I can't go on like this. At this rate, I'll be exhausted before any demons or monsters make their move. Dingwen, who had been forced to carry Gao Yinshi up the mountain, was already on the verge of collapse. Unable to endure any longer, he stepped away from the circling group and found a spot to sit down, gasping for breath. Observing this, the already stern gaze of Lu Shenpa grew even more severe as she coldly admonished Madame Gao. The ritual of offering to the gods must not be interrupted midway. Otherwise, not only will it lose its efficacy, but it will also incite the wrath of the deities. Madame Gao was taken aback and then shot an angry glare at Dingwen. Dingwen, get up immediately. Is it not enough that you've caused trouble? Do you wish to further endanger my daughter? It's all mere superstition, Dingwen had initially intended to retort, but was silenced by his mother, who rushed forward to pull her lethargic son up. On. Listen to Lu Shenpa, come back quickly. It was evident that although Gao Fong was displeased with her husband, she was far more terrified of calamity befalling her son. Feeling the stares of everyone in the temple upon him, Dingwen pouted. Ultimately succumbing to the situation and returning to the offering group, Qinyu watched from the side, feeling somewhat perplexed. The elder generation of the Gao family, including Madame Gao, held an unwavering belief in the legends of the Soul Snatcher and the ghostly mermaid, their fear betraying a sincerity that seemed genuine. Meanwhile, among the younger generation, Gao Yinshi remained taciturn, making it difficult to discern her true thoughts. Dingwen had consistently maintained a skeptical stance. Zhou Longping initially shared a similar attitude with Dingwen, but her perspective shifted after witnessing the Soul Snatcher firsthand the previous night. In Qinyu's view, Dingwen and Zhou Longping's reactions were more in line with rational human behavior. It reminded him of Yang Fan, the owner of the woodcraft shop he encountered in Changpu town before embarking on this mission. Yang Fan had recounted how, in his youth, he had witnessed the ghostly mermaid harm people, a terrifying memory that haunted him to this day. Yet, the townsfolk, including his parents and neighbors, dismissed his claims, believing him either to be lying or mistaken. The reactions of Yang Fan's family and neighbors mirrored the skepticism exhibited by Dingwen and Zhou Longping, reflecting a natural human instinct to question matters beyond their comprehension. Thus, could it be that the elder generation of the Gao siblings harbored first-hand experiences of the ghostly mermaid's malevolence following the appearance of the Soul Snatcher? With this thought in mind, Qinyu resolved to uncover the truth. The offering ritual was currently underway. A glance around revealed that a few individuals were absent, including Gao Jun. The temple was small, and Lu Shenpa had just indicated that the accompanying relatives could wait outside due to the cramped conditions. Gao Yinshi, feeling unwell, remained behind with Madame Gao, who was reluctant to leave her side. The two sisters from the Gao family likely believed that with Lu Shenpa and a multitude of experts present, there would be no danger. So they linked arms and stepped outside for some fresh air. Qinyu quietly instructed Qian Duo and Wu Exine. I'm going to check the surroundings. You two keep an eye on Zhou Longping. Although it's daytime, I sense a palpable aura of dread here. One must not let their guard down. Rest assured. Qian Duo nodded in agreement, sensing the eerie atmosphere as well. Despite being a temple, it was permeated by an ominous chill, likely due to the graves below, which had once consumed countless innocent women. The lingering resentments of countless wronged souls had yet to dissipate completely. Wu Exine nodded in acknowledgement. Then, Qinyu exited the temple alone. Strangely enough, once outside, he felt the oppressive aura surrounding him diminish slightly. Perhaps it was the stuffiness caused by the crowd inside or some other reason. He had intended to seek out Gao Jun for information, but after circling the temple, he failed to spot him. Instead, he overheard two women speaking in hushed tones from behind a small thicket. Who does she think she is? An outsider daring to dictate to us. Qi is truly something else, allowing her to act recklessly without any reprimand? Qinyu halted. Quickly hiding behind a protruding rock near the thicket, peering out cautiously to discover that the speakers were Ding Wen's mother, Gao Fong, who wore a frown brimming with resentment as she complained to her sister, Gao Li. Gao Li sighed. There's nothing we can do. She is the legitimate matriarch of the Gao family. Bah! What legitimate matriarch of the Gao family? If she had the capability, she would personally offer to the gods show. Gao Li interrupted nervously, glancing around as if terrified of something dreadful suddenly appearing. Gao Fong also sensed something amiss, instinctively tightening her garments and casting anxious glances about. Suddenly, the sound of snapping branches echoed. Ah! Gao Li jumped, clutching Gao Fong tightly. Do you think it's the ghostly mermaid? Gao Fong, though visibly unsettled, exhibited more composure than her sister. After surveying the surroundings, she shook her head. It's nothing. There's nothing here. It must have just been the wind breaking the branches. Upon hearing this, Gao Li's expression softened, yet she still clung tightly to her sister, urging, Sister, let us return to the temple. I'm scared. All right, let us go back. The sisters supported each other and hurriedly left the thicket, dashing back towards the temple. Qingyu frowned. The Gao sisters' behavior further confirmed his earlier suspicions, in stark contrast to the younger generation of the family. The Gao siblings' fear of the ghostly mermaid was deeply ingrained. They undoubtedly knew more about the Soul Snatcher and the ghostly mermaid than they let on. However, since yesterday, the Gao siblings had consistently claimed to the newcomers that they had only heard of the Soul Snatcher and the ghostly mermaid. This matter concerned the lives of their children. Yet these individuals continued to withhold information. This was indeed intriguing. Qingyu realized that the Gao siblings were deliberately concealing certain secrets related to the Soul Snatcher and the ghostly mermaid for reasons they could not articulate. Soft footsteps approached. Qingyu turned to see Zhou Hui, who had emerged from the direction where the branch had snapped. It seemed he had also been lurking nearby, eavesdropping on the Gao sisters' conversation. Qingyu held a poor impression of this individual and had no desire to engage, so he turned to leave. Hey! To his surprise, Zhou Hui called out to him, stepping closer and whispering, Qingyu, you're a clever one. You should have seen yesterday that Tang Kun manipulated the situation to ensure he drew the best conditions with Gao Yanqi. Qingyu, as before, remained non-committal. He could roughly deduce Tang Kun's reasons for choosing to protect Gao Yanqi. However, the question remained, was protecting Gao Yanqi truly the best choice? Qingyu felt it was questionable. The tasks within this treacherous realm were complex and bizarre, laden with traps. Sometimes what appeared to be an advantageous choice could very well be a death sentence. Chapter 86, Ghost Island's Deadly Pursuit. Tonight, only Qingyu can survive. Qingyu remained silent, while Zhou Hui furrowed his brows, clearly displeased. Nevertheless, in order to confront Tang Kun, he swallowed his irritation and continued, Tang Kun is untrustworthy, and we cannot predict what underhanded tactics he may employ next. Qingyu, last night, the Soul Snatcher appeared at Zhou Lanping's doorstep, which I believe you understand the implications of. To be candid, among the three of you in your group, I have little faith in anyone but you. If you are to reconsider your allies, I sincerely hope you will join our team. You must realize that Tang Kun cannot be relied upon. Zhou Hui spoke in veiled terms, yet Qingyu grasped his meaning immediately. He was convinced that Zhou Lanping was in grave danger tonight. Should she meet with misfortune, two of the entrants would undoubtedly perish alongside her. The ones most likely to suffer would be her protectors, and among them, Zhou Hui was certain that Qingyu had the greatest chance of survival. In other words, after tonight, the solitary Qingyu would inevitably have to choose new companions. Zhou Hui's timing in persuading him was calculated. He feared that Qingyu might choose to join Tang Kun's group. Given the current situation, having an additional member in their team would be beneficial. Not only would it provide more strength to protect the unfortunate, but crucially, if two protectors were to die, having 4 entrants would offer a higher survival probability than if only 3 were left. Qingyu discerned Zhou Hui's intentions clearly but maintained an impassive facade. Thank you for your reminder. I will be cautious. Zhou Hui believed that his words had resonated with Qingyu, filling him with relief. By the way, the 2 sisters from the Gao family seemed to he paused momentarily, then altered his course of conversation. They seemed to have significant objections to Madame Gao. Initially, Qingyu was inclined to heed Zhou Hui's words and share his thoughts on what he had overheard from the Gao sisters. However, upon reflection, he decided against it. After all, he had merely given verbal assent without taking any tangible actions. He could not fully regard Zhou Hui as a teammate yet. Moreover, some insights, unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to ponder alone. This way, he could maintain control over the situation. To put it more bluntly, whether in his previous world or this one, he trusted no one. The Gao family was affluent, and such households often had intricate internal dynamics, making conflicts unsurprising. Qin Yu perceived Zhou Hui's reticence, so he offered perfunctory replies. After exchanging a few more inconsequential words, Zhou Hui returned to the temple. Qin Yu continued his search for Gao Jun, only to find him conversing with Tang Kuan, both sheltered from the wind, engaged in a smoke-filled discussion. It appeared he was not the sole one seeking information. "Ah, you're here, brother," Tang Kuan greeted with a smile, offering Qin Yu a cigarette. Qin Yu accepted it, holding it in hand without smoking. "I inquired with Jungu about the ghost fish, hoping to uncover more clues." In contrast to Zhou Hui's circumspect manner, Tang Kuan was refreshingly forthright and even invited Qin Yu to join their conversation, hoping to stimulate further ideas. He harbored the same intention as Zhou Hui, betting that after tonight, Qin Yu would be the sole survivor of their group, thus he began to curry favor, aiming to draw him into his ranks. However, despite their numerous inquiries to Gao Jun, the latter merely reiterated information they had already received. His demeanor suggested he had rehearsed his responses. Qin Yu and Tang Kuan exchanged knowing glances, both certain that Gao Jun was concealing something. The Gao siblings were evidently guarding a secret. Qin Yu pondered how challenging it would be to extract information from Zhou Hui and Gao Jun. He resolved to change his approach and attempt to engage with Gao Li, Zhou Lanping's mother. With the Soul Snatcher having appeared at her doorstep, her daughter was surely in dire peril tonight. In her desperation to save her child, she would likely be more forthcoming than others. Moreover, Gao Li appeared to be the most timid among the siblings, making her a more approachable target. However, as is often the case, idealism met stark reality. When Qin Yu finally found an opportunity to speak with Gao Li alone, he endeavored to appeal to her emotions and reason with her, yet she only repeated the same information Gao Jun had provided. "Madame Zhou, you witnessed it last night. The Soul Snatcher has manifested. Miss Zhou is in grave danger tonight. We must gather as much information as possible about the Soul Snatcher and the ghost fish to better protect her. Do you understand?" At this, Gao Li visibly recoiled, her eyes betraying profound fear. Just as Qin Yu thought he had made progress, her next words nearly caused him to choke. "That's all I know." "Experts, aren't you supposed to be capable? That's why my brother invited you here." "Master Qin, you wouldn't be incapable, would you? If you are, I must inform my brother to find someone more competent." With that, she reached for her phone, intent on calling Gao Qing. Qin Yu quickly gestured for her to stop. "No, you misunderstand. That is not my intention." Should she reach out to Gao Qing with such a request, it would mean that they could no longer participate in the task, effectively eliminating them from the equation. That would spell disaster, as he would be solely responsible for the demise of all the entrants. Though Qin Yu believed that the influence of the eerie realm would diminish Gao Li's chances of persuading Gao Qing, he was unwilling to take that risk. Upon realizing that he had ceased to press her for information about the ghost fish and Soul Snatcher, Gao Li's expression softened as she pocketed her phone, abandoning her intent to contact Gao Qing. Qin Yu felt disheartened. This seemingly timid and indecisive Gao Li was, in fact, quite cunning. He had underestimated her. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the majority of the day had elapsed. Gao Yinshi and her companions finally completed their divine offering task, utterly exhausted. In contrast, Lu Shenpa, though appearing frail and elderly, radiated vitality. She informed everyone that they could return home and that the ritual would continue at the same time and place tomorrow. Such ceremonies were to take place for 4 more days, during which she would remain at the temple to bless the Gao siblings. The Gao family expressed their gratitude towards her. Subsequently, they descended the mountain, each returning to their own abode. "Qin Yu, see you tomorrow." Zhou Hui called out meaningfully as he waved to Qin Yu before getting into his car. Tang Kuan also cast a significant glance in Qin Yu's direction. Their intentions were clear. Tonight, Zhou Lanping was likely doomed, and both Qian Duo and Wu Xian had a 99% chance of accompanying her to the grave. They were welcoming Qin Yu to join their group the following day. Qin Yu smiled but remained silent. Upon returning to the Zhou residence, the family of 3 dined together. While Qin Yu shared a simple meal with the other 2, Qian Duo looked worried, lacking appetite, and whispered to Qin Yu, "Brother Qin, is it very dangerous tonight? Does Lu Shenpa's method truly work? If it doesn't, what should we do? Can the Peachwood sword and talismans given to us by the Eerie Realm ward off ghosts?" Qin Yu shook his head. "For now, we can only take it one step at a time." During the day, he had not only failed to uncover any clues for survival but had nearly compromised their safety. At this point, he had no alternative but to adapt to the evolving circumstances. Seated nearby, Wu Xian, upon hearing their conversation, grew increasingly pale, his previously wan complexion now even more drawn. his hands trembling with anxiety. With a clatter, he trembled so violently that the chopsticks slipped from his grasp, and he hurried to pick them up. However, his corpulent frame inadvertently brushed against Qin Yu's arm, causing the bowl of sea cucumber soup he had been holding to spill all over his lap. Chapter 87. The Deadly Assault of Ghost Island. A Sudden Attack. I'm sorry, Brother Qin. I'm so sorry. Wu Xian flurriedly grabbed the tissues from the table to help him wipe off the mess. Despite their frantic efforts, Qin Yu's trousers remained damp. He had no choice but to rise and borrow a clean pair of pants from the male host, Zhou Lonping's father, Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping was taciturn and not particularly loquacious. Yet he exuded warmth as he promptly retrieved a pair of unworn trousers for Qin Yu. The two shared similar physiques, and upon trying them on in the restroom, Qin Yu found them to fit perfectly. At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from outside. Ah, the ghost mermaid. Startled, Qin Yu hurriedly pushed open the restroom door, and his steps faltered. The spacious living room had been engulfed in a thick, impenetrable mist, obscuring everything in sight. The only clear sound was Zhou Lonping's terrified cries. Help! Mom! Dad! Save me! Dad! In the swirling fog, Qin Yu stumbled toward the source of the voice, anxiously shouting, Qian Duo! Wu Xian! Yet, there was no response from either. A chilling thought struck him. Had Qian Duo and Wu Xian already fallen victim to the ghost mermaid? After feeling his way through the dense mist for a few steps, a wave of dizziness suddenly washed over him. Qin Yu staggered, realizing the fog must be toxic. He quickly covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve, attempting to slow his breathing. Although the dizziness did not worsen, it left his legs weak, rendering him unable to stand firm. Thud, 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 thud. A heavy noise reverberated from the direction of the staircase, as if something substantial were crawling along the ground. Could it be the ghost mermaid? A horrifying image flashed through Qin Yu's mind, a grotesque creature, half human and half fish, with a ghastly visage, crawling up the stairs in pursuit of Zhou Lonping, who had already fled upstairs. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to resist the dizziness as he groped toward the sofa where the peachwood sword and talismans lay. However, the next moment, his hand brushed against something cold on the sofa. Qin Yu shook his head vigorously, trying to remain alert. Leaning closer to investigate, he was struck by terror. Qian Duo lay unconscious on the sofa, eyes closed, with one hand tightly gripping the peachwood sword above him. In a panic, Qin Yu felt for his pulse, and after a few seconds, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his heartbeat was steady. He had merely lost consciousness. Clearly, upon sensing danger, Qian Duo had rushed over to arm himself in defense of Zhou Lonping. Yet, he had succumbed to the dizziness brought on by the mist and lost awareness. Though Qin Yu had yet to locate Wu Xian, he could not afford to dwell on that now. He had to save Zhou Lonping first. If she perished, Qian Duo and Wu Xian would surely meet the same fate. He hastily stuffed the talisman into his pocket, grasped the peachwood sword, and staggered toward the staircase, racing upward. But after only a few steps, the dizziness returned, spinning his surroundings into chaos. His legs buckled, and he tumbled down the stairs. Though his mind remained alert, he was overwhelmed by the spinning and weakness, leaving him unable to rise. Lying on the ground for some time, the mist began to dissipate slightly, and the dizziness gradually lessened. The second floor was eerily silent. The once piercing screams of Zhou Lonping had ceased entirely, and she had vanished without a trace. Zhou Lonping. Zhou Lonping. Qin Yu called out her name as he moved down the corridor on the second floor, pushing open the doors of the adjacent rooms in search of her. After checking several empty rooms, he pressed on. Suddenly, an unpleasant, sticky sensation underfoot caused him to halt abruptly, instinctively stepping aside. A segment of something white and red lay on the floor where he had just stepped. Upon closer inspection, Qin Yu's skin crawled as he realized it bore an unsettling resemblance to fresh pig intestines typically sold in markets. But how could such a gruesome sight appear in this corridor? It was inconceivable, unless it was not pig intestines at all, but something far more sinister. An ominous feeling overwhelmed him, weighing heavily on his heart. Aside from the severed intestine, the floor ahead was splattered with patches of blood, a pungent metallic scent assaulting his senses. Following the trail of blood, he ultimately halted before a room at the end of the corridor. The door was smeared with blood as well. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously pushed it open. At that moment, the once thick, barrier-like mist began to thin. His previously blurred vision sharpened. As the door opened, rows of solid wooden bookshelves came into view. It was a spacious study, filled with a plethora of books, with black shelves stretching from end to end, resembling ominous tombstones. The first few rows of bookshelves were in disarray, with numerous volumes scattered across the floor, forming a small mountain. Beneath this literary mound, a delicate white hand emerged from between the pages, surrounded by a large pool of blood. Qinyu's heart tightened. Yet he refrained from rushing forward, remaining vigilant to ensure no malevolent entity lurked, ready to spring from behind the shelves and claim his life. He scrutinized the room for a considerable time, finding no anomalies, only countless bloodstains smeared across the floor and white walls. Some areas marked with scale-like blood traces leading to a shattered window, where they vanished from sight. Had the ghost mermaid left these traces? It appeared to have fled after attacking Zhou Lanping, shattering the window in its wake. Yet, Qinyu remained on high alert, cautiously approaching the pile of books while remaining aware of his surroundings. Zhou Lanping, he called out her name, quickly pushing aside the books that had fallen atop her, mentally preparing for the worst. To his surprise, upon clearing the books, the girl lying face down stirred slightly, emitting a painful groan. She was still alive. Qinyu felt a rush of joy as he knelt down, gently turning her over. Zhou Lanping's face was smeared with blood, her arms and legs bearing several wounds that were oozing blood. Upon seeing Qinyu, her dazed eyes finally focused, and she clutched him tightly, crying out in sheer terror, "The ghost mermaid! Save me! Woo-woo! Save my dad!" He. Seeing Zhou Lanping alive filled Qinyu with relief, yet he was also perplexed. If she was unharmed, then what about the severed intestine in the corridor? Could it be that the ghost mermaid had a twisted sense of humor, intentionally leaving behind the intestine to frighten them? But upon hearing the latter part of Zhou Lanping's desperate cries, he was jolted. "Your father? What happened to Mr. Zhou? My dad rushed over to save me." "Listen, he woo-woo." Overwhelmed by her extreme fear, Zhou Lanping was in a state of confusion, her words tumbling out incoherently as she pointed frantically in a direction. Following her trembling finger, Qinyu noticed a large pool of blood seeping from the far end near the last row of bookshelves, and it continued to spread. "Brother Qin." At that moment, Qian Duo stumbled into the study, still dazed, his steps unsteady. Upon entering, he tripped over his own feet and fell hard. However, he quickly scrambled to his feet, crawling toward Qinyu, and, upon seeing Zhou Lanping alive, erupted in joy. "Brother Qin, you truly are amazing. You really saved Miss Zhou from the ghost mermaid." Qinyu's gaze remained fixed on the last shelf, bleeding profusely. As he gravely shook his head, "It was not I who saved her. It seems there are others at play." Chapter 88. The deadly kill on Ghost Island. Doubts what? Qinyu's words left Qian Duo momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she followed his gaze and was immediately taken aback. Good heavens! Why was there so much blood on that row of bookshelves? If this was human blood, then the person must certainly be dead. What on earth happened? Qian Duo swallowed hard in horror. "Keep an eye on her. I'll go take a look," Qinyu said, handing the weeping Zhou Lanping over to Qian Duo and striding towards the blood-stained bookshelves. "Be careful, Qingu." Qian Duo anxiously watched his retreating figure, her heart pounding violently. Qinyu cautiously approached the last row of bookshelves. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by the gruesome sight that met his eyes. Zhou Lanping's father, Zhou Ping, the man who had recently enthusiastically searched for new trousers for him, was now slumped against the bookshelf, his legs splayed, lifeless on the ground. His features were contorted in pain, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His body was drenched in blood, his abdomen torn open, most of his entrails missing, with the remnants grotesquely hanging outside his body. Qian Duo, supporting Zhou Lanping, approached and, upon seeing the scene, turned pale and immediately retched. Zhou Lanping let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the floor, unconscious. On the second night of the mission, the bloody massacre had finally commenced. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, it was not Zhou Lanping who fell victim to the ghostly merman, but her father, Zhou Ping. As Qinyu and Qian Duo carried Zhou Lanping downstairs, they discovered that Wu Xian and Gao Li were both collapsed near the dining table, merely unconscious and unharmed. Shortly after, the two groggily regained consciousness. Upon learning that her husband had fallen prey to the ghostly merman, Gao Li was on the verge of a breakdown. Impossible. It was clearly Lanping who was targeted by the soul-snatching ghost. How could it be Zhou Ping who died? Zhou Lanping had awakened, slumped on the sofa, her expression vacant. Gao Li lunged forward, seizing her daughter's arm, and exclaimed in a frenzy, "Quickly tell me, what on earth happened? Why did your father have to die?" Overwhelmed by fear, Zhou Lanping was in a daze, resembling a living corpse. At that moment, amidst Gao Li's ear-piercing screams, she finally snapped back to reality. Raising her eyes to fixate on her mother, and with deliberate clarity, uttered, "Dad died to save me." Gao Li stood frozen, and moments later, She collapsed onto the floor, weeping uncontrollably. The bond between Mr. and Mrs. Zhou had always been strong. This was truly heartbreaking. Qian Duo felt a lump in her throat, picked up a tissue from the table, and approached Gao Li to offer it. However, Gao Li rejected it vehemently, shoving her away and screaming, "Get away. It's all your fault. What worthless experts you all are, utterly useless." While Gao Li's outburst affected Qian Duo minimally, Qian Yu remained unfazed, yet Wu Xian felt deeply pained. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault," he murmured, his head bowed in shame. At the time of the incident, the three of them had been affected to varying degrees by the eerie white mist. However, Qian Yu and Qian Duo quickly recovered and rushed upstairs to protect Zhou Lanping. It was only Wu Xian who remained incapacitated until Qian Duo shook him awake. Why was his reaction the most severe despite being affected like the others? It was simply because of his frail constitution. He was acutely aware that throughout his life, due to his physique and health, he had never been favored. Whether in his original world or in this strange realm, he faced ridicule and exclusion, much like the taunting trio, Zhou Hui and his friends. When Qian Yu and Qian Duo willingly accepted him, he was overjoyed and felt immense gratitude, vowing to prove himself and repay their kindness. Yet now, at the crucial moment, he had faltered. If only he had been more alert or stronger, perhaps he could have made a difference, and the outcome would not have been so dire. Qian Yu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, signaling that he need not feel guilty. The disorienting and faint-inducing white mist had descended abruptly and peculiarly. Had he not been in the restroom changing his trousers, narrowly avoiding its effects, it would have been impossible for him to remain conscious. After a lengthy bout of weeping and cursing, Gao Li finally exhausted herself and slumped onto the sofa. Qian Yu chose to ignore her and instead sought out a first aid kit, tending to Zhou Lanping's wounds before inquiring, "Miss Zhou, could you recount what transpired just now?" Zhou Ping's death had become an irreversible fact. However, Zhou Lanping was still alive, and who could say whether the ghostly merman would attempt to strike again? Qian Yu needed to swiftly uncover every detail surrounding this mysterious entity's murderous intentions to discern a method of combating it. Zhou Lanping appeared fatigued, likely due to the stress response, though her eyes flickered with an unusual excitement. After swallowing hard, she began, "I can't remember everything clearly. At the time, after Dad found you new trousers, he returned to the dining table. Then suddenly, the mist rolled in, and one by one, everyone collapsed. I felt dizzy and was on the verge of losing consciousness when I saw a shadow emerge from the white mist. It was the ghostly merman. It came for me. I was terrified and suddenly awakened, crying for help. But everyone was unconscious. No one could assist me. I had no choice but to flee, and before I knew it, I had run upstairs. The ghostly merman pursued me, intent on killing me. Later, Dad came rushing in. He had clearly passed out too, but somehow woke up after hearing my cries for help and rushed to save me. But he was no match for the ghostly merman. After pushing me aside, he was dragged behind the bookshelf. As she recounted the harrowing events, she began to sob once more. Gao Li, who had been slumped over, suddenly sat up straight, staring at her daughter in shock. Zhou Lanping sensed her gaze, lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes trembling as she said, "Mom, Dad died to save me. From now on, I have no father left. Only you, Mom. Promise me you won't leave me again." "Woa," she cried out, throwing herself at Gao Li and embracing her tightly. Overwhelmed by emotion, her cries turned into a distorted laughter, resembling a twisted scream. Gao Li appeared startled by her daughter's demeanor, shivering slightly before finally responding, "Yes, your father died for you. You must always remember his goodness. I promise. Mom will not leave you." The two women clung to each other, weeping bitterly. Qian Duo and Wu Xian were deeply moved, unable to hold back their tears. Yet Qian Yu's brow gradually furrowed. Based on Zhou Lanping's account, when the ghostly merman appeared, she had fled upstairs alone. And Zhou Ping had awakened and rushed to her aid, only to meet a tragic fate. If that were the case, when he emerged from the restroom, he heard Zhou Lanping calling for help upstairs. Not long after, he heard a sound akin to a heavy object dragging along the floor from the staircase. That could not have been Zhou Ping ascending the stairs, otherwise, it would not have been so slow and heavy. At that moment, he had assumed it was the ghostly merman climbing the stairs in pursuit of Zhou Lanping. Zhou Ping must have rushed to save his daughter only after the ghostly merman had climbed upstairs. However, throughout the time that dull sound persisted until it ceased. Qian Yu remained in the living room, and soon after, he fell down the stairs. If Zhou Ping had rushed upstairs during that interval, he would have certainly noticed something amiss. Was it possible that his senses were impaired due to the mist? Or was it that Zhou Lanping, in her fright, had misrepresented the events? Chapter 89, The deadly curse of Ghost Island helplessness engulfed them as the ghostly mermaid unexpectedly claimed the life of Zhou Ping. Though shrouded in mystery, Qin Yu and his companions managed to survive a night fraught with peril. When the rest of the Gao family, along with Tang Kuan and members of Zhou Hui's group, arrived at the Zhou residence, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Unlike the transient apparitions of inbounders, Zhou Ping lay grotesquely in the study, his body refusing to vanish after death. Gao Qing, struggling with illness, was supported by his wife as he cast a horrified glance at the corpse, his breath quickening in fear. Mrs. Gao was equally shaken, hastily leading her husband away. "I implore you all, protect my daughter, as well as my nephew and niece." Gao Qing coughed, earnestly admonishing the assembled inbounders. Naturally, they all acquiesced, overwhelmed by the shock. Gao Qing soon succumbed to his frail condition and was escorted away by the butler. Gao Jun remained behind to tidy up the aftermath. Qin Yu observed that they chose not to contact the authorities. Instead, they sought talismans from Lu Xinpa to affix to their doors and windows, while simultaneously augmenting their security with bodyguards. It was evident that the Gao family believed Zhou Ping had fallen victim to malevolent forces, rendering police intervention futile. Seizing an opportunity, Qin Yu inquired further with Gao Jun, who revealed that Zhou Ping's demise had awakened the Gao family to the stark reality. The ghostly mermaid had not only targeted the Gao siblings but also posed a threat to those around them. Thus, Gao Qing hastily sent for more exorcists from afar, though the island's remoteness would delay their arrival. Qin Yu speculated that the eerie powers at play were obstructing the involvement of those with genuine exorcism abilities in this endeavor. Tang Kuan approached Qin Yu, patting him on the shoulder and whispering, "Brother, this strategy is quite brilliant. What initially seemed a stalemate has now been revitalized by a clever diversion. This concept is indeed worth emulating." Inspired by Zhou Ping's death, Tang Kuan deduced that the ghostly mermaid, constrained by the malevolent forces, could only claim one victim at a time. Thus, to safeguard Gao Yanhui, they could seek a scapegoat to absorb the mermaid's attack, allowing them to survive another night. The mission merely mandated the preservation of the Gao siblings, without stipulating any responsibility for the deaths of others in the vicinity. Therefore, as long as the deceased were not their charges, it mattered little. Initially, Tang Kuan had felt disheartened upon discovering that Zhou Lanping was still alive, and that Qin Yu's trio had emerged unscathed, suggesting his earlier assessment of the situation had been misguided. However, the revelation of this new strategy reinvigorated his spirit. He immediately called Chao Jin and Mu Feihong aside to discuss their next course of action. Mu Feihong maintained his characteristic impassive demeanor, leading Tang Kuan to wonder if he was even listening. Chao Jin, unable to restrain herself, voiced her concern, using others close to Gao Yanhui as scapegoats. "Isn't that a bit cruel?" "Cruel? These individuals are no different from NPCs in a game. If they die, they die. What is there to lament?" Tang Kuan retorted, displeased. He had initially recruited Chao Jin for her composure, yet he was taken aback by her apparent compassion. She opened her mouth to counter, but after 2 missions, she had come to understand that the inhabitants of the Bronze Eyrie were not mere emotionless NPCs conjured for the sake of the mission. However, seeing Tang Kuan's discontent, she swallowed her words. She could not entirely dismiss Tang Kuan's perspective. After all, for them, the paramount concern was preserving their own lives and returning home. Resorting to extreme measures was, regrettably, a necessity. Meanwhile, Zhou Hui and his companions were also huddled together, animatedly whispering, evidently inspired by Zhou Ping's fate in much the same way as Tang Kuan. Earlier that day, they had fretted that should Zhou Lanping have perished the previous night, danger would soon loom over Dingwan, whom they were responsible for protecting. Surprised by Qin Yu's group's alternative approach to circumvent danger, their confidence soared. Despite Zhou Ping's demise, the sacrificial ceremony could not be postponed. The 3 groups once again boarded their vehicles, heading toward Ghost Cry Reef. Lu Xinpa awaited them at the temple. Zhou Lanping appeared dazed and in poor condition. Gao Li, devastated by her husband's death, remained bedridden and did not accompany her daughter. Dingwan, having just witnessed Zhou Ping's tragic end, seemed unusually subdued. During a lull in the sacrificial rites, Dingwan leaned closer to Gao Lanping, whispering what seemed to be words of comfort. Gao Yanhui, accompanied by her mother, sat nearby, her health still fragile. Gao Jun attended to Zhou Ping's funeral arrangements and did not join them at Ghost Cry Reef. This time, Mrs. Gao instructed Dingwan to carry her daughter up the mountain. Had it been the day before, Gao Fong would have certainly objected. Yet now, she fidgeted restlessly, clearly shaken by her brother-in-law's demise. Zhou Hui, charged with safeguarding Gao Fong's son, seized the opportunity to converse with her. He had overheard Gao Feng's conversation with her sister the previous day and was immediately on high alert. The Gao family was surely concealing something regarding the supernatural disturbances. Last night, he had attempted to draw Gao Feng out multiple times, but this astute woman had deftly deflected his inquiries. Now, seeing her fear and agitation, Zhou Hui felt a surge of hope. In moments of terror, individuals often divulge more than they intend. However, the idealistic notion crumbled against the reality of the situation. Zhou Hui meticulously crafted his questions, attempting every conceivable angle to extract information. Yet Gao Feng's lips seemed sealed. Whenever he broached the subject of the soul-snatching specter or the ghostly mermaid, her responses were consistently limited to 3 words: "I don't know." Zhou Hui was not naive. Her fervent attempts to evade his questions only reinforced his suspicion that she harbored secrets. Yet despite his efforts, he could not extract the truth. Frustration bubbled within him, wishing he could simply seize her and compel her to reveal the hidden truths she harbored. Qin Yu and Tang Kuan, observing Zhou Hui's failed attempts, exchanged glances of resignation and abandoned their plans to question Gao Feng. "This mission is cunning, effectively ensnaring us here," Tang Kuan lamented, lighting a cigarette. Although he had not overheard the Gao sisters' earlier conversation, he had gleaned insights from Gao Qing and his wife. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. In the previous 2 missions, the inbounders had opportunities to wander and gather information from various individuals. However, this time, they were tethered to their charges, unable to stray from their protective duties. The 3 protected individuals had maintained a monotonous routine, shuttling between their residences and Ghost Cry Reef, leaving no opportunity for them to probe the island's other inhabitants. The distance between their homes and neighbors was significant, and each group of inbounders dared not venture away, fearing the eerie realm would deem them negligent in their protective duties, thus inviting dire consequences. In summary, this mission left all inbounders feeling powerless, stripped of their autonomy, relegated to passively awaiting the emergence of malevolent forces. This, perhaps, exemplified one of the ways in which the second-tier Eerie heightened its difficulty. The daylight hours swiftly slipped away. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the day's ceremony concluded. A group of individuals hurriedly descended the mountain and boarded their vehicle, eager to return. The car traversed the desolate coastline. Suddenly, a piercing cry descended from the heavens, targeting one of the vans within the convoy. Chapter 90, The Deadly Island. The second choice of the Soul Snatcher. It is the crow. No, it is the soul-snatching bird. The soul-snatching birds have arrived. Panic and chaos erupted within the convoy, particularly among Zhou Hui's group, who were especially on edge. According to previous assessments, Ding Wen, as the instigator who toppled the sea god statue, was most susceptible to retribution. A multitude of soul-snatching birds screeched and flapped their ominous black wings, heading straight for the vehicle occupied by Ding Wen. Zhou Hui and his companions braced themselves for the worst, clutching peachwood swords and talisman papers. Unexpectedly, the black crows flew swiftly over their vehicle, darting toward another car. That was Gao Yinqi's vehicle. A large flock of soul-snatching birds alighted on the roof of Gao Yinqi's car, shrieking mournfully as they pecked at the car's surface, with several even violently colliding against the windows. The occupants were paralyzed with fear. Mrs. Gao clutched her daughter tightly, her voice trembling as she anxiously implored Tang Kuan. "Master Tang, what should we do?" Tang Kuan's face turned ashen, more ghastly than a corpse. "Damn it," she asks him, but who is he supposed to ask? He had never imagined that the Soul Snatcher and the Ghost Fish would not target Ding Wen but instead focus on Gao Yinqi. Why was this happening? Tang Kuan could not fathom it. Clearly, Gao Yinqi had been forcibly taken to the Sea God Temple by Ding Wen and Zhou Lanping that day, making her the least culpable among the 3. Why would she suffer misfortune before Ding Wen? Chao Jin was equally alarmed. Only Mu Feihong remained expressionless, leading one to wonder if he had suffered severe facial nerve damage. Even if the ghost fish appeared before him and ripped him open, he would still maintain that infuriatingly calm demeanor. "Look, the Soul Snatcher." Chao Jin suddenly pointed out the window, shouting. The others in the vehicle followed her gaze. They beheld a pale, terrifying figure standing motionless on a protruding rock of the mountainside, its face marred by burn scars, holding a flute, and emitting a wailing sound that pierced the heavens, reminiscent of a lamenting ghost. "Ah!" Mrs. Gao leapt up, nearly hitting her head on the roof of the car. Suddenly agitated, she yelled at the Soul Snatcher on the mountainside, "Get lost. Get away, or I will kill you. I will kill you." Tang Kuan stared at her in shock. Since her appearance, Mrs. Gao had presented herself with an air of nobility and calmness, even when frightened earlier. She had merely exhibited a heightened sense of dread. Why, at this moment, Did she seem like a different person, hysterical with a twisted expression? Even more menacing than the soul snatcher itself? Mrs. Gao, Tang Kuan stammered. What are you all waiting for? Go kill that ghostly thing. Mrs. Gao pointed fiercely at him and his two companions, nearly shouting herself hoarse. The Gao family has spent so much money hiring you. Are you here just to eat and drink? Gao Yanqi shrank back, her face ashen, seemingly terrified by her mother's demeanor. Tang Kuan and Xiao Jin exchanged glances. They had witnessed Zhou Ping's tragic fate that morning, yet had not seen her this agitated. Was it because the soul snatcher had set its sights on her daughter? The two sensed that the situation was far from simple. The driver was also frightened by the soul snatcher and the soul-snatching birds. Slamming on the gas pedal. Soon, that ghastly pale figure was left far behind. As the soul snatcher receded, the soul-snatching birds that had surrounded the vehicle gradually dispersed. Mrs. Gao, as if drained of all strength, collapsed into her seat. Tang Kuan furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Based on Zhou Lanping's experience, when the soul snatcher fixates on someone, the ghost fish would appear to attack that person on the second night. They feared trouble was looming tomorrow night. No. It might not even be tomorrow night. The eerie realm often displayed discernible signs, yet changes could occur unexpectedly. They could not afford to be complacent tonight. Who knew if the ghost fish would hasten its arrival and strike tonight? After a considerable time, Mrs. Gao, exhausted, managed to prop herself up and tremblingly called Gao Qing to inform him that their daughter was being targeted by the soul snatcher. At Gao Qing's request, the three groups of entrants did not escort their respective charges home as they had the day before, but instead went directly to the Gao family estate together. Gao Jun had finished attending to Zhou Ping's affairs and awaited them at the grand entrance, leading the group to the reception room. Gao Qing sat alone there, coughing incessantly, appearing quite unwell. As everyone entered and took their seats, his first words were, "Did the soul snatcher really play the bamboo flute today?" Mrs. Gao stumbled forward, nodding in terror. "I'm not lying. Everyone saw it." Qin Yu and the others exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding why Gao Qing's focus was not on the soul snatcher itself, but rather on the bamboo flute. Lumping, did the soul snatcher that appeared at your home also play the flute? Gao Qing immediately turned to Zhou Lanping for confirmation. Zhou Lanping, seemingly bewildered by his fixation on the flute, nodded vacantly. Yes. What is wrong, uncle? Is something amiss? Gao Qing's face darkened, remaining silent. Instead, Gao Fong, unable to contain herself, exclaimed in panic, "The soul snatcher that appeared here that day didn't he have a flute? Why now?" Eldest sister. Gao Qing shot her a fierce glare. Gao Fong froze, as if realizing something, hastily lowering her head, swallowing her unfinished words. Qin Yu, Tang Kuan, and the others quickly grasped the implication. After Ding Wen toppled the sea god statue, the soul snatcher had indeed manifested at the Gao family estate. However, according to Gao Fong, it had not possessed a flute at that time. Yet, in subsequent appearances, the soul snatcher had always been seen with a flute. The crux of the matter lay with this flute. Tang Kuan hurriedly inquired of the Gao family members, "Is there something unusual about this flute?" Suddenly, Gao Qing slammed his hand down on the armrest of his chair. "Damn it! If it seeks to harm my daughter, it shall not find a way." Everyone was startled by his outburst. Gao Qing then turned sharply, his gaze sweeping over the 9 entrants, his voice growing increasingly harsh. "You are all esteemed professionals I have hired at great expense, and now that a ghost has set its sights on my daughter, I wonder if any of you possess a foolproof method to protect her. I do not wish to witness another tragedy like that of my brother-in-law, despite being gravely ill." Gao Qing's commanding presence remained formidable when he asserted himself. However, Tang Kuan, Qin Yu, and others disowned that he was merely posturing, attempting to deflect attention from the previous inquiry, a cover-up.